Chapter 1. Year 1503 of the Sea Circle Calendar. East Sea, Windmill Village. The waves crashed against the rocks, and today the wind was particularly fierce, indicating an impending change in the weather. Two figures, one large and one small, stood in confrontation upon the rocky shore. The larger figure, 36 years of age, donned a dark green coat, his expression stern, with black hair casually cascading behind him. A square tattoo adorned his left cheek. The smaller figure, merely 15, possessed a handsome visage that did not lack in masculinity. His eyes resembled deep, clear lakes, shimmering with the brilliance of wisdom, cradling in his arms a small infant of about 3 months. "I vehemently disagree," Tarlag exclaimed in fury, lowering his voice to avoid disturbing his sleeping nephew. 5 years ago, you were just promoted to Rear Admiral and expressed a desire to explore the world, to which the old man reluctantly acquiesced. Now you return stealthily with a small child, declaring your intent to withdraw from the Navy? What have you endured these years? What faults lie within the Navy? The old man is already advancing in age. He cannot withstand such turmoil from you. Tarag's voice was laced with anger, his displeasure towards the brother who had vanished for several years palpable. In a surge of emotion, he leapt forth and struck the tattoo on his brother's left cheek with a fierce punch. Tarlag staggered from the blow, rubbing his aching cheek, a faint smile of appreciation gracing his lips. "After so many years apart, it appears you have matured considerably." Tarag's response was evasive, his gaze somewhat distant, as if lost in nostalgia or contemplation. "Enough with the useless chatter. Answer me. What on earth has transpired?" Tarag's eyes reddened with rage, his fists clenched tightly, harboring unspoken resentment. Years of training, his full strength had proven ineffective against this man. Tarlag stepped forward slowly, ruffling his brother's hair, only to be brusquely brushed away by Tarlag. With a resigned sigh, he began, "The Navy? I see no justice that aligns with my vision, which is why, in a fit of frustration, I set sail to clear my mind. My heart and actions are as clear as a pristine mirror. All I do is for justice. It is not simply about what you perceive." Tarlag interrupted his elder brother's reminiscence, already familiar with Tarag's perspective, yet unwilling to acquiesce. "The old man is nearing 60. How many more years can he endure? Does my brother truly remain oblivious to our father's expectations?" Tarlag was struck dumb by his brother's words, standing in silence for a prolonged moment. Gradually, he turned to face the sea, a single tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Even a man as resilient as he had things he could not bear to relinquish. Family? Friendship? Allegiance? Or perhaps faith? Tarlag leapt into the air, landing atop a small boat anchored below the rocks, his voice hoarse. "The child you hold is my son, your nephew, named Monkey D. Luffy. Forget me, pretend I never existed. I have my own obligations to fulfill. He shall compensate for my failure to honor my filial duties. Entrust him to the old man, he will understand." Tarlag clenched his teeth as he uttered his final words, the anguish within him known only to himself. During this clandestine return, he had dared not face their father. He understood the extent of the pain his actions would inflict upon the old man. "Brother!" Tarlag cried out in despair, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The peacefully sleeping Luffy was startled awake by the shout. At such a tender age, he displayed an extraordinary demeanor instead of wailing. He grinned widely, his small hands flailing as if attempting to wipe away Tarag's tears. Tarlag, turning at the sound of his brother's cry, felt a shudder run through him. Suppressing the heartache and the anguish deep within his throat, he forced a laugh. "Ha ha ha! Brother, let the winds of fate blow freely. In the future, we shall meet again. I believe that day is not far off." As soon as the words left his lips, the sky darkened suddenly, fierce winds howled, and rising mists obscured the vast sea, gradually erasing his figure from sight. "Is it always to be this way? There is nothing I can change." Tarlag slowly rose, watching his brother's departure, murmuring to himself the truths only he comprehended. He had been born into this world 15 years prior. In his previous life, he was an orphan, afflicted with myasthenia gravis, who fell into an eternal slumber due to a volunteer nurse mistakenly administering dementia medication meant for the elderly, leading to his unending sleep. Upon awakening, he embraced a new life in an entirely different world, with a tender body and unprecedented familial bonds. Having been bedridden in his former existence, devoid of passions, he could only beseech the headmaster for more anime DVDs to watch. Among them, One Piece was his utmost favorite, having watched it countless times. For one who had spent a lifetime confined to a minuscule bed, notions of righteousness, morality, and allegiances held no significance. All he desired was for his family to thrive, never to be separated. He cherished the frantic exasperation of Garp educating his grandson, the self-sacrifice of Whitebeard to save his son, Zoro's heartfelt cries to the heavens for his deceased friend, Zeph's words, "Don't catch a cold," Sanji, Nami's fondness for oranges, the cherry blossoms blooming in winter, the unceasing sea train, the endlessly sung Bink's sake, the tattered sailboat that traversed oceans to bring them home, the white sorrow of countless hospitals traversed solely to save you, and the enduring sight of Senor, perpetually clad in infant attire, striving to elicit a smile from his wife. He adored everything that existed here: family, friendship, and love. Once possessing nothing, he now treasured all that he had: his father Garp, his brother Tarlag, his sister Makino, Aunt Dayton, the village chief, and all the villagers. His only regret was never having met his mother, who had perished during childbirth. Ding! Emotional fluctuations detected. Emotional system bound. Newbie gift package dispatched. Please check your inventory. Tarlag wiped the corners of his eyes, reaching down to gently tease the small Luffy in his arms. He paid no heed to the notification that had appeared in his mind. Cherishing all that was present was his foremost desire. And as for the system, it could go away. Perhaps sensing Tarag's disdain, the system that had finally manifested after 15 years was quite displeased. Host detected to lack ambition. System tasks have been dispatched. Please pay attention to your inventory. Little Luffy, when we return, we'll find you some milk. Just be patient. Tarag continued to cradle little Luffy as he walked homeward, completely disregarding the tasks at hand. Task failed. Garp's lifespan reduced by 10 years. Damn! Tarag's house was a structure he had built with his brother many years ago, located on the western side of Windmill Village. Close to the jungle and Corbo Mountain, it was a wooden cabin comprising 3 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, perfectly accommodating their family of 3. Yet, with his brother and father frequently at sea on missions, this spacious wooden abode had become a solitary dwelling for him. Wah. Perhaps feeling hungry, the small Luffy, only about 3 months old, began to cry. Tarag opened the door, placing Luffy on the bed while he frantically searched around. After a while, he wiped the dust from his face, chuckling to himself, "What a mess. I recall the old man bought milk powder 14 years ago. Where on earth did it disappear to?" Glancing at the increasingly distressed Luffy, Tarag gritted his teeth, drawing a short blade from his pant leg and cautiously approaching the infant. "What?" The glint of the blade halted Luffy's cries, and he began gnawing on his tiny fingers, his large eyes blinking curiously. "Though I feel guilty towards my brother, I find myself with no other choice." Tarag owed Makino a debt of 10,000 berries, and his pockets were emptier than his face. Where could he procure milk powder? The scene shifted, revealing Tarag squatting by a small river, diligently washing his bloodstained hands. This is truly 2 cruel tears uncontrollably stream from the corners of my mouth. Tarag picked up the freshly caught rabbit meat, slung a bundle of firewood over his shoulder, and hurried home. Having been out for half an hour, he could only wonder how Luffy had fared alone. Makino's home was not far from Tarag's and lay directly in his path back. "Tarag, were you out hunting again?" Makino emerged to hang clothes, catching sight of his hurried figure out of the corner of her eye, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out playfully, "Don't run. When are you going to repay me that 10,000 berries? I promise to pay you back next time. Bye." Tarag had no intention of stopping 10,000 berries. Did she think his kidneys were worth that much? Humph. Honestly, seeing me makes you run. I won't give you any more alcohol. Marquinhos clasped her slender waist, stomping her foot in indignation. Though she vocally protested, every morning she would secretly leave a bottle of fine wine at his doorstep. Tarlag halted his steps, gasping for breath, and helplessly murmured to himself, "Sister Markinio is becoming increasingly fierce. Oh, dear father, could you possibly spare me a little from your salary? Your son is so impoverished that he can barely afford a meal." With a head full of questions, the old man Kapu was a vice admiral in the Navy, a veritable hero whose salary was more than ample. However, it never occurred to him to consider the needs of his family. Aside from leaving just enough for himself to indulge in sunbae donuts, the remainder of his earnings was entirely allocated as pensions for the soldiers who had fallen in battle under his command. Thus, the host contemplated whether it might be prudent to undertake some tasks. Money? Power? Resources? Everything was within reach. The system's humble voice echoed once more in his mind, feeling quite helpless at encountering a host who was impervious to persuasion. Tarlag placed the firewood in the kitchen and swiftly returned to the bedroom, retrieving a freshly crafted rattle from his pocket, which he gently set beside the faintly slumbering Lu Fei, who had succumbed to sleep once more due to hunger. Having completed this task, he wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered with a grimace, "Tasks? When do I have the time for that? I still need to prepare meals for my dear nephew." Through the host's tireless efforts, he had captured a rabbit and crafted a rattle, earning a reward of 1 ton of Dolly brand nourishing milk powder. "Please take note," Tarlag exclaimed in astonishment. "Have I truly sunk to such a level?" Shaking his head, he retrieved a canister of milk powder from the system's space, opened it, and pinched a small handful to taste. Geo-chung. With our family's constitution, a little milk powder should suffice, right? Tarlag had never cared for a child before and was uncertain how to prepare the milk powder, so he simply decided to mix it in a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 spoonful of milk powder and 1 spoonful of warm water. Whether he added more powder or more water, before long, he had concocted a large basin of the mixture. This basin must weigh at least 10 pounds, right? Nonchalantly tossing the emptied canister aside, Tarlag joyfully lifted little Lu Fei from the bed. "Time for a bath. Little Lu Fei, no, wait, it's time to eat." Whoa! Awakened by the commotion, Lu Fei immediately reached for the basin of milk that was larger than he was. "Ha ha ha! Eager, are we? Here you go." Tarlag planted a kiss on Lu Fei before placing him into the basin, and within seconds, Lu Fei was submerged, prompting Tarlag to watch the bubbles rise and marvel at the remarkable constitution of their family, such a small creature with such a hearty appetite. Why is it so quiet? In a flurry, he plunged his hand into the basin and pulled out the nearly drowned Lu Fei. Pressing his fingers against Lu Fei's nose to check for breath, he sighed in relief when he confirmed he was still breathing. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he murmured, "It seems I shall have to beseech Sister Markinio for assistance tomorrow. There are still 3 days until Father's next holiday, and it will be here before I know it." Reflecting upon his own upbringing, how the old man had raised him through thick and thin, mused that he should possess ample experience in caring for children. If one disregarded the fact that he had fed him meat at 1 year old and used chopsticks to give him wine at 2. After multiple checks to ensure that Lu Fei was merely full and asleep, rather than having choked on the milk, he finally felt at ease, placing Lu Fei gently on the bed and tucking him in snugly with a blanket. System, display the panel. Tarlag has watched quite a number of anime and is not unfamiliar with systems. Since he has some free time, he decides to take a look. The system lacks human emotions and possesses no soul of its own. Otherwise, it would surely weep profusely, for it has finally been acknowledged. Name: Monkey D. Tarlag. Age: 15. Fruit: none. Armament: hockey. Hardening: increases defense without any distinctive features. Constriction: wraps hockey around various parts of the body. Observation: hockey. Sensing aura: enhances perception, allowing him to detect fluctuations in the aura of nearby beings and ascertain their locations, numbers, and strengths. Anticipating attacks: perceives the opponent's next move to react in advance. Conqueror's hockey. Not yet awakened skills learned. Navy 6 styles: shave, allows for rapid movement by executing numerous high-speed steps in an instant. Generating explosive reactive force. Navy 6 styles: paper drawing, dissipates all bodily strength, transforming the body to be as light as paper through the airflow generated by the opponent's movements. Enabling graceful evasion of incoming attacks, this wondrous item has manifested all of my physical metrics in written form. Tarlag strokes his chin with one hand, casually commenting on the data panel presented by the system. As for the training of hockey, since the moment Tarlag learned to walk, he has been under the guidance of Carp, honing his skills, from the initial explanations of various theoretical concepts to the physical conditioning, such as being thrown into cliffs, deep mountains, jungles, oceans, swamps, and glaciers, to later practical applications, which often resulted in him being thoroughly beaten by Carp. Tarlag squats on the ground, painfully clutching his head. These memories are far from pleasant, stirring up the unhappy remnants of his childhood. Were it not for the kind-hearted sister Mitsai, who would tenderly comfort him and meticulously bandage his wounds after each injury, he might have succumbed to despair or worse during one of those training sessions. The old man once said that hockey is a latent power possessed by all. However, the vast majority remain oblivious to its existence. Even if they toil for a lifetime, they may never harness such power. The monkey family, however, is an exception. Bearing this surname means that even if one is a dog, they must cultivate acquiesce for the constriction of hockey. He has only mastered the first stage, wrapping it around his body. He has yet to learn how to envelop objects with it. Well, this item is rather mediocre. Aside from the panel, it is utterly useless. Tarlag dismisses the panel with a wave of his hand. Shouldering the grueling training equipment prepared by Carp, ready to head out as the training time has arrived. The Navy 6 styles are the culmination of generations of martial arts masters within the Navy, constantly refined and optimized. Carp, as a successor, not only perfected the Navy's 6 styles, but also made further enhancements. How could he possibly withhold this set of techniques from training his son? Tarlag touches his aching head, grimacing as he mutters to himself. With 3 days left until Dad returns, mastering the moonwalk is utterly impossible. It seems I cannot escape the iron fist of love. Glancing at the small Luffy on the bed, Tarlag, burdened with 3 tons of training apparatus, opens the door. But just as he is about to step out, he halts mid-motion, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. His throat constricts as he swallows hard. Forcing a strained smile, "Ha, Mitsai, what brings you here?" Outside the door stands Mitsai, who has hurried over, arms crossed, cradling a clothes rack, her lips pursed, her delicate feet tiptoeing on the ground. "What? Am I not allowed to come? Are you trying to chase me away?" Mitsai, clearly displeased, followed him in a rush, believing something might have happened. Of course not. I like you too much to chase you away. Tarlag quickly shakes his head in denial. Lest the girl truly become upset. In his past life, paralyzed in bed, he lacked a clear understanding of his own words. He completely failed to notice that Mitsai's face had turned slightly red at his polite admission of affection, revealing an inexplicable shyness. "Why did you have to say you liked me?" Mitsai swiftly approaches and stomps on his foot, then giggles as she runs away. "Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. I'll make a feast for you." What a strange turn of events. Tarlag watches the girl run off, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Let's go. Dinner awaits. He is unsure what this feeling within him truly is. But if he were to articulate it, perhaps this is what happiness feels like: trust, companionship, care, and understanding. Today's training goal is to complete 30 laps around the windmill village while bearing weight. He is unaware of what shortcuts entail. His father has never mentioned them. Strength is achieved through innate talent combined with relentless effort. Yesterday, he managed 29 laps before collapsing at his doorstep. Today, he must surpass that limit. Tarlag gazes ahead, determined to showcase his strength and speed, with a clear objective: to break through his own limits. His father told him that the enhancement of strength comes from continuously pushing beyond personal boundaries. Increasing the weight of the training apparatus, raising the total training count, altering the difficulty of movements, and adjusting training cycles all contribute to progressive overload. Properly employing these methods will promote muscle growth and enhance physical abilities. However, one must avoid excessive training at once. Otherwise, it is not exercise, but rather a slow form of self-destruction, yielding no benefits and potentially causing irreversible harm to the body. On the 25th lap, Tarlag runs with all his might. His clothes are drenched in sweat, and his breathing grows increasingly labored. Yet his gaze remains steadfast, his steps steady as he continues to jog forward on the 29th lap. He feels as though his legs are laden with lead, each step becoming excruciatingly difficult, and his vision begins to blur. I cannot give up. Tarlag bites down on his tongue, the pain jolting him back to awareness. Having already completed yesterday's workout, he cannot afford to collapse here. At this point, he can hardly be said to be running. Standing is a feat in itself. Even crawling seems feasible, as each step causes his body to sway. As if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Tarlag, you've overdone it with the training. His lips, bloodied at the corners, Tarlag trudges to Meat-Sai's doorstep. Meat-Sai, who has prepared dinner, sits alone outside her home, hands cradling her chin, smiling blissfully as she awaits her beloved's return. Little did she know, in just 4 short hours, their reunion felt like a lifetime apart. Meat-Sai has grown accustomed to her brother's injuries. But this state, where he appears on the verge of fainting, is a first for her. In shock, she exclaims and rushes to Tarag's side, her small hands reaching out to support him. But Tarlag, unable to speak, stops her with a glance, but he bites down on his already mangled tongue, wryly thinking, goodness, if I collapse under this 3-ton burden, wouldn't Meat-Sai be squashed into a pancake, with less than 1,000 meters to his home? Meat-Sai anxiously trails behind him, tears brimming in her eyes. She cannot comprehend why, in Karp's absence, her brother would subject himself to such torment. Is strength truly that important? Finally, their home comes into view. At this point, he could hardly manage to bite his tongue, let alone muster the strength to open his mouth. Now, it is sheer willpower that propels him forward, each step requiring a pause of over 10 seconds to rest before he can make another arduous move. Brother, Meat-Sai cries, heartbroken, covering her mouth as tears stream down her cheeks. Thud! He has arrived. Amidst Meat-Sai's cries, Tarag's body collapses heavily at his doorstep, and with his last bit of strength, he discards the weight on his back, his eyes closing for the final time. Yet, the corners of his mouth remained subtly curled in a faint smile. He had succeeded at this moment. The sun had begun its descent, casting beautiful hues of twilight across the horizon. Tarlag knew he had taken another step on the path to becoming stronger. Brother, are you awake? Tarlag slowly opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings until his gaze settled on Marquino, who was cradling Lu Fei. With a bitter smile and a hoarse voice, he said, I'm sorry to have worried you, Marquino. Marquino pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Carefully setting Lu Fei down, she leapt on the bed, grasping Tarlag's neck and shaking him back and forth. How can you still say that? Why do you mistreat yourself so? Is strength truly that important? The tears splattered on Tarlag's face, slowly trickling into his mouth. The bitter, salty taste felt unexpectedly sweet to him. This sensation was incredibly comforting. Tarlag couldn't help but chuckle, provoking the fiery little girl beside him. That you're still laughing. How come you haven't run yourself to death? Marquino raised her right hand and delivered a solid punch to his face. Tarlag appeared unfazed, not even blinking, a smile ever present in his eyes. Ouch! That hurts, Marquino exclaimed, realizing she had overexerted herself, her fist now red and swollen. Ha! Come at me again. Your brother fears nothing. Her expression brought a smile to Tarlag's face. Such a meager strength was nowhere near that of their father. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Marquino thought to herself, Tarlag brother remains as he is, oblivious and only capable of laughter. Ultimately, unable to contain her tempestuous temper any longer amidst Tarlag's teasing, she leaned on his shoulder and playfully bit down, revealing her sharp little teeth. That truly hurts. Tarlag winced, refraining from hardening his body to resist for fear of harming her. Thus, Marquino's bite genuinely pained him. We'll see if you dare to mock me again, she teased, sitting upright and mischievously sticking out her tongue, satisfied with the teeth marks she had left behind. That I won't dare anymore. Tarlag endured the ache in his body and gradually sat up, feigning great distress, causing Marquino's heart to skip a beat. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, she placed her tiny hands in front of her, her lovely eyelashes drooping down, and with a distinct cry of remorse, she whispered, Did I hurt you? I'm sorry. This girl had shed countless tears for him today. Tarlag could not continue to jest, quickly reassuring her, No, I just overexerted myself. My body is a bit sore." Once seated, Tarlag realized that his clothes seemed to have been changed. Considering the distance from the door to the bed, it was indeed quite a feat for the petite Marquino to move him, who was not light by any means, onto the bed. Upon hearing his words, Marquino's face brightened with a smile, but when she lifted her head, she found Tarlag peering down at his attire. Her expression changed abruptly, akin to a boiling kettle, seemingly producing steam in a flurry. She leapt off the bed, hastily scooping up Lu Fei and sprinting out of the bedroom. "I'm going to heat up some milk for the child." In the living room, Marquino covered her flushed face with one hand, her mind wandering. It was merely a change of clothes. Surely, her brother wouldn't overthink it? Reflecting on Tarlag's silly laughter from days gone by, Marquino sighed like a little adult, realizing she had been overthinking. By the way, whose child is this? Marquino, holding Lu Fei in one arm, dealt with the bowl of milk that had curdled into cheese on the table. "Clearly inedible. He is my elder brother's child. His name is Lu Fei," Tarlag answered as he exited the bedroom, catching her muttering. "Dragon brother's child?" He asked back. Marquino's eyes sparkled. In her memory, Dorag was a gentle, considerate older brother, completely unlike the clumsy Tarlag. "I've told you countless times, you should call him uncle and me grandfather. Just returned and already left, leaving my nephew for me to care for." Tarlag covered his face, utterly baffled as to why 13-year-old Marquino insisted on calling 36-year-old Dorag brother and 59-year-old father uncle. "Mind your own business." Marquino suddenly raised her voice, inadvertently waking the sleeping Lu Fei in her arms. "Well, the little one awoke, his mischievous hands reaching out as if to grasp something. Marquino's face flushed, and she grasped Lu Fei's tiny hands, shooting a glare at Tarlag before asking, "Where's the milk powder?" "Lu Fei is hungry. I'll go prepare it for him. I'll fetch it for you." Tarlag smiled slightly. For professional matters, it was best to rely on a professional. He quickly returned to the bedroom, retrieving over a dozen cans of milk powder from the system space and placing them in the cupboard. In the future, when a need arose, he wouldn't have to be discreet. "Here, is one can enough?" Tarlag soon returned, holding a can of milk powder, not making her wait long. You think the little one can eat as much as you do?" Every interaction with him left Marquino feeling exasperated, and she stomped her foot in frustration, glancing at the large bowl of cheese on the table. She scoffed, "With such poor skills, without me, you would have long suffered from malnutrition." Tarlag stood there, unable to retort. For Marquino was entirely correct. Were it not for her frequent invitations to improve his meals at her home, he would have been stuck with charred meat every day, likely losing his sanity. Considering the host has independently completed the training task, a reward of an everlasting baby bottle, the system, eager to assert its presence, did not pique Tarlag's interest. Yet, taking advantage of Marquino's momentary distraction, he produced the baby bottle. Pulling it from the cupboard, he offered it to Marquino, who was troubled by the lack of meal preparation tools. "Why didn't you take this out sooner?" She shot him another glare. Tarlag could only silently curse in his heart. "Could you not brought this out earlier?" Useless thing. It was unclear where the young Marquino had learned such skills, but her precise 1:7 mixing ratio and perfect control over the water temperature at around 40 C ensured that Lu Fei's eyes gleamed with delight, indicating the milk was exceptionally delicious. "What are you staring at? Even if you look, you learn. Taking care of a child requires finesse." Once again reprimanded, Tarlag contemplated the notion of undertaking a system task for the first time. What kind of task would be required to attain the world's finest culinary skills? This requires a step-by-step approach. I'll break it down into several parts. Stop with the useless stuff. If I clean the house thoroughly, can I get rewarded? There are difficulties. Difficulties? Then you must overcome them. It's settled. Tarlag nodded at Marquino and picked up a broom, embarking on a thorough cleaning, his eyes glimmering with newfound determination. No one would expect that a traveler, one possessing a system, would be motivated to undertake tasks for the first time due to being ridiculed over preparing milk powder. "Hey, are you even capable? What if the dust fills the room and chokes the child?" Marquino sniffed the air and turned her head, snatching the cloth and broom from Tarlag's hands, pointing towards the door. "Get out. You are not allowed back in without my permission." Tarlag lowered his head, feeling like a complete failure yet again, repeatedly facing disdain. Life was filled with hardships and bitterness. while I remained joyful. The figure leaving through the door appeared somewhat desolate. Tarlag sat on a stone at the entrance, gazing up at the sky, sighing repeatedly. Shouldn't the host also overcome their challenges? The reward is just around the corner. Get lost. Time flowed, and days passed quickly. In the brief span of 10 minutes, Tarlag reflected on his blank life. It seemed that aside from honing his body and training his strength, he truly knew nothing, struggling even with the simplest task of cleaning a room. It's hard. As Machino pushed open the door, Luffy had already succumbed to slumber. This child truly had an insatiable appetite, consuming over 10 bottles of milk before finally feeling satiated. Yet he continued to sigh in discontent, lamenting that such tasks were not within the capabilities of men like them. Machino bent down, her large eyes twinkling as they met Talag's face, a smile dancing upon her lips. She couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy, unable even to manage the simplest of chores. Tarlag contemplated his existence. Nearly 40 years of life, both past and present, culminating in a sense of profound uselessness. Who says that? Machino exclaimed, rising to her feet with indignation. Realizing her fervor was perhaps excessive, she licked her lips and offered a sheepish smile. Everyone has their strengths. Some things are beyond others. Brother, do not belittle yourself. You are truly remarkable. As for me, I can only manage household duties, prepare delectable meals, craft exquisite wine, and uphold impeccable etiquette. Tarlag was rendered speechless, watching as Machino continued to praise herself without pause. With a rueful shake of his head, he coughed lightly. Are you here to uplift me or to belittle me? 3 days later, bang! The door burst open as Machino rushed in, her demeanor frantic. That moment, Tarlag was cradling young Luffy for a midday nap. Upon hearing the commotion, he rubbed the corners of his eyes, sitting up with a sigh. What is it, Machino? You seem rather flustered. This impetuous girl hardly conveyed the gentle and kind nature she would eventually develop as an adult. Machino rolled her eyes, her breath quickening as she declared, Uncle Carp is back. 3 question marks appeared above Talag's head as he stiffly turned to glance at the calendar, which was marked with circles. Goodness, help me hide the wine bottles in the house. Grabbing Luffy, he flung open the window and with a few swift movements, vanished from Machino's sight. Machino stood agape, her mouth opening in shock. Why would he be afraid of his father returning? Hey, what are you doing holding Luffy? She shouted into the distance, but received no reply. Shaking her head, she dutifully began to tidy up the wine bottles scattered around the room. The fate of the impending scolding Luffy would receive rested on his shoulders. Tarlag, who had been intermittently using the shave technique to travel, glanced down at the now-awake Luffy, realizing he still hadn't mastered the moonwalk. Why am I afraid, you ask? Just consider that iron fist akin to a sandbag. Soon, Tarlag arrived at the dock with Luffy in his arms. Why now? The area was bustling with villagers, all gathered to welcome Carp back. As a naval hero and the guardian of Windmill Village, Carp was held in high esteem by the villagers. Tarlag, over here! Village Chief Shulap waved, laughing as he beckoned Tarlag to come closer. Uncle Shulap, you are here as well? Tarlag replied with a smile as he approached while holding Luffy. That scoundrel is back. Of course, I had to come see, and I wonder how many pirates he has captured this time. Shulap mused, scratching his head as his gaze drifted toward the approaching dog-headed warship. The East Sea's current stability, often dubbed the weakest sea, was largely attributed to Carp's steadfast presence. Tarlag smirked, playfully teasing the now-awakened Luffy. TCH, clearly you were just worried. What is so shameful about that? What did you say? The village chief's cane thudded against the ground as he glared with bloodshot eyes, turning to face Tarlag. Am I wrong? Tarlag retorted, refusing to relent. Utter nonsense. The 2 figures, one old and one young, glared at each other from the back of the crowd, neither willing to yield. They were so engrossed in their quarrel that they failed to notice the commotion erupting from the crowd ahead. Carp, welcome back. Carp, your latest patrol must have yielded great success. Wait, the warship hasn't even docked yet. How did Carp return first? The villagers cheered, having secretly seen Carp sneak off the ship before it reached the harbor. Carp, broad-chested and muscular, bore a scar over his left eye, which was a striking blue. His short black hair framed his face, and he wore a gray-patterned uniform, draped in a navy coat emblazoned with the word justice. Ha! In just 2 months, I traversed the EC, thoroughly clearing out pirates of all sizes. Carp boomed, responding to the villagers' enthusiasm with hearty laughter, relishing the comfort of home. They asked for why he had disembarked ahead of schedule. It was simply due to his longing for his beloved son. Towering and imposing, Carp scanned the crowd, somewhat disgruntled as he scratched his nose. Politely bending down, he inquired of the young villager, "By the way, where is my son? Why hasn't he come to greet me?" In this village, everyone knew Tarlag, so Carp's casual inquiry would yield results. "I just saw him a moment ago. Thank you for your hard work." "Carp," the villager replied excitedly. "Thank you." Carp's tightly clenched fists bulged with veins, his expression darkening as he pushed through the throngs of people, his displeasure evident. "I hurry back just to see you, and you hide away instead of coming to greet me. You infuriate me." The villagers exchanged resigned glances, stepping aside to clear a path, knowing their little Tarlag was about to face the repercussions. This scenario was a recurring theme with each of Carp's returns. He always found something to criticize in Tarlag, ready to unleash his affectionate iron fist. Meanwhile, Tarlag, still arguing with Shulap behind, remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. "I did not. Who would worry about that scoundrel?" Shulap exclaimed. Somewhat exasperated, "I said it. So it must be true. Why else would you be so anxious?" Tarlag feigned indifference, continuing to mock the old man. "You." Shulap was about to unleash a tirade, but was interrupted by the imposing figure of Carp striding towards them, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on his lips. "You think you can outsmart me? Because of your father's late arrival, you're about to get a beating, aren't you?" Carp, his countenance grim, approached Tarlag, who shivered slightly, having momentarily forgotten his purpose in the midst of their bickering. "My apologies for not being able to greet you in time." Tarlag expertly bowed in apology, eliciting a laugh from Shulap, who watched the scene unfold. "I asked that all? You scoundrel." Carp swiftly executed the Six Powers technique, swinging his fist down toward Talag's head. Due to the angle, he had not noticed Luffy cradled in Talag's arms. Bang! Ouch! "Old man, I've already apologized. What more do you want?" Tarlag protested, crouching on the ground as he rubbed the swelling bump on his head, exclaiming, "Don't you feel regret? I am your long-lost son." Tarlag, crumpled on the ground, lamented, "And what of it? I've merely been on the receiving end of your blows. Even so, I desire my son's affection, you fool. How dare you call me old? I am your father." Carp, enraged, leaped into the air, his fist filled with all his love aimed at his dear son. Tarlag, of course, was not foolish enough to remain stationary and take the hit. In a flash, he lifted young Luffy high above his head and cried out, "Are you trying to kill your grandson with a single punch?" Carp, 3 meters off the ground, was momentarily stunned by his son's shout and the child held aloft, causing him to deflate and crash heavily to the ground. Stunned, he raised his head in disbelief, struggling to speak. "I've been away for over 2 months, and you already have a child? Is it Machino's?" Now it was Talag's turn to be flabbergasted, staring down at his father on the ground in astonishment. What a shocking revelation! What did he mean by his child? And why was it referred to as Machino's? Cough, cough. The interaction between the father and son was too much for Shalapu to bear. In the midst of a crowd, a distinguished naval hero engaging in playful banter with his son was quite unbecoming, tarnishing the image of their windmill village. After 2 months apart, the passion that had ignited within him was completely extinguished by the antics of this comical duo. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, "You two should discuss this at home. We are well acquainted with the soldiers under your command, and we shall take good care of them." On the ground, Carp's eyes brimmed with tears of regret. He too felt that family disgrace should remain private. He slammed his hand on the ground, rising to his feet, gently cradling little Luffy in one arm, while with the other, he used Haki to grip Tarag's neck violently, lifting him off the ground, denying Tarag any chance to explain. "Then I shall trouble the village chief. I will give you an explanation regarding this matter." Carp seemed convinced that Tarag was indeed the son of his own flesh and blood, tears flowing uncontrollably as he lamented, "Makino is merely 13 years old. How could you bear to bring forth such a wretched creature?" "Dad!" Crack! The sound of a dislocated neck echoed. "Let us head home first. After I deal with you, we'll discuss proposing." His previously buoyant mood upon seeing his son had vanished entirely, his voice now terse and forceful as he led the way home. Carp moved swiftly, arriving at the doorstep in no time, throwing Tarlag to the ground with a powerful shove. "Open the door for your father," he bellowed. "Little grandson. Let me see you," he added with a voice filled with affection. Tarlag placed a hand behind his neck, forcefully realigning his dislocated bones. Although he dare not voice it, he inwardly cursed, "Old man, the grandson is my own flesh and blood. Am I not as well?" The door swung open to reveal Makino, who was diligently wiping down the living room table with a cloth. "Get lost!" Karp shouted angrily, kicking Tarlag aside before striding over to Makino, his expression serious as he spoke. "I sincerely apologize. Makino, my son has erred. It is I, his father, who has failed in my duties. I shall bind him up shortly. Do as you wish with him. I shall not interfere." Karp clenched his fists in frustration, saying vehemently, "If you truly cannot bear to punish him, I can take care of it myself." "Uncle Karp, what on earth are you saying?" Makino exclaimed, startled by Karp's sudden appearance, scratching her head in confusion. But then she noticed the little Luffy in Karp's arms and burst into a shy smile, saying, "Uncle Karp, you can't possibly think Luffy is the child of me and my brother Tarlag. Can you?" Makino blushed under Karp's intense gaze, her hands clasped behind her back as her little feet traced circles on the ground. "His name Luffy. What a splendid name!" Karp's mind seemed to filter out everything Makino had said, retaining only Luffy's name. Looking up with sincere intent, he declared, "Once I've thoroughly disciplined this brat, I shall ensure he brings ample gifts to marry you. We cannot allow outsiders to mock us." "Oh, what are you saying?" Makino could no longer contain her sudden happiness, her forehead steaming, her face flushed as she forcefully shoved Tarlag aside and dashed out of the room. With Makino gone, silence enveloped the room once more. The father and son sitting at the table, wordlessly locked in their thoughts. Ahem. Karp mused, this must be the child of Dragon. After a long while, tears streamed down Karp's face unbeknownst to him. Tarlag remained silent, but nodded solemnly. The performance was over. At the dock, he initially hadn't grasped his father's words. However, he soon understood, feeling a pang of guilt towards Makino. When did he return, and what was said? Karp inquired 3 days ago. Tarlag recounted, repeating his elder brother's words verbatim, including the part about returning Luffy to fulfill his filial duty. Karp's tears flowed freely. After over 30 years of companionship, how could he not comprehend his eldest son's intentions? He had opposed the Buster Call incident at O'Hara 3 years ago, knowing that it would irrevocably drive his son to the opposing side of the world. The government, the Navy, you have created a formidable enemy for yourselves. May everything unfold as you wish. Karp cradled Luffy, gazing up at the ceiling, softly uttering, "Come, walk with me." Tarlag, taken aback, asked, "Where to?" "To the Navy. I wish for you to become an exceptional Marine." Karp suddenly raised his voice, his gaze fierce as he looked at his second son. His eldest son, Dragon, had embarked on a path with no return. He could not allow his second son to follow suit. Not for now. Luffy still requires care. He is my brother's offspring. Tarlag resolutely shook his head, his expression serious. Nothing was more important than family. Karp clenched his fists, sighed, and then released them in defeat. "I am not jesting. What I meant was for you to marry Makino. Luffy's lineage needed to be concealed. This was the one thing he could do for Dragon." Before Tarlag could respond, Karp stated firmly, "Luffy needs an identity. He cannot be known as Dragon's son. Do you understand? Until he matures, no one must know of his true heritage." Tarlag gazed at Luffy in Karp's arms, wrestling with his thoughts, but ultimately shook his head decisively. "There are other ways to conceal his lineage. I cannot agree with your plan." Karp slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide as saucers, on the verge of erupting. Though Tarlag feared his father, he would not yield on this matter. Rising to meet him, "Do not glare at me. First, Makino is merely my sister, nothing more. Second, this plan would cause her too much harm. How could she bear to face others?" The father and son stood at the dining table, locked in a stalemate, neither able to convince the other. The room fell silent again until it was shattered by Luffy's cries. Karp suddenly slapped himself across the face, sitting down in defeat, lamenting, "I was in the wrong." Beneath his brash exterior, Karp possessed a discerning heart. He understood that his son was right in this instance. "What are you doing?" Tarlag reached out, a hint of concern in his eyes, wanting to touch his father's face. There was no need for self-flagellation. Just admit your mistakes and rectify them. Karp burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ha ha, truly my son. He pounded the table, his expression earnest as he declared, I will remain in Windmill Village until Luffy can stand on his own. As long as I am here, no one will investigate, and no one will dare to meddle in the affairs of Windmill Village. In that moment, a fierce aura emanated from him, startling Tarlag, who had only anticipated his father's clumsiness. He had not expected such resolve. What will the Navy say about this? Karp scratched his nose, a look of disdain crossing his face. I am ill and need a vacation for 6 or 7 years. Do not seek me out unless absolutely necessary. Tarlag, exasperated, replied, Are you certain that Admiral Sengoku won't sail over here with a fleet? Karp laughed heartily. That is precisely why I shall give him an explanation. What kind of explanation? Karp remained silent, a smug expression on his face as he gazed at his second son. Tarlag, bewildered, pointed at himself. Realizing with a start, could it be that I am the fool in this situation? Off you go. Take me to apologize to that girl. I was reckless. Karp picked up a nearby bottle, laughing heartily as he left. Caring for a child? He was more than capable. Once Luffy grew a little older, he would have a new toy to play with. Thinking ahead, he mused, perhaps I shall tie some balloons to him and let him soar through the skies for a bit. Tarlag covered his face with one hand and lamented that, in the end, he still had to join the Navy, hoping that this old man wasn't merely fabricating a reason for a vacation. After all, in the absence of Luffy, he used to return home every few days. Tarlag opened the door and left, while Karp, holding an empty milk bottle, gazed silently in the direction he had departed. Dorag, it was already deep into the night. Markinu, the old man, was jesting. Don't take him seriously, he's just a scoundrel. Soon, Tarlag would be far from his hometown, a place where he had lived since birth. And he felt a profound reluctance. Upon arriving at Markinu's home, he first apologized for the old man's behavior, and upon seeing that Markinu had prepared a meal, he decided to stay. After consuming nearly half a barrel of Markinu's cherry blossom wine, he became tipsy and slumped over the table, mumbling about something he had been speaking for over 3 hours, while Markinu sat beside him, head bowed, silently listening and accompanying him. When Tarlag fell asleep, Markinu gently rested her shoulder against his, struggling to lift him onto the bed and undress him. She lay beside him, fully clothed, her beautiful eyes close to his face, softly whispering, Brother, you are a remarkable man. You are going to be a sailor. And I wholeheartedly support you. And every season to come, I will brew a barrel of cherry blossom wine that belongs solely to you, waiting for your return. The words marry me lingered on her lips, but she never uttered them. Years later, when everything had changed, she wondered if her brother would still remember that in the East Blues Windmill Village, there was always a little girl brewing wine for him. Markinu slowly closed her eyes, a single tear glistening as it traced down her cheek. In her innocence, she had no understanding that for the monkey family, vacation was an exceedingly simple matter. The next day, Tarlag awoke with a splitting headache, glancing around to realize he was not his own home. Ugh, he groaned, my head is killing me. I will never drink so much again that it's all Markinu's fault. Her cherry blossom wine is just too delicious. His quiet complaints were overheard by Markinu, who approached with a glass of honey water. Hey, is this someone blaming me? Are you going to drink the honey water or not? She teased, pretending to pour it out, a smile dancing on her lips. Don't pour it out. I'll drink it, I will. He scrambled out of bed, snatching the honey water from her hands and gulping it down. Ha! My sister is the best. Tarlag wiped his mouth and donned his clothes, chuckling. I truly troubled you last night. Did I need to head back and check on Dad? I wonder if he got irritable since I didn't come home last night. Markinu placed the tea tray on her lap and smiled. Then go back, but don't you have anything to say to me? The revelation that her brother was joining the Navy had slipped out during his drunken state, and now she yearned to hear him confirm it. Thank you, Tarlag stammered, scratching his head in confusion. Get lost. Markinu playfully kicked him and stormed out, exclaiming, This scoundrel, I won't talk to you anymore. Perplexed, Tarlag watched her retreating figure but made no effort to follow. He returned home alone, pondering the unpredictable nature of her temperament. Unsure whether she was genuinely angry or merely feigning it, no, she had never truly been angry before. It would soothe her later. The distance was short, and Tarlag quickly arrived home, only to find the door locked from the inside. Knock, knock. He called, "Hey, Dad, surely you can't be serious. I just didn't come home for one night." He pounded on the door, unaware that his father had even locked it. What trickery was this? Inside, Carp, who had spent the night awake, glanced toward the sound of the knocking. He picked up a mirror from the table to check his reflection, shaking his head with a wry smile. In a hoarse voice, he called out, "Don't come in. Go find Bogart. Let him take you to the new recruit camp." Knock, knock. Tarlag knocked again, bewildered by the situation. Had the mere absence of one night led to such a barrier? Fortunately, the door was wooden. He could just break it down. With a strong kick, he shattered the door, sending splinters flying as he coughed amidst the dust and indignantly strode inside. When he finally laid eyes on his father, who looked haggard from a sleepless night, Tarlag's gaze went blank. Carp sat on the bed, cradling Luffy, his once jet-black hair now streaked with silver. Tarlag's lips trembled as he barely managed to whisper, "What happened?" Carp let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! You want to come in, yet here you are, and it's nothing serious, old man." Tarlag cried out in agony. Collapsing at Carp's feet, he could hardly fathom the emotional turmoil his father had endured throughout the night. A journey fraught with hardship. The transformation of his once dark locks to a head of white hair made it seem as though he had aged 20 years in an instant. This was his father, Tarlag. Tarlag grit his teeth and bowed deeply before Carp 3 times, then sprang up and dashed toward the Navy camp. He was determined to reach the headquarters, to systematically hone his skills, to gain immense power, and to confront his brother Tarlag, compelling him to kneel before their father and acknowledge the chaos he had wrought with his so-called revolution, which had left Carp in this pitiful state. "Is someone calling for me?" The humble system, online social anxiety. At the Navy camp, Bogart was currently training a new batch of recruits assigned to Rear Admiral Carp. 2. Tarlag stood a short distance behind Bogart, concealed from his line of sight, observing intently. The soldiers wielded their swords in unison, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them. Bogart, with his back turned, subtly shifted his gaze, and a smile crept upon his lips. He unsheathed his sword slowly and addressed the recruits. "You have yet to grasp the essence of wielding a sword. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely and learn." Chinging. The blade sliced through the air like a soaring dragon, hurtling towards Tarlag, who remained hidden. "Damn it, old snake." Tarlag cursed under his breath, realizing that despite his attempts to conceal himself, he had been discovered. "Armament hockey." Instantly, Tarlag's forearms darkened, enveloped in a rich, concentrated aura, faced with the incoming massive slash. He did not flinch. Instead, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he crossed his arms, preparing to take the blow head-on. He had often heard his father speak of Bogart's prowess. Today, he would test his mettle. Clang! The azure strike collided with Tarlag's hockey, issuing a sharp, ringing sound. "Impressive. You truly are Carp's son." Bogart acknowledged, nodding with satisfaction as he noted how easily his strike was blocked, yet it was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Tarlag gasped for breath, his arms tingling from the impact. The white marks left on his arms were evidence of Bogart's strike. The force of that blow had consumed a whole tenth of his hockey just to withstand it. Tarlag's expression darkened as he realized he had been overly complacent, having always thought his strength was rapidly increasing. Now he was being schooled. "Monkey D. Tiger." Bogart sheathed his sword and removed his hat, smiling politely. "Just call me Tarlag. Dad sent me to find you," Tarlag replied, rubbing his numb arms, slightly annoyed by the earlier encounter. From this day forward, he would prefer not to be called Tiger. It was well known that the Navy hero Carp had 2 sons, both of whom were exceptionally gifted, earning the title of the Tiger and Dragon Brothers. "Practice freely. / 3,000 times." Bogart turned to face the assembled Navy personnel and exclaimed, "Yes." A synchronized chorus of responses echoed back. He extended a hand, gesturing for Tarlag to enter the tavern for a more detailed discussion. Tarlag stepped ahead, pushing open the double doors of the establishment. Due to Carp's return, the tavern was unusually cool today, devoid of patrons. Only the young Machino was present, her back to the bar, diligently polishing a glass, so much so that she failed to notice the newcomers, muttering quietly to herself, "That wretched brother, that foolish brother. You're such a big idiot, why don't you just go die?" Tarlag hesitated at the threshold, one foot suspended in midair, torn between entering and remaining outside. "What is the matter?" Bogart, following closely behind, inquired. Tarlag managed a wry smile, shaking his head and clearing his throat. "Who?" Upon hearing the cough, Machino spun around, her eyes brightening momentarily upon glimpsing their figures. "Oh, it's you, Tarlag." She waved her hand dismissively, her smile faltering. Initially, Machino had been quite pleased, believing her brother had come to apologize. However, upon realizing that he was accompanied by a Navy officer, her expression darkened, and she turned away, exasperated. "What do you want?" "Here to collect a debt." "Mr. Bogart, please grant me a few moments." Tarlag turned back apologetically. Bogart rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword and silently stepped out of the tavern, leaning against the outer wall, lowering his hat to shield his gaze. "Are you leaving?" At this moment, Machino had turned around, her watery eyes glistening anew. "You already know?" Tarlag asked, astonished as he lifted his gaze. "You mentioned it inadvertently while drunk last night," she replied, setting down her glass. Seeing Machino's evident distress, Tarlag averted his eyes in guilt. "That I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier." "That doesn't matter," Machino interjected, circumventing the bar and launching herself into Tarag's embrace, despite her shorter stature. Her delicate face buried in his chest, tears dampened his clothing, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs. Tarag's arms remained suspended, as if he were momentarily rendered speechless. That Machino's voice quivered as she spoke. "That doesn't matter. I just want to know when you'll return. Will I have to wait until I'm old and withered?" Tarlag lowered his head, observing his weeping sister, and, feigning gravitas, whispered, "You won't wither just yet, but may take some time." "Ah." Machino raised her head, her eyes now tinged with red, likely due to a restless night. Tarlag chuckled softly, pinching her nose playfully. "Stop crying. Your face is all smudged. After about 3 months of training for new recruits, I'll leverage some connections to visit you often." Unbeknownst to her, Machino discreetly wiped her nose on Tarag's shirt, lifting her gaze to question him. "Really?" Tarlag noticed her subtle gesture, but chose not to address it, instead nodding with a smile. "Absolutely. Have you considered who my father is? He is a hero of the Navy. With some gifts and favors, promotions will be a piece of cake. Once I become an officer, like my father, I can take leaves frequently. It shouldn't be a problem at all." Lost in his daydreams, Tarlag painted a picture of a promising future for Machino, who, in turn, beamed with delight, her smile growing ever more radiant. The two exchanged heartfelt sentiments, completely oblivious to Bogart waiting outside. Bogart tugged at his hat, his expression souring as he repeatedly drew and sheathed his sword to Mr. Carp. "Are you certain Tarlag is the gift you presented to Mr. Sengoku? Is this an explanation for Admiral Kong?" Listening to the increasingly boisterous chatter from within the tavern, Bogart envisioned a future where Mr. Sengoku led dozens of warships, escorting Tarlag back to his village. "Listen to what they are saying. What does it mean that your first act upon becoming admiral will be to relocate headquarters to the East Blue? How brazen, even if much of what you say is true." Creak! The door swung open, and Tarlag emerged, beaming, and patted Bogart, who was lost in thought against the wall. "Mr. Bogart, when shall we set off back to headquarters?" "I can hardly wait." Bogart shook his head, hoping that Tarlag was merely jesting. Otherwise, given his talent and Carp's connections, his rise through the ranks would undoubtedly be staggering. "I had many things to convey to you, but it seems unnecessary now." Bogart sighed in resignation. 3 days from now, at 8 in the morning, we shall gather at the shore. Not be late. With that, he turned and departed, his impression of Tarlag plummeting to an all-time low. Tarlag rubbed his head in confusion, watching Bogart's retreating figure. What is his problem? Did I offend him? He cursed himself for forgetting to ask about the Navy's provisions. Clapping his hands, he declared, "No matter. Food comes first." Over the years, Machino had spoiled his palate, making him crave her cooking. System, come forth. I wish to master culinary arts. System task initiated. Arrive punctually at the port 3 days hence to report to Navy headquarters. Task reward, culinary mastery. How thoughtful. Let us take our time. Eventually, you'll understand who I truly am. Tarlag offered rare praise to the system, contentedly strolling westward with his hands behind his back. I believe I've known for quite some time. At Kalibo Mountain, at the home of Dayton. Knock, knock. Tarlag rapped at the door, eager to bid farewell to Sister Dayton and catch a glimpse of that little rascal. Oddly enough, there was no response. Tarlag tightened his fists and knocked again with increased force. Knock, knock, bang. Losing control of his strength, he accidentally shattered the entire door, revealing a sight that made Tarag's lips curl into a grin. Before him lay the Dayton family, all sprawled helplessly on the floor, each drenched in sweat. The only sound in the room was the hurried breaths, punctuated by the frozen smile of little Ace at the table. Time rewound 5 minutes. Ha ha, old hag, you think you can catch me? Only 3.5 years old, Ace stood atop the table, hands on his hips, mockingly deriding Dayton's family for their incompetence. You truly are that person's son, even at this tender age. Your stamina is remarkable. The small-framed Douglas lay on the ground, panting heavily. You've eaten so much, we can barely keep up. The larger Magro rested beside him, weakly responding. This farce had continued for over an hour. Sparked by Ace's desire to venture outside, to prove his self-defense capabilities, he proposed a game of eagles catching chicks. Now, can I go outside? Ace laughed. Dayton, propped up on her elbows, exhaled deeply and shook her head. That's not for me to decide. You promised me just moments ago, Ace protested, hands on his hips, his youthful voice echoing in the room, clearly unsatisfied. Knock, knock, the sound of knocking interrupted. Ace ignored it, pressing Dayton. Old hag, who gets to decide? Dayton's ears perked up. The distinct knock, heavy and light, could only belong to one person. Bang. The sound of the door shattering echoed through the room. I get to decide. Tarlag sheepishly scratched his head. Having come to dismantle another home. What are you even doing here? Ace, brimming with arrogance, cursed upon hearing the voice, but his expression turned pale upon recognizing the visitor. Tarlag raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at young Ace without acknowledging him. He carefully attempted to prop the shattered door back up, intending to reattach it, but as soon as he set it upright, the door splintered into pieces. For reasons unknown, Tarag's hockey had been unstable lately, often leaking uncontrollably, and he resolved to ask his father about it upon returning home. Quit dawdling. Tell me, why do you want to go outside? Tarlag casually tossed the piece of wood in his hand aside and approached with a mischievous grin. Uncle, what brings you here? Little Ace, obediently jumping off the table, thoughtfully fetched a chair and placed it beside Tarlag. Please, don't call me uncle. What am I even to you? Tarlag waved his hand, playfully teasing the already sweaty Ace. Covering himself with both hands, Ace trembled and stammered. Uncle, I was wrong. Please don't hit me there. Cold sweat trickled down Ace's face, a clear indication that someone had left an indelible mark on him. Observing the near tears in little Ace's eyes, Tarlag burst into laughter, squatting down to scoop him up in his arms, gently saying, It's too early for you to go outside. You're still too small. Ace nestled in Tarlag's embrace, breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his uncle wouldn't hit him anymore. With a proud smirk, he lifted his chin and declared, But I'm already very strong. Look, even Dayton and the others can't catch me. Tarlag glanced over at Dayton, the eldest sister, and helplessly remarked, Sister, have you all gone too far with your performance? Is this truly what you wish for, Ace? No sooner had Tarlag finished speaking than all members, except for Dayton, climbed to their feet and silently made their exit. Dayton, sitting up begrudgingly, lit a cigarette and said, Even the landlord's family has run out of provisions. That old rascal Carp is quite the exploitative one. Tarlag stumbled slightly, barely managing to keep his balance. How could he respond to that? Acting? What did that even mean? Ace wriggled free from Tarlag's arm and stormed up to Dayton, fuming. Hey, don't tell me you all are intentionally unable to catch me. Dayton affectionately pulled little Ace closer, disregarding his protests and struggles, embracing him tightly. That it was all in jest. There was no way she would let such a young Ace venture out alone. She merely thought he looked lonely and decided to join him in some playful antics. Let me go, Ace finally protested, but as he lay in Dayton's arms, he swiftly fell asleep, having run around and played for an entire hour at just over 3 years old. Dayton quietly placed Ace on his designated little bed and lovingly tucked him in. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she turned to Tarlag with a smile and asked, Aren't you supposed to be training at this hour? What brings you here? I'm leaving, Tarlag replied softly. His eyes slightly reddened. The bond he shared with Dayton had transcended that of mere siblings. She could easily be considered a second mother to him. In his childhood, Carp often lacked the time to care for him. And during Carp's missions, Tarlag was usually sent to Dayton, who nurtured him. Leaving? Where, to Dayton inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. 3 years ago, Dayton was still quite beautiful, her body untouched by the passage of time. Now, after 3 years of caring for Ace, her figure had noticeably softened. The Navy headquarters, Tarlag declared solemnly. Dayton bit down on her cigarette, her voice rising in anger. Carp. The murderous glint in her eyes could not be concealed. Tarlag was undoubtedly her first child. She had poured all her emotions into him, hoping he would grow up happily and safely. Little did she know that old man would take Tarlag away, just as he had once taken Dorag. If it weren't for that old rascal, she believed she could have caught Dorag. Oh dear, don't get worked up. It's my choice. Tarlag grasped Dayton's arm, wondering if her impulsive nature had contributed to Luffy's reckless behavior as he grew up. Choice? What is so great about the Navy? Are they just like that old bastard? Dayton retorted, shaking off Tarlag's hand, her hands on her hips, seething. Tarlag turned his head away, muttering quietly, How about I have him come talk to you tonight? What's wrong with that door? That's another expense. Ugh. In an instant, Dayton's mood shifted, her speed of reaction surpassing even Tarlag's. By the time he turned around, Dayton was already near the damaged door, earnestly picking up the scattered wood pieces, as though she hadn't just spoken those words. Tarlag stifled a laugh, pondering what mischief his father had engaged in to incite such fear in Dayton. With her back turned, Dayton bit her lip, internally cursing both the elder and younger members of the monkey family 1,000 times over for their threats. Meanwhile, in another wooden house, Achu, Carp, scratching his nose, grumbled, Who's cursing at me? He then picked up a half-meter-long baby bottle from the ground, smiling fondly at Luffy on the table. Little Luffy, Grandpa's going to wash your feeding bottle. Tarlag walked out of Dayton's house, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. Though it was merely a brief parting, he felt a deep reluctance. He couldn't help but wonder how the world was faring these days, with a sigh. Tarlag retrieved a weighted training device from his system space and commenced his training for the day. 5 years prior. That public execution had ignited the entire seed. Roger's final words sent shockwaves throughout the world, heralding a new chapter. The era of the great pirates had truly begun. You want my treasure? Go find it. I left everything there. These few words sparked a frenzy among approximately 70% of the world's youth, setting sail in search of their dreams and freedom, aiming for the unknown one piece left behind by Roger. Emerging pirates, brandishing these two banners, embarked on a merciless rampage of pillaging and slaughter to fulfill their ridiculous desires. The Navy represented justice, yet that justice had ultimately faded. Pirates stood for freedom, but that freedom had turned malevolent. The celestial dragons embodied divine will, yet that divinity was also a facade. The Revolutionary Army symbolized dawn. But the light preceding dawn had yet to shine upon the world. I cannot emulate my brother, advocating for revolution against the world. Nor can I be like my father, watching my grandson perish for the sake of his own beliefs. The populace can be saved, can be protected. One's stance can be taken, can be upheld, but none of this holds more weight than family. After running 31 laps around Windmill Village, Tarlag lay back against the cliff, hands behind his head, gazing at the scattered lights of the distant village, lost in thought. In the early morning, after a night in the mountains, Tarlag's clothes were drenched by dew. He gently knocked on the door of Machino's house. Creak, brother, why are you here so early? Machino, rubbing her sleepy eyes, beamed with joy upon recognizing him. The old man wouldn't open the door for me. I accidentally fell asleep in the mountains last night. I remember you have some of my clothes, so I came to change. Tarlag yawned, enduring the soreness in his body. Machino stepped aside to let Tarlag in, diligently fetching him some clothes. Once inside, their eyes met, each blinking at the other. Ultimately, it was Tarlag who broke the silence first. Hey, I need to change clothes. Can't you turn around? Machino pouted, turning her back while muttering, Beseech, what is there to be afraid of? It is not like I haven't seen it before. Tarlag's lips twitched. He vowed never to drink again. This world was fraught with peril. Old man, why is my hockey often uncontrollable? Tarlag asked, accepting the dish Machino had brought out. After changing at Machino's home, Tarlag led her back to his place, where Carp had just awakened and was now enjoying breakfast prepared by Machino. Carp, gnawing on a bone-in meat stick, cast a proud glance at his son and exclaimed in surprise, "Have you already reached this stage?" Hockey has variations in strength and intensity, differing from person to person. Chewing on the remnants of the meat, Carp laughed heartily. "Haha, good lad. You've entered the turbulent phase of hockey." Tarlag stealthily extended his hand across the dining table, swiftly retrieving a sizable chunk of meat, lest it be consumed entirely by the old man if he hesitated any longer. With a hearty bite, he mumbled, "What is the surging period?" Carp cast a sidelong glance at his son's furtive actions, his iron fist enveloped in a black hue of hockey. Observing this, Tarlag opened his mouth wide, swallowing both meat and bone in one go. Carp smirked, letting out a sigh as he began to elucidate. Those who cultivate hockey inevitably experience this stage that, in a short span, the total amount of one's hockey undergoes a significant increase. While everyone experiences this, I never anticipated you would reach this stage so swiftly. It truly is remarkable. Carp wiped his mouth, unabashedly patting his round belly. He then proceeded to meticulously explain the various stages of hockey cultivation at Tarlag. There are 4 distinct stages in the cultivation of hockey. The first stage is the initial training phase, wherein each individual's physical constitution and innate talent differ, determining the initial total amount of hockey and consequently the future growth potential. The second stage is the surging period, which follows an extended period of training, marked by a rapid surge in one's hockey, and you have just attained this phase. The instability of your hockey is typical. Generally, it transitions to the next stage within a day or two. The earlier one reaches the second stage, the better. Carp himself entered the surging period at the age of 18, maintaining that phase for a full 8 days. Little did he expect that his second son would reach this stage 3 years faster than he had. Carp gulped down a bottle of Sakura wine brought by Machino, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "What splendid wine!" He then continued, "The third stage is the stabilization period, where the rate of hockey growth significantly diminishes but continues to rise steadily. Hockey becomes more controllable, free from the erratic fluctuations experienced previously." Without waiting for Tarlag to inquire further, Carp elaborated, "The fourth stage is the solidification phase. Upon reaching this stage, the growth of hockey effectively halts, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it typically does not increase further." Having never heard his father articulate such a well-reasoned analysis before, Tarlag found himself somewhat taken aback. He then impulsively interjected, "Are you truly my father?" Iron fist. A black sandbag struck him squarely in the head. As Tarlag lay on the ground, Machino emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish, shaking her head with a resigned smile. This scene was a frequent occurrence, as she had grown accustomed to it. Whenever the two of them spent more than 30 minutes in the same vicinity, her brother invariably received a loving iron fist. Tarlag, clutching the swelling on his head, rose with a nonchalant demeanor and resumed his meal. That it was only natural for a father to discipline his son. He had no intention of complaining, as he simply could not contend with it. "Does that mean I am currently in the surging period? What must I do, as my hockey remains uncontrollable?" Tarlag smiled at Machino beside him, giving her a thumbs up to commend her culinary skills. Carp, having let out a hearty belch and picked his nose, vacated his seat, intent on feeding little Luffy. Turning his back, he gruffly remarked, "Maintain your current foundational training and strive to prolong this surging period. However, in just a few days, you should transition into the stabilization period, at which point your hockey will naturally become more manageable." With only Carp's back to view, Tarlag was oblivious to the pride and satisfaction radiating from his father's face. Carp internally reveled, thinking, "This kid is truly a genius, entering the hockey surging period at 15. What a loss it would be for the world if he doesn't become a Navy officer." Tarlag shook his head in confusion. Would he truly reach the stabilization period in just a few days? His hockey had been uncontrollable for half a month now, and he had noticed signs of instability a year prior. Though subtle, the issue of his hockey's instability had consistently plagued him. This was also the reason he had struggled to wrap hockey around objects, as he was unable to exert control over it. After concluding a training session 2 weeks prior, Tarlag had first tangibly sensed the restlessness of his hockey. The moment he exerted even the slightest force, his hockey would involuntarily surge forth. "Machino, I require an ice pack." With Carp having returned to the house, Tarlag turned to his sister with a pitiful expression. He had merely stifled his cries earlier, but that did not imply he felt no pain. "Tsk, who told you to provoke Uncle again?" "Serves you right." Machino put down her cutlery, elegantly wiped her mouth, and shot Tarlag an exasperated glance. Despite her words, she rose to fetch an ice pack from the kitchen to soothe his injury. 2 days later, at the port of Windmill Village, a massive dog-headed warship loomed at the dock. Hundreds of sailors, under Bogart's command, boarded the ship heading back to headquarters in an orderly fashion. "Brother, come back early." "Okay, I will be waiting for you." Machino stood at the forefront of the villagers, waving her little hand to bid farewell to her brother. "Rest assured, I will visit often," Tarlag called back, standing atop the doghead of the warship, waving goodbye to Machino and the villagers. Meanwhile, Bogart stood behind Carp, who was cradling Luffy, speaking in a low tone. "Mr. Carp, are you truly not returning with us? Admiral Sengoku will not approve of your prolonged stay here." The Intelligence Department issued a new bounty yesterday. A red-haired kid has been causing quite a stir in the Grand Line, and Vice Admiral Tsuru wishes for you to investigate. Carp remained fixated on Tarlag at the bow of the ship, seemingly indifferent to Bogart's words. This extended leave was of little consequence to him, as he was prepared to face the worst for Luffy's sake. That little brat from Roger's ship? I've no time to concern myself with him now. Go ahead and hand him over to Zifa. That shall suffice as my report to the Navy. After uttering his final words, Carp disregarded Bogart, retreating to the village with Luffy, his expression grim. Adjusting his hat, Bogart swiftly appeared on the deck, set sail, destination, headquarters Marinford. "Yes," the navigator saluted Bogart with a crisp military gesture before dashing to the helm, calling out, "Raise the sails. We are departing." On the other side, Tarlag stood alone at the ship's stern, silently watching until the figure on the shore, waving incessantly, faded from view. Only then did he turn around, sighing with a smile. "Mr. Bogart, please step forward." Startled by the unexpected call, Bogart, who had been covertly observing from the shadows, emerged, questioning, "How did you detect me?" "What?" Tarlag replied, puzzled. "How did you notice my presence?" "Logically, my disguise should be flawless," Bogart remarked. Tarlag paused, recalling a painful memory from his past, closing his eyes in anguish at the age of 7. He had been beaten for losing a single piece of fruit which had truly wounded his heart. Yet, it was also then that he had first awakened his observation hockey, sparing him from many a punch. Without offering an explanation, Tarlag glanced at the rapidly advancing warship and asked, "At this speed, how long until we reach headquarters?" Bogart shook his head internally, recognizing the child's extraordinary talent. Were it not for some divisive remarks made previously, he might have truly fulfilled Mr. Carp's hopes of becoming an exceptional Navy officer. "Barring any unforeseen events, we should arrive by tomorrow morning after crossing the calm belt. With my abilities, do I still need to report to boot camp?" Tarlag inquired with a sheepish smile that, if possible, he would prefer to bypass the rookie phase altogether and start working directly to Bogart's forehead, twitched with annoyance as he stiffly replied, "Mr. Carp has recommended you to Mr. Zifa. You will be attending the officer training camp under his leadership for further development." Tarlag nodded slightly, recalling that Uncle Zifa had visited Windmill Village 3 years prior. Thus he recognized him. It seemed that the naval headquarters was not particularly extraordinary. After all, Admiral Akiji had once been a disciple and aide of his father, and they had met on more than one occasion. Aunt Crane had also passed through Windmill Village while pursuing a certain birdman a year ago. As for Uncle Sengoku, he frequently came to Windmill Village during Tarag's childhood, often to apprehend Carp, who would return from leave without a valid reason. That it was not that Tarlag wished to be complacent. Rather, his connections were undeniably formidable, making it impossible for him not to be somewhat audacious. What else had his father mentioned? Surely, attending the officer training camp could not be the only task at hand. Tarlag furrowed his brow, skeptical of his father's intentions, which seemed rather conventional, merely suggesting he participate in a training course. Bogart, covering his forehead, remarked, "You truly are a family. Your guesses are remarkably accurate." Mr. Carp had stated verbatim that the young rascal must surpass the records set by Akainu and Kizu. Otherwise, he would witness the might of the galaxy impact. Bogart attempted to mimic Carp's tone when he uttered this, but alas, he only captured the form, not the essence. Nonetheless, Tarlag felt a chill run down his spine. "Wait, are you really using such a powerful move against your own son? What is the difference between that and using a cannon to swat a mosquito?" He forced a wry smile and said, "I'll do my utmost to try." The records left by those three naval monsters were not easily broken. In the past few decades, among millions of Navy personnel, only 3 had emerged to challenge them. Bogart, rarely smiling, resolutely reiterated, "It is not about trying. It is a necessity." The naval headquarters, Marinford, is strategically situated at the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabati Archipelago, the Red Line, and the Holy Land, Mariawa. Viewed from above, the island takes on a crescent shape, with the headquarters buildings constructed upon the elevated terrain. The warships traversed the windless zone with ease, the surface of the sea still shrouded in the gentle veil of night, creating an atmosphere of serenity. However, Tarlag, standing on the deck, could vaguely discern in the distant sky the fluttering flag of justice. The saying, "A mountain is harder to traverse than it appears," held true on the sea as well. Only when the distant horizon began to blush with dawn did the crescent island fully reveal itself to Tarag's eyes. Following the warship, after passing through 5 routine checkpoints, they finally landed at a designated dock. "Gather!" At Bogart's command, the naval personnel aboard, regardless of their tasks, hastily made their way to the deck. After a 1-hour break, they were to assemble at the Western Training Ground for these newly recruited sailors. Training would soon become a daily routine. Although merely observing from a distance aboard the warship, Tarlag was profoundly struck by the grandeur of the central building. Indeed, the screen and reality were 2 entirely different concepts. He vividly sensed the vastness of the naval headquarters capable of deploying 100,000 elite troops. It was terrifying to contemplate the level of strength possessed by Whitebeard, who had once split the headquarters in 2. Bogart waved his hand in front of Tarlag, who seemed lost in thought, and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" Despite not having the best impression of Tarlag, he still aimed to care for him out of respect for Mr. Carp. Tarlag shook his head, revealing his trademark grin, and laughed heartily. "I'm fine, just a bit excited." Bogart nodded in understanding, recalling his own feelings the first time he accompanied Mr. Carp to the headquarters. "Let us go. I've already informed them of your arrival. You will join as a transfer student in Mr. Zifa's current class." Tarlag followed closely behind, puzzled by the term transfer student. With his talents, shouldn't he have been placed in a separate class? He calculated the time and assumed that 2 familiar faces would also appear during this session. While they wouldn't be direct competitors, they would certainly add some amusement to the otherwise dull training. Bogart, catching a glimpse of Tarag's disdainful expression, couldn't help but smirk. The greatness of Mr. Zifa lay in his inclusive teaching style, tailoring his approach to each student's needs. Currently, almost all officers in the Navy were his students, each excelling under his guidance. He hoped that the individual behind him would still be able to smile once inside. "Sengoku, did that old coot really say that? And you agreed?" Zifa removed his sunglasses. Astonished, Sengoku smashed the table before him with a fist, his eyes wide as if they might pop out. "Do you think I wanted this? That old bastard gave me 2 options. Either he leaves the Navy, or I grant him a 5-year leave." Zifa shook his head, helplessly lighting a cigar, settling into a chair in silence. If things get too dire, why not pay him a visit? Bring him back. Sengoku had often done such things in the past. But Zifa had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation, hence his nonchalant suggestion. Sengoku slumped into his chair, shaking his head. "No way. That old fool is serious this time. The image transmitted by the den mushy shows he's gone gray." Removing his glasses, Sengoku wiped his eyes. It had only been 2 months since they last saw each other, and he was unaware of what drastic changes his old friend had undergone. "You go ahead. He sent his son over, so take good care of him." Zifa, equally troubled, inhaled deeply and rose to return to the training camp. The officer training camp overseen by Zifa was located deep within Crescent Island. Behind the headquarters building, Surrounded by walls constructed from bricks mixed with sea prism stone, the interior remained obscured from external view. The TO enter, outsiders, apart from Zifa himself, required his or another admiral's signature, AS, for the students training inside. Regardless of their reasons, they were prohibited from stepping outside the camp until they successfully graduated. The training camp was vast enough to accommodate thousands of sailors simultaneously, providing all necessary living and recreational amenities. This place was temporarily designated for Zifa's training use, while also serving as a strategic resource storage base. Tarlag closely followed Bogart, and as they approached, he could feel the tense atmosphere in the air. Reminiscent of a silent, ancient battlefield. The ground was covered in thick dust, each step producing a dull thud. You can go ahead. The officer on duty this month is Vice Admiral Squirrel. Sengoku has already informed him of your arrival. Bogart and Tarlag stood 100 meters from the training base, the closest point accessible to outsiders. Thank you for your care these past few days. Tarlag nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping forward to officially embark on his new chapter. Stop! The squirrel, sporting a mohawk hairstyle with dark purple long hair tied back into a bun and matching mustache, placed a long knife at Tarag's feet as he attempted to push open the training base's door. Tarlag frowned slightly. It was merely a military school. Was it necessary to draw a weapon? As he quietly released his observation hockey, he was taken aback by the discovery of at least 200 hidden presences, all aiming long rifles at his head, ready to eliminate him at any moment. Vice Admiral Squirrel. Tarlag straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and saluted. The squirrel nodded, holding a picture of Tarlag and comparing it meticulously before waving his hand. Tarlag felt a shift in his expression, exhaling with relief as the hundreds of threatening presences vanished. Mr. Carp's son? The squirrel rarely smiled, but this time he did, acknowledging the truth that a tiger begets no dog. Indeed, Vice Admiral, Tarlag remained vigilant, responding respectfully. The squirrel nodded, offering Tarlag an encouraging glance. Step inside. Do not disappoint Mr. Carp's expectations. The flying squirrel left behind a phrase, its figure flickered, and it vanished once more. When Tarlag regained his senses, the katana that had been before him had already disappeared, leaving only a deep sword mark. The Navy was teeming with experts. Even a dignified vice admiral had come to guard the entrance. As Tarlag pushed open the gate of the training base, he pondered to himself. Is this a training camp? Tarlag glanced back at the tightly shut gate, then surveyed the towering buildings and unfamiliar facilities ahead. Were it not for his prior knowledge of this place, he might have mistaken it for a bustling metropolis. Had my thoughts fallen behind? Surely, the officer training camp and the soldier training grounds must be quite different. Shaking his head subtly, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he strode toward the tallest building at the center. Report. Before the Iron Blood building lay a vast training ground, where over 50 Navy personnel engaged in push-up warm-ups. The booming report interrupted their routines, and they quickly stood up, forming ranks, their curious gazes flitting toward the new transfer student. I see here. At the forefront of the Navy stood a large sunshade, underneath which lay a reclining chair occupied by the Navy General Zephyr. Nicknamed Black Arm, I must say, this is the first time I've heard of transfer students in an officer training camp, murmured a young smoker, who stood at the forefront of the Navy ranks. The news of the transfer student had been delivered to them by Zephyr not long. A T-17 smoker had yet to fully embrace his rebellious persona, his fair visage complemented by a head of silver short hair, giving him an invigorated appearance. Tina, on the other hand, was quite displeased. We underwent rigorous selection to arrive here, fortunate to receive training from Teacher Zephyr. Yet he strolls in with such ease. This undermines our value as promising officers. Tina felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Responding to Smoker was Tina, who was of the same age as Tarlag. Sporting a head of pink hair parted in the middle, a pair of purple sunglasses perched on her forehead, and clad in a sharp female training outfit, exuding a refreshing aura of youthful vigor. I wonder what skills he possesses. Has the Navy sunk so low as to allow backdoor entries? Smoker remarked irritably, reaching to smooth his attire. However, recalling it was still training time, his desire to smoke a cigar dissipated. These murmurs were not concealed. Effortlessly reaching Tarlag's ears like a tea that moment, he had approached Zephyr's side, regarding the group of future Navy officers before him with disdain. Your father may have allowed you here, which pleases me. But what if they refuse to comply? Zephyr remained seated, not rising to intervene, but instead flashed a toothy grin and inquired, "Simple. I'll subdue them." Tarlag stood straight beside Zephyr, hands clasped behind his back, maintaining a perfect military posture, his voice unwavering. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." The hot-tempered smoker was the first to step forward, expressing his dissent. Tina was quite displeased. "The individuals you belittle are among the finest of the Navy's younger generation." Exactly. If you have the guts, once we finish training, don't leave. Let us spar." This cohort of the training camp led by Zephyr was indeed the most accomplished, with Smoker and Tina at the helm. The Navy behind them raised their fists, looking toward Zephyr's reclining chair. The moment he gave the command, they would eagerly pounce on the new transfer student, tearing him to shreds. "Report." Smoker stepped forward, saluting Zephyr. "Speak. I request a sparring match with this new guy." His eyes blazed with fury, fixated on the nonchalant Tarlag. Zephyr pushed his sunglasses to his forehead without responding to Smoker, turning instead to Tarlag and asking, "How do my students fare?" "Uncle, would you prefer the truth or a lie?" Tarlag maintained his indifferent demeanor, unperturbed by the provocations or challenges from the crowd before him. What constitutes a lie? And what of the truth? Their dialogue went unfiltered, and the Navy personnel perked up their ears, eager to hear how this arrogant newcomer would evaluate them. Tina was equally intrigued. Tina crossed her arms, her curiosity piqued. "Uncle, so he is indeed a well-connected individual?" Tarlag, with his observation hockey fully activated, swiftly enveloped everyone, including Zephyr. Yet in the feedback of his consciousness, apart from the fiery aura of the figure on the recliner, the others felt as insubstantial as gossamer, faint as water. Shaking his head, he sighed, "I do not deny your uncle's formidable strength or exceptional teaching abilities, but—" Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. "Speak freely." Tarlag nodded, his expression becoming serious. "Very well. As for the lie, they are merely a disorganized mob." The 50-plus Navy personnel, including Smoker and Tina, all furrowed their brows but soon relaxed. After all, this seemingly insulting remark was a mere fabrication. "Here, call me teacher." "And what of the truth?" Zephyr frowned. Had that fleeting aura just now emanated from this kid? "Indeed, Zephyr-sensei." Tarlag corrected himself, then smirked slightly, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "As for the truth, they are nothing more than a ragtag group." "Damn." Smoker at the front of the ranks cursed, expecting this arrogant fellow to utter something commendable, only to find that one sentence had effectively crushed their spirits. Without a second thought, his impulsive nature drove him to forego protocol. Drawing his 10 hands and stepping forward, charging toward Tarlag, who stood beside Zephyr. Zephyr did not chastise Smoker for his impulsiveness, but rather sighed in resignation, saying, "Take it easy, I will try my best." Tarlag replied, a smile gracing his lips, eyes sparkling with amusement. His eyes were striking. In an instant, the soft purple glow captivated even Tina, who was on the verge of intervening, causing her to secretly admire him. "He is quite handsome, with lovely eyes," Tina appreciated. "Yet I did not care for the tone you used just now." Tina silently donned her specialized combat gloves. Should Smoker fail to subdue him, she would take it upon herself to reclaim the dignity this man had stripped from them. Overestimating one's abilities, facing the rapidly approaching Smoker wielding 10 hands, Tarlag could only shake his head in resignation. "Soru." The smile never left Talag's face as he utilized the Navy 6 techniques to evade Smoker's heavy strike. In the blink of an eye, he had already positioned himself behind Smoker. 10 hands slammed against the sturdy ground, producing a heavy thud, revealing the terrifying power behind that strike, as the area where Smoker had hit lay shattered. How is that possible? Smoker swiftly turned, confronting Tarlag, his pupils slightly constricting, inwardly cursing. "This guy just executed a technique I've been practicing for over a month without mastering its essence. He is indeed a formidable opponent." "Haven't you consumed that fruit yet?" On the other side, Tarlag silently lamented. Had Smoker ingested the smoke fruit, he might have entertained a playful spar, but under the current circumstances, it was unnecessary. Noticing Tarlag's head shake, Smoker's anger flared, eyes nearly bulging as he shouted, "Stop underestimating me." With a speed 3 times faster than before, he lunged once more toward Tarlag. Unlike the beasts I hunt with all my strength, dealing with you is more than sufficient. Faced with Smoker's renewed assault, Tarlag chose not to evade, standing his ground, patiently awaiting Smoker's approach. Dragon Claw Fist. With his exceptional observation hockey, Tarlag exhibited a slight sway of his body, effortlessly evading Smoker's 10-handed assault. His right hand assumed a preemptive posture reminiscent of 3 dragon claws, and at the moment when Smoker's old strength waned and new power had yet to manifest, a powerful dragon claw descended upon his skull. The outcome was now apparent that Tarlag's expression remained impassive as he casually placed one hand behind his back and spoke in a tone that suggested nonchalance. His relaxed demeanor in the face of victory left the onlookers in awe, including Zephyr, who had been meticulously observing the battle. Zephyr shook his head repeatedly, lamenting the vast disparity, noting that their training together had not provided the intended stimulation, but rather extinguished the student's confidence. Having witnessed Tarlag 3 years ago, Zephyr was well aware of the praise that old bastard Carp showered upon his second son every time he returned to headquarters. The phrase "as expected of my son" had become Carp's catchphrase, leaving both Zephyr and Sengoku envious. Despite their advanced age, the emergence of a new heir after that individual only heightened Zephyr's regard for Tarlag, as he endeavored to overestimate his capabilities. Yet he found himself underestimating Tarlag's growth rate, rendering his stimulating program stillborn. "Stop joking. Do you think this means you've won?" Tarlag remarked, having promised Zephyr not to exert himself just yet, merely resting his claw on Smoker's head. This caused the unscathed Smoker to bristle with indignation, roaring as he swung his weapon, the 10 hands, forcefully towards Tarlag. Observing this, Tarlag sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Zephyr, but your student simply does not listen." With a sharp crack, Tarlag applied slight pressure with his dragon claw, producing a crisp sound that resonated throughout the training ground, followed by Smoker's pained cry. "Ah!" Smoker's 10 hands crashed down onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and he followed suit, collapsing to his knees. This spectacle triggered an uproar among the Navy, many gasping in shock at the sight of their top contender falling without even landing a single blow against Tarlag. "Is this a sparring match or a murder?" Tina, unable to bear witnessing her former ally's plight, stepped forward to voice her protest. Tarlag turned to her, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, "I stated that the outcome was clear. It was he who insisted on continuing that it's merely a minor fracture. He'll recover in a few days." Tina gritted her teeth, glancing at Zephyr for affirmation. Upon receiving his nod, she leapt lightly beside Tarlag, her expression cold as she declared, "Tina does not like you. I shall be your opponent now. Kakiyukin." With that, Tina extended her arms, unleashing a barrier of iron branches that swiftly encircled Tarlag within the training ground. Gritting her silver teeth, she resolved to avenge Smoker, shouting "Strangle." As her command echoed, the black iron bars converged towards the center with terrifying speed. Releasing his observation hockey, Tarlag chuckled softly, realizing that with a 360-degree encirclement, should the numerous iron branches pierce him, it would indeed be lethal. Standing a short distance away, Tina maintained her stance, her arms outstretched to unleash her powers, undeterred by Tarlag's seemingly resigned words. Tarlag had no intention of surrender. He merely mused momentarily before a smile graced his lips. Armament binding. He had recently been troubled by the excess of hockey within him. This was a perfect opportunity to release some to prevent internal conflict. The dark-armed hockey swiftly enveloped Tarlag's entire body, seamless and without a single gap. This form was reminiscent of Don Quixote da Flamingo's subordinate, Virgo. Such a state was achievable by anyone, provided they possessed a sufficient total of hockey. However, in typical combat, there was no need for such exhaustive expenditure. Rather than waste it over his entire body, it was more effective to concentrate it at a single point, enhancing both durability and potency. As the clattering of the restraining bars continued to contract, Tina's Kakiyukin successfully struck Tarlag, producing a series of sharp sounds as the iron branches shattered upon impact. Speed is abundant, but alas, the strength falls short. Tarlag commented, temporarily ensnared by the Kakiyukin. Tina, her teeth clenched, was unwilling to relent, continuing to exert her powers, refusing to believe that this man's armed hockey was inexhaustible, a genius. a monster. It seemed such labels no longer sufficed. Once Tarlag adopted this form, Zephyr, who had been reclining, could no longer remain seated. He flung his sunglasses aside and stood to scrutinize the scene. Activating his observation haki, he focused on Tarlag, only for his perception to reveal that the total amount of haki surged beyond his and Sengoku's levels, nearing that of Carp. Although there remained significant gaps in quality and application, the potential was undeniable. Considering Tarlag's current age, Zephyr found himself momentarily unable to ascertain the limits of his future growth. Even the three prodigies he had trained had never instilled such a sense of awe in him. Those three had approached the pinnacle of human capability in terms of physical prowess, techniques, haki, and fruit development. Yet none had evoked the sheer shock that Tarlag now inspired. "You are Tina, correct? For your own good, you should release me," Tarlag said, still ensnared by Tina's kakiyukin. Tina raised an eyebrow, her stance unwavering amidst their standoff. "Why should I let you go?" she huffed, disappointment radiating from her. "Is this all you are capable of? Show me your full strength. Do not allow Tina to look down on you." Black gun formation. Hundreds of black iron spears materialized behind Tina, their tips aimed squarely at Tarlag. Tarlag shook his head. If his goodwill was to be met with disdain, he would no longer hold back. He could only hope that the repercussions of her fruit's abilities would be something this beautiful lady could withstand. "Then let it be as you wish." Tarlag lowered his head slowly, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Stop with the theatrics, Kankas." Realizing that this man was about to make a move, Tina decided to strike first. The 100 long spears under her command shot towards Tarlag at a terrifying speed. In that critical moment, Tarlag inhaled deeply, raising his head to face the barrage of black spears without flinching. Crack! Ha! Talag's right arm appeared to encounter no resistance. And with Tina's cry of pain, the iron bar shattered, allowing him to effortlessly break free from her grasp. He then retracted his arm state, consolidating his haki into his right arm, drawing his fist to his waist in a half squat. As black lightning flickered ominously around his tightly clenched fist, meteor impact. With Talag's roar, a blinding white beam shot upward, obscuring the vision of all present. The massive shockwave from the meteor not only obliterated the black spears raining down from above, but also began to fracture the very ground beneath him. "Are you kidding me? This guy is our contemporary." The Navy personnel outside the arena were momentarily blinded by the persistent brilliance of the ascending light, their confidence shaken to its core. Some even collapsed to the ground, pondering the futility of their efforts in the presence of such a monster. "Tina, I refuse to accept this." All the barriers created by Tina were obliterated by this single punch from Tarlag, including the very essence of her protective veil. The severe depletion of her stamina led to her losing consciousness as she collapsed heavily to the ground, tears of frustration slowly tracing down her face. It seemed Tarlag had overexerted himself. Scratching the back of his head, he offered an embarrassed smile. Just a minute ago, the battlefield was pristine, but now it lay in complete ruin. The ground shattered, and the surrounding training facilities toppled and cloaked in dust, creating a scene of utter chaos. Turning to glance at the fallen Navy personnel behind him, Tarlag jogged over to Zephyr, who was still in shock, and lowered his head to murmur, "I'm sorry. Uncle, I was trying out a new technique and didn't control my strength well." While Tarlag expressed his apologies, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. These two bouts had not been entirely fruitless. At the very least, the haki within him had successfully transitioned from the turbulent phase to a stable phase that he could now wield with ease. This was also the reason he could utilize the rudimentary form of his father's ultimate technique. Though the meteor strike was less than 10% of the power of the galaxy impact, it was enough to fill Tarlag with pride. "Did that old man teach you?" Zephyr did not scold him. Instead, he gazed at the battlefield, which seemed to have undergone a baptism of sorts, and asked with a tremor in his voice. Tarlag smirked and retorted, "My father hardly has time for that. A few years ago, a band of unknown pirates appeared near Windmill Village just as my dad was on leave. With a single galaxy impact, that pirate ship was reduced to nothing," recalling the unsightly events of that day. Talag's anger flared anew. It was the first time he had witnessed his father in action, leaving a profound impression on him. After that incident, his father, Carp, often used the galaxy impact to threaten him. Zephyr turned his stiff neck to look at his old friend's son, incredulous, and asked, "You learned it just by watching once?" "Otherwise," Tarlag replied, raising his head in confusion, "it's not that difficult. You just condense your hockey and throw a punch." "Isn't that rather simple?" Tarlag mused. Had he possessed the ability to harness more hockey within him, that punch would not have merely been a casual meteor. "Yes, exactly. It's that simple. You should be able to learn it after just one look." Zephyr nearly ground his teeth in response, shrugging off his justice cloak as he approached the still-dazed Navy personnel. "All hands, assemble." With a thunderous command, Zephyr's familiar orders stirred the Navy personnel into action, reflexively rising to stand tall. Smoker and Tina had already been taken away by medical staff for treatment, leaving the remaining individuals unfamiliar to Tarlag. Zephyr walked from the front to the rear of the ranks, surveying everyone's mental state. However, the 40 or so students who kept their heads down, too afraid to meet his gaze, caused Zephyr immense heartache. "That I made a grievous error," he thought, shaking his head in resignation. The fighting spirit they once exhibited had vanished before Talag's arrival. Despite knowing of his exceptional abilities, Zephyr had never truly regarded him on the same level as Akainu and others. This misjudgment led to a tragic repetition of events that transpired years ago with Pagliusolino and Sakazuki. Only 3 individuals emerged from that training camp: the present-day Kazuo, Akainu, and one other. "Lift your heads!" Zephyr could not bear to abandon this batch of lost and self-doubting sailors, and he shouted in frustration. Yet it was in vain. Even if they obediently raised their heads through the windows to their souls, Zephyr only saw bleakness. The excellence of one individual can spur others forward, a genius can ignite the fighting spirit of the rest, and a monster can lead the way for the aspiring. However, the appearance of an indescribable prodigy before these gifted and spirited young Navy recruits, displaying a prowess they could scarcely fathom, extinguished their fervor for self-improvement and their resolve to toil sweatily. If effort is futile, why not just give up entirely? With a long sigh, Zephyr lamented the recurrence of tragedy, pondering how to salvage the situation. At that moment, Tarlag also sensed something strange in the silent training ground. The information relayed by his observation hockey was predominantly filled with disappointment, helplessness, and confusion. "Uncle, let me handle this." Zephyr hesitated but did not obstruct him. Instead, he stepped aside, silently observing whether Tarlag could rekindle the determination of these sailors. Standing before the Navy personnel, Tarlag scanned the group. Rather than offering words of comfort, he furrowed his brow and sarcastically declared, "If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I would take off that justice cloak and roll out. Right now, you are even inferior to a newly enlisted recruit. You have lost the qualification to become an outstanding Navy officer." The sting of his words pierced the ears of every sailor present. Although their confidence had been shattered, that did not justify Talag's casual disdain for them. From the back of the ranks, a tearful sailor stepped forward, shouting in anger, "You're full of it. How could a monster like you understand our suffering? We've trained hard for over 3 months, yet the most exceptional smoker couldn't land a single blow against you, and neither could Tina." The sailor continued to scream, "Effort doesn't guarantee results. We've worked our whole lives, and yet that's merely your starting point. Stop looking down on us." With a final roar, the sailor, in pain, tore off his justice cloak and proceeded to the justice flag in front of the Iron Blood Tower, offering a standard salute as he gently placed his cloak beneath the Navy flag. 3 months? On what grounds do you believe your 3 months of training can compare to my 10 years of relentless toil?" Tarlag employed the 6 dials to swiftly position himself before the sailor and kicked him back into the ranks. "My father's name is Monkey D. Carp. I trust you are familiar with him." Yes, that naval hero, Vice Admiral Carp." A wave of shock rippled through the Navy ranks as they murmured in disbelief. Tarlag nodded, acknowledging their recognition, and stated calmly, "That's good. I just want to tell you that the foundation of my strength comes from a talent that comprises only a small part. Hard work is far from futile. For 10 long years, I was cast into bottomless chasms, desolate mountains, jungle nights, endless seas, murky swamps, and frigid glaciers. Painful memories surged forth as Tarlag recounted the trials he had endured over the years. Carp, I admire him. Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. Talag's half-hour account left Zephyr feeling inadequate in his own educational endeavors. He silently resolved that upon returning, he would have Tarlag write up a report. Such a remarkable training method must not be buried. The shared, even more harrowing, training experiences rendered the Navy personnel speechless, and they no longer dared to mention their 3 months of training. Sensing the moment was ripe, Tarlag pointed towards the Justice flag fluttering high beside the Iron Blood Tower and asked, "Ask yourselves, why did you come to this training camp? Is it to enhance your own strength, to obtain a ticket for promotion? Or is it for the justice you hold dear in your hearts?" Tarlag slowly shook his head, raising his voice as he passionately declared, "No, none of that." Zephyr furrowed his brow, inwardly exclaiming, "This is bad." This insufferable brat's speech was veering into dangerous territory. Any words related to justice must not be tarnished in any way. Just as he was about to interject, Talag's voice rang out again. "In my view, you are here to take away something." Pausing for them to process this, he gestured towards the soaring flag and continued, "To give your youth, sweat, and even your lives, merely to take on the mantle of responsibility. The responsibility of a soldier. The responsibility to protect the future soldiers under your command. The responsibility and determination to use your strength to safeguard the world." The impassioned speech resonated deeply, stirring the hearts of all the naval officers, who lifted their gazes towards the fluttering flag of justice. Responsibility, protection, determination. The sailors murmured to themselves, their final vestiges of confusion dissipating as they clarified their inner convictions, once more radiating the vitality of youth. "For justice," cried out the naval officer who had previously been kicked back into the ranks by Zephyr, his resolute visage shedding tears of faith. "For justice." 51. All the sailors, including Zephyr and Tarlag, saluted the naval banner ahead, their collective voices soaring as if to shatter the heavens, as they salvaged their own spirits. Responsibility fortifies one, instills courage, banishes fear, and fosters understanding and compassion. These new recruits, brimming with kindness and righteousness, had once again discovered their purpose. Zephyr laughed heartily, looking skyward, secretly sighing. "Old fellow, you have worthy successors. With him around, the Navy can thrive for another 50 years. After the salute, Tarlag dutifully positioned himself at the forefront of the naval ranks. Awaiting Zephyr's command, Zephyr withdrew his smile. While the tragedy had been averted, training could not be neglected. He turned to Tarlag and inquired, "What is your name?" Zephyr wished for these students to understand who had pulled them back from the depths of darkness. With the farce concluded, Tarlag saluted Zephyr and reported, "Sir, my name is Monkey D. Tarlag." His voice, neither servile nor arrogant, resonated in the ears of every sailor, etched into their memories. Zephyr inquired again, "And what is your name now?" "Sir, I am called Rookie." Zephyr's lips curled into a grin. He favored this answer. Surveying all his students, he shook his head and remarked, "I am quite disappointed in you all. From this day forth, you shall bear no names and shall be collectively known as greenhorns." Pointing at Tarlag, he declared, "Starting with you, you shall be known as Greenhorn number 1, and the rest shall follow suit." "Yes, I am Greenhorn number 1. Tarlag straightened his chest, showing no trace of arrogance despite his newfound strength. Knowing he still had much to learn compared to the veterans in the past, Zephyr's renaming would have sparked dissent among many. Yet Tarlag agreed to the title of Greenhorn, and behind him, none dared to voice their objections. "You will lead them around the training ground for laps. For every 1 lap they run, you shall run 10. Today was deemed an exception. Zephyr had lost the spirit to continue training, for he intended to find Sengoku and discuss arrangements concerning Tarlag. Thus, he simply issued the running command. "Sir, how long must we run?" Tarlag inquired. Zephyr, already heading towards the exit, waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "Until you are dizzy." "Understood," Tarlag responded loudly, though soon he scratched his head in confusion. Was it truly possible to run oneself dizzy without any weights? Tarlag, the individual previously kicked by him, named Era, stood beside him. Upon hearing his name, he was interrupted by Tarlag, who smiled and said, "Call me Greenhorn number 1. Got it?" Era nodded in understanding, admiration evident in his gaze. which remained fixed on Tarlag. Greenhorn number 1, when do we start? What need is there to ask? Now. With that, Tarlag was the first to dash forward. After all, running 10 laps was no easy feat. He truly meant what he said. Sengoku, in a fit of excitement, kicked a nearby goat, which had just devoured an important document. Haven't you asked that 13 times already? Really? Zephyr, speechless, crushed the wooden chair beside him, realizing for the first time how tedious Sengoku could be. Sengoku sheepishly scratched his head and pulled out a pile of sanbei from the cabinet, placing it on the table. I just didn't expect that Cap to have such an outstanding son. Zephyr glanced at the table full of sanbei, puzzled, and said, Aren't you afraid he will chase you down from the East Blue if you eat all that? Humph, I wouldn't mind at all, in a fit of anger. Sengoku tore open all the limited edition sanbei treasured by Cap and devoured them in one go. You are responsible for teaching him. Given what you just mentioned, this child possesses haki but lacks the skill to utilize it properly. It would be a waste otherwise. That I think so too. Even in a stable phase, his haki will still unconsciously leak out. Zephyr nodded. He bears clear signs of training. Cap must have taught him well. And it seems I won't need to step in for corrections, Zephyr analyzed. Sengoku approached Cap's personal cabinet once more, retrieving a bag of a rare edition sanbei hidden deep within, munching as he spoke. Let's proceed this way. You teach him how to wield his haki correctly, and afterward, I'll assign him to work under those 3. Zephyr's lips twitched, as if he foresaw a future 5 years hence, when Cap would be chasing Sengoku across the globe with a mighty fist. One day later, at the officer training camp, the sea breeze was gentle and refreshing, carrying a hint of saltiness as it caressed Talag's sweat-soaked face. The fiery discomfort in his abdomen was greatly alleviated by the cool ocean air. Tarlag exhaled deeply, leaping over the fallen sailors on the ground, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The 872nd lap, just as he had anticipated, running until one fainted without weights, seemed somewhat implausible. Raising his eyes to the dawn gradually illuminating the horizon, he estimated it to be around 5 o'clock. In order to expedite the completion of his objectives, Tarlag stealthily retrieved his weighted gear from a concealed corner. This moment, this specialized equipment, crafted by Cap, had been augmented to a staggering 5 tons. The familiar heaviness enveloping him as he donned the gear sparked a flicker of delight in Talag's eyes, prompting a slight smile as he privately mused. Indeed. Dad understands me. Uncle Zephyr is just passable. Shaking his head, he surged forward once more, his speed now surpassing that of before. That a genius can be disheartening. Yet even more disheartening is the fact that a genius works harder than the rest. Era, lying not far away, witnessed Talag's entire process of strapping on the weights. Gritting his teeth, Era struggled valiantly, attempting to rise once more. However, after 8 hours of relentless running, his body had unilaterally refused the commands issued by his brain. Tears of frustration streamed down his face as Era let out a roar, "Get up!" Accompanied by this anguished cry, Era pushed himself to tap into his final reserves of potential. This gifted sailor, armed with unwavering determination, once again rose from the ground, his gaze steely as he limped forward, pursuing the vanishing figure ahead. If you can still stand before I collapse, I will acknowledge you. Tarlag, racing at breakneck speed, maintained his observation through Kinbunshika haki, ensuring he did not inadvertently step on any of his fellow recruits. This awareness allowed him to notice Era's struggle to rise, a slight smile of appreciation gracing his lips. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the training camp, 2 uninvited guests arrived. Vice Admiral Squirrel regarded the approaching pair with astonishment, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As the 2 drew nearer, Squirrel found himself compelled to step out from his hiding place, blocking their path and questioning with a somewhat stiff tone. Sakazuki-Kazan, what brings you 2 here? It shouldn't be your turn for guard duty. To the left, Kazan, with his hands behind his head, appeared utterly relaxed as he pointed to Sakazuki beside him and nonchalantly replied, Don't ask me. I'm just here with him at AS for what he intends to do. You should ask him. Squirrel, at a loss, turned to the right, where Sakazuki's expression darkened, unable to comprehend why this hawkish figure would come here. In the past, Sakazuki would have preferred to dwell upon the sea, eradicating more pirates, rather than concern himself with this cradle of naval growth. The officer training camp, on the right, Sakazuki bore numerous tattoos. A sword adorned his left arm, while his chest was embellished with a striking rose and cherry blossom. At that moment, with black sunglasses perched upon his nose and a golden cigar between his lips, he spoke with an intimidating authority. "I want to see him alone." Sakazuki's intentions were clear and straightforward. Showing no hesitation despite being in a confidential area, Squirrel furrowed his brow, somewhat troubled as he replied, "Do you have an order from Admiral Sengoku or Teacher Zephyr?" In response to this individual's request, should it fall within the permissible bounds of authority, the Weasel would certainly extend assistance. However, the unequivocal command issued by the Air Marshal forbids any outsiders from approaching, and the Weasel would never neglect its duties. Sakazuki shook his head. This visit was entirely impromptu, and he had not consulted with Sengoku. My deepest apologies, but without a written order, no one is permitted to enter. The Weasel, maintaining a calm demeanor, resolutely declined Sakazuki's demands. Dark red magma dripped onto the ground, rising in swirls of gray smoke. Sakazuki furrowed his brow, the long-suppressed anger from years past threatening to surface. "Allow me to enter, and I will explain everything to Admiral Sengoku afterward." The Weasel placed his right hand upon the sword sheath, sensing something was amiss with Sakazuki. The visitor bore ill intentions. "Very well. Please return with a written order, and at that time, I shall not hinder your actions." Reluctant to confront this hawkish behemoth, the Weasel hoped that, given their shared affiliations, no fatalities would ensue. However, it would be all too easy for Sakazuki to injure or incapacitate him. "Are you truly intent on obstructing me? Step aside. This matter is of no concern to you." Sakazuki issued his final ultimatum, the elementalization of his left arm escalating, ready to erupt at any moment. "Step aside. Weasel, you are no match for this fellow." Yet, Kazan, the significance of this location is not lost on you. If this individual stirs trouble within, the entirety of Marineford could be obliterated by this resource depot. Fear not. I shall keep watch over him and prevent any chaos. You may report to Admiral Sengoku. The Weasel's lips twitched at Kuzan's solemn explanation, dreading the prospect of the two clashing within. Sheathing his sword, the Weasel reluctantly stepped aside, allowing them passage, unable to prevent the inevitable. The Weasel disregarded the situation at hand and swiftly made his way toward the headquarters to inform Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki shot a disgruntled glance at the ever-present Kazan, snorting in disdain. "Humph. Meddlesome." Consuming the last of his cigar, he approached the training base's entrance with the ferocity of an active volcano. The provocation of words did not faze Kazan, as long as it did not pertain to fundamental principles. He preferred to maintain his composure. "Tarlag is, after all, my brother." Kazan halted, observing Sakazuki enter the training facility, a hint of coldness creeping into his demeanor, his once languid eyes now glinting with a long-lost silver sheen. "Hurry. We are reaching our limit." Unaware of the unfolding situation, Tarlag continued his weighted training, sweat and heat forming a thin mist around him. His throat parched, he exhaled wisps of smoke, realizing that since arriving at headquarters, he had neither eaten nor even drunk water. That person still standing? How intriguing, considering his consciousness has seemingly faded. Tarlag maintained a steady release of his observation hockey, keenly aware of the dim-eyed era, who continued to advance slowly. "Even if you were to collapse now, I would still acknowledge your efforts. You are not the coward I once imagined." Reflecting on yesterday, Tarlag recalled Era tearing off the cloak of justice, admitting that he had misjudged the situation. System, present me with a Coke. System task completion. Reward, culinary mastery. Task performance, excellent. Bonus, 1 case of Coca-Cola. The system, in its final defiance, clung to its dwindling dignity. Some individuals lack iron, others calcium, yet what I most lack is face. Tarlag paid no heed to its musings, casually retrieving a can of Coke from his dimensional space. His observation hockey had already encompassed the entire training ground, so he was untroubled that his movements would attract attention. Sizzle, gulp, gulp. Refreshing, though it would be even better if it were chilled. I shall remember for next time. During this brief respite, a steady, powerful set of footsteps officially entered the training camp's grounds. Why is he here? The moment Sakazuki set foot in the training area, Tarlag noticed him, furrowing his brow. It seems he is approaching me. Yet we have not crossed paths before, have we? The red in his consciousness gradually drew nearer. But not knowing its intent, Tarlag dismissed it and continued with his training. As his hockey entered a stable phase, his physique had enhanced significantly overnight. Merely relying on running to reach his limits had become increasingly arduous. It appears time has come to commence practical training. The physical conditioning phase must now conclude. Tarlag remained indifferent to the dangerous aura within the range of his observation hockey, instead contemplating future training plans. The reason he could disregard Sakazuki was due to the presence of another familiar aura manifesting within the training camp. Sakazuki, you should take a look at him. This distance is more than sufficient. Kazan obstructed Sakazuki's path, preventing him from getting any closer to Tarlag. Their formidable observation hockey allowed them to see the distant figure running with clarity. Sakazuki, entirely disregarding the conditions previously agreed upon between the two, once more elementalized his left arm, the surging magma ready to burst forth. Humans are not all the same. Do not impose the sins of one upon another. Kazan appeared transformed, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Half his body crystallizing into ice, poised for battle at a moment's notice. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one slip away. This world can no longer bear the emergence of a second voice of rebellion. Sharing the same bloodline as that individual. This is original sin. Stand aside. With anger clouding his judgment, Sakazuki roared, his left arm, now entwined with magma, raised high, coalescing into a massive fireball. Blazing pigeon. If negotiations fail, then combat shall ensue. Kazan raised his right hand, summoning a colossal ice bird formed from blocks of ice. The imminent eruption of a fiery volcano faced off against the freezing might of the blazing pigeon. The two forces standing resolute, dividing the training ground into realms of fire and ice. Brother Kazan. The scene created by the two was far too formidable, undeniably capturing Tarlag's attention. Little Tarlag, do not approach. It is perilous here. Kazan's impression of him still lingered from years past, unaware that Tarlag had grown remarkably capable since then. Although he could not match the two in combat, Tarlag's attacks should not be underestimated. Both Kazan and Sakazuki, wary of each other, hesitated to strike, fearing the potential detonation of the resource base. While Tarlag held no such concerns, Theo Kazan, familial ties with his father Garp outweighed those of a master-disciple relationship. And for Tarlag, who valued family above all else, he could not stand idly by while his beloved elder brother was threatened by this red dog. If memory serves me right, this red dog killed my brother 17 years hence, breaking my elder brother's leg. It seems dear old dad intends to take his head. Tarlag's mind raced, contemplating myriad thoughts as he instinctively discarded the weight on his back, his gaze growing increasingly dangerous as he stepped into the battlefield belonging to Kazan and Sakazuki. Sakazuki would never suspect that Tarlag, inching closer, shared the same mindset. Better to kill mistakenly than to let an enemy escape. Tarlag was even more ruthless. He sought to eliminate the threat preemptively, believing that with Kazan present, he might find the opportunity to finish Sakazuki once and for all. Tarlag narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure holding the massive fireball, and with support at his back. He spoke nonchalantly. Brother Kazan, what do you suppose would happen if we were to eliminate him together? In the silence of the arena, Kazan's bewildered expression and Sakazuki's incredulous countenance formed an unspoken tableau. You little brat, what did you just say? The realization struck Sakazuki, inciting an explosion of rage, the prior hesitations evaporating as he unleashed a magma fist towards Tarlag. Please, do not be so agitated, Sakazuki. Twin-point spear, since the confrontation has commenced. There is no need for hesitation. Let us engage fully and discuss matters afterward. Point 2 ice spears swiftly took shape beside Akiji, aiming directly at Akinu's molten arm, which was swung in fury, seeking death. Hellhound, having his attack intercepted by Akiji, Akinu's camaraderie was shattered, and with a roar of rage, his lava-imbued arm elongated rapidly, striking towards Akiji. The Hellhound of Akinu, formidable in power and swift in speed, had previously inflicted severe damage on Whitebeard during the Marinford War, using this very technique. Aware of its might, Akiji chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he opted for elemental transformation, evading the blow with ease. The encircling hellhound passed through Akiji's chest without inflicting the slightest harm. Indeed, I remain thoroughly repulsed by your ideals. Akiji, ignited by this merciless attack, shimmered with cold light and leaped into the air. Extending his hands, a flicker of cold light emanated as Akiji coldly declared, "Freeze." Time capsule. Kuzan's upper body was entirely elementalized, unleashing a long-range freezing shockwave that froze even the surrounding air. Guided by his observation haki, Akiji knew that no matter how Akainu attempted to evade, he could not escape this strike. This ability was one Akiji had wished to avoid using, as it had once encased his friend, former Marine Vice Admiral Saul, in ice. Hellhound. Evading was futile. Akainu resolved to confront it directly. Unleashing the fiery hellhound once more to meet the incoming freezing capsule, at the moment of collision, a tremendous shockwave erupted, enveloping the entire training ground in rising steam. Gradually, the hellhound found itself at a disadvantage. The front beginning to freeze slowly, the ice extending along the hellhound towards Akainu's very being. An opportunity. Tarlag gazed keenly from the sidelines, realizing that he had not abandoned this battle, but had been patiently awaiting his moment. At last, that moment had arrived. Headquarters, conference room. Have they started fighting? How terrifying. Borisolino, donned in a yellow and white striped suit, lounged casually in his chair, nonchalantly trimming his nails. The weasel had reported the intrusion of Akainu and Akiji into the base to Sengoku mere moments prior. These two rascals, they are utterly lawless. Sengoku exclaimed in fury, slamming his hand on the table, causing the plaque of justice hanging behind him to sway perilously. Borisolino, you are the fastest. Go and stop them. I will follow shortly. Borisolino smirked reluctantly, rising with a lewd tone. Those two are as strong as monsters. How terrifying to go now. Sengoku bellowed, his conqueror's haki radiating outwards, impacting everything around him, causing the plaque to plummet to the floor. Mr. Sengoku is even more fearsome. The force of Sengoku's haki hit Borisolino with such intensity that he didn't even bother to grab his hat, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing in an instant. Sengoku sighed, bending to pick up the fallen plaque, gently wiping away the dust from the 7 imposing characters. He had grown accustomed to Borisolino's carefree demeanor, unaware that among the 3, Borisolino possessed the greatest strength. Yet bore personality so difficult. Akainu, Borisolino, Akiji, the emergence of these 3 monsters has brought the Navy to the pinnacle of its power in nearly a century. It was a crucial moment for showcasing their prowess. Yet internal factions were numerous, with Akiji and Akainu often clashing due to their conflicting ideologies, while Borisolino led a laid-back 9-to-5 existence. Zifa had withdrawn behind the scenes. Karp acted on a whim. And the election for Fleet Admiral was filled with complications. All these factors resulted in an abundance of power that remained unutilized, placing all the pressure squarely on the diligent shoulders of Sengoku. What is Zifa doing? Why isn't he stopping them? Sengoku cursed under his breath, his figure flashing as he rushed towards the rear of headquarters, the officer training camp. Akiji was over 6 years younger than Akainu, leading to a clear comparison of their combat prowess, with Borisolino surpassing Akainu, who in turn outclassed Akiji. The time capsule was powerful, had Akainu not held back for fear of igniting the base. He could have employed even stronger techniques to counter it. But it was precisely this concern that rendered him momentarily encased in ice by Akiji's strike. What a fine opportunity. Tarag's eyes lit up as he officially entered the battlefield, leaping from the ground with explosive force, shattering the stone beneath him. His silhouette appeared above the temporarily frozen canoe as the armament of haki gradually gathered around his right arm. Tarag's previously dark arm shifted to a dark purple hue. Surrounding his clenched fist, crackling sounds erupted as dark purple lightning surged violently, and with bulging veins on his forehead, he unleashed his full might. Roaring, armament moonfall impact. The dark purple wave of destruction hurtled down towards the ice-encased Akainu, leaving Akiji, who had just caught his breath, in stunned silence. Stop! Little Tarag, no! 2 voices rang out, One was the rapidly approaching Borsalino. The other was Akiji, who was too late to intervene. Mr. Carpson, how terrifying. Borsalino, confident in his speed, even found time to comment as he flew. Placing his hands before his abdomen in a circular shape, he smirked. Yada mirror. With that lewd voice, a mirror-like light appeared in Borsalino's hands, reflecting beams at incredible speed, forming a luminous path in the AI, or in the blink of an eye. He vanished and reappeared before Akainu. How strange, a newcomer yet as strong as a monster. Faced with the moonfall impact that spanned nearly half the training ground, Borsalino remained unfazed, slowly raising his hands to unleash an invisible aura that others could not perceive. Damn, is it too late? Tarlag noted Borsalino's actions but gritted his teeth, delivering a heavy punch. Since I've begun, I shall see it through. The dark purple shockwave rippled through space as it collided with Borsalino, whose expression remained calm. Boom! Boom! The sounds of collision echoed continuously. Unbelievable. Tarlag exerted more force, but an invisible wall of air seemed to materialize between the shockwave and Borsalino's hands. No matter how he strained, the shockwave could not breach his defense. Even the accompanying gusts of air were repelled by this unseen barrier. Bad news continued to unfold. While the clash persisted, the ice behind Borsalino cracked with a resounding crack. The ice shattered, and Akainu, utilizing his powerful haki, broke free from Akiji's restraints, twisting his stiff neck. With a dark expression, Sakazuki glared upwards, elementalizing his arm once more, moving beside Borsalino, offering a grateful glance as he gritted his teeth. Borsalino, you hold them off? I will go and eliminate him. Having saved the target, albeit the wrong one, Borsalino would not perform tasks outside his own remit. I refuse. You handle the mess yourself. If that little monster puts in more effort, my life may be forfeit. How terrifying. Borsalino smirked slightly, and as he spoke, his figure elementalized, appearing beyond the range of Tarlag's impact. With Borsalino's obstruction removed, the moonfall impact descended rapidly. Akainu shot a furious glare at the distant Borsalino, bellowing, "You little brat, I must kill you today. Come if you dare. What do you bark for?" Tarlag scoffed, launching another punch with ferocity. Moonfall impact, a dog that bites does not bark. Akainu did not respond but shouted, "Great fire!" Akainu's arms transformed into colossal fists of lava, erupting with the force of volcanic explosion aimed skywards. Oh dear, this is excessive, Sakazuki did, as Tarlag struck. Akiji had already ceased his assault, standing aside to observe, until the moment when Akainu lost his reason and unleashed a torrent of flames capable of annihilating the entire training ground. Akiji wore a somber expression. His body became elemental, and he gently pressed his hand against the ground, as if embracing the entirety of the world. Ice Age. Akiji's unreserved strike had the potential to transform the waters between several islands into frozen land within an instant, with the ice persisting for a week. This time, however, he harbored no intention of altering the terrain. Instead, he aimed this blow directly at Akainu's core. As Akainu unleashed his devastating flames to eliminate Tarlag, he too would find himself completely encased in Akiji's ice, imprisoned for eternity without hope of escape. The three combatants, having ignited their true flames, no longer cared about their surroundings, each exerting their utmost strength. The sky was a dark shroud, threatening rain, as ominous clouds began to swirl in the distance. Converging upon the officer training base point, three destructive auras reverberated throughout the area: dark purple, fiery red, and oceanic blue. Enough already. Zephyr, how long do you intend to watch this play unfold? Just as the three forces were about to collide, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, arrived late and roared, "Great Buddha! Guardian deity!" In the midst of the battlefield, Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha statue, his hands clasped in prayer. Behind him, a towering phantom of a Buddha rose. Reaching hundreds of meters high, Sengoku slowly extended his arms. A golden energy shield enveloped Tarlag and the others, interrupting their unleashed attacks. After the strike, Sengoku was drenched in sweat, having severely depleted his stamina. And he reverted from his Buddha form that if you want to die, don't drag the headquarters down with you. There are at least hundreds of tons of gunpowder here. Do you wish to level the base to the ground? Zephyr, get out here! Sengoku's roar echoed through the sky, his gaze fierce as he stared at the pillars of the navy before him. Wishing he could eliminate them, I have my limits, but he must die. Akainu, stubborn and resolute, would not back down even in the face of Sengoku's intervention. His gradually molten arm pointed menacingly at the grinning Tarlag. Who do you think you're talking to? Take him down. Your qualification as a vice admiral is hereby revoked. Sengoku glared at Akainu, gesturing for the arriving squirrel to temporarily detain him. Humph, I can walk myself. Akainu furrowed his brows, scoffing, and without troubling Squirrel, he tossed his cape aside and followed the team to the prisoner detention room. With that matter settled, Sengoku turned to Aokiji and Tarlag, who were conversing and laughing nearby, extending his finger and frowning. And you, what about me? Tarlag sidestepped Sengoku's outstretched finger, chuckling awkwardly. He wants to kill me. I call that self-defense. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, swallowing back his reprimand, as he was still unaware of the specifics of the situation. Thus, he couldn't truly blame Tarlag. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. You can go, that I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Aokiji, you and Kizaru come to my office. His final command brooked no argument. Sengoku's expression was grave as he gazed at the figure on the balcony of the Iron Blood Tower, silently contemplating. Zephyr, you must provide me with an explanation for this. Clearly present, yet failing to intervene in this conflict that threatened to endanger all of Marineford, what was he thinking? After Sengoku and several key personnel departed, a group of medical staff remained to assess whether any trainees had been affected by the skirmish, ready to provide timely aid. However, those who came to train here were no fools. When Akainu and Aokiji faced off, they had already retreated swiftly to a safe distance, gathering together to watch the spectacle unfold. Were there any casualties? Indeed, there was one, that was Era, who had lost consciousness yet continued to stagger forward, having failed to escape the battlefield in time. The aftermath of the battle left him with 7 broken ribs, a fractured thigh, and a mild concussion. What a waste of effort. If only I had been stronger. Finding a convenient step, Tarlag collapsed onto it, utterly exhausted after the training and battle. Fatigue enveloped him, and he felt he could fall asleep within 3 seconds if he simply closed his eyes. Thud! Thud! The heavy footsteps approached steadily, and Tarlag turned in confusion to see the silhouette of the newcomer, a slight smile gracing his lips. Why did you want to kill Sakazuki? The newcomer was none other than Zephyr. Arms intact, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Leaning against the wall, Tarlag struggled to rise, feigning ignorance as he replied, I never intended to kill him. As light rain began to fall, droplets pattering against the battlefield ahead, Zephyr stood behind Tarlag, wearing sunglasses and remaining silent for a long moment. At last, Zephyr sighed and inquired, What is your conviction? He looked up at the overcast sky, a haze obscuring his vision, mirroring his troubled emotions. Upon hearing the question, Tarlag paused, sinking back down to the ground. Utterly drained, he gazed at the sky, a smile curving his lips as he mused. Conviction? Who really knows? If I must speak, does protection count? Zephyr removed his sunglasses and sat beside Tarlag. Musing protection, you say? Today he refrained from intervening in the battle to discern the convictions of those involved, including Tarlag, as these insights were crucial for the Navy's future. The failed creation, Sakazuki, inherited Zephyr's ruthlessness and loyalty. Affirming his role as absolute justice, the once esteemed creation, Kazan, embraced Zephyr's free spirit and determination, confirming his identity as lazy justice. The uneducable creation, Borisolino, was recognized as ambiguous justice, as the chief instructor of the Navy. Zephyr bore the responsibility of determining what manner of individuals would lead the Navy in the coming decades. Yet, in today's merciless conflict, all he witnessed was disappointment and concern for the future. Zephyr observed the dissipating clouds, contemplating. Sakazuki and Kazan would inevitably clash over their conflicting ideals, leading to an irreconcilable confrontation sooner or later. Borisolino's carefree nature and lack of a personal conviction rendered him unremarkable. Where would the Navy's path lead? As the rain ceased and the sky cleared, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue that illuminated Tarag's face as he slumbered against the wall. Zephyr removed his cloak and draped it over Tarlag, shaking his head, burdened with a multitude of worries, as he made his solitary way to the headquarters. Protection? Protection of the world? Of peace? Of will? Of justice? Of the Navy? Of principles? Or something else entirely? Zephyr was perplexed. While still relatively young, he would allow time to reveal all. Tarag's snores began to rise, and the departing figure of an elder had entirely misjudged the situation. Protection of the world? He harbored no such lofty ideals. The protection he spoke of was solely for his family. Beyond that, he acted only as circumstances allowed. Sengoku stood atop a ladder, returning a plaque that symbolized his resolve to its rightful place. Upon descending, he nodded in satisfaction at his creation, then turned to his old friend with a weary expression. Your intentions may be noble, but that does not justify their brawl in the training base. In Zephyr's hands were 4 tightly gripped documents, biographies of Akiji and the others, along with Tarag's ability assessment. While the Navy appeared formidable on the surface, it resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The supplies were moved long before Tarlag arrived, Sengoku said through clenched teeth, stepping forward to grab Zephyr by the collar. Glaring at him with fury, "You ought to have informed me. Their fighting nearly scared me to death." "I will definitely inform you next time," Zephyr replied earnestly. "Next time?" Sengoku's voice cracked slightly. The playful banter they had grown accustomed to since childhood gave way to seriousness as Sengoku cleared his throat and returned to a serious demeanor. "Is it truly as dire as you say? I am still young. I can endure for decades. It is still too early to discuss the future." Zephyr, speechless, lifted his gaze to the plaque that proclaimed the justice of ruling over all. He found it utterly incomprehensible that in a time of war, when the greater good should prevail, the perspective of the warring states was so myopic, under the peculiar scrutiny of his old friend. Sengoku, a flush crept across Zephyr's face. He merely considered himself a general, and the future of the Navy was not yet his concern. "Enough of this," Sengoku sighed, his tone heavy with resignation as the garden party approached. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression shifted, and with a forceful kick, he shattered the chair beside him. Gritting his teeth, "These damned scoundrels!" "Shoo!" Sengoku quickly covered Zephyr's mouth, gesturing towards a few nearby transponder snails, and whispered in his ear. "Be cautious. There may be ears behind the walls. They're dispatching Akainu and others to guard this garden party." Zephyr's eyes darkened. Those wretched individuals, why couldn't they enjoy their lives in peace up there? Every year they descended. What was the purpose? There are plenty of pirates. Let a great pirate come and smash them. "I assure you, I won't pursue you." Still seething, Zephyr turned on his heel to leave. Leaving Sengoku to lament in his wake, "Let Tarlag accompany you. He needs to grasp the essence of this world," Zephyr added, recognizing the confusion in Tarag's eyes, which he had observed keenly. His narrow perspective must be broadened, and his limited capacity refined. This would greatly benefit his growth. "You will not be forgiven for this by Carp," Sengoku warned, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet Zephyr, with unwavering determination, replied, "I shall bear all consequences myself." The upcoming journey of the celestial dragons presents a splendid opportunity to test the hearts of men, revealing the greatest evil in the world, thereby solidifying one's convictions that it will allow one to experience the most extravagant of lifestyles. Thus forging one's will that it will confront one with the most profound injustices, clarifying one's direction. Carp, it is precisely because he is your son that I have chosen this most extreme course of action. With heavy thoughts, Zephyr continued on his way, whispering to himself, "I cannot discern his stance. It is neither wholly just nor entirely wicked." After this, all will be made clear. A day later, the disciplinary action against Sakazuki was handed down. Sengoku submitted a report, and Admiral Kong issued a decree, officially revoking his candidacy for the position of admiral. Understanding the full scope of events, Sengoku discreetly concealed Tarag's ruthless actions, not wishing for the newly enlisted soldier to simply return home, which was also a favor to Carp's son. "Tarlag, my #1 rookie, you shall be my idol." Ayla lay on hospital bed, her body wrapped in bandages, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks. The videos recorded by her classmates had been watched over 100 times, filled with remorse over her fainting spell. Missing the chance to witness the pinnacle of competition, Ayla wept uncontrollably upon learning of the incident. Tarlag, peeling an apple, smiled gently. Take care of your injuries. If you keep crying, your wounds will become infected. Ayla looked at him with gratitude, touched by his thoughtfulness, even taking the time to peel an apple for her. Crunch! Ayla's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Realizing the apple was not meant for her. Oh, sweet. Tarlag joyfully placed 2 apples on the table and, carrying the fruit basket, headed to the next room, with only a few thousand berries secretly taken from Machino's home. He had no spare change to afford each of them a fruit basket. Knock, knock. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Tarlag pushed open the door to the hospital room. Cough, cough. The moment he entered, Tarlag was choked by smoke. Tears welling in his eyes as he beheld the room, shrouded in mist, transformed into a sauna. What are you doing here? Smoker, his head bandaged in plaster, glared at him, his eyes glowing red, surrounded by a pile of cigars, revealing the turmoil within him since his injury. Cough. Tarlag wiped away his tears and hurried to the window, pushing it open to let in fresh air. Old Smoker, are you trying to kill yourself? Tarlag had never anticipated being held captive for 5 minutes by a familiar stranger with inferior tobacco. This is my room. I'll smoke as I please. You have no say in it. Smoker retorted, propping himself against his nearly bursting plaster. Who do you think you're talking to? Tarlag smirked, his demeanor mischievous. In a flash. Before Smoker could react, he swiftly approached, snatched a box of cigars from the bedside, casually tossed 2 bananas onto the bed, and dashed out with an air of nonchalance. Nothing personal. I just came to check on a comrade. Return my cigars. Smoker leapt from the bed in pursuit. The plaster on his head, unable to withstand the violent struggle, cracked with a resounding crack, leaving Smoker kneeling on the ground, wailing in pain. You bastard! I will kill you! Room 315 was Tina's recovery room. She herself was uninjured but had suffered severe weakness due to the backlash of her devil fruit powers. After a night of rest, she had shown little improvement. The doctor stated she would need at least 3 more days to recover fully. When Tarlag entered, Tina was still lost in slumber, the doctor having advised her that more sleep would aid her recovery. Really, how much did that old Smoker give you? No hockey, yet you dare challenge me. Tarlag, gazing at Tina's pale face, shook his head and placed the fruit basket by her bedside. Consider it a favor. I bought 3 apples, 2 bananas, and 1 durian, of the finest quality, naturally reserved for a lady. Tarlag spoke earnestly as he stood by Tina's bed, casting a regretful glance at the durian beside her pillow, which he had not dared to consume himself. 7 days later, in the officer training camp. On the training grounds, sunlight poured down, illuminating the rows of neatly aligned officers. 51 worn officers stood tall and serious, their gazes fixed forward. A gentle breeze rustled the justice capes billowing behind them. At the forefront, Tarlag subtly shifted his stance as Zifa turned. Tina, with a dark expression, inched closer, her eyes betraying an intent to kill. Sister, you've been trailing me for several days. Will this never end? Tarlag muttered, his voice low and filled with exasperation. Tina, visibly angry, replied, I asked the doctor. During my recovery, you were the only one who visited my room. Tina is unclean. I must kill you due to the training period. Tina's shoulder-length pink hair was tied back in a ponytail, her forehead adorned with purple sunglasses, lending her an air of vitality. Her tone, now more pronounced and arrogant, contrasted sharply with her previous demeanor. Cough, cough. Tarlag, taken aback, coughed repeatedly, stealing a glance at Zifa, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, and exclaimed, Hey, don't accuse me unjustly. I merely brought you some fruit, nothing else. Tarlag fervently defended himself, ready to risk everything to maintain his innocence. So, that stinky thing was indeed from you? Die. Tina, proud and unwilling to be humiliated, lost her composure and kicked at Tarlag. Having spent 2 days in her hospital room, she had also encountered the restroom multiple times in her dreams. Tarlag, heartbroken, restrained Tina's leg, glaring at her in discontent. He only wished to inquire what was so wrong with the durian. Costly as it may be, he had not even tasted a bite, but had given her the entire fruit. Enough of this. Zifa, noticing the commotion, gestured for Tarlag to release Tina. With a reluctant smile, Tarlag released her leg and swiftly dodged backward, turning to Zifa with a serious expression. It's not my fault. This is self-defense. Tina will not rest until you are dead. Tina's face turned pale with rage upon encountering this individual. After delivering a cutting remark, she offered Zifa an apologetic bow and stated, Teacher, I request to duel him once more, with a life-or-death contract. Nonsense. Step back. Zifa admonished the reckless Tina. Clutching a stack of papers in his hand, he then approached Tarlag, delivering a heavy smack to his head, and remarked, While your peers may bully you, your father commands a galactic impact. I, too, possess the oceanic strike. Hiss. Tarlag inhaled sharply as he felt the formidable hockey from the old man. That single smack left a significant bump on his head. I won't dare again, an ancient saying from his hometown echoed in his mind. Those who recognize the situation are the true talents. Tarlag promptly surrendered, straightening his posture to heed Zifa's forthcoming directives. Satisfied, Zifa nodded and returned to Tina, pausing momentarily to say, When you master the hockey, only then will I allow you to challenge him again. Yes, I will grasp the hockey swiftly, Tina retorted defiantly, casting a sharp glance at the distant, nonchalant Tarlag. Wait for your doom. Tina shall never be inferior to others. With a flourish of his cape, Zifa moved toward a makeshift podium and, clearing his throat, addressed the microphone with a smile. Today's routine training is canceled. You are tasked with a special mission that you must complete independently, or rather, overcome. This will become the most unforgettable task since your induction into the Navy. The experiences you encounter will significantly influence your lives. Some may refer to it as a milestone of growth, while others may deem it an inescapable shadow. Zifa's smile took on a more sinister edge, seemingly unfazed by the uproar below, and continued. Take a good look at your peers beside you, for it is possible that, after today, a few may choose to depart due to the unbearable pressure or condemnation they cannot withstand at this point. Zifa paused to grant the sailors ample time for contemplation. Impossible. I nearly sacrificed half my life to squeeze in among countless others. I could never leave so easily. Indeed, after 3 months of training here, those who remain are predominantly resilient in spirit. Regardless of what occurs, I shall not depart. The chorus of defiance echoed around, and Zifa relished their indomitable spirit and resolve, casting a glance at the nearly slumbering Tarlag. Zifa smirked mischievously, discreetly retrieving a bullet from his pocket, infused with hockey, and forcefully flicked it towards the unsuspecting Tarlag. In a critical moment, as the high-speed bullet neared Talag's forehead, his eyes fluttered open. Instinctively sensing danger, a passive talent honed through years of torment by Garp. Contemplating, he mused, that bullet was merely 0.01 centimeters from my brow. Yet, in a minute, its owner shall be torn asunder. Before he could react, Tarlag prepared to summon his hockey, only to witness the approaching bullet being deflected by an even swifter projectile. Zifa tossed the bullet in his hand, glaring at Tarlag with a fierce warning against any future miscalculations. Tarlag stuck out his tongue. It was hard to blame him, for everything traced back to Tina. Had she not obstructed the entrance to the boys' dormitory for several days, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Zifa shook his head, amused. This child truly gave him no peace of mind. A minor lesson would serve to etch a lasting memory. Grasping the microphone once more, he interrupted the discussions below, declaring, Enough. You have had ample time for discourse. The first mission objective is the cafeteria. Ah? The sailors looked up in bewilderment. Is this what you call a milestone? A shadow? Tarlag, present. Zifa pointed at Tarlag and, with an irritated tone, asked, What is the duty of a soldier? Tarlag shook his somewhat dazed head, pondering before solemnly replying, To eat and to fight. It is to obey orders. Zifa roared, his footfall echoing as he appeared above Tarlag in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Ah! Tarlag yelped as he was sent flying by Zifa's strike. Even in peak condition, he would have been unable to evade such a sudden attack. Finally feeling relieved, Zifa rubbed his fist, casting a stern glare at the surrounding sailors as he scolded. What are you staring at? Get moving. Tarlag's comrades exchanged sympathetic glances with him before hastily retreating towards the cafeteria. Damn it. Wait for me. Tarlag dared not complain about the formidable uncle, for the family tradition of elders tormenting the young was deeply ingrained in his mind. He even felt Zepha's beating was justified, much like the treatment of young Ace. Zepha stood in place, observing Tarlag's retreating figure towards the cafeteria, musing to himself, "This rascal has been somewhat misled by that scoundrel garb. I must correct him from time to time." What was that saying? A young tree must be pruned to grow straight. People must be corrected to avoid becoming unruly. The sailors at the officer training camp, unlike regular troops, had their own small cafeteria. "Old Mo, are you in a bad mood today? Is this what you serve us?" Once out of Zepha's sight, the rebellious smoker ignited his favorite cigar, disdainfully eyeing the food laid out on the table. Old Mo, or Mocha in full, was a masterful chef and a former deputy chef at the headquarters kitchen, temporarily summoned by Zepha. Even Tarlag, known for his picky palate, could find no fault in his culinary skills. "Hey, is that what I think it is?" Tarlag's expression soured as he spotted bowls of white tofu and vibrant tomato beef soup, connecting them to Zepha's earlier mention of a special mission, leading him to some unsettling associations. "Hey, you rascal, how many times must I tell you? No smoking in the cafeteria." Old Mo, who had only one eye and bore a fearsome appearance, approached, snatching Smoker's cigar and tossing it to the ground. His other eye was lost during the attack on the headquarters 5 years prior by the Golden Lion Shiki, leading him to dig out his left eye for survival. He was indeed a seasoned veteran. "Everyone sit down. Your task here is to devour the food before you. You have half an hour." Old Mo set an example, taking a piece of tofu and a bowl of soup, sitting down to enjoy his meal heartily. Tina was puzzled. How was eating considered a task? She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze finally resting on the distant Tarlag, her confusion deepening that in the past, he had been most passionate about food, often the first to rush into the cafeteria and the last to leave. She had just sampled Old Mo's 2 dishes and found them surprisingly delicious, unable to fathom why the normally food-enthusiastic Tarlag seemed so disinterested, carrying a plate of tofu and a bowl of tomato soup. Tina approached with her questions. Tina felt disappointed. As her rival, he ought not to fear mere food. Sitting across from Tarlag, she cast him a disdainful glance, noting his pale complexion. With a huff, she resumed savoring Old Mo's culinary creations, which, rather than the usual heavy meats, suited her palate far better. "Don't overeat," Tarlag warned gravely, observing Tina's sizable portions. Tina shot him an annoyed look, retorting, "Tina's training is arduous. Her body requires this energy, unlike some, whose food intake bears no relation to their training." Tarlag smirked. He could not argue against that. T, just 15 years of age, his body had already reached its growth limit, and breaking through that barrier was a challenge. Zepha understood his situation and thus did not force him to participate in daily training, instead teaching him a method to hone his haki. However, this approach was no less demanding than routine training. Conversely, it became increasingly challenging, which is why he supplemented his diet extensively to provide energy for his body. "Yaxi, if you wish to eat, indulge yourself. I shall serve you another bowl." Tarlag whistled as he stood up, having already given his warning. If she chose to disregard it, so be it. He himself would never partake. Tina would take matters into her own hands. Rejecting Tarlag's kind offer, Tina observed his defeated expression, which somewhat alleviated the humiliation brought upon by Tarlag. It was now midday. Not only did they engage in intense training every day, but they were also at an age where growth demanded ample sustenance, leading to quick hunger. Thus, apart from Tarlag, everyone else was wholeheartedly consuming the food before them. Mokar had prepared enough provisions for 100 people. Yet due to Tarlag's refusal to eat, much remained uneaten. "Why aren't you eating? Spare us the excuse of a poor appetite. Such a phrase should never be associated with you." Old Mo wiped his mouth and cast an irritated glance at the nearby Tarlag with his remaining eye. It was precisely Tarlag's arrival that had doubled Mokar's workload. Recalling Tarlag's first visit to the cafeteria, where he devoured Mokar's meticulously prepared meals for 60 within 10 minutes, it was no wonder that all the trainees, except for Ayla, who was still in the medical bay, held a grudge against him. "That I'm not hungry," Tarlag replied with a slight roll of his eyes, a begrudging smile creeping onto his face. Mokar frowned. Wasting food was intolerable. He menacingly declared, The remaining food has been prepared specifically for you, that if you refuse to eat, do not return to the cafeteria. I shall no longer prepare your portion. A bloody scene flashed in Talag's mind as he looked seriously at the one-eyed man before him, stating each word with conviction. I will not eat. The various absurdities only reinforced Talag's suspicion that these tofu and tomatoes were fated to never cross his path again. As for not preparing his share, that was of little consequence. Having visited the storeroom at midnight on numerous occasions, Talag had long memorized its location. Besides, with his culinary skills, he could manage on his own. Mokar scrutinized Talag with a knowing gaze, opting not to press further. This lad seemed to be aware of something. At least after the mission, it wouldn't be too unbearable. Half an hour passed, and regardless of whether they had finished their meals, everyone set down their chopsticks, formed a line, and exited the cafeteria. Burp. Smoker let out a hearty belch, having succumbed to the irresistible allure of the tofu and tomatoes he had previously dismissed. Not bad. We should definitely prepare more of this in the future. Smoker, trailing at the back of the line and within earshot of Mokar, turned to him with a grin. You might just carry a lifelong aversion to tofu. Mokar quietly remarked, shaking his head with a mischievous smile as he watched the line depart. Tina couldn't believe that Talag had truly abstained from eating. A sense of foreboding lingered in Tina's mind. Though she couldn't articulate WHY.AT that moment, a squad of elite Navy personnel approached, led by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider was one of the 5 Vice Admirals involved in the O'Hara Demon Slayer incident and a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. Known for his ruthlessness, he would not hesitate to harm his subordinates while executing orders, embodying the hawkish stance of the Navy, akin to Sakazuki, with both being cut from the same cloth. Why him? Where's Teacher Zephyr? Talag furrowed his brow, harboring an unfavorable impression of Ghost Spider. Regardless of the justification of justice, it was unacceptable to inflict casualties on one's own. Even Sakazuki had never stooped to that level. During the Marineford War, the fellow Sakazuki had killed was merely a soldier who fled out of fear. Desertion, regardless of the era, was met with unwavering military law. If given the chance, Talag would certainly take vengeance upon Sakazuki. But not due to his disregard for life. Rather, it was the concern that in the distant future, Sakazuki might pose a threat to those he held dear. Viewed from another perspective, aside from the abhorrence of innocent casualties, Sakazuki was a true iron-blooded soldier, dedicating his life to the Navy while bearing the weight of the world's justice upon his shoulders. Such a man, who detested evil and prioritized the Navy's dignity above all else, was someone Talag admired, yet did not agree with. Justice had become distorted, and as he gazed at the approaching Ghost Spider, Talag sighed inwardly. The phrase, due to a moment's hesitation allowing the perpetrator to escape. How will you face the future? Laid bare the Navy's darker side. The essence of justice must be absolute, yet justice had indeed changed. Assemble, Ghost Spider, adorned with a helmet etched with a 2-headed dragon motif and wielding a blade without a sheath. Entered the fray. He was the leader of this special mission, as Zephyr's principle of no killing was deemed unsuitable for the upcoming task. Upon nearing, Ghost Spider scrutinized the group of young saplings before him. His expression stern as he announced, all present. Mission 2, target, Dock 3, in 5 minutes, I expect to see you there. Dock 3 was located within the internal port of the officer training camp. After issuing his command, Ghost Spider offered no further explanation and departed, leaving a bewildered assembly of sailors behind. Is this really our Vice Admiral? What a commanding presence. I want to become someone like that in the future. Smoker exclaimed, puffing out his chest, ignited by a newfound fervor, reveling in the unintentional display of bravado. If you become like him, I will ensure your demise, Talag coldly remarked as he passed by, running ahead toward the port. I'll take you down first. Infuriated by Talag's taunt, Smoker shouted defiantly. Ready to confront him that I doubt you can take him on. Best not to seek unnecessary hardship. Tina interjected, grabbing the impulsive Smoker, her eyes ablaze with indignation. They were comrades after all. Talag's words felt excessive, and though she was displeased, she knew she was no match for him. Let us not waste time. Once we grow stronger, we will have our chance. Tina concluded before following the group as they rushed out, leaving a fuming Smoker behind. T-Dock 3. Talag was the first to arrive, he had no intention of ingratiating himself with Ghost Spider. Casually finding a spot to quietly consume a ration of compressed biscuits, will not inquire about the origin of the biscuits. The humble system was equally in the dark. Sakazuki, is it because of you that he was demoted? Tarlag, having observed Ghost Spider, could no longer contain himself and approached a question. He and several other hawkish figures had voiced their discontent over the cancellation of Sakazuki's candidacy for admiral. Yet with everything settled, they could only grumble, powerless to change the outcome. Thus, they held a particular disdain for Tarlag, one of the event's key players. Tarlag furrowed his brow, swallowing the last morsel of his biscuit before extending 2 fingers. His expression calm as he spoke. First, I have a name, Monkey-D. Second, his demotion was an order from Fleet Admiral Kong, and has nothing to do with me. Ghost Spider, infuriated by Tarlag's serious demeanor, was nearly driven to laughter. You're seeking death. He reached for his sidearm, but was met with a familiar aura that caused him to hesitate. With a cold huff, Ghost Spider turned and made his way back to the warship, casting a chilling glance at Tarlag, who remained unfazed. Tarlag retrieved a second biscuit from his pocket and looked up at the massive warship above, murmuring, "Is Teacher Zephyr up there?" 5 minutes later, the assembly was complete. At Ghost Spider's command, everyone boarded the large warship in an orderly fashion. The cannons were devoid of ammunition. This was not a mission to capture pirates, and indeed, tofu and red soup with a true purpose. After boarding, Tarlag discreetly examined the cannons on the deck, reaffirming his suspicions. Just as he was deep in thought, Zephyr emerged from the cabin. Though he would accompany the warship to the mission site, he would merely serve as a top-tier escort, while also providing an introduction to the specific objectives of the task. Apart from the absent era, 51 naval lieutenants, including Tarlag, had gathered autonomously, awaiting their instructor's address. Ahem, Zephyr approached with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression grave. In truth, he held dissenting views regarding this mission. However, both Sengoku and Admiral Kong unanimously believed that these officers should experience the passage of life at an early stage. Through the baptism of blood, they would emerge more resilient, forging an indomitable will. Zephyr gazed at the group before him, the future pillars of the Navy, and, with a look of regret, spoke, after rigorous selection and 3 months of arduous training. There should be no doubt, you are all exceptional naval soldiers. Before they could revel in this praise, Zephyr, filled with indignation, continued, "Yet you all fall short of my standards. This is your tragedy, for you are about to forsake the honor of being my students." This statement incited defiance among the 50-odd talented naval officers present, with Smoker stepping forward, his countenance brimming with dissatisfaction, and declaring, "Report, speak." Zephyr responded, "That I am not satisfied. If we are unable to meet your standards, then I must ask, to what extent must we strive to align with your expectations?" In the face of Smoker's defiance, Zephyr did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled. However, his expression soon shifted as he scrutinized the agitated officers before him. Pointing at Smoker's nose, he inquired, "How many of you have truly clashed with pirates? Who among you has taken a life?" Zephyr's words left the naval personnel in a contemplative silence. Most of them were around 15 or 16 years old, with Smoker being among the eldest. Although they lived in chaotic times, the number of those who had killed or confronted pirates directly remained scarce. Zephyr painfully closed his eyes. This speech was a mandate from Admiral Kong that he must convey to these newcomers. For someone who had never taken a life, it felt cruel and imbued him with a sense of inexplicable shame, demanding of his students what he himself could not accomplish. Perhaps overwhelmed, Zephyr waved his hand, issuing the final mission directive. The ultimate destination was impelled down, the underwater prison. The mission objective, to execute 51 notorious pirates. With that, the admiral, renowned for his no-kill stance, Black-armed Zephyr, turned away with a forlorn expression, returning to the ship's cabin. "Why must Sengoku force my hand?" As Zephyr departed, a wave of panic swept over the gathered naval officers. Except for a few with prior killing experiences, most covered their mouths. Recalling the tofu and tomatoes they had previously consumed, their stomachs churning. Tina was furious. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" With a pale face, she struggled to swallow and approached Tarlag, gazing up at him with a questioning look. "I did tell you, didn't I? Don't overindulge." Tarlag, disinterested in arguing, leaned back against the ship's railing, his gaze fixed on the flag of justice fluttering above, lost in thought that he chose not to evade. To survive in this chaotic era, this step was necessary. Without experiencing the baptism of blood, he would never be able to adapt to this new world. The warship, carrying the future hopes of a navy, set sail towards the gates of justice, escorted by the formidable Zephyr, the mission leader, and over 300 elite naval officers. The three pivotal government establishments, Impel Down, Marine Headquarters, and Judicial Island, were interconnected by a colossal whirlpool. And only by passing through the gates of justice could one catch the correct sea currents to reach their destination. Was that the island of eternal night, Judicial Island, now enveloped in darkness? The two gates of justice leading to different destinations stood in stark contrast against the sky above. Tarlag's gaze flitted between the ever-bright Judicial Island and the darkened Impel Down. He pondered the mysterious phenomenon that created such disparate celestial conditions. Daylight was vibrant and colorful, while night was deep and alluring. Unsurprisingly, upon passing through the gates of justice, the warship embarked on the correct sea current, swiftly reaching their intended destination. Impel Down, the world's largest prison, located in the calm belt of the Grand Line's first half, was under extraordinarily tight security. The prison housed some of the most heinous criminals, and its atmosphere was menacing, filled with various monstrous guards and the watchful gaze of transponder snails. Additionally, the waters surrounding the prison were teeming with massive sea kings, earning Impel Down the moniker of impenetrable fortress. The prison comprised 6 levels, with the lower floors housing increasingly dangerous criminals of terrifying strength. For justice, may you all triumph. With the team assembled, Zephyr emerged from the cabin, forcing a smile as he watched his current students head towards the execution ground that had long been prepared. Tarlag, Tina, and Smoker, as the most outstanding officers of this training camp, naturally stood at the front of the line. The three stood side by side, casting their gazes towards the crown-like plaque suspended above the iron-barred gate. Each lost in their own thoughts. I am not afraid. The justice within me has already glimpsed the future. Tina stood on the far left, her earlier anxiety dissipating as her resolute gaze grew stronger. I shall adhere only to the justice within my heart. It tells me that beyond this door lies my rebirth. On the right, Smoker lit a cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke, as if, in that moment, he had discovered his true path. Old man, if what transpires now aligns with your intentions, then for you, I shall undoubtedly succeed. Tarlag clenched his fist, his expression resolute and composed. He had adapted to this world over the past 15 years. Now he sought to take a step further, fully immersing himself in this cannibalistic realm, that he could not believe that such a perilous task would be unknown to his father, the naval hero, since he had not voiced any opposition. It was clear that he tacitly approved of this special mission. Put this on. That man is about to emerge. The ghost spider produced a gas mask and donned it first, standing by with his hands clasped behind his back. Tarlag and the others followed suit, putting on the gas masks previously distributed. It was said that this was a precaution against the appearance of a certain individual. Isn't this just a prison? It's merely a bit bloodier. Why were such things? Smoker tossed the mask in his hand, clearly repulsed by the idea. Tarlag, standing beside him, chuckled. If you're so bold, throw it away. If you dare to do so, I'll start calling you brother. Get lost. Smoker waved his hand dismissively, begrudgingly placing the mask over his head. His voice came through the mask, slightly muffled. For you to utter such words, if I were to toss it away, I would to even know how I'd die. Though Smoker had never conceded verbally through their time together, he had long regarded Tarlag as a true monster, someone he could not afford to underestimate. Tina was relieved that she had not lost a friend over this. Tina possessed a wealth of knowledge, excelling in theoretical knowledge during the training camp, even surpassing Tarlag. She let her hair down, her long pink locks cascading over her shoulders, tightening her gas mask as she gravely explained, Impel Down, also known as the underwater prison, houses a man renowned as the strongest in the prison. A user of the paramecia type poison fruit. Smoker, his body stiffening, awkwardly touched his mask, checking for any gaps, and inquired with difficulty. 30 years ago, a man known as the Poison Man, Chi, appeared in the Grand Line, poisoning the seas for 3,000 miles, causing untold suffering. The Navy placed a bounty of 580 million on him, and he was ultimately captured by Admiral Kong. Is that him? Turlag's ears perked up. He understood none of what Smoker had said. Wasn't the poison man the warden of this prison, Magellan? Tina shook her head, casting a disdainful glance at Smoker as she replied, "What you mentioned about Serchi is ancient history. Did you only listen to half of the lecture? These matters were all discussed in the theoretical lessons of the training camp prior to the arrival of Tarlag, so it is quite normal for him to be unaware." Smog sheepishly scratched his head, as he often succumbed to drowsiness during theoretical classes, a persistent flaw of his. Even 24 years ago, Serchi had already perished in Impel, and the reborn venom fruit had been unwittingly consumed by a mere 10-year-old boy. Crack! Tarlag was engrossed in listening when, at that moment, the iron gate before them swung open from within. A steady sound of footsteps resonated from beyond the door, and a tall, robust man, resembling a dark incarnation of Satan and clad in black attire, emerged, clutching his abdomen as he walked slowly. "I truly yearn for a dark and enclosed space. Ideally, one that also seals the mind." Magellan's face turned ashen, enduring a day filled with 24 hours, 10 of which were spent in the restroom. He pondered when this ordeal would come to an end. "Why is it taking so long?" "We are pressed for time, Magellan Warden." The impatient ghost spider stepped forward, voicing his complaint. "I sincerely apologize. I am experiencing a bit of diarrhea." "Let us proceed. The prisoners selected from the Hell of Red Lotus and the Hell of Beasts have already gathered." Magellan continued to clutch his stomach, having consumed 3 pounds of poisonous insects for breakfast, evidently having upset his stomach, as he had already spent 12 hours in the restroom. "Keep up with me. No one is permitted to stray from the group without my consent." After finishing his command, Ghost Spider waved his hand, signaling Tarlag and the others to follow. Although all was done in the name of justice, the act of executing unarmed prisoners seemed absurd to Smog, who muttered under his breath, "Obey the orders. Other matters are not our concern." Once inside, Tina's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, as if she were forcing calmness. Her arrogant nature forbade her from displaying any signs of fear. "First, think about what you had for lunch. If I recall correctly, the execution will have us aiming for the head." Tarlag prepared to experience the sensation of killing for the first time. He felt a wave of unease, but then he pulled the two of them into the fray. Observing their faces turn from pale to ashen, which lightened his mood considerably. "Tina, I will remember you." "You just wait." Smog and Tina clenched their teeth in resentment, initially not considering such thoughts until the dog kindly reminded them. The execution site was chosen in the 3rd level, the Hell of Hunger. Due to the harsh environment and the torment of starvation and dehydration, it had long become deserted, with only a few once robust prisoners barely surviving in this forsaken place. The group followed Magellan as they rode the elevator to the 3rd level, the Hell of Hunger. Gazing upon the scene of swirling yellow sands, crumbling buildings, and oppressive heat, everyone felt a momentary difficulty in breathing. Tina's skin has dried out. This place is no different from a desert. The scorching heat from the Hell of Scorching led to the prison's design being intricately connected. Tarlag knelt to scoop up a handful of yellow sand, explaining aloud. Just then, a man, resembling a demon or a pharaoh, appeared at the front of the line, saluting Ghost Spider and the others, and declared, "Esteemed guests, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. My name is Hannibal, the warden of this prison." "Ah, I inadvertently revealed my ambitions," Hannibal exclaimed, dramatically covering his mouth while holding a trident aloft. "I am not dead yet. If you seek my position, you have 100 years to wait." Magellan exhaled sharply, blowing away the uninvited Hannibal, causing him to stagger back from the poison. "The deputy warden has been poisoned. Quickly prepare the antidote." Alongside Hannibal appeared a young girl, her hat tilted to obscure her right eye, with long, golden, curly hair. "Domino, where is Shiryu?" Magellan interrupted the panicking Domino, inquiring. Shiryu, the head warden of the deep-sea great prison, was his old comrade. The prisoners selected this time had been chosen by him. This. Domino's expression turned anxious as he hesitated, glancing toward the distant desert city. "Warden, it seems Shiryu is in the midst of executing prisoners. That bastard." Magellan's expression changed, realizing that the ruthless bloodlust of that individual had resurfaced. Ghost Spider remained sullen throughout, knowing his time was precious and should not be wasted on irrelevant matters. Magellan Warden, what is happening? Do not continue to waste my time here. Were it not for the direct orders of the Marine General, he would not be here. Overseeing these remnants discarded by the sea, he believed that the existence of this prison was inconsequential. Capturing prisoners only to execute them seemed far more efficient. As he was repeatedly urged. Magellan's expression darkened. Without further explanation, he dashed into the desert city. Shiryu, I tolerated your previous bloodlust for amusement, but I will not permit you to act recklessly during the operation mandated by headquarters. Magellan resolved that if the 51 prepared prisoners emerged unscathed, he would let Shiryu off this time. However, should he encounter a scene of carnage, he would not let him escape, and punishment would be severe. In the desert city, a temporary execution site awaited. Shiryu, no. These prisoners are wanted by headquarters. You cannot. A soft whimper echoed, the last breath of the well-meaning guard who had spoken up, as Shiryu swiftly silenced him with a sword thrust to the throat. Standing over 3 meters tall, Shiryu was a hulking figure, smoking a cigar while donned in the uniform of a head warden. Draped in a white coat, he bent down, placing his bloodless blade, the lightning rain, upon the fallen guard's clothing, wiping it repeatedly. How I conduct my affairs is not for you to instruct, Shiryu. The late-arriving Magellan roared, his gaze sweeping over the corpses strewn about, his face darkening. The prisoners had been executed, but he had not anticipated that the deranged Shiryu would also butcher their colleague. This time, I shall not let you go. I officially declare you a vicious criminal sentence to death, with a 3-year suspension. To be confined in the 6th level, the infinite hell. Shiryu sheathed the lightning rain, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Responding casually, isn't this excessive? There are plenty of people like this. I accidentally killed a few, but it's not a significant matter, is it? Shiryu kicked the corpse of the fallen guard, showing no remorse, and even seemed dissatisfied, eyeing Magellan with a glint of mischief. Surround him, Ghost Spider led the charge, surveying the array of corpses, including that of a fellow guard, quickly grasping the situation. Though he had not brought his subordinates, the 50-plus temporary officers, under the command of himself and Magellan, were sufficient to apprehend Shiryu. A dangerous atmosphere loomed. Tarlag raised an eyebrow. The calm man smoking a cigar before him emanated a sense of impending death from the unsheathed lightning rain. I possess armed hockey, so I am not afraid of being instantaneously killed by this fellow. However, observing the eager Smog and Tina beside him, he felt uncertain about their readiness for this confrontation. That Magellan's gaze sharpened, though usually laid back. He was dead serious when it came to matters of importance. Have them withdraw. They are still too inexperienced. This battle is beyond their capacity. Shiryu, I grant you one last opportunity. Lay down your weapon and surrender. You must understand the fortitude of this prison. Escape is beyond your reach. Venom Dragon. Magellan's form released 3 massive dragon-shaped poisons, targeting the center of the corpses where Shiryu stood. Shiryu's expression darkened, realizing that this time Magellan was serious, not to mention Ghost Spider, who was poised to act at any moment. Facing the poison master, Magellan alone left him with no guarantee of victory and even posed a risk to his life. Shiryu licked his lips, grinning mischievously, and reluctantly unsheathed the lightning rain, gently placing it on the ground. I surrender. He extended his hands, fully resigned to his fate. A wise choice, Ghost Spider. Have your men bind him with sea prism stone handcuffs and chains. I will keep a close watch on him to ensure he does not stir. The Ghost Spider turned around, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and pointed towards the distant figure of Tarlag. He spoke, Tarlag, go fetch the thunderstorm from the ground and apprehend Shiryu while you're at it. Tarag's expression tightened. Damn it, he had been deceived once more. I end this mission. The Ghost Spider was his superior. If he were to defy a legitimate order issued by a superior, he could face immediate execution, with no place to lament his fate. He glanced at the dangerously emanating Shiryu and the famed blade. Thunderstorm, at his feet. This riddle was beyond him. It was far too intricate. Tarlag remained motionless, casting a disdainful glare at Smoker, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation and merely glared back. Turning to the Ghost Spider, he inquired, I will go, but I wish to know, If I successfully capture Shiryu and retrieve Thunderstorm, will that blade be considered a trophy belonging to me? General, the ghost spider furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, once Shiryu was detained, his sword would be confiscated by impelled down and would not be released. However, to send this fool to his doom, it was not out of the question to relinquish it to him. The ghost spider approached Magellan and subtly remarked, "We, the Hawks, owe you a favor. Let us take Thunderstorm." Magellan's gaze swept over Tarlag in the distance, and he made no verbal objection. The favors within factions were not to be underestimated, and he was no exception. "Very well, I agree. As long as you proceed to capture Shiryu and retrieve his sword, you may dispose of it as you see fit. There would be no reversal. If he failed, Tarlag would surely perish, struck down by the vengeful Shiryu in a single blow. This would be a high-stakes gamble, betting on whether Shiryu would strike to kill Tarlag, and on Tarag's courage to approach the situation. The ghost spider secretly hoped Tarlag would refuse without cause, allowing him to disregard the regulations and temporarily detain him and impel down. With that buffer period, arranging for his demise in prison would not be an insurmountable task. "Very well, I shall go." Tarlag smiled confidently, accepting the sea prism stone handcuffs from Smoker and fearlessly advancing towards the surrendering Shiryu. He had long harbored the ambition of becoming a sword master, yet had struggled to find an exceptional blade. Over time, this desire had waned considerably. Now that an opportunity to acquire this demon blade presented itself, he decided it was worth the attempt. The timeline is set in the year 1503, 17 years prior to the Marinford War. Magellan is currently 34 years old, having transferred to Impel Down as deputy warden 3 years prior, and was confirmed in his position after 1 year. Shiryu of the Rain is presently 27 years old, having served as the deputy warden before Magellan's arrival, and later promoted to chief guard. Blackarm Zephyr is now 55 years old, retaining only the title of admiral, having withdrawn to the background to focus on teaching. There are still 10 years until the ship he captains is attacked by pirates. Sengoku the Buddha is now 60 years old and will be promoted to fleet admiral in 10 years. Iron Fist Garp is currently 59 years old. Due to the celestial dragons, he has repeatedly declined promotions to admiral. Borsellino, the yellow monkey, is now 39 years old, having been promoted to admiral in the same year Sengoku ascends to fleet admiral. This position should have belonged to Akainu, but due to a demotion, he arrived a year late. Akainu, Sakazuki, is now 36 years old and will be promoted to admiral a year after Sengoku becomes fleet admiral. Kazan, the blue pheasant, is now 30 years old and will be promoted to admiral on the same day as Akainu. Red-haired Shanks is currently 20 years old and will become one of the 4 emperors in 13 years. Smoker is now 17 years old and will soon acquire the smoke fruit. Tina is presently 15 years old, having consumed the barrier fruit since childhood. Tarlag gripped the sea prism stone handcuffs tightly. Advancing towards the pool of blood amidst the cold laughter of the ghost spider, the indifference of Magellan, the admiration of Smoker, and the concern of Tina. Throughout this unfolding scene, Shiryu observed with a devil-may-care smile. Were it not for his hands, which were bound in surrender before him, Tarlag might genuinely have believed that Shiryu had relinquished all intent to resist. "Little brat, my blade tells me you covet it." Tarlag halted 3 meters from Shiryu, establishing a comfortable distance to evade any unforeseen attacks. The two faced each other, unmoving, until impatience began to brew among the spectators. Suddenly, Shiryu stepped forward, seizing the famed blade. Thunderstorm from the ground, once more in his grasp. "Shiryu, I warn you one last time, do not act rashly," Magellan commanded, controlling the poisonous dragon above, swiftly approaching the bloody ground before Shiryu, his threat unspoken yet palpable. "Ha ha!" Shiryu covered his face with one hand, and no one could discern the source of his mirth. The brim of his hat obscured his left eye, and within the range of the poisonous dragoness assault. He calmly retrieved his cigarette from his jacket pocket and lit it. "No, I shall not do anything." Shiryu disregarded the airborne threat, serenely stepping over the corpses of the guards before him, advancing towards Tarlag. "Indeed, that is correct. Kill him. I, this general, will not intervene." The ghost spider, witnessing the unfolding scenario, brightened and subtly signaled Magellan not to impede Shiryu's actions. Shiryu, with a playful demeanor, pulled the thunderstorm from its sheath just a fraction. The blood-red blade, illuminating the faces of both men. You lack the courage to even approach me, yet you wish to wield thunderstorm. You are not worthy. A wisp of smoke wafted towards Tarlag's face, causing him to frown. Indeed, he still detested the scent of tobacco. But how would one know, without trying? Tarlag maintained his composure. It was not fear of Shiryu that held him back, but rather a refusal to draw near the corpses behind him. He was unconcerned about the pirate ship his father had sunk, staining the sea with blood, for out of sight was out of mind. However, the bloodied corpses beneath Shiryu's feet, including those of the dozens behind him, relentlessly assaulted Tarlag's vision and psyche. The blood pooling from the bodies mingled with the scorching heat of the hunger hell, dissolving into the yellow sand and the very air itself. The nauseating stench of blood wafted forth, and Tarlag grimaced, barely containing his urge to retch, taking a step back. Shiryu, perceiving the trepidation deep within Tarlag, only smiled wickedly, erupting into laughter. Ha! How fascinating! It should not be this way. Ha ha! The maniacal laughter echoed amidst the swirling yellow sands, lingering long after. Once his laughter subsided, Shiryu surveyed the poisonous dragon overhead and the excited expression of the ghost spider in the distance. Holding Thunderstorm aloft, "It is yours." This scene was entirely unexpected, even for Tarlag himself. Regarding Shiryu, he could not claim familiarity, but he had gathered some understanding. Ruthless, brutal, sinister, and merciless, he bore no sentiment. Regardless of the reasoning, one could hardly expect Shiryu, who regarded Thunderstorm as his very soul, to willingly hand it over to another. Tarlag's throat constricted. After such an extended time, he had grown accustomed to the pervasive scent of blood. He gazed at the man before him, grinning wickedly, and hoarsely inquired, "Why? A man of your ilk would hardly surrender without a fight, especially considering." Without hesitation, Tarlag raised his right hand, grasping the extended Thunderstorm. Shiryu did not relinquish his grip, lost in memories of the past. His gaze glazed, and he spoke with fervor. "The Blood Knight shall inevitably descend. I am both the inheritor and the victim." With a shift in tone, a wicked smile reemerged on his face as he taunted the Na'vi youth before him. "Who says I have given it to you? I merely ask you to keep it safe for a time. Do you think you are worthy?" Tarlag retorted, "You're not fit to wield it. No one could have anticipated that all those years ago." The once awestruck Shiryu would metamorphose into the bloodthirsty figure he is today, all thanks to this demon blade. Shiryu released his grip on the Thunderstorm, immersing his thoughts once more in the depths of memory. How strikingly similar it was. The gruesome scenes, the first encounter with blood and corpses, the moment he accepted the demon blade from that blood-soaked old man. Years later, he found himself resembling that very elder. Thus, one ponders whether the essence of inheritance lies in passing down the blade itself, or in the ideologies contained within it, which persist independently. Shiryu could not fathom it, even after more than a decade. Clarity eluded him as he glanced up at the restless poison dragon and the distant, grim-faced ghost spider, who had already drawn his sword. These looming threats, combined with their presence in the world's largest prison, rendered any hope of escape utterly bleak. Were it not for the absence of any chance to flee, he would not have surrendered without a struggle. "Come on, little devil, you may capture me now," Shiryu said with a wicked smile, extending his hands to the dazed Tarlag, signaling that he was ready for action. His era had not yet arrived, and to see it come to such a hasty conclusion was undeniably vexing. Tarlag secured Thunderstorm to his waist, shaking his head, still grappling with the situation. However, that did not deter him from proceeding to capture the ranged Shiryu before him. With unwavering determination and an unprecedented seriousness, he addressed Shiryu, saying, "The bond of the blade has been noted. Should fortune favor you and you escape death this time, I shall lend you my aid once, provided you do not cross my bottom line." With that, regardless of whether Shiryu believed him or not, Tarlag flung the handcuffs, which latched onto Shiryu's wrist with unerring precision as he relinquished his resistance. Thus, the notorious warden of the Impel prison momentarily took his bow before the grand historical stage that had yet to unfold. How infuriating, Ghost Spider muttered in annoyance, feeling as though he had suffered a significant loss this time. Not only did he owe a favor, but he had also failed to eliminate his target. Although he did not comprehend the disputes between their factions, he made it clear that such a situation would not be tolerated again. Magellan retracted his abilities, casting a glance at the thoroughly apprehended Shiryu behind him. Filled with inner condemnation, ignoring the increasingly sullen Ghost Spider, Magellan waved to Domino, the chief guard beside him. Domino, select a batch of powerless death row inmates. After the task is completed, return them whence they came. Upon finishing his command, the man resembling Dayton clutched his growling stomach and hurried towards a dark, enclosed space. Tina's heart ached. She looked towards Tarlag, who sat lost in contemplation beneath a certain structure, and spoke, her heart heavy with pain. We lack power and any means to voice our thoughts. For now, let these feelings rest within. Crack. Smoker lit his last cigar, having just plunged into justice, only to be confronted with the foulness of reality. For these aspiring naval officers, it was a considerable blow, casting shadows of doubt upon the justice they were destined to uphold. N01 was a fool, from the moment Shiryu picked up the blade from the ground. Magellan had refrained from intervening, and the others had already begun to sense something amiss, compounded by Ghost Spider's overly confident demeanor, which lacked any subtlety. Legend spoke of a fictional, illustrious blade known as Murakumo, also referred to as Murakumajuri, forged by an unknown artisan. It was said that any weapon crafted by this individual would inevitably turn into the demon blade Murakumo after claiming 1,000 lives. This blade, upon slaying foes, would absorb moisture from the air, transforming it into dew that cleansed the blade of blood, hence its name. Thunderstorm, too, released a liquid akin to water after slaying, purging the blade of any bloodstains. This connection led Tarlag to contemplate whether the famed blade he possessed, Thunderstorm, was indeed that legendary demon blade, Murakumo. Given the cycle of inheritance and replacement, it seemed the name Thunderstorm no longer suited him. Murakumo would be far more fitting. Be why the name of D. I bestow upon you the surname Monkey. Tarlag gently caressed the scabbard, slowly drawing the demon blade. Perhaps the blade sensed something, for its once blood-soaked surface now radiated a vivid crimson aura. The cravings for blood, ferocity, savagery, and a thirst for carnage were unapologetically displayed in Tarag's gaze. In the instant Murakumo was unsheathed, it surged through Tarag's mind and thoughts like a tempest. Is that a flash of crimson light flickered in Tarag's eyes as he unleashed his arm hockey, a torrent flowing unceasingly into Murakumo. The blade trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail as the vibrant red hue gradually faded, ultimately adopting the same color as Tarag's armament. After a quarter of an hour, having drained 90% of his hockey, Tarlag felt the weight of despair for the first time since mastering the armed hockey, realizing the cruel irony of encountering this blade at such an inappropriate age. Truly a demon blade, it brings harm to both others and oneself. No wonder Shiryu struggled to suppress his murderous intent. Having temporarily earned Murakumo's acknowledgement, Tarlag sheathed it once more. Lacking interest or capability, he resolved not to allow it to resurface unless it aligned with his true nature. Gather. Time was of the essence. Domino swiftly selected 51 death row inmates, who were escorted to the makeshift execution ground by numerous guards. Having lingered too long in this bloody place, the naval officers had grown somewhat accustomed to slaughter, reluctantly assembling before Ghost Spider. His expression darkened. Were it not for Zephyr awaiting outside, he would have relished the opportunity to bury these individuals, who knew his secret beneath the sands. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to the guards to bring forth the prepared firearms. Everyone moved forward to collect their weapons and ammunition, then systematically chose their targets for execution. Tarlag, brandishing a long spear, looked down at the death row inmate kneeling before him and inquired, "Why can I not sense your fear?" This inmate had been selected from the first level of the Red Lotus Hell. His body already marred by hundreds of cuts. "I miss my brother." The death row inmate turned back, offering a serene smile, his vacant eyes devoid of any emotion. "Why did you commit evil upon the seas? Did you not consider the consequences?" Tarlag gripped his spear tightly, searching for justification to kill this inmate without remorse. I did not commit evil. If avenging my family from the pirates who harmed them is deemed evil, then let this statement remain unspoken. Sweat beaded on Tarlag's palm. His grip on the spear slipping, he retrieved a form handed to him by a guard, detailing the inmate's life history. But the innocent girl you killed was merely 8 years old. This was the only victim Tarlag could identify, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. The inmate did not turn back or offer an explanation, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Tarlag assumed the inmate had no further words to share. With a sense of justified resolve to execute the prisoner, he unhesitatingly raised the spear and pulled the trigger aimed at the inmate's head. Bang, 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 bang. As Tarlag shot his target, a chain reaction ensued. All the naval soldiers suppressed their inner fears and opened fire in unison. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The heads of all the death row inmates pierced by gaping holes, crimson gore mingling with a mysterious white fluid that sprayed forth, staining the trousers of the naval officers. The inmate before Tarlag closed his eyes in contentment, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Who would have thought that the innocent girl so brutally slain by the death row inmate was, in fact, a user of the age fruit ability, the very one responsible for the demise of his entire family? Ugh! This was Tina's final moment of weakness. A wave of nausea overcame her, one after another, as witnessing the scene firsthand contrasted starkly with the act of taking a life. The steadfast resolve of the crowd crumbled upon seeing the red and white fluids, triggering memories of the meal they had consumed earlier. And in that moment, their fear was cast aside, leaving only revulsion in its wake. Meanwhile, Tarlag remained impassive, his expression unchanged. Instead, his hands trembled incessantly. Only by grasping the sword Murakumo at his waist could he find any solace. This sense of justified tranquility, fleeting as it was, prompted Tarlag to immediately unfasten Murakumo from his side and hold it firmly in his grasp. I had thought I had successfully subdued you. Yet it seems I remain under your influence. The imagined helplessness and nauseating fear did not manifest. Rather, this demon blade dulled the instinctive emotions within Tarlag. It left him with an unwavering will to continue the slaughter. And the trembling of his hands was not born of fear, but of excitement, the thrill of bloodshed. The task was concluded. A band of inept individuals had been dispatched to eliminate some detritus of the sea. Such an unsightly endeavor. The ghostly spider scoffed, and, after about a mockery, turned to leave first. The naval officers exchanged glances, their fear of killing dissipated by rage, their glares fixed upon the departing figure of the ghostly spider. Do not let them look down upon us. Onward, back to headquarters. Smoker wiped the remnants of bile from the corner of his mouth, his forehead veins bulging, as he gestured for the others to return. Tina had suffered a thorough defeat. You have triumphed. Weakened from vomiting, Tina cast a glance at the distant, composed Tarlag, and her heart surrendered entirely. Talag's brow furrowed, trailing behind the group as he murmured to himself, Murakumo. Oh, Murakumo, how am I to handle you? He did not wish to become a bloodthirsty monster like Shiryu. Yet it was evident that relying solely on his own haki would not suffice to suppress it. The thought of relinquishing it filled Tarlag with reluctance. Upon understanding the origin of Murakumo, he yearned to claim it as his OWN in his mind. An emotional system materialized a small figure, pointing frantically at him. As if to say, on the battleship, Zifa seemed to sense a disturbance, slowly turning around. The gates of Impel prison creaked open, rising with a groan, and the anticipated panic did not ensue. Zifa observed the students emerging one by one, their seething resentment palpable as if it had taken on a physical form. Crashing over him, it appeared that something monumental had transpired. Zifa's gaze lingered on Tarlag, the last to emerge, specifically on the demon blade Murakumo at his waist. As the group boarded the warship, Zifa, stooping slightly, approached the assembled students, surveying their nearly frozen expressions with a voice that was slightly hoarse yet resonant. You seek to attain what you have never possessed. Therefore, you must undertake what you have never done before. No one could fathom the cruelty of Zifa, the admiral known for his no-kill policy, forcing his students to stain their hands with blood. Yet for the sake of justice, personal sacrifice meant little. Zifa's gaze drifted to the endless sea beyond, his expression resolute as he proclaimed with a voice steady as stone, "In times of chaos, someone must carry the burden for the sake of countless homes. Our purpose as the Navy is to strive for an era of peace amid the turbulence. All for justice. For justice." 51 The naval officers saluted in response to their instructor. Darkness may loom everywhere, yet did not hinder their possession of a savior's heart. Marinford, cafeteria? Eat. Why is no one eating? Tarlag stood before 3 large bowls, 2 filled with white tofu, and 1 brimming with bright red tomato beef soup. His hands a flurry as he continually stuffed food into his mouth. "Old M.O., your skills have improved. I commend you." A silence fell. Bang. Sitting nearby, Tina, struggling to suppress her urge to vomit, struck Tarlag on the back of his head with a punch. Talag's head was thrust into the tofu bowl by the weight of her blow. Tina's patience had its limits. Tina shook her fist, gritting her teeth. Smoker lit a cigar, suppressing his stomach acid, nodding in agreement. That was a bit too light. "Do better next time." The others, who had remained idle with their chopsticks, nodded in concurrence with Smoker's remarks. "Huh." Tarlag laughed heartily, pulling his head from the tofu, grinning foolishly. "Just a joke, don't take it seriously." Just as everyone expected him to apologize, Tarlag picked up the tofu remnants from his head and solemnly declared, "You all said tofu was delicious. I didn't believe you. Now I do, yet you aren't eating it. Wasting food is shameful, and wasting food is even more disgraceful. Wasting is wrong." The cafeteria fell silent once more. All the naval officers, including Tina and Smoker, rose wordlessly, carrying their meals, surrounding the table where Tarlag sat today. "Brothers, let us get him." Years later, Tarlag would recall this incident, feeling an unexpressed grievance. He did not know which fool shouted, "Get him!" And within 3 seconds, he found himself buried beneath a mountain of tofu, receiving a thorough thrashing with fists, feet, and kitchenware. 3 months later, 1 month prior to the garden party. After 6 months of teaching, you have grasped the fundamentals. Your future achievements depend on your own efforts. Zifa, adorned with the unique insignia of an admiral, his cloak of justice billowing behind him, declared, "Today marks the conclusion of the first phase of training and the inaugural day of practical training at sea. A miracle that was not quite miraculous. After that execution, not a single naval officer chose to leave. Unaware of what transpired, the next day, all but the disheartened Tarlag appeared revitalized as they gathered at the training grounds. Now, facing the 52 students who had returned after Ella's rejoining, Zifa felt immense pride. This was not the strongest group he had ever led, but surely the most perfect. Thus far, no student had left or met with untimely death. And this was the greatest reward he could receive. Tarlag stood at the forefront, incongruous among his peers, radiating an aura of murderous intent that deterred anyone from approaching within 3 meters of him. "Tarlag," Zifa's brow furrowed. "Present. Is the issue with Murakumo unresolved?" This demon blade had been surrendered to Zifa upon Tarlag's return to headquarters, seeking his assistance in discovering how to effectively suppress its will. Unfortunately, Zifa was not well versed in the ways of swords and had no unique insights. Leaving the matter unresolved, he had urged Tarlag to abandon the blade, but the boy's stubbornness proved insurmountable, leading to an increasingly cold demeanor influenced by the sword. "I have found a solution, but I am not yet capable," Tarlag replied, his voice resolute, his gaze shifting to the demon blade, wrapped tightly in layers of cloth at his waist. These wrappings were offered by the system under a condition of willingness, temporarily effective in sealing it to prevent it from affecting its bearer. Yet this was merely a stopgap. The only method Tarlag could conceive to suppress the blade was now in his grasp. But he lacked the ability to enact it. Zifa nodded. Controlling it would be ideal. If not, he would have to confiscate the demon blade. He could not stand idly by while his late friend's son fell into the abyss due to this sword. "Our objective is the East Sea, a region deemed the weakest due to the presence of a certain old scoundrel. It will serve as the perfect trial for you." Casting a glance at the seemingly unfazed Tarlag, Zifa retrieved a nautical chart and pinned it to the blackboard behind him. "Teacher, Tina has objections." Tina stepped forward, her haki subtly manifesting on her right hand, ready to be utilized after a period of training. "Speak freely in my class." Zifa waved his hand, encouraging Tina to continue. Educating the strong is not merely about suppression, but about liberating their true nature. Zifa had excelled in this regard, serving as a paragon of inclusive education. Tina, with a peculiar gaze directed toward Tarlag, spoke. According to an investigation by the Intelligence Department, Vice Admiral Karp has frequently roamed these waters since 15 years AG in the span of 2 years. Pirates in the East Sea have become a rarity. This situation persisted until this year. A month ago, during another survey, the average bounty in the East Sea was found to be less than 3 million. Tina evidently had done her homework on this matter, effortlessly articulating the information with a serious expression as she gazed at her instructor Zephyr. As future members of the Navy, she asserted, I do not believe we can achieve effective training there. With that, Tina stepped back into the ranks, disregarding her Navy colleagues who were eager to curry favor. Ignoring their thumbs-up gestures, she held her head high, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tarlag. In contrast, Tarlag remained completely still, standing at attention without a hint of movement. Zephyr, peering over his sunglasses, approached him and inquired, Do you not wish to know why I chose the East Sea as our location? I need not know. Tarlag replied, his eyes fixed ahead, his tone indifferent. Feigning strength, Zephyr teased, lifting his sunglasses with a playful smile. Report, Tarlag declared, I obey orders. A wicked grin crept across Zephyr's lips as he turned to the now bowed Tina. Bellowing, did you hear that? He said he obeys orders. I heard. It was Tina's mistake. Tina clenched her fists, her heart brimming with resentment and shame. The sea breeze howled like a fierce lion, churning the waves into a tempest that violently crashed against the ship. Producing a deafening roar, Smog, his expression laden with worry, sought out Tarlag, mimicking his stance with hands resting on the ship's railing, gazing at the rolling white waters below, and sighed, the winds are too strong. It is no longer suitable for navigation. I wonder if we will encounter any pirates. His concern was not unfounded. The swaying warship seemed on the brink of being engulfed by the towering waves. Risking disaster, standing with his back to the east, the ferocious wind reminded Tarlag of his elder brother, Dorag, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Have you ever heard the saying? What? Smog offered a cigar, which Tarlag declined with a shake of his head. Tarlag grinned broadly, raising one hand to the sky, speaking with a hint of bravado. The stronger the winds, the pricier the catch. This kind of weather is a first for me. Yet precisely because of it, those pirates will remain on the nearby islands that if we head over now, they won't even have a chance to flee. Upon hearing this, Smog's eyes lit up, tossing the cigar, now half consumed by the wind, into the sea, and he dashed towards Zephyr's cabin. Internally cursing Tarlag for not sharing such a brilliant idea sooner, he lamented how they had endured the ship's swaying. With several crew members already showing signs of seasickness, soon, Smog emerged from Zephyr's cabin, his face alight with excitement as he approached the navigator, indicating the direction. They were headed to the most renowned and currently chaotic location in the East Sea, Logtown. Known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings 0.5 years prior, the execution that marked the dawn of the Great Pirate Era had taken place there. It was also Smog's hometown, where he witnessed the departure of a significant figure, solidifying his resolve to become an exemplary Navy officer. The port of Lowtown featured an archway with the name Lowtown inscribed in bold letters. The streets were lined with various shops, but due to the inclement weather, not a soul was in sight. Led by Zephyr, the 52 exceptional Navy personnel donned raincoats as they traversed the once vibrant streets in silence. Didn't you say this place is teeming with pirates? Smog's lighter clicked incessantly, but each spark was extinguished by the relentless wind and rain. Since their ship docked, they had yet to encounter a single pirate, let alone a human. Tarlag glanced at the foolish Smog, disdain evident as he replied, For someone who grew up in this town, you are surprisingly ignorant. Are you not aware that there are 2 ports here? Tina, unable to watch any longer, tugged at Smog's green raincoat and said, As your friend, I feel quite embarrassed. Lowtown is divided into eastern and western ports. Typically, pirates docking here will anchor at the opposite side, which is the west port at IT is the closest to Reverse Mountain and the essential route to the Grand Line. Tarlag turned his head, casting another disdainful glance at Smog, who, in his youth, had indeed been a typical fool, venturing out without a thought. A gust of wind howled as Zephyr led the group to a tavern he had frequented in the past. "Roger, it has been many years. How nostalgic." Zephyr gazed dreamily at the tavern sign hanging above. Those who regarded Roger as a confidant included not only Garp, but also Sengoku. "Why are we here instead of hunting pirates?" "Does the teacher wish to drink?" Smog asked stupidly, glancing at Tarlag. "Weren't you born in this city?" "You don't know." Their eyes met, and Tarlag discerned a wealth of understanding in Smog's eyes. Just then, a raucous laughter erupted from within the tavern, reaching the ears of every Navy officer present. Almost simultaneously, Zephyr and Tarlag activated their observation hockey, their expressions turning grave. "Quick, take cover. There's a big shot inside." Zephyr yanked off his rain hat, turning to the group and raising his arms in a frantic gesture, his heart racing with urgency. How could that old lion be on this island? Zephyr nodded at Tarlag, who understood the situation, signaling him to lead the others to safety, while his own gaze remained fixed on the old tavern ahead. Joel Deetha Roger, the tavern named after the pirate king, exuded an aura that could no longer be described as merely dangerous. "Let go of me! What is happening?" Smog and Tina, wedged tightly between Talag's arms, struggled futilely against his grip, which was fortified by hockey. Tina is furious, even if there's a great pirate inside, as Navy officers. "How can we flee in the face of danger?" "Let me go!" Tina exclaimed, cursing angrily, but Tarlag remained unmoved, turning to the tightly knit group following him, commanding, "No one is to look back. Era, organize the team and return at once." His gaze shifted to Zephyr, standing somberly in the rain, as he spoke gravely. "That old man is not an opponent we can confront at this moment." Were it not for Smog and Tina's earlier impulsive rush towards the tavern, Tarlag would not have resorted to such a merciless restraint. "Let me go," Smog bellowed. "Then we should fight alongside the teacher." "You coward, has your sense of justice been devoured by dogs?" After Talag's remarks, Tina's brow furrowed tightly, yet she remained motionless, while the foolish Smog continued to struggle. Wisps of white smoke streamed from Smog, but despite his transformation, he remained firmly trapped in Talag's grasp. Tarlag released Tina, delivering a punch to the back of Smog's neck, temporarily knocking him unconscious, before gravely entrusting him with Tina that, "I trust you understand the seriousness of the situation. Take everyone off this island, and no matter what happens, do not return." Tina, filled with anger, acknowledged, "But I know you speak the truth." Accepting Smog, her expression turned forlorn. She was astute enough to comprehend that an enemy formidable enough to warrant the combined efforts of Admiral Zephyr and this monster was beyond their current capabilities. Tina pointed at herself incredulously, exclaiming, "I'm supposed to lead everyone away. What about you?" Tarlag removed his hood, violet light dancing in his eyes as he turned to face the rear, smiling gently as he said, "That fool is right. As Navy officers, we cannot flee in the face of danger. I must return to assist the teacher." Then, Tarlag interrupted Tina with a wave of his hand, fully aware of her impending words, resolutely stating, "You all cannot. I possess the ability to ensure my survival in that man's presence. You do not." Seeing Tina caught in hesitation, Tarlag promptly shed his raincoat, exposing the insignia on his shoulder, and with a solemn salute towards Tina, commanded, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. I, as a lieutenant of the headquarters, hereby order you, Lieutenant Tina, to lead our comrades in a strategic retreat. Retreat as far as you can." Tina clutched Smoker's arm, trembling incessantly, vacillating on the precipice of righteousness and duty, until a tempestuous force erupted from the tavern behind, an ominous crimson aura belching forth, engulfing all in its wake. Tina lowered her head, concealing her visage, her thin lips barely parting. Tina vows to fulfill the mission. Lieutenant Tarlag shall triumph. With that declaration, Tina seized her comrade, who had been rendered dazed by the aura, and with remarkable swiftness, she pursued the advancing main force. She must return alive. Tina gripped Smoker with her left hand and her colleague with her right, her drenched, delicate face obscured, leaving one to ponder whether it was raindrops or something else. The Conqueror's hockey wreaked havoc, sweeping through like a tempest. The surrounding edifices trembled under its overwhelming force, bricks and debris scattering as if the apocalypse had descended. Shattered windows and collapsed walls filled the air with dust. The once bustling street was instantly transformed into a desolate ruin. "Ha! Zephyr, long time no see. Have you come to apprehend me?" Shiki, with flowing golden hair reminiscent of a lion's mane, sported a ship's wheel embedded deeply atop his head. With a rhythmic tap-tap, Shiki emerged from the tavern, stepping upon the legendary blades Sakura and Kushiji. Sensing his student had already departed aboard a warship, Zephyr released the tension in his heart. "You old fool. Relying on those self-inflicted injuries just to escape from impel down. Instead of hiding in a corner to lick your wounds, you dare to confront me. It seems you wish to return." Zephyr's expression darkened. The population density in Road Town was alarmingly high. Engaging this man here would result in catastrophic casualties. Just the conqueror's haki he radiated rendered the surrounding streets utterly uninhabitable, akin to a wasteland. "Ha ha! You think you can capture me, old man? You might as well summon Garp and Sengoku." The Golden Lion laughed wildly, showing complete disdain for Zephyr, as the blades Kugure and Sakura levitated into his grasp. Shiki's gaze drifted towards the tavern sign, a wicked smirk spreading across his face as he murmured, "Roger, my lifelong nemesis, A.S. the strongest. You ended your life in the weakest seas, chosen by the hounds of the world government. This is the greatest humiliation for you." The ship's wheel atop his head throbbed painfully as Shiki turned to the vigilant Zephyr and spoke. "To the north of Road Town lies an uninhabited island. I shall await you there. If I do not see you within an hour, I will sink every island in the vicinity into the depths of the sea." Zephyr tightened his black iron fist and, glancing at the tavern sign, nodded resignedly. "As you wish, I shall personally imprison you again and impel down in the name of justice. Ha! Come if you dare. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I shall take that little brat with me." The Golden Lion soared into the sky, his right hand clenched in the air, sealing away the hidden Tarlag with countless floating rocks. "This is bad. I've been discovered." Talag's brow furrowed as he delivered a powerful punch. But it was a futile effort. Even if he shattered the incoming rocks, more would soon follow, mingling with the previous debris to assault him. "Shiki, stop! Your opponent is me." Zephyr, noticing the situation, cried out in indignation, employing the moonwalk to hastily pursue. However, Zephyr's speed could not possibly match the stones manipulated by the float fruit. Talag's figure was completely engulfed within a sea of rocks, trapped inside a colossal stone sphere. Shiki maneuvered the giant rock sphere high into the air, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he taunted, "Ha! Zephyr, you only have 1 hour. If I do not see you by then, this giant stone ball will drift into the unknown heavens with that little brat inside." With that, Shiki surged away at great speed, the colossal stone sphere vanishing into the horizon. "This is troublesome." Zephyr halted midair, a grave expression on his face as he retrieved a gray transponder snail from his pocket and dialed. Meanwhile, inside the rock sphere, Tarlag found his limbs imprisoned by an immense density of stone. Unable to move, "I've messed up." A bitter smile crossed his lips. He had initially thought Zephyr would engage the Golden Lion, allowing him to seek an opportunity to assist. However, he had not anticipated that his every move would be under the watchful eye of that audacious individual, resulting in Zephyr facing little danger while he himself found himself in dire straits. The weight pressing upon him felt as though it exceeded 18 tons. It seemed this celestial obstruction was not insubstantial. Concentrating his armament haki, Talag's forehead bulged with veins as he summoned all his strength to struggle against the confinement. Crack! The rocks began to splinter, as if they might shatter from within. "Good lad. It's no wonder you can endure my conqueror's haki." Shiki, seated atop the rocks, opened his eyes and revealed a sinister smile. With a downward slap of his palm, he swiftly maneuvered the massive stone towards his backyard. Wormew, this island had been discovered post-escape, home to many feral beasts. Crackle, crackle, boss, have you brought back another specimen? A figure resembling a mime clown, accompanied by a series of sounds, approached wearing a white coat. "It's Indigo. This is not a specimen, but a capable young naval officer." Shiki waved his hand, summoning countless rocks from afar to enshroud the already cracked giant sphere in additional layers, clapping his hands. Shiki chuckled darkly and inquired of his ship's doctor and combatant, "How goes the extraction of the IQ plants?" He had claimed this territory for a remarkable plant, that could foster the evolution of animals, enhancing their combat abilities and awakening unique powers. Currently, the experiment had only reached its initial phase. Samples had been extracted, but live trials on animals had yet to commence. Indigo comically waved his arms, tilting his head at his captain. The labor force in the factory is somewhat lacking. The extraction of IQ is quite tedious, so, at this point, Indigo halted, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Fearing that his capricious captain might unleash his wrath due to the sluggish progress of research, Ashiki's gaze hardened as he glared menacingly at Indigo, a wicked grin creeping across his face. Ha ha! If the male labor force on these islands is insufficient, what of the strapping young women? Throw them into the factory as well. I expect to see significant progress in the IQ experiments within 2 years. Indigo had been waiting for this very command from his captain. Had it not been for Shiki's prior assertion that he alone ruled all flora and fauna on these islands, the mad researcher would have already extended his reach toward the indigenous people adorned with white feathers. As you wish, Captain. Crackle, crackle. Laughter echoed freely across the island as 2 sinister chuckles filled the air, pushing the already beleaguered islanders further into the abyss. How outrageous! Shiki, should I catch you off guard, you shall face dire consequences. Bound once again by Shiki, Tarlag erupted in fury from within the confines of the rock. That it felt as though the immense weight of a mountain had surpassed the limits of his physical strength to escape. After an hour of meditation, Tarlag found that his earlier struggles were not entirely in vain. At the very least, his right arm could now move freely. Though his entire body remained immobile, the hope of escape lingered in the form of his right hand resting upon Murakumo. All that remained was to wait for time to pass. Tarlag had overheard the conversation between Shiki and Zifa, and given Shiki's nature, he was certain that he would not break his word. When that moment arrived, it would be his chance for self-rescue. In Windmill Village, the vacation-clad carp lounged beneath an umbrella, savoring the rare pleasure of a delightful holiday. Dayton, it's time to change Luffy's diaper. Don't let me catch you slacking off, or I'll have you thrown into Impel Down, Carp declared, lifting a glass of freshly squeezed juice while absent-mindedly picking his nose and laughing heartily. I'll take her on. Dayton, in the distance, brandished a wooden stick, her expression one of indignation. Boss, don't be impulsive. It will all pass. Douglas clung to Dayton's leg, desperately trying to restrain her. That's right, that's right. Someone could get hurt. Magra also grasped one of Dayton's arms, urging her to reconsider. Carp lifted his sunglasses, letting out a scoff that, I'm on my way. The previously prideful Dayton, upon receiving a glance from Carp, instantly changed her demeanor, snatching up Luffy and darting into a small wooden cabin. The sound of a phone bug echoed, buzzing insistently. Moshi Moshi, this is Carp's vacation resort. Please leave a message. Carp responded nonchalantly, feeling a sense of comfort he hadn't experienced in a long while. He produced a dedicated gray phone bug from his pocket and idly spoke. Carp, a furious voice shouted from the phone bug. Carp moved the phone bug, which had taken on Zifa's appearance, away from his ear. Continuing to sip his juice, he burst into laughter. Huh? Is that you, Zifa? What brings you here for a vacation? I happen to have a few items I need you to bring over. Carp's thoughts drifted to the cabinet full of treasured senbei left at the Navy headquarters, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zifa's expression darkened as he cursed the old rascal 1,000 times in his heart. With a resigned deep breath, he slowly exhaled. Tarlag is in trouble. After a prolonged silence, Carp's laughter broke through. Ha! Is this some scheme devised by Sengoku to trick me into returning? It's evident he doesn't believe his son's station at headquarters would be in any danger. Zifa's brow furrowed as he nearly crushed the phone bug in his grip. Seething, it's the Golden Lion. With a resounding thud, juice splattered onto the ground as Carp's expression shifted to one of astonishment, quickly morphing into rage, radiating an overwhelming aura that shook everything around him. Who has provoked that old man? Dayton, changing Luffy's diaper, glanced out the window, voicing her annoyance. Douglas, assisting nearby, shook his head. Who would dare offend this ancestor? Hey, Luffy, you just peed on my hand. Shiki, has he attacked the headquarters again? Carp ripped off his leisure attire, exposing his muscular physique, with jagged scars weaving across his steel-like muscles, his fury reaching its zenith. Not at all. I led the training ship to East Blue for some experience and encountered the Golden Lion at Lowtown. Carp wasted no time, launching himself into the air like a cannonball, his expression grave. I'm heading your way. What are the casualties? Zeph's face flushed with shame, unsure how to respond to Carp's inquiry. The only one whose fate remained uncertain was Tarlag. The others were unharmed. Watching the prolonged silence from the phone bug, Carp's speed soared once more, becoming a mere black in the distance. Vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye, Shiki's Conqueror's hockey obscured my senses, preventing me from detecting Tarlag nearby, allowing Shiki to find the opportunity to capture him. Zeph explained, his figure flashing as he sped toward the location previously agreed upon with the Golden Lion. His gaze resolute and piercing, determined to rescue Tarlag at all costs. Otherwise, he knew not how to face his old friend, having failed to protect even his own student. Carp abruptly hung up the phone bug. His feet suspended in midair, his body streamlined to fly faster, the worries in his heart beyond words. On the other side, Zeph stowed away the gray phone bug, discarding his sunglasses, his left hand gripping a golden phone bug. His finger hovering over the button, poised to press it. On Sunset Island, situated north of Lowtown, lay an uninhabited isle, a temporary camping ground for pirates. Thunder rumbled across the sky as a grand feast continued below. Oblivious to the impending danger, Captain Human, once you're done with that mother and daughter pair, why not let the brothers have a taste? Huh. A pirate chuckled sinisterly. Especially that alluring woman. Just the thought of it drives me wild. Huh. The repugnant laughter echoed in this desolate and filthy land. Captain Human of the Human Pirates, with a bounty of 37 million, was notorious for his capricious temperament, indulging in arson, murder, and all manner of evils. Relishing the torment of innocent women. His crew, equally depraved, often targeted newlywed girls or mothers, abducting them to their ship, torturing and humiliating them to death for their amusement. With a splatter of blood, Human elegantly withdrew his bloodied right hand, licking it with a twisted smile. I can give you what you want, but you mustn't ask for it. Understood? His gaze swept over his trembling subordinates, eliciting a few menacing chuckles as he relished the moment. Striding toward the large tent behind him. Soon, anguished cries from women and the desperate wails of a little girl echoed within, yet their screams were drowned out by the raucous laughter of dozens of pirates surrounding the tent. Ha ha ha! A figure with a mane of golden hair soared through the sky, wielding Wikagu in his left hand and Sakura 10 in his right. Shiki looked down upon the nameless pirate crew. Cursing inwardly, a bunch of scum of the sea, pirates should embody the spirit of true pirates. How can they stoop so low? The brave express their anger towards the stronger. The cowardly direct their rage at the weaker. Shiki himself was no stranger to malevolence, having claimed more lives than all the pirates below combined. Yet he regarded himself as a king, the sole monarch of the vast sea, enslaving natives and killing at will. In his eyes, entirely justified, for he was the one true king among the countless that lions might. The power of the float fruit unleashed, lifting the ground and transforming it into multiple mounds shaped like lion heads. Encircling the camp, enemy attack, the terrified pirates scattered in disarray, each fleeing for their lives, mere failures of the Grand Line. What more could be expected of them? Human, stark naked and scowling, lifted the tent flap to see who dared disturb him. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene outside, Human's pupils dilated, his mouth agape, yet no words escaped. Ha! Ignoring the cries and screams below, Shiki's right hand, Wikagu, descended, and in an instant, the earthen lion heads devoured the pirate encampment, reducing it to mere dust. Marinford. The sharp sound of a large silver phone bug blared an urgent alarm. Quick! Hurry! An alarmed rear admiral dashed between 10 warships in the headquarters dock, relaying the message. Admiral Kizaru. The troops have assembled. Please provide the next orders. The rear admiral finally halted before the largest warship, saluting the man in yellow attire standing below. It's quite strange. The use of the Demon Slayer order has noticeably increased in recent years. Moshi. Strange. Why aren't you answering my calls? Sakaski, with a symbolically lecherous grin adorning his face, gestured at the insect-like communicator on his wrist. Beside him, a brigadier general who was the temporary commander of one of the warships. wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, "Admiral Kizuru, that is not a communicator. It is merely a locator." Kizuru ceased his caress of the wrist device and turned his serious gaze towards the assembled troops in the rear. "Zifa-sensei, what on earth has transpired that necessitated your personal activation of the Demon Slayer Order?" As the highest commander of this order, a laser coalesced at Kizuru's fingertip and, after gathering energy, shot skyward. As the laser burst in the air, the 5 admirals, including Akainu, Kizuru, Akiji, the Weasel, and Fire Mountain, collectively led 10 warships towards the site of the Demon Slayer Order, heading to Sunset Island, located north of Rogue Town. Each warship carried thousands of elite Marines. Except for a few ships guarded by the 5 admirals, each remaining warship was jointly commanded by at least 2 brigadier generals, with 5 admirals, at least 10 brigadier generals. 10 warships, and over 10,000 elite forces. The rapid assembly of such a formidable force in merely half an hour showcased the Navy's immense strength and exceptional organizational capabilities in this vast ocean. Only the Navy possesses such profound resources, enabling them to swiftly mobilize large-scale troops while ensuring their combat effectiveness and cooperative operational capacity. Sunset Island, a crimson projectile plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. Crashing violently into the heart of the island. Boom! The ground fractured, smoke billowed, and a fiery figure leaped out from the massive crater it created. "Shiki, get out here, you old fool!" Karp's voice, imbued with overwhelming presence, reverberated across the island. In an instant, the beasts on the island scattered in a frenzy. Keek-keek. The only response to Karp was an audacious laugh, accompanied by the occasional sounds of battle. "Karp, it's been ages. I've been thinking of you all the time." Keek-keek. Shiki, currently engaged in combat with Zifa, unleashed a light-speed slash towards Zifa, forcing him back. With a flicker, he ascended to the sky, momentarily retreating from the battlefield. Arms outstretched towards Karp in a welcoming gesture. The remnants of the old era should not emerge to wreak havoc again. "Where is my son?" Karp advanced, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zifa as they soared through the air. Even with his stamina, he felt a tinge of fatigue. "Oh, that little brat is your son?" "Keek-keek. How amusing indeed." Shiki showed no signs of restraint upon Karp's arrival. Instead, he initiated an attack with his wooden blade. "Tarlag should be fine. Let's join forces to deal with him." Zifa grasped the impulsive Karp, delivering a punch to intercept the slash. "It has to be done. This time, we cannot let him escape." Karp's iron fist, cloaked in a thick layer of haki, compressed the surrounding air, producing sharp sounds of sonic booms. "Come at me. I'll take it all on. Lion's might." Shiki, still resentful over his capture years ago, felt his rage boil at the sight of Karp. "Is it snowing?" Zifa, standing back-to-back with Karp, extended his hand to catch a snowflake, bewildered. Karp furrowed his brow. During that great battle, Zifa had not been at headquarters, thus remained unaware of the Golden Lion's specific abilities. "Be cautious. Something significant is approaching. He possesses the power to manipulate blizzards." By the way, how long have you been fighting? Has he not used this technique against you yet? A few dark lines crossed Zifa's forehead. Although they had been battling for over half an hour, neither side had exerted their full strength. They were merely testing each other's martial prowess, and the Golden Lion had rarely utilized his devil fruit abilities. As a blizzard formed, Shiki spread his arms in the air, laughing maniacally, mocking the 2 martial artists below who overestimated their capabilities. Dozens of lion heads made of blizzards encircled Karp and Zifa, roaring before descending upon them. "Previously, I was careless, which led to Tarag's capture. I will take this attack, and you seize the opportunity to strike him down." Zifa stepped forward, interrupting Karp's urge to act. After half an hour of probing exchanges, he realized that the Golden Lion's martial skills had diminished significantly, likely due to his lack of legs. This was a vulnerability. Karp had full confidence in his old friend's strength, nodding in agreement without hesitation, slightly bending his knees to gather strength, flowing chains. Mammoth's might. Zifa's mastery of haki was second only to Karp's, as haki surged through his arms, delivering a powerful punch from a distance. The punch wave gradually manifested into a mammoth towering several meters high, trampling towards the incoming snow lions. "Ha!" Karp laughed heartily at the sight, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "You old fool, still as ferocious as in your youth. Ha! Oblivious to the sweat of fatigue already forming on Zifa's face as he braced against the Golden Lion's attack. Carp reminisced about the past. Not everyone possesses Carp's remarkable hockey, which remains at its peak, unyielding to the passage of time. Hurry up and act. This snow lion's numbers are endless. I can't hold out for long. Zifa shot a fierce glare at him and unleashed another punch, temporarily dispersing the lion formation. Carp scratched his head sheepishly, his expression turning serious as he leaped forward directly towards the Golden Lion. The formless hockey surged at the tip of his fist, distorting the very air around it. Keek keek. Well done. Let me see if this old fool of yours has lost his touch. Shiki, employing his observation hockey, attempted to evade Carp's imminent strike, but Carp seemed to have anticipated his movement. The punch was already aimed at the spot he intended to dodge to, realizing his actions had been foreseen. Shiki's expression turned grave. He crossed the wooden blade and Sakura, 10 across his chest, opting to brace for the impact. Daishiki, fistbone, galactic impact. The tremendous force of Carp's strike, encapsulating all his fury, slammed towards Shiki. The destructive shockwave generated by the punch enveloped Shiki in an instant, echoing with thundering roars. Boom! There was no sense of parity. It felt as if an adult were striking down a child. As Shiki was sent crashing from the sky to the island below by Carp's powerful blow on the other side, Zifa exhaled a sigh of relief. The snow lions obstructing him had dissipated. Gazing at the deep pit not far ahead, Zifa lit a cigar and smiled with amusement. Though I may be old, I am not as decrepit as you, both aged and crippled. Zifa was not surprised by Carp's ability to take down Shiki with a single punch. It was entirely expected. Not to mention that prior to Carp's arrival, the two had already expended considerable energy. Why would Shiki believe that after years of confinement and impelled down, having rendered himself legless to escape, he still possessed the capacity to rival the Navy's strongest forces? Puffed. Shiki lay in the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blade of his Sakura 10 had developed numerous cracks. Keek, just as expected of you. Carp, with a broad grin, Shiki accepted his defeat without surprise, as if it were destined to be. Weakly coughing, he gazed up at the distant sky, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, although his strength had waned. It underscored the necessity of his research into IQ. Keek, surrender and hand over Tarlag, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I will ensure you are unfit to even step foot in Impel Down. Carp caught his breath, clenched his fists, and approached Shiki, who lay amidst the ruins. Keek, you don't think I only possess this level of power, do you? Utilizing the abilities granted by the float fruit, Shiki deftly controlled his own body. Soaring out of the deep pit, blood trickled down from the helm above his head, cascading down his face at high damage. Defenseless mage, he bore the full force of a punch from the formidable iron fist. Carp yet managed to stand upright as if nothing had transpired, a testament to the terrifying prowess of the Golden Lion. Captured and ensnared, this was your only avenue. You have nowhere left to flee. Zephyr positioned himself behind Shiki, flanking him alongside Carp, encircling Shiki and leaving him no chance of escape. Flee? He cackled. In a one-on-one confrontation, I fear no one. However, given the current disparity in our forces, how will you respond? Despite being surrounded by two of the world's top combatants, Shiki displayed no signs of panic. He raised one hand skyward, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. Not good. Carp thought to himself, rushing forward to thwart Shiki's actions. But it was already too late. A floating warship, resembling the head of a lion, gradually appeared above Sunset Island, surrounded by dozens of pirate vessels of varying sizes. Zephyr activated his observation hockey from extreme distance. The multitude of shadowy figures on the warship sending a chill down his spine. With so many ants, we may very well be in trouble. Carp, the cigar in Zephyr's mouth fell to the ground, revealing his shock as he turned to see Shiki, who was laughing maniacally behind him. It was no surprise that the former maritime overlord had managed to reconstruct his once mighty aerial pirate fleet in just a few short years. What made Shiki most formidable was not merely his personal strength, but rather his float fruit's ability to allow both himself and objects to soar. This unpredictable capacity to summon thousands of warriors to appear at any moment posed the greatest threat to the world. You hold him off. I'll sink that island. Garp's haki surged anew as he gazed intently at the sky. Zephyr shook his head, feeling the incessant vibration of the golden transponder snail in his pocket. A smirk gracing his lips. No need. The time has come. With that, he darted forward, his black iron fist swinging like a tempest, lion's thousand cuts. Shiki, while manipulating his abilities to ensure the safe landing of his subordinates, wielded his blade, wood withered, unleashing countless slashes to impede Zephyr's advance. Ha ha ha. Today marks your demise. I trust that with the loss of your two top warriors, the world will become exceedingly entertaining. Shiki's hand plunged downward, causing the airborne warship to plummet rapidly, while the surrounding pirate ships formed a pocket, encircling Garp and Zephyr completely. The advantage is mine. Ha ha ha. Shiki's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded Zephyr's grasp. Positioning himself atop the lion ship's prow, drawing forth his renowned blade, wood withered once more. With arms outstretched, his incomplete form did nothing to diminish his imposing aura as he laughed heartily. Kill them. My minions. Whoever brings me their heads shall be made vice captain. Oh. The pirates under Shiki's command responded eagerly, the allure of the vice captaincy igniting a frenzied charge. Do not obstruct my path. I shall be the first to claim Garp's head. A captain among Shiki's ranks, Pastor, wielding a battle axe, cleaved through the pirate members blocking his way, his eyes bloodshot with rage. One of the IQ experiment's genetic extracts. Pastor possessed an innate state of fury, rendering him pain-free and indiscriminate in battle, enhancing his combat prowess by over 40%. This was merely one facet of the IQ capabilities, explaining why the world-renowned Golden Lion placed all his hopes upon a single vial of serum. Zephyr, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal them. Prolonged combat is not in our favor. Garp, drenched in blood, delivered another punch that sent several elite pirates flying away. The sweat beading on his forehead indicated his deteriorating condition. Flowing chain. Mammoth's might. Zephyr unleashed Mammoth's might once more, repelling the enraged pastor, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "The time is nigh. We must retreat, or we shall truly become cannon fodder." Garp scratched his head, puzzled by the unfolding situation, yet Zephyr seized one of his arms, their feet pounding swiftly as they made their escape from the battlefield. Ha ha ha! Shiki, controlling his body, positioned himself above Garp and Zephyr, a wicked grin plastered across his face. You think I would let you escape? Lion's domain. The snow lion began to coalesce once more. Garp's temples throbbing as he realized that blocking it would be simple, but the real concern lay in the depletion of his stamina, leaving him without the strength to apprehend Shiki again. At that moment, a flash of yellow light began to gather behind Shiki. Zephyr's lips curled into a smile. Here it comes. Boom! Hundreds of cannons roared in unison, transforming Sunset Island into a blazing inferno. With countless members of the aerial pirate crew perishing in the flames. Great Inferno! Akainu stood atop the warship, an unprecedented excitement illuminating his face as he unleashed his power, slaughtering pirates who plunged into the sea. Kazan leaped from the warship, his feet striking the ocean, causing the water below to freeze instantly. He bent low, placing his hand upon the surface. Ice Age. The surrounding waters froze, merging into a vast battlefield that he created single-handedly. Squirrel drew his sword, leading 1,000 elite Marines into a charge, while Fire Mountain directed his crew from another angle, severing the pirates' retreat. The tide of battle had turned. Slaughter, Demon Command. Shiki's wood withered fell limply, his gaze vacant as he stared into the firestorm below. In the span of a mere minute. How had it come to this? Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? The figure of Kizuru appeared suddenly, his words dripping with a certain insidious charm. With wages in place, my light speed kicks never miss. Shiki had no time to react before he was struck head-on. Good lad. You've truly outdone yourself. Ha ha ha. Garp erupted in laughter, heedless of Zephyr's grim expression, as he continued to pat his back. With assistance at hand, Garp no longer needed to conserve his strength. He swung a casual punch, shattering the snow line surrounding him without a hint of resistance. Tarlag, the stone guardian, awoke. The behemoth within the rock opened its eyes, its right hand resting upon the cursed blade. Murakumo. The time has come. The abyss-like gaze emanated a frigid aura. I have yet to systematically learn swordsmanship. Whether I escape death now rests in the hands of fate. Tarlag gripped the cursed blade tightly, its armed hockey enveloping it, transforming it into a true black sword. Clang, within the confined space. Only a minuscule area remained to maneuver. Tarlag furrowed his brow, straining to shift his body aside to create room for his right hand to wield the blade point one sword style. Aye. A subtle smirk graced Taragog's lips as he conjured a lively name to commemorate his very first strike with the sword. His voice imbued with excitement. Crescent Moon. Murakumo was drawn in an instant, its chillingly dark blade cleaving through the air, generating a blood-red arc as it struck outward toward the massive stone sphere. From a distance, a crimson crescent moon materialized, suspended high above the rock's surface, lingering ominously. Bang! What a thrill! The rock was severed in twain, and the tattered Tarlag emerged from the fissured boulders, laughing heartily as he leaped into the open sky. Ha ha ha! He sheathed Murakumo, wrapping it carefully in sealing cloth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The heavens had provided sustenance. None could obstruct him. He had initially feared that his first attempt with the sword would be insufficient to cleave the massive rock. Even the name of the skill had come to him spontaneously. Yet he never anticipated the exquisite feel of the blade. The moment Murakumo was drawn, he sensed an inexplicable connection, a bond of mutual appreciation. Even after his emergence, he remained lost in the aftertaste of that sensation. Yet, the side effects were considerable. He needed to resolve this swiftly. He clenched his trembling right hand, shaking his head as he realized how deeply Murakumo had begun to influence him. If this issue remains unresolved, sooner or later, he will transform into a bloodthirsty fiend akin to Shurji, devoid of humanity. Is this truly the lair of the Golden Lion? Tarlag, with a graceful leap, ascended to the heavens. Surveying the floating islands that soared miles above the ground below, amidst the dense jungle, were countless ferocious beasts. Yet astonishingly, the entire island was devoid of human presence. How peculiar! Not a soul in sight. This should not be the case. Tarlag alighted on a small island adjacent to Vailmayu, seated himself upon the ground, and stroked his chin in contemplation. This was utterly unlike the scene he had envisioned. Where were Shurji's numerous subordinates? Where was the aerial fleet? Tarlag, known for his vendetta against grievances, realized that though he could not confront Shurji directly at present, he could seize the opportunity during Shurji's battle with teacher Zifa to obliterate his lair, thus reclaiming some semblance of retribution. Gradually, Tarlag's tumultuous emotions settled as the fury and excitement that had rendered his observation hockey ineffective began to normalize with his newfound calmness. The state of the floating islands materialized once more in his mind. I found it, he exclaimed, rising to gaze intently at the central position of the largest island, where numerous faint life forces lingered, albeit pitifully weak. He leapt forth, and before him stood a vast, enclosed factory, surrounded by numerous uninhabited dwellings. Are they all within? Tarlag rapped on the iron wall of the factory. He had already confirmed the absence of life in the residences. All the life forces emanated from within the factory. Without bothering to search for an entrance, he spat into his hands and, channeling his observation hockey through the iron barrier, sought its vulnerabilities. That I found it. Tarlag sprang into action, his foot crashing down upon the floor. His explosive strength shattered the ground instantly, and he roared, meteor impact. A white shockwave surged toward the wall, collapsing it with a thunderous roar, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Waving his hand to disperse the choking dust, Tarlag's steps officially crossed the threshold into the factory. Truly, I expected walls of sea stone. Is this what the legendary pirate has come to? So impoverished. The deafening blast drew the attention of the indigenous people forced into labor nearby. The door is over there. A brave young girl, around 15 or 16, set down the wooden crate she was carrying and pointed to Tarlag's left. Tarlag rubbed his head, having believed that such an entrance would appear more impressive. With a sheepish grin, he asked, I am here to rescue you. Can someone explain who you are and why you are here? Scanning the surroundings, he noted that aside for the courageous girl, No one else dared to approach him. Their expressions tinged with a sense of numbness. The presence of Tarlag elicited no emotional response from the onlookers, likely due to their prolonged captivity. The girl introduced herself as Masha, 14 years of age. Recently captured and brought to this factory, a cluster of pure white feathers adorning her arm. Big brother, are you a Navy soldier? We reside on an island called Vale Mayu, once home to the Qinghai people. But several years ago, a notorious pirate took our island to the skies. Unlike the others, Masha's spirit remained unbroken. She still yearned for freedom. Timidly stepping forward, she divulged the entire situation to Tarlag. They were not Sky Islanders. Despite their white feathers, they were indeed Qinghai people. 3 years prior, Shurji had escaped and discovered the island's unique IQ plants, claiming the island and transporting it to the heavens. Tarlag nodded, recalling the basic details. Though time had dulled his memory, after Masha's recounting, he remembered nearly everything. Now that this island is unguarded, why do you not flee? Why continue to work here? Tarlag inquired, glancing at the diminutive Masha, while the crowd that had gathered around them returned to their previous tasks. Masha offered a bitter smile. This island is beautiful, but its ruler is malevolent. The young girls are forced to labor in factories, while the able-bodied men are taken away to construct palaces at such heights. Even if we could run, where would we go? We would ultimately be recaptured, or worse, killed by that pirate. This complicates matters. Tarlag settled down, realizing he had overlooked this crucial issue. Below, the battle raged on, and he found himself uncertain about which side he hoped would prevail. If Shurji emerged victorious, his teacher would be in grave danger. If his teacher triumphed, the Golden Lion would be apprehended. However, these islands, reliant upon the Golden Lion's powers, would surely plummet. Contemplating this, Tarlag resolved that he could not delay any longer. He must take decisive action rather than idly wait. Masha, do you trust your brother? I do, Masha replied, her eyes blinking with determination. Her brother had once been a Navy soldier, but 3 years ago, the arrival of Shurji had severed their connection. Her brother had once proclaimed, "Justice is on my side." A youthful voice, imbued with a heavy sense of responsibility, left Tarlag momentarily speechless. The difference between what one can manage and what one must strive to save is always stark. Ruffling Masha's hair, he smiled gently. Is there a way to make the people in this factory cease their labor and gather together? He sought to discover a method to rescue these indigenous people, contingent upon their ability to hear the voices from outside. On Sunset Island, Kekiki, the ship's helm atop the Golden Lion, was sent flying by a kick from Kizu, crimson liquid trickling down Shurji's face. I almost met my end. You mischievous monkey, this battlefield is not a playground for you. Temporarily staunching the flow of blood with his haki, Shurji's features contorted as he suppressed the intense pain. In a flash, he appeared near the 10 warships that continued to bombard with cannon fire. Not good. Zifa's expression shifted, and he immediately gave chase, shouting, "Stop him!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Shurji's devil fruit power surpassed all others. Garp swung his iron fist, propelling Shurji once more, yet he still could not prevent him from utilizing his abilities. What is happening? Did that island sink us? A marine loading cannonballs asked, puzzled, glancing at his comrade. Sunk my foot, his companion cried out in terror, trembling as he exclaimed, "We're the ones who have risen." The 10 warships simultaneously lifted off the ground, swirling chaotically in the air, flinging countless elite marines into the abyss. Kekiki. Shurji wiped the blood from his lips, acknowledging the power of Garp's iron fist, which had nearly cost him his life, but ultimately, it had fallen just short. You destroyed my grand fleet. Now, I shall make you feel my pain. Lions fall. The 10 warships plummeted freely. The sea beneath them cleaved as a massive lion's head formed, seemingly capable of devouring all. Kuzan. Garp's flowing haki boiled over as he called out the name of his proud apprentice. Ah, this is quite a headache, Kazan grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, unleashing a colossal ice sculpture toward the sea lion. Why can't you just become a legend? Garp, infuriated by Kuzan's obstruction of the sea lion, teleported above Shurji and, as he swung his fist, demanded, "Why do you continue to reappear?" Bang! At the pinnacle of strength, these top-tier warriors could not simply be defeated by casual strike. Point one could injure or incapacitate them. But to achieve a decisive victory was nearly impossible unless there was a vast disparity in power. Lion's wave cut. Shurji swung his wooden staff to counter Garp's onslaught, but beset by the dual onslaught of Zifa and Garp. Along with Kizaru's ambush, he found himself at the end of his strength, unable to fully withstand Garp's overwhelming fist, and was once again sent crashing into the inferno that had become the island's center. Bang! The 10 warships flipped over, crashing violently onto the icy surface. This was Shurji's retaliation against Garp. Shurji lay in the inferno, staring skyward, coughing up blood, and grinning wickedly. The Navy, you may defeat me, but you shall never subdue me. Ha ha ha! Ever since Roger, this era belongs to the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha! The echoes of laughter resound from the slowly sinking island. Yet aside from Karp and Sakazuki, no one else cares about Shiki's life or death anymore. Hurry! Notify the headquarters and dispatch a rescue ship. Zephyr lifted one corner of a warship, raising it high before gently setting it down after flipping it over. Tears of regret streamed down his face as the vanishing breaths beneath the warship were filled with the elite of the Navy, including his own students. For the sake of justice, sacrifices are inevitable. Do not concern yourselves with the injured. Follow me to capture the Golden Lion. Sakazuki remained a detached observer throughout, summoning the few hundred elite naval forces remaining behind him. Their objective clear. Sakazuki. Zephyr bit his silver teeth until they bled, glaring at the indifferent, blood-red figure ahead. Vermew. Tarlag walked with a grim countenance deeper into the factory, where Marcia informed him that there was a permanent head who would never leave. He bore a golden microphone, the voice emanating from it capable of resonating throughout the entire island, serving as the only means to gather everyone together at a pungent chemical odor assaulted his senses. Intensifying as he ventured deeper, acquiesce at the guy who walks like a fart. Tarlag retrieved a gas mask from a nearby cabinet and donned it, the exact name eluding him, yet it lingered in his memory. Indigo, the primary head of the IQ experiment, one of Shiki's right-hand men, the ship's doctor and fighter of the flying pirate crew, huffed, huffed. The familiar farting sounds drew closer, and Tarlag realized he had guessed correctly. It was indeed that guy. Indigo, clad in a blue jumpsuit with a white lab coat draped over it and wearing brown gloves, cautiously poked his head out from the laboratory. What a terrifying creature. The monster the captain brought back. He hasn't spotted me, has he? Indigo thought he was hiding well, not realizing that the farting sound from his shoes had betrayed his position, without even using observation hockey. Tarlag covered his face. How did such a fellow become Shiki's right hand? A notorious pirate on par with Roger, yet surrounded by such pathetic lackeys, their presence so feeble it felt effortless to crush them. Dragon claw, fist, dragon hook claw. A dragon claw-shaped right hand pierced through the wall, hooking Indigo's head on the other side. Come here. Seizing his target, Tarlag smirked slightly, using his strength to yank Indigo through the 20-centimeter hole he had just created. Has he fainted? Tarlag kicked the now unrecognizable Indigo on the ground, squatting down to retrieve the golden microphone from his waist, curling his lip. Such a bore, indeed. Marcia also mentioned that merely having a microphone was insufficient. Without it being connected to the signal transmitter at the meteorological station, the voice would only carry within the factory. Marinford. Admiral Sengoku. The information minister burst through the door, calling out in a panic. Oh, Sengoku, with a grave expression, raised his head and inquired. Has the battle concluded? This operation to encircle the Golden Lion was entirely improvised. If Fleet Admiral Kong had been at headquarters, he might have accompanied the team. The chief of staff, pale and trembling, stammered. No, it's not the lion capture plan. Reports from the New World indicate that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have reunited and seem to be heading toward headquarters. What? Is the information accurate? Sengoku's expression shifted drastically as he stood up. This was news that could bring the heavens crashing down. From 100-strong intel team, only 3 returned with news. Accurate news. The information minister understood the gravity of the situation and succinctly relayed the events. Arriving too early or too late, yet it had to be at this moment that Sengoku's expression darkened, his right hand resting on the phone bug on the table, picking it up only to put down again. You may leave now. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong was still vying for the position of the Grand Admiral, remaining in Mariewa and yet to return. A storm was brewing. Sengoku wearily sank into his chair. placing down the phone bug and picking up a nearby microphone to shout. Headquarters is to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Disperse all unrelated personnel. I end this time of life and death. I stand with you all, for the sake of justice. Sengoku's fingers turned white as he crushed the microphone in his hand. Carp, Zephyr, there is little time left. May everything proceed smoothly. Both sides faced peril. Racing against time, Sengoku would not allow potential threats to hinder his brothers, shouldering all responsibilities alone in the aftermath. The meteorological station. Years ago, a calamity in the Etwal Sea destroyed a significant portion of the Golden Lion's flying pirate fleet, shattering his dreams of utterly defeating Roger and ruling the world. After escaping from Impel, he began assembling his own meteorological prediction department. Each voyage required him to consult here for divination. Not divination, but rather prediction. However, relying solely on the meteorological station did not provide Shiki with a sense of security. He admitted to his fear, terrified of experiencing another calamity that could annihilate everyone. Thus, for many years, he searched for navigators sensitive to weather changes, for only then could his restless heart find some solace while sailing. The meteorological station, entirely black and cylindrical, had no exits. The entrance was only several dozen meters high, accessible solely through Shiki's float fruit ability. Tarlag wrapped his lower arms in hockey before placing his fists against the structure of the meteorological station, the dragon's breath. He then executed a close-range attack akin to a sudden strike, rapidly punching the wall with great force, which exploded upon contact. Like the breath of a dragon, it obliterated the wall that obstructed his path, generating massive smoke and explosions that obscured his vision. Growing up shadowing Dracula, he had absorbed the techniques of the Dragon Claw Fist, allowing him to adapt and improvise. What is happening? Shikarito's body swayed as he clutched a nearby pillar, shouting, "Why is the ground shaking?" Shikarito, a massive black gorilla, held a position within the flying pirate fleet equivalent to that of Indigo. While Indigo was responsible for experimental research, Shikarito guarded the meteorological station, both playing vital roles. "Sir," one of his subordinates pointed to the monitoring equipment, his voice trembling. "A powerful enemy has invaded." "Huh. Bring me my war axe." Shikarito bared his fangs, ready for battle, indifferent to whether he could defeat the intruder. After receiving his weapon, he climbed the thick pillar with agile, monkey-like movements, quickly reaching the top of the meteorological station, overlooking Tarlag, who was lost in thought below. "Damn it," Tarlag slapped his forehead, muttering, "So focused on blasting my way in, I completely forgot I had mastered the moonwalk." He glanced up at Shikarito, dozens of meters above, and with little time to waste, he could not afford to dawdle. His feet danced in the air, swiftly propelling him upward. What in the world is going on? Why are there Marines on the island? The gorilla, Shikarito's eyes widened as he recognized the rapidly approaching Tarlag from the tattered remnants of his naval uniform. Birds of a feather, no wonder Shiki was recruiting from all corners. Grasping the dragon claw, Tarlag shook his head, lamenting the unimaginable toll that tsunami must have taken on countless sea heroes, leaving Shiki with not a single notable subordinate today. Clang! The air sliced, leaving several afterimages as Shikarito instinctively swung his war axe to fend off Tarlag's approach. Dragon hook hand. The hockey-empowered right hand caught the incoming war axe, creating a sharp ringing sound as they clashed. Crack! Shikarito dropped the shattered axe, fear evident in his eyes. What business do the Marines have with our flying pirate crew? The gorilla may appear foolish, yet harbors a certain cleverness, seeking to buy time while awaiting the rescue of his subordinates. With a sly chuckle, Tarlag materialized before Skari-Du, exclaiming, "I did not come of my own volition. Your leader summoned me." Grasping the gorilla's tusks with both hands, he hurled Skari-Du from the summit of the weather station amidst a scream of despair. "Easily vanquished," he proclaimed, clapping his hands as he peered into the weather station that lacked a roof. Inside, a multitude of meteorological researchers abducted by Shiki rejoiced in tears upon Skarito's defeat. Reiser, a semi-retired scholar, had once been a researcher from the small sky island of Visalia, captured by Shiki during an expedition in the Qinghai region. He sported a pair of long, fishtail-like, snow-white beards that cascaded past his waist. Like his fellow scholars from Visalia, he donned a robe and pointed hat reminiscent of Western wizards. "Hey, can you rescue us?" He implored, fluttering his characteristic eyelashes, his hand cupped by his ear, gazing up at Tarlag with eager anticipation. "Who is this person?" Tarlag mused, as he found himself in possession of an effortless strategy to liberate all those on the island. A slight smile graced his lips, for he recalled that Nami's studies in meteorology took place in a nation renowned for its flying weather ships, which served as the transportation for Visalia. With their assistance, concerns regarding Shiki's formidable abilities would soon be alleviated. On Sunset Island, Shiki, in a state of near death, faced the encroaching trio of Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Carp with an unyielding demeanor. The battle had raged for 5 long hours, and he was utterly devoid of strength to resist. The wooden stake lay abandoned beside him as he slumped to the ground. His body bore numerous holes from laser fire, and countless bones had been shattered by Carp's relentless onslaught. Most terrifying of all was the fiery wound on his chest, which continued to sear his innards. Carp and his comrades formed a triangular formation, encasing Shiki in their final attempt to capture him. Each bore injuries of varying severity, with Carp sustaining the least damage, a deep crimson gash across his chest, mitigated by his haki, leaving him with mere surface wounds. The next most affected was Borsalino, whose tattered clothing was marred by countless bloodstains, a testament to his fierce battle. However, the most grievous condition belonged to Akainu, who had been particularly targeted by Shiki. Had it not been for Carp's timely intervention, he would have surely succumbed in this confrontation. Half an hour ago, facing the trio's coordinated assault, Shiki had unleashed his conqueror's haki upon the wooden stake, disregarding Carp and Borsalino's attempts to strike, and aimed directly at the advancing Akainu. Lion's might. As the lion's final roar, it was an attack too formidable for the current Akainu to withstand. Evasion was no longer an option, and he could only brace himself for the inevitable. The loss of Akainu's left arm was a consequence of Carp's timely rescue. Otherwise, as one of the Navy's future hopes, he would have perished in this confrontation. "Your era has irrevocably passed. Surrender now." "Shiki," Carp declared, his expression grave as he observed Shiki, who appeared to have relinquished all desire to resist. Faced with such a perilous encirclement, Carp found it perplexing that Shiki remained so unperturbed. With a sinister laugh, Shiki coughed up blood, deftly wielding a small knife to tend to his own wounds. His gaze turned malevolently towards Akainu, vowing to eliminate this vicious dog who had nearly led to his undoing. Perplexed by Shiki's audacious confidence, he sneered, gesturing towards the empty sky and then at the sea-stone handcuffs in Carp's possession, stating with a wicked grin, "The world trembles before my power, as an old adversary. Can you not comprehend why? In this realm, none possess the authority to judge me." With an uproarious laugh, Carp's expression shifted, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. In a display of cooperation, Shiki summoned a small island adjacent to Vermu, presenting it for Carp's scrutiny. "Such islands, soaring 10,000 meters above, I command dozens." He cackled maniacally, eyes wild as he proclaimed, "Upon them dwell the indigenous people I have sent forth over the years. Even if not 100,000, there are at least 10 to 18,000. Should anything happen to me, ha ha ha." With the far-reaching observation haki activated, Carp and his companions easily sensed the myriad life forces residing upon the low-lying islands. Their expressions shifting in alarmed, a lunatic, utterly unhinged. Carp gritted his teeth, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly retracting the sea stone from his grasp, declaring, "I can permit your escape, but, Pluto, stop." In the urgency of Carp's shout and Shiki's astonishment, Akainu raised his magma-formed arm, advancing towards the defenseless Shiki. "How terrifying!" Borsalino exclaimed, interjecting himself between Akainu and Shiki with a sly grin. "Although your presence cost him an arm, you cannot kill him yet." With a swift flash kick, he sent Akainu tumbling several meters away. Struggling to rise, Akainu clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, as he covered his missing arm with his right hand, retorting, "A mere arm matters not. But I shall not allow this scoundrel to roam free. The Navy's dignity cannot be insulted." In the context of the Lion's plan, the Navy had already suffered grievously. What harm could come from sacrificing a few commoners? To ensure the successful capture of the Golden Lion, Sakazuki had long steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. He would not allow the threat of Shiki to endanger the populace. His unwavering sense of justice was palpable in his piercing gaze, revealing a determination to face death. Yet, none could fathom how many islands, rich in human civilization, Shiki held dominion over. Karp was resolute in preventing a Kainu from striking or apprehending Shiki. Borsalino, keep an eye on Sakazuki. I shall speak with that mad lion. Good luck, Vice Admiral Karp. Borsalino, equally fatigued, sat beside Akainu, gripping his single arm while silently observing Karp, who stood bare-chested and resolute. And oh wonders if a sensei said that hockey surpasses all abilities. Would you not agree, Sakazuki? I have no patience for the ramblings of the old fool. Akainu replied dismissively, shaking off Borsalino's grip. Clenching his molten right hand, he glared at the near-defeated Shiki, declaring, "The strength to uphold justice to the end is the most righteous and formidable." Meanwhile, Karp wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing that he had sustained no injuries, that he had merely expended a considerable amount of energy, leaving him utterly drained. Shiki, in the name of the Navy, I promise to return all islands to the East Sea and grant you safe passage. Karp's gaze remained steadfast as he addressed his former nemesis, his voice resonating with conviction. Shiki surveyed the distant figures of Akainu and Borsalino, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he shook his head in disdain. I cannot place my trust in the Navy, he declared, then turned to Karp, the legendary figure with whom he had clashed numerous times. But I trust you. I demand your promise. The hockey emanating from Karp's iron fist gradually subsided, as he realized he must compromise to avert unnecessary sacrifice. Very well, relinquish your control over all islands, and I shall grant you that promise. As if recalling something, Karp raised an eyebrow, adding, and my son Tarlag must be returned to me unscathed. With a thunderous laugh, Shiki, clutching his nearly pierced chest, declared agreed, a promise is a promise. Just as he prepared to relinquish his islands, a voice echoed from the distant heights. Dad, kill him. I have rescued the Sky Islanders. With swift strides akin to those of a tempest, Tarlag deftly employed the moonwalk technique, descending rapidly towards an island that was nearly engulfed by the ocean's embrace, guided by the meteorologist Ressa. He bore the scholar on his back and swiftly located his homeland of Visalia. It was then revealed that Ressa was not only the most esteemed meteorologist of the land, but also the former king of that small nation. With his assistance, there were scarcely any obstacles in their path as the meteorological island of Visalia set sail towards the lair of Shiki, known as Vermal. Through the golden microphone, he summoned all the indigenous people from the various islands, collectively relocating them to the self-sufficient Visalia. Those natives, rendered paralyzed by fear within the factories, were carried away by Tarlag, now residing in the skies along with countless ferocious beasts and scattered pirates. Devoid of any innocent souls. You brat. Shiki's pupils dilated as he gazed at the slowly descending silhouette, his voice laced with fury. How did you escape? Tarlag's voice reached him, shattering the earlier confidence that had been so palpable, causing visible panic that compelled him to spit a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing the arrival, Karp's anxiety dissipated significantly, and he exclaimed, indeed, you are my son, Sakazuki. Karp turned and called out, it's up to you now. But be careful not to kill him, or another wicked fruit will emerge upon the seas. Dad. Tarlag's form flickered past, worry etched across his features as he noticed the bloodstain upon Karp's chest. You're injured? Was it that lion's doing? With clenched fists, he was ready to confront the already weakened golden lion, his heart heavy at the thought of his father being bullied. That I'm fine. A meal and a good sleep will suffice. But first, where are the people from the islands under Shiki's control? This was Karp's greatest concern. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards his son, but rather the gravity of life and death necessitated utmost caution. As long as you're unharmed, Tarlag confidently presented a nonchalant demeanor, asserting, initially, I relied on my wits to outsmart the many pirates lingering on Shiki's stronghold, barely escaping with my life. Bang! Karp's face darkened. The Grand Fleet had long been sunk by them. Where could he possibly find so many people? He barked, speak plainly. Undeterred by his father's admonitions, Tarlag rubbed the bump on his head, grinning. Dad, regardless of the circumstances, I aspire to become an admiral. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Having rescued over 30,000 natives and averted a calamity, Such an accomplishment, coupled with his formidable strength, surely warranted the rank of admiral, did it not? Carp beamed, showering him with praise, yet his expression swiftly morphed into something fearsome. Your father is still a vice-admiral, iron fist. As the saying goes, a dog cannot spit out ivory. And just as Machino had remarked, whenever these two spent half an hour together, Talage was bound to receive a beating. This time, however, a record was broken. After their long-awaited reunion, within a mere minute, he had already endured 2 blows. Meanwhile, on the other side, Akainu brusquely shoved aside Kizaru and turned to regard the suddenly appearing Talage with a furrowed brow. Yet he soon offered Talage an affirmative nod. Regardless of the outcome, this time he could personally vanquish his adversaries, with Talage's unspoken assistance. Perhaps he had misjudged. Talage might just become the second carp after all. Golden Lion. Akainu's form became elemental once more, launching a final charge towards Shiki. That I shall conclude this war in the name of justice. Dog of the underworld. Shiki cackled in response, facing the surging flames. He remained unfazed, his left hand resting upon the nearby wooden stump, his gaze lost in thought towards the direction of Roger Town. Roger, your righteousness is remarkable. I, Shiki, have lost. As the curtain fell, Shiki's memories transported him back to the scene 5 years prior when he had stormed the headquarters and been captured. It was their last encounter. Roger, Shiki clung fiercely to the iron bars obstructing his path, his expression contorted. What did you see? Who could possibly capture a man like you? Carp, Sengoku, even Kong. No, none of them could. The decisive battle that split the Navy headquarters just 3 days ago showcased their extraordinary strength. Yet, merely relying on them was insufficient to capture the Roger pirates, who had become the foremost tyrants of the sea. With the backing of Rayleigh, Jabba, and over 20 other top-tier warriors, Shiki could not fathom how the Navy had managed to apprehend him, now set to face public execution in the impoverished town of Roger. Ha! Roger's pirate hat had been confiscated, revealing the few teeth beneath his mustache as he laughed to the point of tears. Shiki, I never expected that the last person I would see at the end of my journey would be you. Bound by several sea prism stone chains to the wall behind him, Roger craned his neck to catch a glimpse of his longtime rival. He did not believe that Shiki had been captured after his defeat. For at their level, if they did not wish to be caught, no one could ensnare them. The sea prism stone chains were deformed as Roger tugged at them, successfully revealing Shiki's bloodied visage. Ha ha! Roger pouted, picking his nose in jest. Old man, in 3 days, you'll see me on the big screen. Can't you wait to see me? The childish antics of pouting, nose-picking, and making faces seemed illogical coming from the universally acknowledged king of the seas. But who was he but Roger? He followed his heart's desires, acting as he pleased. The freest man upon the ocean was none other than the pirate king. Shiki, however, found himself most irked by Roger's behavior, which displayed a complete lack of the demeanor and gravitas expected of a true warrior. This man, who surpassed him in strength and prowess, and had conquered the vast seas, was, in essence, as naive as a child. Noticing the displeasure etched on Shiki's face, Roger's smile faded as he clarified. It was my choice. Bang! The pure sea prism stone shackles, while limiting Shiki's abilities, were insufficient to subdue him. He struck the bars before him with a thunderous blow. You have come this far. Why not go further? Raise your arms and completely overthrow the world government. Shiki pressed his head against the iron bars, desperately attempting to catch a glimpse of the other direction where Roger resided. Voluntarily captured? Shiki's forehead bled from the pressure he exerted, seething, that's utterly absurd. If you wished, I could even join your pirate crew. Shiki produced a dagger from who knows where, his excitement palpable as he implored. Tell me you want to live. Tell me you wish to conquer. No, to overthrow and rebuild this world. The dagger pierced his calf, and should Roger nod in agreement, he would not hesitate to sever his own legs. Taking Roger away to embark on a new journey together, Roger noticed Shiki's actions and sighed. Stop it, Shiki. I left too soon. It's not yet time. The one he waits for is me, not you. Shiki's hand trembled around the dagger. Unable to comprehend this silence, he questioned, What did you see? Huh? Roger smiled playfully. Why not go and see for yourself? Shiki, at a loss for words, thought that had he been able to do so, he would have done it long ago. and there was no way he would still be waiting now. Roger ceased his teasing of the rival and, with an unprecedented seriousness, stated, "Shiki, I know you will undoubtedly escape this place. A man like you cannot be confined by this prison. Once you are free, I wish for you to promise me one thing." Shiki withdrew the dagger from his thigh, a nonchalant expression adorning his face as he remarked, "Ha, is this still the Roger who never asked for help?" Roger's mouth twitched in exasperation, recalling the scene of begging Newgate on his knees to go ahead. As her final words, "I agree," Shiki declared. Roger smiled with relief. Being able to do something for those who would come after him before his demise brought him immense comfort. He then spoke solemnly, "I know you have been coveting the 3 ancient weapons, but I implore you to abandon such thoughts and, from this day forth, to remain indifferent towards them. The world shall sink into the depths of the sea, yet the time has not yet come. Thus, the one he awaits is not himself." Shiki raised an eyebrow, for at their level of existence, when conversing with equals, one must be resolute. One is one, and two is two. Promises made must be fulfilled. Scrunching his nose, Shiki reluctantly acquiesced. "It is possible, but you must tell me what you saw on Final Island." Roger lowered his head, concealing his face in shadow, and spoke slowly, "I beheld the truth. Time returns to the present." As Shiki remains oblivious to the oncoming magma assault, his gaze fixed upon the town that signifies both beginning and end, the world. You all owe him an apology, for he immersed himself in the fray, orchestrating the currents of time for decades, merely to save you. The creatures referred to as ants from above. Boom. The hellhound struck Shiki head-on, who offered no resistance, a kind of disregarded Garp's counsel, delivering another punch that pierced through Shiki's chest. Shiki, the king capable of conquering the entire world, the man who knows all truths of existence, came to the East Blue with his grand fleet to indulge in his childish pirate games. All for the sake of a dead man's promise, he faced death with calm determination, wishing to protect the pivotal point Roger spoke of from discovery or destruction. Cunning and treachery were the world's designations for him. Yet he perished due to promises, succumbing to the very guardianship he vowed to uphold. "Roger, I can no longer see the person you wanted me to find, the one who inherits the will of Joy Boy. The one with your straw hat, hellhound." Sakazuki did not relent in his assault. Shiki's earlier display of weakness had cost them dearly, and this time he vowed to reduce him to ashes. "Old man, is it all right to kill him like this?" Tarlag stood beside Garp, watching Shiki's departure. Garp sighed and shook his head. "It cannot be stopped. I saw the will to die in Shiki's eyes. Perhaps the pride of being a strong man does not permit him to be captured again." Thus, Shiki departed with all the world's truths, leaving behind the waters he both wished to conquer and destroy. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the Grand Line, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and numerous remnants from the Rocks era seemed to be instinctively drawn to the east. Lost in contemplation, Totland, Cake Island. "Mama, Mr. Kaido, are we still heading to the Navy headquarters?" Katakuri, adorned with a white scarf resembling a flower, exuding a strong metallic vibe, inquired while gazing at the sunken island in the mirror. Beside him stood Kaido's right-hand man, Ember. He was handsome, serious, with white hair, brown skin, and black wings. "Boss, we..." Ember and Katakuri exchanged worried glances. The Golden Lion had already fallen, and confronting a navy brimming with morale and preparedness would be unwise. Observing the navy retreating with Shiki's corpse in the mirror, Kaido, inebriated, took a swig from a nearby flask. Gulalalala. Burp. Glancing at the ever-consuming Big Mom, Kaido exhaled a breath of alcohol. "Old hag. What say you?" "Mama." "Mama." Charlotte Linlin, placing her donut aside, greedily gazed at the scene in the mirror, exclaiming, "Katakuri. I'm here, Mama." Big Mom pointed at the slowly moving Navy rescue ship in the mirror, drool spilling from her lips. "We may forego the headquarters, but the old lion's fruit must not be left to chance. Inform everyone to search with all their might for Shiki's floaty fruit." "Yes, Mama." Katakuri nodded in agreement, his cold exterior shifting as he waved to his siblings. Leading them away, Kaido exchanged a knowing glance with Ember, the implications unspoken on the Moby Dick. Gulalalala. Marco presented a fine bottle of wine to his father, Whitebeard, asking with a grin, "Old man, what happened? You seem so joyful." Whitebeard glanced at the snail phone on the table, accepted the wine from Marco, and for the first time did not rush to drink. Instead, he approached the ship's edge and poured the precious wine into the sea. The passing of an old friend always calls for remembrance. Facing eastward, Newgate removed his hat, silently gazing at the tumultuous sea, his thoughts drifting back to years past. Jahaha! What the sea without Roger? The barriers that once obstructed us have vanished. It has nearly become your era. Whitebeard. Shiki sat on the deck, observing the inebriated Newgate with a smirk. Whitebeard shot a sidelong glance at Shiki, who had just escaped from impel down, and retorted without mercy, "If you come to my territory merely to exchange idle chatter, I could easily sink you to the ocean floor, golden lion." Jahaha! Shiki lit another cigar, tilting his head with a mischievous grin. "You're still that infuriating fellow, which puts my mind at ease that I wish to disappear for a time and let this warm world witness the true terror of pirates." Returning to the present, Whitebeard slowly turned, patting Marco, who had always been by his side, and bellowed, "Gulalalala! Marco, throw a grand feast." Marco lowered his head, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, sighing, "Old man, we all love a feast, but we're out of money." After each battle, the treasures allocated to Whitebeard were the most. Yet he remained stingy, never revealing what he intended to do with all that wealth. Sabati Archipelago. Shaki set down her drink, glancing at the bespectacled man lost in thought, and lit a cigarette, asking, "Aren't you going to see him off? After all, he was your nemesis, wasn't he?" From the shadows, Rayleigh removed his glasses, wiping the lenses with his clothing, and without a direct answer, he retorted, "Then as a former member of Rox, shouldn't you, as his former comrade, go see him off?" With that, he donned his coat, intending to take a stroll. The departure of old friends always tugged at their hearts. "Truly, I cannot comprehend you men." Shaki shook her head in exasperation, retrieving her pre-prepared luggage. With such events unfolding, she lost interest in her business and decided to return to her homeland for a visit. On the Doghead warship, Garp had donned his Navy attire. With such significant events occurring, even during his leave, he felt compelled to return to headquarters. Luffy was temporarily entrusted to Dayton's care, leaving him with no concerns. "Stupid kid, toss that knife away. I'll give you this." Garp looked at Tarlag, who was vigorously lifting several tons of weights, raising the prize sword Mikuro that belonged to Shiki, a crucial asset in this lion's den plan. The undamaged blade rightfully belonged to Garp. Garp felt immense regret, glancing at his right fist, wishing he could sever it. If not for his excessive force, the Sakura 10, another of the prize swords, would not have been reduced to merely a hilt. The 1,368th time, Tarlag, bare-chested, his 8-pack abs gleaming under the sunlight, sweat trickling down his cheeks, resolutely shook his head. "No need. I am destined to become a great swordsman. How could I fear or submit to the knife in my hand now? Do not underestimate me, old man. Bang. Show some respect. I am your dearest old father." With a practiced iron fist and familiar strength, Garp puffed out the white smoke from his fist, striding back to the cabin in a huff. Concealed from Talag's view, a lump appeared on Garp's head, and he secretly chuckled with pride. "No doubt you're my son. I have seen your potential since childhood." Tarlag wrinkled his nose, set down the barbell, and rubbed the large bump on his head, speaking with indignation. "Ace, Luffy, you must grow up quickly, and it would be best if you grew strong enough, like Team Marineford." Sengoku hung up the den mushy, letting out a deep sigh of relief, his face lighting up as he took the microphone presented by his subordinate. "I'm Admiral Sengoku of the Marine Headquarters. I hereby declare that on July 12th, 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, our lion encirclement plan has come to a complete end. In this battle, we have achieved a resounding victory, successfully exterminating the legendary Golden Lion and his flying pirate fleet, thus erasing the humiliation he brought upon our Navy years ago." His exhilarating and stirring speech resonated throughout the crescent island of Marineford. Inside his office, Sengoku could even hear the jubilant cheers of the Marines outside. However, with every gain, there is a loss. Gripping the microphone tightly, he continued with a voice heavy with sorrow. "Yet due to this operation, our Navy has suffered tremendous losses, with over 3,000 elite Marine souls forever left in the East Sea. More than 1,000 of them could not even be found in body. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku hoarsely declared, "But I want to say, they died for a worthy cause. They merely walked ahead of us all. They're using their lives to embody the justice that resides in our hearts." At the main square, the Marines solemnly removed their hats, gazing at the broadcast above the building, each face etched with sorrow. Yet, this somber atmosphere was not entirely negative. A palpable sense of confidence had begun to permeate their hearts. "All for justice," shouted one soldier in salute. "All for justice," the entire Navy, including those within the headquarters, put down their tasks and saluted the Marine flag at the pinnacle of the headquarters in response. Inside the office, tears streamed down Sengoku's face, for the resounding chorus of voices not only reached his ears, but would also be heard by the world. At the Naval Division 357, a training ship of the Navy slowly docked. Tina was furious, lamenting that guy had run off to fight the pirates alone, leaving them to retreat in disgrace. With Zephyr and Tarlag absent, Smoker and Tina became the temporary commanders of the group of trainee Marines. Smoker lit a cigar, furrowing his brow as he examined the newspaper in his hands. He had initially thought it was merely a big fish, but it turned out to be a lion. Tarlag was right. Had they stayed, they would have only hindered progress. Tina stepped forward, snatching the newspaper from Smoker's hands. Her eyes scanning the headlines declaring the Navy's resounding victory, with Shiki's corpse hung and impaled down, rolling her eyes in displeasure. "Even you have succumbed." Smoker clenched his fists, a wisp of white smoke rising slowly as he resolutely replied, "No, I have merely come to terms with reality. Strength. Everything stems from the fear of inadequacy and power." Had he been stronger than Tarlag at that moment, could the one hailed as a people's hero in the newspaper perhaps have been him? "What are you going to do?" Tina asked, astonished, as Smoker's figure had already soared off the ship the moment it docked. "Training." "Wait for me. I'm going too." At Marinford, Tarlag exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Sengoku, I want to become an admiral." He enthusiastically waved the newspaper in his hands, mentally showering praises upon the news hawk Morgans. They had just returned to headquarters, and the news of the Navy's resounding victory had already spread across the globe. What mattered most to him was the remark about him in the handsome photograph. Rising star of the Navy, saving countless lives in times of peril, the indisputable people's hero, Tarlag. The photo depicted him standing shoulder to shoulder with Garp, witnessing Shiki's departure, a scene many described as the transition between old and new heroes. With such remarkable achievements and the connections with his father and these uncles, isn't it reasonable to aspire for the rank of admiral? Sengoku removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, ignoring the newspaper that Tarlag was nearly thrusting into his eyes. Turning to glance at the snoring Garp beside him, he shouted, "Garp." "Huh." Garp's bubble burst on his nose, and the snoring ceased as he opened his eyes in confusion. The previous battle had drained him significantly, and he could fall asleep at any moment, having not yet replenished his energy through food. "What happened?" he mumbled, only to tilt his head and doze off once more. As Tarlag basked in his triumph, he fixed his intense gaze upon Sengoku, exerting pressure on him. Sengoku understood Garp's sleeping state well, knowing that even in slumber, Garp could hear the sounds outside. "Your son says he wants to be an admiral." Crash! The floor shattered under Garp's fist as the bubbles on his nose fluctuated. He swung a punch at Tarlag, who narrowly dodged, causing Garp's fist to miss and smash the ground instead. A flock of crows flew past the roof, and Tarlag gulped, observing his father's dark arm. Goodness. With such strength, one could be killed. "Oh, you still want to be an admiral?" Sengoku asked with a warm smile, lifting his head. Gazing at the golden light slowly emanating from Sengoku's body, Tarlag decisively shook his head, exclaiming, No, I don't want it anymore. Darn it, this scene was completely different from what he had envisioned. He had saved over 30,000 people. Even if he had made 30,000 buns as military provisions, that would still count as a significant achievement, right? An accomplishment worthy of a page in his family tree. How could it not earn him a promotion? With a wry smile, Tarlag made one last effort, weakly asking, "Can't we negotiate? Get lost." "All right." Tarlag hoisted his snoring father onto his back and dashed out. "The position of admiral rotates. Next year will be my turn." "Bah, who cares about that?" Tarlag scoffed, realizing that failing to become an admiral pushed him even further from the rank of fleet admiral, putting his plan to relocate the headquarters to the East Sea in jeopardy. as promised to Makino. Sengoku's temples throbbed noticeably, privately lamenting that there was not a single reliable person in Garp's family. Garp himself was a rascal, the eldest son a rebel, and the youngest son was the worst of the lot. After taking out a stamp and 2 documents, Sengoku pondered for a while before stamping both promotion documents. The names inscribed on the documents were Borisolino and Tarlag. Although this battle had exacted a painful toll, it yielded even greater rewards. The success of the Lion Encirclement Plan had stirred up immense waves across these seas. Not only did it instill fear in the myriad of evil forces throughout the world, but it also significantly elevated the Navy's prestige and recognition, with the recruitment department reporting a surge of over 30% in young people eager to enlist compared to previous years. Sengoku gazed at the 2 documents on the table, lost in thought. The name should have belonged to Sakazuki. He needed not exert any effort in this mission. Merely tagging along with the team would have sufficed to regain his cancelled admiral candidacy. However, the supreme commander of this extermination order was Kazuru. As long as the campaign succeeded, regardless of whether he slacked off, the credit would naturally fall to him. Moreover, Sakazuki had disregarded warnings and killed Shiki, resulting in the re-emergence of a devil fruit that could once again threaten the world upon the seas, while eliminating Shiki greatly aided in upholding the Navy's dignity and boosting morale. The merits and demerits could not be balanced. Not demoting him this time was already a lenient decision by Sengoku, considering past affiliations. Sengoku slammed the table, and soon after, a rear admiral rushed in. Standing before him, awaiting orders, Sengoku handed the documents for the admiral candidacy and the promotion to lieutenant commander to the rear admiral, stating unequivocally, "Deliver these to the information department for registration. Then make the information public." Although Tarlag had not directly participated in this battle, saving over 30,000 lives entitled him to a promotion. Granting him a lieutenant commander rank was the bare minimum. But Sengoku felt that, given Tarag's audacity to demand an admiral position, he still needed further refinement. Thus, he decided to keep this monumental achievement under wraps. Understood, the general served as the deputy of the warring states, never questioning his orders, and promptly set off to execute them. But he understood that the document in his possession, designating him as a candidate for a higher rank, would undoubtedly incite further discontent among the Hawks. He hoped that Mr. Warring States had devised a solution. Otherwise, the internal dissent could prove detrimental to the future development of the Navy. In the Marinford dormitory, Lieutenant Terra lay languidly on his bed, an aura of despair enveloping him. It had been 10 days since the turmoil surrounding his promotion. Quell the fury of the Hawks. Warring States had assigned Terra to serve under Akainu. Akainu himself had shown little objection. For certain reasons, he even suggested that his faction should not make things difficult for Terra and might offer him some assistance. However, Terra was not pleased. The abrupt shift in attitude from the likes of Ghost Spider and others left him feeling voiceless. Glancing at the table, he saw the swordsmanship insights sent by Ghost Spider and Weasel. Returning them felt inappropriate, yet keeping them was equally troublesome. It was indeed a representative faction united against external adversaries, reaping significant benefits from their connections while mercilessly targeting those outside their circle. Terra accepted the goodwill represented by these insights. For a novice swordsman like him, they were invaluable, offering guidance that would spare him from numerous detours, leaving him with no option but to accept. Given the circumstances, he felt somewhat embarrassed about plotting their downfall. He sat up thoughtfully, stroking his chin, pondering the upcoming garden party that Warring States had insisted he attend in half a month. Was it a naval banquet? Since returning from the recent battle, Teacher Zephyr's attitude towards Akainu had soured further, making him indifferent even to Terra, who was now under Akainu's command. Meanwhile, he had left Terra behind, taking Smoker and Tina out to sea once again for training. With that thought, Terra sprang up like a carp breaking the surface, casually donning his lieutenant's uniform and striding outside. Having graduated early, he now commanded a small warship and was assigned over 500 new recruits. Lieutenant Terra volunteered Ella, standing guard at Terra's dormitory door. As Terra opened the door, Ella saluted with fervor. "I told you. There's no need for anyone to stay here," Terra said with a slight smile, waving his hand. "I didn't bring you from the hands of the teacher just to have you stand guard. Use this time to train those new recruits outside." Ella had been the only one injured during the officer training camp battle months ago. Tara recognized his talent and valued his persistence, insisting on taking him from teacher Zephyr. The process had been arduous. Zephyr had been reluctant to part with him until warring states intervened. Lieutenant Tara, Ella stepped forward, excitedly producing a newspaper from 10 days ago. It's my duty, and I must not shirk it. Tara would never admit that it was precisely Ella's idolization that compelled him to bring him along, that he shrugged, glancing elsewhere as he spoke. What is the point of keeping that? It's practically worn out. To save countless lives from peril. Ella read aloud from the newspaper. Tara waved dismissively. It's nothing special. Just saved over 30,000 people. Ella's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Don't be modest. You are a hero." At that, Tara could no longer suppress a grin. His lips curling upwards, he snapped his fingers, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. "Come on, you wanted to learn the aura, right? Let us go out to sea for some practical training. Damn it, this kid seems to have mastered my instruction manual. That I hope that's just my imagination." He mused as a lieutenant at naval headquarters. He was already permitted to venture out independently when there was no collective mission. Had warring states not insisted he remain at headquarters to attend the garden party, he would have eagerly accepted a task, taking the new recruits to the world's most perilous seas to contribute his share to the world. Like the task department building, Tara raised an eyebrow. Contemplating Roger and Shiki, those infamous pirates, hail from the East Blue. I deem it the most dangerous sea, without question. Lieutenant Tara, do you think slipping out like this is really okay? Ella followed closely behind, expressing concern. Earlier, he had accompanied Lieutenant Tara to the headquarters, and in barely a minute, Tara had secured a passage permit and stealthily jumped from the third-floor window. "Quit your worrying. If anyone gets in trouble." "It won't TBU," Tara replied, playfully nudging Ella. He felt as if his limbs were on the verge of atrophy. As long as he returned a few days early to attend the garden party. He was confident that warring states wouldn't notice the missing passage permit in his drawer. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He was tough enough to withstand a beating. After all, he had grown accustomed to his elders' reprimands. Recently, Tara had developed a new hobby. After every beating, he would document the experience in a diary titled Luffy and Ace, reflecting on the numerous entries with a mischievous smile. Pondering his thoughts, Ella's lips twitched, choosing not to dissuade him as they entered the task department together. As the name suggests, the task department is where the Navy issues missions, combining information to set bounty amounts, release wanted posters, and delineate specific tasks, locations, character introductions, and background information. When there are no collective missions, idle officers typically come here to seek their objectives. The tasks here are diverse, ranging from capture missions to surveillance, infiltration, and investigation tasks. Moreover, they are not done for free. Bounty hunters receive compensation for capturing pirates, and the same applies to their own. Although the Navy members receive only 20% of the bounty upon capturing a pirate, the remaining 80% is recorded as military merit, significantly influencing their future promotions. Hence, no one complains unless they are particularly short on funds, like Tara, who was about to accept a mission. The transparent promotion pathway beneath the Admiral serves as a lure for young people worldwide to enlist in the Navy. After all, not everyone joins solely out of passion and righteousness. Some are driven by safety, wealth, and power. Tara and Ella casually approached a window to salute. Commander Walt, with the garden party approaching, the headquarters had organized another cleansing operation for safety, deploying a large number of personnel, hence the scarcity of individuals seeking tasks here. Commander Walt, under the command of Vice Admiral Tsuru, is one of the department heads. He raised his eyelids slightly, leisurely reading a newspaper while remaining seated. After puffing on his pipe, his voice, rough and hoarse, remarked, "The school-level missions are posted on the left wall. Check them yourself, and I'll sign off once you've chosen." Tara and Ella exchanged glances, shrugged and walked over to inspect the postings. Capture mission target. Rosna bounty amount. 17.82 million target strength. Mastery of armament hockey. Suspected Zoan-type devil fruit user. Target sighting. Reported by witnesses. Previously led his pirate crew near Reverse Mountain. "Lieutenant, what do you think of this one?" Ella brushed off the dust from the information and pondered aloud. Tara wrinkled his nose, shaking his head in disapproval. "How old is this intel?" Not only is the information covered in dust, but they're only offering this much for someone who possesses hockey or a devil fruit ability. What is the point of risking my life for this? From his rocking chair, Wald raised his gaze, taking a deep drag from his pipe. His voice was aged and raspy as he spoke. Kid, you're late. Due to the cleansing operation, most of the good missions were taken days ago. The remaining individuals are predominantly those whose bounties are not particularly impressive. Yet their capabilities are undeniably formidable. The task department does not issue missions at any given moment. Their primary concern is the intricate network behind their targets, to avoid provoking formidable adversaries. Additionally, it is essential to categorize tasks according to the corresponding levels of strength, to prevent unnecessary casualties arising from discrepancies between the target's abilities and the intelligence provided. Commander Wald, is there not a single newly released mission? Tara glanced around the aged intelligence wall, most of which displayed outdated information. Not only was the intelligence inaccurate, but attempting to capture targets based on it could yield nothing of value. Moreover, the strength of the individuals mentioned has undoubtedly seen a significant increase. This has led many colleagues to shy away from these perilous missions that offer meager rewards. Wald fixed his gaze on Tara for an extended moment, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with his silhouette. Almost instinctively, he spoke. There is indeed one, though the target's strength approaches that of a brigadier general. However, due to certain reasons, the task has only been classified at the level of a captain. That's the one we need. Tara's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bounded over to Wald, his gaze intense and pleading. The prohibition against undertaking tasks beyond one's rank had been a strict decree from above, and Tara was troubled by the hero's inability to find a worthy challenge. This task was simply too fitting. Is it a descendant of Mr. Carp? As Tara approached, Wald scrutinized his distinct features and finally recalled the source of his familiarity. Given this context, assigning the task to him was not out of the question. After all, undertaking missions beyond rank had become routine for those of the Carp lineage. Wald leisurely rose from his seat, retrieving a document from a nearby drawer and turning to hand it to Tara. The intelligence contained therein had been submitted days prior. Due to the sensitive nature of the target's identity, it had only been classified at the captain level, which was why no officer had been willing to take it on. Wald had intended to report it for reclassification. Take this and review the information. If everything checks out, I will stamp it for you, and you may set sail, Wald said before resuming his position in his rocking chair. Picking up his favorite pipe, Tara nodded and waved for his companion, Ella, to join him. Why heavens! Upon spotting a name, Ella exclaimed, drawing the ire of both Tara and Wald, who shot him disapproving glares. What are you shouting for? Tara admonished, giving him a playful jab that it's just a human trafficker. What's the fuss about? Ella covered his mouth, offering an apologetic glance to Wald. He then pulled Tara aside, speaking softly, Lieutenant, we cannot take this mission. Colt is a notorious trafficker near the Sabati archipelago, and he is said to have connections there. Ella pointed skyward, indicating that the mission's target had some vested interest with the Celestial Dragons. During their time in the officer training camp, Ella had excelled academically, second only to Tina. Thus he possessed considerable knowledge regarding well-known figures. Colt hailed from the West Sea and had begun his journey 5 years ago at the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Leading numerous followers on a quest to fulfill his dreams, in his first year at sea, he kidnapped over 300 civilians, extorting the Navy for their ransom, and thereafter made a dramatic exit, for which the Navy placed a bounty of $27 million on his head. In his second year, he resurfaced, occupying an island in the Grand Line and demanding 2 warships from the local Navy branch, raising the bounty to $78 million. In his third and final year as a pirate, he captured over 1,000 young girls, arriving at the Sabati archipelago aboard a warship, thus commencing his trafficking enterprise, which earned him a staggering bounty of 130 million berries. In the subsequent 2 years, due to his operations, he frequently attracted the attention of a certain beast, allowing him to remain at large to this day. Ella meticulously recounted all he knew about Colt, urging Tara to avoid unnecessary trouble, for the Celestial Dragons were not to be trifled with. Tara kicked Ella away, paying no mind to Wald's amused demeanor, and pointed a finger at Ella, rebuking, setting aside whatever nonsense you believe them to be. Who told you that gods can operate above justice? Having said that, he returned to examining the intelligence, pondering how such a lucrative task could go unpursued. Target, cult bounty, 130 million target strength. Mastery of armament hockey, possesses an unknown devil fruit ability, extensive connections, and over 1,000 subordinates. Target location, Sabay Archipelago, number 16, called human trafficking shop. Ha! Tara's words elicited laughter from Wald, who mused privately that it was no surprise he was Mr. Carp's sonit, seeing the entire family shared a disdain for the celestial dragons. The father had repeatedly declined promotions to admiral to avoid serving them. The eldest son sought to slay them, and now the youngest regarded them as inconsequential. With this in mind, Wald tapped his pipe and advised, "Kid," called his anger the celestial dragons, which is why his long-dormant bounty has resurfaced. "Feel free to pursue him." With that assurance, "I am at ease." "Thank you, Uncle Wald," Tara replied, handing over the intelligence document for a stamp. He then pulled the dazed Ella along, smirking. "Haven't you figured it out yet?" Ella snapped back to reality, shaking his head and managing to jump down from Tara's grasp. His eyes hardened with determination as he solemnly declared, "I understand," seeing the fierce resolve in his eyes. Tara slapped his forehead in exasperation, thinking, "You understand nothing." However, he dismissed the thought, weary yet assured that this young man would likely remain by his side, posing no significant threat. Before long, Wald returned the stamped document to Tara, stating, "Bring back the target or their remains. Either counts as completing the mission. Understood?" Tara nodded. Ella had previously explained that capturing tasks required either the living or the dead for completion. Shortly thereafter, Tara departed with the resolute Ella toward the Western training ground. The Marines assigned to his command had already gathered there, eagerly awaiting his arrival, their anticipation palpable. Tara stood at the front of the formation, with his loyal aide Ella by his side, surveying the assembled Navy personnel. These 500 recruits had been a gift from his father upon his departure, considered his direct subordinates. Though labeled as recruits, they had undergone substantial training under Bogard and exhibited considerable combat strength. Not a single objection had arisen regarding their assignment to Tara, as they recognized him as their lieutenant. Having received warm hospitality from the villagers of Windmill Village, every Marine held a deep respect for their new commander. With the formation complete, Tara stepped forward to deliver his final address before setting sail, that I will spare you the usual rhetoric about justice. It's not about what we say, but rather what we do. Instead, I shall speak of something practical, something that directly concerns you. Ella took the initiative to position himself at the forefront of the formation, standing among the other Marines, eager to hear what could be of such relevance. Without delay, Tara produced the intelligence document from his pocket, tapping it lightly as he began, "You all transitioned here from my father, and we are all family. I would never betray you." With this statement, Tara bridged the gap between them that a notably tall Marine at the back of the formation scratched his head and grinned. "Lieutenant, just tell us what we need to do, and we'll follow your lead." Ella frowned, glancing back at the earnest-faced man, thinking, "Are you trying to take over this task?" In a flurry of activity, with eyes aglow as if radiating light, he spoke with a blend of 3 parts excitement and 7 parts sincerity. "Indeed. Lieutenant, simply instruct us on what is required, and my comrades will follow your lead." "Very well." Observing the murmuring crowd, Tarlag relished the flattery. He raised his hand to silence them and continued, "I shall not engage in frivolous banter. Let us address the matter of reward distribution post-mission." With this declaration, ripples of interest coursed through the eyes of the majority of the sailors, for many were motivated by monetary gain. The reward for this mission amounted to 130 million berries, of which we shall receive 20%. 26 million berries. I will allocate 20 million as a reward following this operation. Without allowing them time to react, Tarlag gestured for Aira to distribute the copied documents and added, "Your target commands a ragtag force of over 1,000. Their heads shall be your achievements. After the battle, I will appropriately distribute this 20 million bounty based on your contributions to the mission. These are merely the surface rewards. The majority will be recorded as military achievements, significantly aiding in your future promotions. Having concluded my remarks, I ask, who is in favor and who opposes?" "I oppose." Aira stepped forward, her voice resounding with fervor. Tarlag frowned, his trembling right hand nearly striking out, but he restrained it with his left, inquiring with confusion, "What do you mean?" I am putting in the most effort. Is asking for 6 million unreasonable? Aira shook her head with a bitter smile, turning to face the assembled sailors, her voice trembling as she spoke. Just moments ago, we spoke of being like family. Now, standing before your conscience, do you support this? The crowd fell silent, mired in indecision, until a burly figure at the back broke the tension. Lieutenant, please retract this order. It is already a privilege for us to follow in your footsteps and earn military accolades. I have no desire to claim your bounty. What is the meaning of this? Tarlag scratched his head, growing more perplexed. Isn't it customary for rewards to be distributed based on contributions? Observing Tarlag's hesitation, Aira realized that her lieutenant had not familiarized himself with such matters. Stepping closer, she whispered in his ear, Lieutenant, the rewards issued by the mission department are intended solely for the highest commander, the one with the greatest combat prowess. Tarlag was even more baffled, his expression odd as he queried, It all goes to me? What of you? Will you subsist on air? Aira chuckled awkwardly and explained, for subordinates to accompany their superiors on missions. Gaining experience and military merit is the greatest reward for us. This is the first time I've encountered someone who distributes bounties in such a manner. Not only was it Aira's first experience, but even the sailors under the former Captain Carp had never witnessed such a practice. Even Carp himself merely offered a little more in terms of compensation. At last, Tarlag grasped the situation. He had wondered how a single unit with so many members could share the limited funds, unaware of the underlying dynamics. Yet having spoken, could Tarlag afford to lose face? Suppressing his heartache, he declared with righteous indignation, Enough. It is not a matter of great consequence that a man is a man. Words once spoken cannot be retracted. Thus, let it be distributed this way. I will not concern myself with others, but for my men, reward shall be allocated according to their contributions. With regretful tears in his eyes, he left behind an indomitable figure, striding towards the dock to retreat aboard his ship, silently nursing his wounds. Meanwhile, Aira was moved to tears. The lieutenant, of the same age, left her perplexed regarding the trials he must have faced to attain such remarkable resolve. How could he propose a fair distribution of mission rewards? Such a notion had never graced the annals of naval history. What greatness this displayed! Such a person would undoubtedly not remain confined to the rank of mere lieutenant. His talents could not be encapsulated by such a position. Once Tarlag departed, the sailors felt liberated. Engaging in animated discussions, their faces alight with joy. Beside Aira stood a third-class seaman, grinning widely. Carty is a notorious pirate. His military achievements and those of his subordinates amount to an extraordinary legacy. Another third-class seaman, glancing at the information in his hands, replied excitedly, Indeed, if we strive hard, becoming a first-class seaman or a sergeant is not a dream. Moreover, there's wealth to be gained. Aira's expression darkened. They had yet to set sail, and already they were speculating about the aftermath of the mission. Was it appropriate? Long live the lieutenant! Resounded a chorus of cheers, as all the sailors felt fortunate and elated to follow such a magnanimous commander. Silence! Aira could no longer contain herself, interrupting the revelry. Remember who bestowed this favor upon you, and never forget the one who dug the well from which you drink, with a sweep of her arm. She led the others towards the dock, embarking on a new journey. Only the burly man at the back of the line posed a profound question to Aira. It seems we have always been the lieutenant's subordinates. What of you, Lieutenant Aira? Aira did not look back. She chose not to respond, for a devoted follower must possess the awareness of their role, and selective deafness is indeed a necessary lesson. Taizolo, you've eluded us for years. Isn't it time to settle your debts? Indeed. Do you wish to remain our friend? In a narrow alley within the chaotic region of Sabeti Archipelago, a group of tattooed thugs surrounded a young man with gray-green hair. Taizolo's face bore the marks of a brutal beating, bruised and battered, as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Taking a deep breath to alleviate his pain, Taizolo rasped, The moment you abandoned me to flee. We became strangers. A father with a penchant for gambling and a mother ensnared in the clutches of alcoholism bore a son who yearned for the light. This early nurturing of hope would ultimately shape a life filled with despair and regret. Taizwaluo, formerly known as Jir de Taizwaluo, harbored a passion for singing, and nurtured dreams of stardom from a tender age. Following his father's demise, poverty enveloped their home, and his inebriated mother loathed his melodious voice. Often resorting to violence against him in her drunken stupor. One fateful night, unable to endure any longer, Taizwaluo fled in silence. In his impoverished existence, he frequently faced ostracism from those around him. Yet he forged bonds with a group of steadfast companions, relying on pilfered wealth to sustain these friendships. For the first time in his life, having friends brought him immense joy. However, this semblance of camaraderie was built on the fragile foundation of daily beatings and petty theft. In moments of tranquility, they appeared closer than kin, their words sweet as honey. Yet this stagnant pond was easily disturbed by the smallest pebble, sending ripples through their fragile connections after a disastrous gambling loss. Taizwaluo found himself captured by a human trafficker. The so-called friends circling him for money turned their backs and fled, their callous faces etched in his memory. That encounter left him battered and nearly lifeless. Yet during his escape, he stumbled upon a place named Cardi Store within the human trafficking market, where he met her. Her name was Stella, abducted 3 years prior by the notorious pirate Cardi from an island along the Grand Line. It was said that over 1,000 young women were taken with her, sold as commodities over the years. Due to her striking beauty and enchanting voice, she was priced exorbitantly, remaining unsold to this day. On that wintry night, captivated by her canary-like song, Taizwaluo found himself humming along. She became the first audience of his life, while he merely a fleeting visitor in her tumultuous journey. Strangely, they connected deeply, their souls intertwining amidst the ebb and flow of song. Their initial encounter felt timeless, as if they had known each other in a past life. Yet a stark iron barrier separated her gentle spirit from his life steeped in tragedy. Despite trembling with fear, Stella offered him her most resilient self, declaring, "One day, I will be bought, but my heart shall remain forever unpurchasable." With unwavering determination, Taizwaluo vowed, "I shall come to rescue you." In pursuit of this promise, he toiled relentlessly, subsisting on mere buns each day to amass the funds necessary for her redemption. "I am so close," he wept, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. "I am nearly there. Why do you all have to appear before me now, those who fled when I needed you?" The leader of the gang, adorned in a white mask, twisted his fingers around Taizwaluo's head, lifting him with a sinister grin. "What nonsense are you spouting, boy? We are your friends, after all." Laughter erupted from the surrounding ruffians, mocking Taizwaluo's pitiful state, with one even desecrating him further. "Hey, there should be limits to bullying. You know?" A voice, suppressing its fury, echoed through the alley. "Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself." The thugs braced themselves, scanning the area for the source of the challenge. With a heavy tread, Tarlag emerged from the shadows. His expression grim. Navy? Panic ensued among the thugs as they recognized his uniform, scattering like startled birds. The sound of bullets being chambered filled the air, with hundreds of gun barrels trained on the alley's entrance. Being close to Cardi's store, Tarlag had chosen a hidden path for a covert operation, only to stumble upon this disheartening scene of bullying. In the world of pirates, love is often laced with tragedy. Observing the kneeling thugs and the despairing young man in the corner, Tarlag pieced together the unfolding events. 10 fingers adorned with 9 rings, a name left for you. This brief phrase encapsulated regret, a poignant reminder of hope yet to be realized. The tale of Taizwaluo, the Golden Emperor, stirred something deep within Tarag's heart, igniting a longing for love that had previously been absent. What began as a simple capture mission unexpectedly offered him the chance to alter the course of this tragedy. A garden party. Tarlag scoffed, finally understanding the nature of the event that sent shivers down the spines of those like a coon. A game orchestrated by the celestial dragons, playing with the essence of humanity, yet requiring the just to accompany and protect. Absurd, utterly ridiculous. One sword style. Iedo. A crimson arc cleaved through the alley as Tarlag, consumed by rage, unsheathed his sword once more. His figure surged past the kneeling thugs, who instinctively twisted to check for wounds. The masked ringleader, after assessing his own condition, internally scoffed. Looks intimidating, but ultimately just a fa ade. The Navy is no more than this, if not for those guns. Shut up. Tarlag smirked, slowly sheathing his blade, untouched by blood. With a spray of crimson erupting forth, the thugs, in disbelief and terror, watched as their bodies erupted with countless gashes. Blood splattering across the alley walls, a final scream pierced the air as one thug succumbed to his fate, realizing that nothing was more terrifying than witnessing one's own demise. "Who are you?" Taiswaluo wiped the blood splatter from his face, straining to glimpse the savior through swollen eyes. Tarlag furrowed his brow, his trembling hand gripping the sword hilt. A palpable aura of death hung in the air, and he braced himself for the inevitable backlash from his own blade. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his racing heart, suppressing the urge to kill, and turned to the gravely wounded Taiswaluo, narrowing his eyes in confusion. "Can you tell me why, despite your labored breathing, I see a smile in your eyes?" Tarlag was baffled. Despite his battered body, trampled dignity, and numerous wounds, why was Taiswaluo smiling? Was it relief from being saved? Cough, cough. Taiswaluo expelled a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise before kneeling before Tarlag. "I am eternally grateful." He bowed his head forcefully, and when he lifted it again, blood marred his swollen forehead. With a few broken teeth exposed, tears streamed down his face. Yet his smile radiated joy. "I smile because this is the closest I have been to hope in over 20 years. As long as he worked diligently for a while longer, he would finally gather enough to buy her freedom. What could be more worthy of a smile than clinging to this fragile hope? Insults and abuse, along with the torment of physical violence, are inconsequential. All the tribulations endured cannot crush a heart brimming with aspirations for the future. Eyes swollen to the point of invisibility are nonetheless filled with love, dreams, and the yearning for her who awaits." "Ha-ha," Tarlag chuckled, for since joining the Navy, this was the happiest he had ever laughed. Without a trace of disdain for his unkempt appearance, Tarlag stepped forward and, under Taisolo's incredulous gaze, placed a hand on his shoulder, guiding him slowly out of the dark alley. "Number 16, Shambodi Islands, an unnamed small clinic." "Ugh, you pathetic wretch, you've been vomiting for over 3 hours." Tarlag waved his hand disdainfully, dispersing the nauseating stench that filled the air. "Go ahead and vomit. Who told you to eat garlic?" Era, looking utterly disheveled, raised his head stiffly, his eyes devoid of light as he gazed at Tarlag. "Lieutenant Junior Grade, it was you who killed, yet it is us who must clean up the mess." He had not experienced the peculiar missions in Impel, where individuals were led into dark alleys. Stepping on a severed intestine, Era felt utterly unwell. The fact that he had not fainted directly was a testament to his tenacity. "Lieutenant Junior Grade, could I perhaps borrow Murakumo for a moment?" His throat convulsed as Era fixed his gaze on the Murakumo at Tarag's waist. "Get lost," Tarag cursed, turning to leave, waving goodbye as he said, "Vomit all you want. You'll get used to it, but Murakumo is beyond your grasp." Era watched him depart, painfully closing his eyes. There wasn't a single dependable person. Was it truly the case that a mere surplus of intestines warranted the annihilation of the entire army? Helplessness engulfed him. With his subordinates incapacitated by nausea, Tarag had no choice but to gather intelligence on the target himself. After all, time waits for no one, and if he returned late, there would be dire consequences. "Dr. Lacey, do you have any other clothes?" Tarag inquired, holding a red dress in his hand, his eyelids twitching and his temples throbbing with pain. He merely wished to disguise himself for infiltration, but he certainly did not intend to become a cross-dresser. Lacey, the only female physician at the small clinic, exuded an aura of mature femininity despite her white lab coat, which could not conceal her allure. Lacey chuckled softly, her gaze lingering on Tarag's chiseled abs. Her lips parting slightly. "Mr. Navy, I'm the only one here. I do have other clothes, but..." Upon hearing this, Tarag's eyes lit up. As long as he didn't have to wear a dress, he could settle for rags. "Quick, bring them over. Anything that can cover me is better than this." Saying this, he flung the red dress out of the window. Lacey's lips curled into a seductive smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she nodded in agreement. "All right, those garments weren't intended for outsiders anyway." Wiping the corner of her mouth, Lacey's eyes danced as she added, "But I must admit, I've never seen such a handsome young man before. Consider this a treat." Tarag slapped himself, watching as Lacey swayed away. Damn it, did I just get flirted with? Not long after, Lacey returned, carrying a small suitcase, bashfully handing it to Tarlag. For some reason, the moment Tarlag accepted the suitcase, a faint blush appeared on Lacey's cheeks before she swiftly turned and fled, leaving Tarlag bewildered. What on earth was that about? Shaking his head, he disregarded the strange behavior of the female doctor and eagerly opened the black suitcase. My God! With a loud bang, upon seeing the contents of the suitcase, Tarlag leaped out the window to retrieve the red dress he had previously discarded. He circled around and returned through the front door, staring in a daze at the 4 large characters inscribed on the clinic above. Miraculous healing. What a splendid name. Inside the suitcase lay a pair of shorts, a gossamer lace skirt, black stockings, and a whip. The scandalous items within stirred Tarag's blood, and he found the red dress increasingly appealing. In the cartel shopping district, a youthful girl with a sunshade approached slowly, clad in a red dress that complemented her pink hair and charming face, capturing the attention of many passers-by. If my father sees me like this, I wonder if I'll ever see the sun rise again, Tarlag thought to himself, his lips parting slightly as he walked ahead with vacant eyes. All he had asked of Dr. Lacey was to help him with some makeup. How had he ended up in this predicament? My dignity is gone. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have hesitated to spend a few thousand Baileys on new clothing. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful girl before. A stray dog wandered in front of Tarlag, only to be kicked aside by him as he shouted angrily. The high-pitched voice was a result of the voice-changing medicine Lacey had given him, and as the gazes of those around him began to wane, Tarlag stormed through the entire cartel shopping district. While it was called a shopping district, it resembled a commercial street instead. Numerous small, individual enclosures lined the area, and as Tarlag approached, he discovered that each cage contained 1 to 3 slaves. He had already seen more than 100 of these small enclosures. You despicable creature, you truly deserve to die. He unleashed his observation hockey, seeking to discern the strongest presence in the vicinity. Oddly enough, the auras he sensed were no different from those of ordinary tourists. The only ones slightly stronger were the employees here. Failing to locate cartel left Tarlag feeling quite displeased to accomplish his first solo mission. He had even sold his soul, only to be met with this? Clenching the phone bug in his hand, he was usually reluctant to invoke his family's connections. However, having sacrificed so much, maintaining face became trivial. In the area of number 13, Shambodi Island's the Summer's Shakedown Bar. Dressed as a woman, Tarlag gazed at the blatant inscription of Shakedown on the tavern sign, his grip on his wallet tightening. Was this truly acceptable? Tarlag pondered, stroking his chin to set the record straight. He wasn't particularly concerned about the money. He merely sought information and was here to ask for help from a former pirate. Summer, a renowned informant, was precisely the reason for his visit. Earlier, he had called his father, Carp, who was on vacation, only to be told that distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. Instead, he was directed to a tavern at number 13 to find a female pirate he had once pursued relentlessly. So, Tarlag knocked on the tavern door, swallowing hard. She won't hold a grudge against you, will she, to the extent that she might send someone to kill me. Tap, tap. A series of footsteps approached from within the tavern. And with a creak, the brown wooden door swung open. An elderly man with silver hair, wearing glasses and sporting a scar down his right eye, stumbled out, clearly intoxicated. This man was none other than Dark King Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Though nearing 60, the terrifying aura he exuded suggested he could easily contend with an admiral. Having been left unattended due to Summer's temporary absence, Rayleigh had no reservations. Previously limited in his alcohol consumption, he now drank freely. Burp, Rayleigh belched, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the dazed Tarlag with curiosity. Strange aura, Rayleigh mused, repeatedly removing his glasses to wipe them clean. The hockey he sensed was brimming with masculinity, yet why did it manifest in the form of a young girl? He chuckled to himself, realizing he might have genuinely drunk too much, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. The owner is out, and the tavern is temporarily closed. If this young lady requires anything, perhaps it would be best to consider it before returning. Tarlag shook his head, although he had mentally prepared himself. The initial encounter with this elderly man still left him stunned. Hey, what does that conflicted expression mean when you address me? Can I go in and talk? He pointed towards Rayleigh's back, letting out a weary sigh. Ha ha! Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. I suppose it's I who has been rude. Please come in. Upon entering the tavern, one is immediately greeted by the slightly antiquated yet gleaming wooden bar, adorned with an array of bottles and glasses. The walls of the establishment are embellished with ancient maps, wanted posters, and peculiar specimens of marine life. Hanging from the ceiling, a few vintage chandeliers cast a warm, dim light, creating an ambience that is both mysterious and relaxing. Rayleigh beckoned Tarlag to take a seat at the bar, producing the exquisite wine he had previously enjoyed, pouring a glass, and sliding it towards Tarlag. In a fleeting moment, the glimmering silver in his eyes vanished, the image of a disheveled old man dissipating, replaced by a sharp, menacing gaze fixated on Tarlag, who had just lifted the wine glass. Navy, dressed in this manner, have you come prepared for battle once more? The realization that Tarlag could not even conceal his identity was troubling. How could he then aspire to be the strategist aboard the Pirate King's ship, or enjoy a carefree retirement on this island? Outside, he had already offered a warning to this young naval officer. Since he chose to enter, any lack of explanation would make it difficult for him to leave. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki bore down upon Tarlag, striking him with immense force, causing even his wig to be blown off by the palpable aura. The wine glass in his hand paused mid-air as Tarlag shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging the oppressive nature of this initial intimidation. Were it not for his recent surge in strength, he might have faltered under this first trial. Under Rayleigh's subtly appreciative gaze, Tarlag, unperturbed, downed the exquisite wine in one gulp. Delicious. He wiped his mouth, the effects of the drug having worn off, his voice returning to its original timbre. Though it pales in comparison to what my sister brews. Next time, I shall bring you some to taste. With that, to Rayleigh's astonished gaze, Tarlag tore apart the red dress he wore. Damn it, being discovered is a relief. I could no longer endure this disguise. Grabbing a handkerchief nearby, he wiped away the makeup on his face, revealing his true visage before Rayleigh. With handsome features that exuded a rugged masculinity, his eyes resembled clear, deep lakes. What a striking young man! He seems somewhat familiar. Or have I seen him before? Rayleigh glanced at several newspapers on a nearby table. As if recalling something, the aura of Conqueror's haki dissipating entirely. Tarlag's dress concealed a pair of shorts, and he stood up, his bare, muscular form on full display. Addressing the silver-haired elder before him with an apologetic smile, he said, "Good day, Mr. Rayleigh. I hope you will forgive my impromptu visit. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Tarlag, a major from the naval headquarters." Upon recalling Tarlag's identity, the tension in Rayleigh's demeanor relaxed, reverting to his usual nonchalance. He poured another glass of wine for the young man, laughing heartily. "The son of Garp, is it? Has your father sent you to follow in his footsteps and apprehend us old fellows?" Rayleigh laughed joyously, a hint of absurdity in his mirth, tilting his head back to gaze at the tavern's ceiling, even shedding a tear of laughter. "Rayleigh, my comrade, my journey is about to conclude here. But this is not an end. It is a new beginning that I believe this world will undergo significant changes due to my departure. I entrust my will and dreams to the young ones of the future. Do not mourn my leaving. This is my choice, my destiny." Reflecting on the growth of his old friend's son, Rayleigh recalled the words spoken to him by the captain upon his departure. "Do not jest. Why would I confront you all now?" Tarlag replied with a wry smile. "I certainly do not wish to meet my end at such a young age." The two exchanged smiles, their initial meeting imbued with a sense of camaraderie, as though they had long wished to meet. Returning to the matter at hand, Tarlag cleared his throat, looking up at the king's right hand, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Mr. Rayleigh, my audacious visit is the result of my father's strong recommendation. The bond between Garp and the Roger Pirates runs deep. Publicly, they are arch rivals, yet privately, they are close friends." Disguised as he was, Tarlag felt no fear of ill-intentioned gossip regarding his presence, but he openly conveyed his purpose for visiting to Rayleigh, who occasionally lamented how swiftly the times have changed and left them behind. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine, initially surprised at how Garp had raised such a polite son. However, the term wayward father unveiled the true nature of the monkey family. Tarlag scratched the back of his head, perplexed by Rayleigh's inexplicable laughter. The situation is as follows. I have come to eliminate the blight that is called. I have checked the slave market, but found no trace of him. So my father sent me here to inquire with Sister Shaki. Glancing around, he noticed Shaki was nowhere in sight, and Rayleigh had no intention of explaining her absence, instead smiling as he replied. You are here to find Shaki, are you not? That rascal Garp seems quite at ease. Is he not worried that she might chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish? Cough, cough. Tarlag choked slightly, forcing a laugh. I doubt it would come to that. Doubt it? Rayleigh recalled the 30-odd bar Shaki had destroyed, retorting, if you say it won't happen, then it won't, though I suspect your dear father might think otherwise. Pointing to a pile of documents in the corner, Rayleigh casually remarked, Shaki has stepped out for a moment. The intel she gathered is all there. You may peruse it at your leisure that a guest has arrived. So, I shall step outside to greet them. Once you find what you need, feel free to depart. With that, Rayleigh vanished from the tavern. Tarlag extended his observation hockey, curious to discern the identity of the newcomer prompting Rayleigh's hasty exit. However, he sensed no unusual presence, not even Rayleigh's aura. With a wry smile, he mused, in comparison to these individuals, my training still leaves much to be desired. Approaching the stack of documents, he began to sift through them, quickly locating the information he sought. Reading aloud from a file, Tarlag noted, in District Jar 1, a rare mermaid has been captured for auction on July 28, attracting the attention of all local slave traders. Found it. A glimmer of pale, purple light flashed in his eyes. He had wondered why he hadn't encountered Colt, only to discover he was attending the auction. This document had been meticulously prepared by Shaki over a week prior. And today was indeed July 28, the commencement of the auction. Squeezing his empty wallet, Tarlag raised an eyebrow. A mermaid from Fishman Island? I wonder if my mere 2,000 berries will suffice to purchase her. This sum had been pilfered from the Machino family before he enlisted. The Navy's salaries are disbursed at year's end, so he remains self-sufficient, having learned to live frugally. The human auction venue engages in criminal activities such as slave trading, targeting criminals and citizens from nations that have not allied with the world government. For various reasons, the Navy tacitly permits this activity, referring to it as a professional referral agency. The constraints of his position limited Tarlag's actions, confining him to operate within the boundaries of the rules. Resorting to force at the auction would certainly fall outside the Navy's regulations unless he was prepared to abandon his naval career. In the prevailing climate of piracy, the trade of human lives is an inescapable reality. Rather than allowing reckless traffickers to flourish unchecked at sea, it is deemed more prudent to confine them to a single location for easier management and oversight, which represents the Navy's utmost capability. In Area 16 of the Sabeti Archipelago, having gathered the necessary intelligence, Tarlag returned to the small clinic, ready to lead his team to secure the auction site, ensuring they could execute their apprehension plan immediately after the auction's conclusion. Ella, gather the troops. It is time. Time has passed for quite a while, and Ella has finally grown accustomed to vomiting. Although weakened, it does not hinder her actions. This small clinic is certainly unable to accommodate the more than 500 sailors. The bulk of the troops is mostly concealed in the nearby dark alleys. If it were not for the need to tend to the injured Tezelo and the incessantly vomiting Ella, Tarlag would not have come here. Had he not come here, he would not have encountered that enchanting woman. Without meeting her, how could he have unwittingly sold his soul? Major. Ella scratched her head, mustering her courage under Tarlag's piercing gaze, and managed to utter those words. Major, how does it feel to wear women's clothing? Ha ha! Ella could not hold back and burst into laughter. The dangerous aura of menace seemed almost tangible as Tarlag kicked this rascal in the rear, roaring, if you dare to speak of this, I will turn you into a real woman. Feeling a sudden chill, Ella instinctively clamped her legs together and scurried away to gather the troops. Rest assured, Major, I, Ella, am the tightest-lipped man in the world. Tarlag turned his head, casting a fierce glare at Lacey, who was hiding behind a curtain, secretly watching him. His instincts told him that the very person who claims to be the most tight-lipped is often the one most fond of gossip. A veritable loudspeaker, much like War Peach. Soon, Ella returned with a gathered squad. Tarlag surveyed the scene, Noticing that each sailor's face was adorned with an uncontrollable smirk, their eyes occasionally darting toward him, their lips quirked upward, as if pulled by an invisible force, struggling to suppress their laughter. With gritted teeth, Talag's figure suddenly lunged forward, bellowing, "Ella! Today here, it's either you or me." Huh. Their scuffle confirmed Ella's earlier claims, and the sailors, unable to contain their mirth, erupted into laughter. Some laughed so hard they doubled over, pounding the ground as if they were gasping for breath. Talag's already dwindling dignity was utterly obliterated. The burly man vying for the title of Ella's lickspittle was named Leo, who gazed at a particularly alluring photograph that Ella had surreptitiously taken, his honest smile quite endearing. After a while, Tarlag, squatting atop the small clinic's roof, gazed toward the east, feeling a twinge of homesickness. The outside world was perilous and ill-suited for him, but he glanced down at Ella, who lay on the ground, writhing in pain from the beating he had administered. Tarlag mused, "Some lack iron, some lack calcium. But what I lack most is face. Shanks, you must come to my home soon, so I can learn from you how to cultivate the ability of the face fruit." The long silent system in his mind protested silently. "What words are these?" Imitating his father, Tarlag pinched his nose and declared, "This thing, whoever speaks it first owns it." Returning to the matter at hand, Tarlag was confident in his blows, aside from a rule he never followed of not hitting faces. Ella's injuries were mostly superficial. Before long, he had a swollen visage resembling that of a pig, rising from the ground and casting a grateful glance at Leo, who helped him up, subtly implying that the photograph must be preserved. This beating could not have been in vain. Having composed himself, Tarlag leapt from a roof with elegant strides, his expression grave as he addressed the gathered sailors. "Put away those grins. You are all professionally trained. Exemplary sailors, is it appropriate for you to mock your superiors?" Ella, seemingly inspired by some stimulus, awakened a talent for self-sabotage since Tarlag had taken matters into his own hands. Indeed, Ella, clutching his aching waist, called out from the crowd in a high-pitched voice, "We are all sailors who have undergone professional training. Under normal circumstances, we do not laugh unless we cannot help it. Ha ha!" After uttering that line, he bent over, covering his mouth as laughter erupted from him, believing he could hide among the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the good-natured Leo had already signaled for the sailors in front of him to part, leaving Ella fully exposed to Talag's gaze. Years later, the ever-loyal Ella, having accompanied Tarlag through thick and thin, had learned the art of language from another world, with a jovial Leo by his side. He clumsily exclaimed in a mock sergeant tone, "Leo, brother, if you pocket me, I'll kick you into the ditch. In the first area of the Sabati archipelago, at the human auction venue," Tarlag commanded, "Move swiftly, surround this place. Without my orders, not a single fly is permitted to escape." At this moment, Tarlag had arrived at the periphery of the auction venue with his troops, directing his foolish subordinates to establish a formidable line of defense. Leo, Ella had just felt the gentle caress of Tarlag's iron fist filled with affection, courtesy of Dr. Lacey, who had left him as a guest. Thus, the good-natured Leo took this opportunity to rise in status, temporarily gaining Tarlag's favor. "Where are the cannons from my ship? Bring them to me." Tarlag's mood was exceedingly irritable, his words nearly spilling over with profanity. "Major," Leo, with his earnest smile, saluted promptly, "the 5 cannons from the ship have been successfully installed. Look at this honest fellow, so considerate. Ella, you take good care of him. I'll show him love later." Achoo! On the small clinic's bed, wrapped in bandages, Ella sneezed and muttered angrily, "Who is cursing me?" Returning to the main topic, Tarlag waved his hand, and the sailors promptly returned to their defensive positions, concealing themselves as they awaited the commencement and conclusion of the auction. Meanwhile, Tarlag, accompanied by the understanding Leo, entered the auction hall to further ascertain their target. He secured his wallet to his waist, prominently displayed, with every step resonating with the sound of clinking coins. Stop! At the entrance of the auction hall stood 4 menacing-looking brutes who blocked Tarlag and Leo's path. "What do you want?" Talag's piercing gaze fixed upon them. Patting his wallet, he shouted arrogantly, "I have plenty of money. Get out of my way." The aura of a wealthy tycoon emanating from him momentarily stunned the 4 guards. who exchanged glances before lowering their hands in surrender. Apologies, esteemed guest. Please proceed inside. These men were clearly trained professionals, bowing an apology under the lead of their captain. Thus, Tarlag strode ahead with Leo following closely, marching in with an air of indifference. Leo glanced back, ensuring the four men had vanished from sight, then turned to Tarlag, pointing at their shabby suits and quietly inquiring, "Major, the 2 shabby suits we bought cost you 2,000 berries. Do you still have money left?" Wearing suits and proper ties was almost a hallmark of nobility. Previously, Tarlag had taken Leo to the second-hand market to procure these 2 inferior suits. Leo had followed closely behind. Witnessing the pained expression on Tarlag's face as he paid, he remembered how Tarlag had emptied his wallet before the reluctant vendor finally sold them the outdated suits. But what was this clinking sound of coins? Tarlag's expression darkened dangerously. You have nothing to say?" He pinched the few remaining 1 berry coins in his wallet, which he had secretly exchanged with a vendor while Leo was distracted. This was his last resort. "Do I need to inform you of how much money I have?" With a swift motion, Tarlag delivered a resounding slap to the hefty fellow, his expression serious as he stated, "I admire you. If you desire something, speak up. Understood?" L.O., with an innocuous scratch of his head, waved his hand with an endearing awkwardness, humbly replying, "No, thank you." Tarlag chuckled lightly, once again marveling at the thoughtful fellow, and stepped into the gathering hall with his hands clasped behind his back. At a glance, beneath the towering dome, the lighting was somewhat dim, with flickering candle flames barely illuminating the entire space steeped in malevolence. The auction venue was teeming with people, a congregation of dignitaries, affluent merchants, and nefarious characters from various locales. At the center of the arena stood a raised platform, upon which rested a colossal iron cage, adorned with sharp iron spikes, exuding an eerie chill as if it were a prison for wickedness. Within the cage were the unfortunate souls treated as mere commodities, their eyes brimming with fear and despair. The walls surrounding them were adorned with various portraits and placards, detailing the auctioned individuals' information and starting prices. The numbers inscribed upon these signs seemed to ruthlessly price human lives, utterly shattering their dignity. The pungent blend of perfume and tobacco wafted through the air, mingling with the hushed whispers and boisterous clamor of the crowd, creating a nauseating atmosphere that a group of scoundrels seemed to grasp the essence of Akanu's sense of justice. "Lieutenant, what did you say?" L.O., affected by the ambience, felt a weight on his heart, momentarily failing to catch Tarlag's murmured words. "Nothing," Tarlag replied, lifting his head and donning a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, grinning as he declared, "Let us make a ruckus here." The auction had been underway for some time, and the throngs of people rendered the view a sea of darkness. The atmosphere was so complex that even Tarlag's observation hockey faltered, making it impossible to pinpoint the location of any target. The auctioneer, a man adorned with a tall hat, star-shaped sunglasses, and flowing lavender hair, stood atop the platform, his sharp and exaggerated voice continually stirring the emotions of the crowd below. He vividly showcased this stage, rife with the trampling of human rights, the distortion of humanity, and the interplay of wealth and desire. 30 million berries twice, 30 million berries thrice sold. Let us congratulate Mr. Rokas for acquiring this batch of ear girls at the price of 30 million berries. Disco exclaimed with an excited grin, raising his arm in triumph, relishing in the success of this auction, knowing Joker would reward him generously. Just a little more, if only to secure the final act. Unlike the customary congratulations at ordinary auctions, here only existed the shouts of discontent and resentment. On the other side, L.O. tugged at Tarlag's sleeve, his innocent visage revealing an unusual expression for the first time as he pointed towards the cage containing over a dozen ear girls. A mix of anger and pity in his inquiry. "Lieutenant, I like them. Can we buy them?" Tarlag glanced at the burly figure beside him, fully aware of L.O.'s hidden intentions. His gaze shifted to the cage atop the dimly lit auction stage, where countless lights illuminated the proud commodities, exposing them shamelessly to these scoundrels. Inside the cage, the ear girls huddled together, their once lively ears now drooping helplessly. Their eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, as if their souls had been extracted, leaving behind mere husks of existence. Tarlag shook his head, and under L.O.'s incredulous gaze, he spoke softly. "There's no need." Casting a glance at L.O., Talag's right hand unconsciously rested on Murakumo, his voice tinged with an icy chill. "Their presence is faint. Even if rescued, they shan't live long." There was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind, that he even discerned the will to die in the vacant expressions of these scantily clad women. For them, perhaps even the act of ending their own lives was a luxury. That L.O.'s lips trembled slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent, merely closing his eyes and feigning ignorance. This was not the justice he sought. Before long, workers began to push this batch of goods away, placing them somewhere backstage, awaiting collection by some trash. Disco picked up a sheet of paper and examined it, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Musing, "How strange, what good fortune is this? A batch of slaves with only one person." The slaves or items sold at this human auction were not solely provided by the auction house. Other individuals also submitted their items for auction, with the house taking a small commission from the final sale price. This aspect was a significant draw for the auction, a concept conceived by none other than Joker himself. Disco dramatically lifted the cloth covering the cage, unveiling its contents to all present. At that moment, Tarlag, sipping free juice, sprayed it out upon recognizing the elderly man inside the cage, adorned with a collar, drawing disdainful glances from those around him. "Really? Hey, wasn't this old fellow supposed to be greeting guests? How did he end up here? Did he lose a bet?" "Disco, what is going on? I wanted to see beautiful women, those who could serve, not an old man. Exactly, the customer is king. You've angered us. Do you still intend to hold this auction?" As the audience caught sight of the old man in the cage, curses and murmurs filled the entire venue. The silver-haired Rayleigh, clad in scruffy slippers, pulled out a gourd of fine wine from his white shirt and took a swig, casually introducing himself. "Though I'm old, I'm quite adept at household chores. Those interested in the old man can start bidding." "You old fool," Disco shouted, storming over with a sharp voice. "Who sent you here for auction? Today's auction was particularly special. In recent years, mermaids had rarely been active at sea, and the rarity of this featured item was self-evident. Thus, the slaves auctioned alongside the mermaid were of high quality, and Disco could not fathom how this old man managed to slip into, "I came here of my own volition. No need to be so irate." "Young man," Rayleigh replied, his scarred eyes narrowing, unleashing a silent wave that surged toward Disco. Bang! "Hey, Disco, what on earth are you doing?" A wealthy fat man in the audience rose, shouting, "Is this your time to sleep?" Disco had already collapsed, eyes glazed beneath the iron cage at Rayleigh's feet. Other staff members scrambled onto the stage, forcing themselves to continue the auction. Seizing the moment of chaos, Tarlag swiftly approached the center stage. "Mr. Rayleigh," Tarlag, hidden in the shadows, inquired with a hint of disbelief. "What are you doing?" Rayleigh placed a finger to his lips, responding with a smile. "Let us keep this between us and that old man." Having consumed all of the fine wines cherished by Shucky during her absence of over 10 days, Rayleigh resorted to this desperate measure to exchange himself for drinking money. Talag's lips twitched. Was he still concerned about losing face? In a past life, he had merely heard that Rayleigh willingly offered himself to the human auction house when funds ran LOW at the time. He had assumed this right hand of the king was merely here to see his nephew Luffy. But it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Tarlag patted his jangling wallet and jested. "Mr. Rayleigh, what would it mean if someone else bought you? Why not let me purchase you?" Rayleigh drained the last drop of wine from the gourd, shaking his head in refusal. "Do you wish to engage in a black market deal with an old man like me?" A glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes as he cast a meaningful glance at Tarlag. Rescuing pirates? Truly befitting of that family. The brief interlude soon passed, and Tarlag offered a sympathetic glance to the elderly woman who had purchased Rayleigh, silently retreating. After this farce, the auction resumed its usual proceedings. Aside from a certain elderly woman who had left early, the enthusiasm of the remaining crowd surged even higher. Tarlag observed the old woman, fiercer than a pirate, and silently mourned for Mr. Rayleigh for 3 seconds. He pondered, with Rayleigh's strength, he should not falter, right? It is no wonder that some individuals resort to auctioning themselves off despite financial constraints, particularly given the hedonistic persona of Rayleigh. For many women, such a lure is undeniably formidable. The fainted figure from the disco has already been carried away by his subordinates, while the event is now presided over by his deputy, a temptress clad in scant attire. As the upcoming auction commences, she playfully remarks, "I hope no one takes advantage of me." Dear sirs, a mischievous glance from her draws forth a chorus of whistles and exclamations, accompanied by a flurry of indecorous remarks. Miss Xiaoya. Once the auction concludes, I, the tiger shark, would like to invite you to catch some goldfish. A lanky figure, donned a skull-patterned scarf, and nicknamed Tiger Shark, whistles and calls out, "Bah! You, with your toothpick of stature, dare to boast?" retorts a burly one-eyed man known as Bloodlion, his muscles rippling with disdain. The Bloodline pirate crew and the Tiger Shark pirate crew are bitter rivals, with both captains equally matched, their bounties exceeding 15 million. But amidst the cacophony of provocation surrounding them, it seemed a physical altercation was imminent. Xiaoya on stage hastily intervened, feigning shyness as she softly suggested, "It is an honor to garner the attention of both esteemed gentlemen. Shall we discuss the matter of goldfish catching later?" Her dulcet tones sent shivers down the spine of the ever-watchful Tarlag. "Damn, the old green tea. Leo, take note of those 2 goldfish catches. We will pursue them together shortly." "Yes, young master." Leo nearly revealed Tarlag's identity before hastily correcting himself. "I seem to have spoken too much. Let us proceed to the main event." Xiaoya clapped her hands, and soon a group appeared, wheeling a large rectangular tank to the stage. Behind me is the final item for this auction, which I believe many esteemed guests have come to see that a fine product requires little introduction. It will surely attract abundant wealth. The unveiling of the last item drew forth many hidden gazes. These wretched, lowly humans, a figure cloaked in black muttered, revealing only a serrated nose as he clenched his fists in rage, ready to storm the venue. Along, a rotund figure, similarly shrouded, grasped his arm, shaking his head earnestly. "This is the Shambadi Archipelago, a gathering place for humans. We cannot act recklessly." "But that is my sister," the one called Along exclaimed, shaking off the grip of the rotund figure, his eyes aflame with a desire to wreak havoc upon those who displayed excitement and greed around him. With a low growl, Along caught the attention of Xiaoya, who dramatically lifted the cloth from the tank, revealing a small shark without reservation. How could it be her? Watching the calm figure within the tank, holding a small crystal ball and adorned in a deep purple hooded cloak, Tarlag gasped. This little mermaid was Shaylee, a renowned oracle from Fishman Island, abandoned by her father at the age of 3 to reside in Fishman Street alongside a fearsome dragon. At the age of 4, she prophesied the advent of the great pirate era, boasting a prediction accuracy of 100%, though she could not foresee the precise timing of events. Can an oracle be harmed? Tarlag pondered, baffled. Logically, someone with 100% accuracy in predicting the future should lead a charmed life, employing various methods to evade danger. Yet, what was the meaning of Shaylee's composed demeanor in the tank? 2 surges of wrath erupted, capturing Tarlag's attention, who had been keenly aware of the presence of Jean Bay, and Along turning to glance once more at the unperturbed Shaylee on stage. Tarlag murmured, "She shows no signs of fear. Is it possible she foresees someone coming to rescue her?" From the information available, Shaylee's foresight was indeed flawless. But what if someone intervened, altering the factors that might save her? How does the saying go? The past cannot be undone, but the future can be altered. Tarlag contemplated validating the extent of Shaylee's prophetic abilities. Could they be rewritten by human intervention, or were they as immutable as a decree of fate? Ladies and gentlemen, the manner in which this little shark was captured is rather peculiar. She collided with our transport vessel, rendering herself unconscious. Chaya elaborated on Shaylee's capture, then produced a small hammer, striking it against the podium and declaring, "I need not elaborate on the value of a female mermaid, especially one as rare as this little shark. The starting bid is 100 million berries. Bids must increase by no less than 5 million. The esteemed guests were invited to commence their bidding. The prices for merfolk in the slave auction market are exorbitant, with female mermaids starting at 70 million berries and male mermaids at 1 million. However, actual auction prices could soar even higher. For instance, Cammy was once purchased by a celestial dragon for a staggering 500 million berries. Tarlag had previously surveyed the entire venue, and perhaps due to the impending festival, No celestial dragons had made an appearance in their absence. Everything remained controllable. Casting a lingering gaze at Shaylee on stage, Tarlag wondered if this was the outcome she had predicted. All greedy eyes were fixated on the petite Shaylee, leaving no one to participate in the bidding. Xiaoya allowed this situation to unfold. Recognizing it as merely the calm before the storm, as anticipated, it was not long before someone began to place bids. The initial 100 million deterred many. Yet those with substantial wealth had a clear target from the outset. The final showstopper, the little shark, Shaylee, clad in a red suit and sporting greasy hair, a man named Colt, hidden in a back booth, was the first to raise his voice. I bid 100 million berries. Having offended a certain celestial dragon, he was determined to secure this little shark at any cost, even if it meant risking his entire fortune. 150 million, 200 million. The minimum increase of 5 million seemed trivial, as those vying for Shaylee were eager to curry favor with the celestial dragons. Escalating their bids without hesitation, Leo shifted a few steps away, the palpable emotions of resentment, envy, and admiration making the earnest fellow uneasy. Tarlag's eyes widened in disbelief. How could these seemingly weak individuals possess such wealth? Why was he, with formidable strength and a prestigious lineage, left impoverished? I bid 10 berries. As the price climbed to 500 million berries, Tarlag could no longer restrain himself, shouting in defiance, eager to demonstrate the power of wealth. No one questioned Tarlag's audacious bid. They merely marveled at the sheer magnitude of his wealth. Is it possible? Along clenched his fists, flames of fury igniting in his gaze. Although Jinbei had secured funding from the Dragon King's palace for their mission to rescue Shaylee, they only brought treasures worth 10 billion. They had hoped this would suffice to reclaim his sister, only to have their hopes dashed by that detestable human. Not panic. Jinbei, composed and steady, understood that they could not act rashly here. Otherwise, revealing their identities would spell greater danger. But I will remember that fellow's aura. Jinbei restrained the impulsive elan, whispering, once the auction concludes, we will seek an opportunity to rescue Shaylee. Along surveyed the multitude of guards wielding weapons surrounding them. Ceasing his struggles with a scoff, his gaze fixed with hatred on Tarlag, wishing he could tear him apart. And one doubted the legitimacy of Tarlag's bid. After all, the difference between 10 billion and 10 berries was negligible. Right? Yet among the onlookers, Leo, standing beside Tarlag, did not share this sentiment. Leo's lips twitched, his eyes darting to the wallet Tarlag had opened, stammering, young master, are you really not afraid of being beaten for this? Tarlag smirked, lifting his wallet triumphantly, and declared, Leo, do you believe I can purchase that mermaid with this amount? The naive expression on Leo's face spoke volumes of disbelief as he shook his head. Young master, if you truly manage to buy her, I, Leo, will acknowledge your prowess. What constitutes your prowess? Such recognition belongs to the highest honor among men. Who could possibly resist such temptation? The corners of Tarlag's mouth curled slightly as he jested. Just you wait. Today, I shall broaden your horizons. Regardless of Leo's thoughts, the rest of the attendees were convinced that in the private room. Carl clenched his teeth, his gaze darting across the auction hall, attempting to discern who had bid the staggering sum of 1 billion berries. His expression darkened, wishing he could dismember that individual. In his quest to appease the celestial dragons, he had depleted his own reserves. For the first time, Carl stepped out of the private room, his words laced with murderous intent. Though his voice, resembling that of a duck, lacked some gravitas. I am Carl, and I trust everyone here is well aware of my temperament. I, Carl, shall not be denied this shark, should anyone dare to contend with me. They shall not find my heart to be merciful. I offer 12,300 million berries. The name Carl held significant influence in the Sabaody archipelago. Those who opposed him often faced dire consequences. As silence enveloped the hall following Carl's proclamation, Tarlag discreetly locked onto the essence of his presence, ensuring he would remain within his perception. Joya observed the prolonged silence without any increased bids. She shot a pointed glance at Carl, who had threatened the crowd, yet resigned herself to bring down the gavel for the first time. 12,300 million. Once a moment of silence ensued. After a lengthy pause, Joya, realizing that no one was willing to bid further, struck the gavel a second time, 12,300,000,000, twice. Another silence fell, and just as Carl believed victory was secured. Tarlag's lips curled into a sly grin. He had just been counting the berries he had left, which amounted to 21 one-berry coins. With his right hand resting on Leo's shoulder and amidst Leo's bewilderment, he leaped atop his neck. In a condescending tone, he looked down at Carl, who had stepped from the shadows to the forefront, and declared, "You poor fool, cease your foolishness. I bid 21 berries." Tarlag's derisive laughter echoed within the confines of the auction hall. Relentlessly assaulting Carl's nerve, the dog that bites does not bark. Carl's face twisted as he glared at Tarlag, desperately trying to memorize his visage. "What are you staring at?" Tarlag retorted, unyielding, and extracted a booger from his nostril, flicking it towards a speechless Carl. "Look how you choke." Carl's quacking voice transformed into that of a clucking hen, and with his severe cleanliness obsession, he turned crimson after expelling the foreign object from his throat. This auction was backed by powerful figures, and even someone of Carl's stature in the Sabati archipelago could not afford to provoke them. He could only glare in fury, pointing at Tarlag and cursing. "You brat, you're as good as dead. After the auction, if you dare to leave, you'll regret it." Tarlag, gathering his bravado, spat a mouthful of phlegm into the air, disdain etched on his face as he replied, "Do I look like I am jesting? You think you're still in elementary school? After school, let us meet in the alley." The thick phlegm landed squarely on Carl's greasy hair, a fitting reward. Never underestimate the significance of a thick wad of phlegm or a dark booger to someone with a cleanliness obsession. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Joya hurriedly brought down the final gavel. Bang! Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for securing our grand prize, the shark fishman, at the price of 20 billion berries. This auction is now concluded. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Those who have purchased items may proceed backstage for payment and collection. With that, Joya exchanged a subtle glance with her subordinate, and the crowd hastily retreated with the water tank containing the fishman, leaving the now icy atmosphere to the unruly crowd. Carl, seething with rage, couldn't he find ground to challenge the no-fighting rule within the auction house. He scoffed a few times and departed. "You've ignited Carl's wrath. You might not leave this island alive. Ha-ha." Mockery echoed from the surrounding crowd. Who would have thought that some inexperienced youth would dare to challenge Carl? Truly, they were courting death. Indeed, seeking death is as simple as finding a slab of tofu. Tarlag cast a glance at the duo who were mocking from a distance, then patted Leo's head, signaling him to inform those outside to prepare the net. First, catch the big fish. The remaining small fry would be easy pickings for his valiant warriors. Looking around, he noticed Jean Bay and Arlong had also vanished from the auction hall. Tarlag's observation hockey tingled as he spotted two familiar glimmers hiding within a nearby structure, secretly observing the situation within. Desperate hearts will only wither away. The corners of Tarlag's mouth twitched. Those two had marked him as their target, and they were in for a rude awakening. Joya, her face alluring yet strained, glanced towards Tarlag and the duo behind him. Forcing a smile, "Esteemed gentlemen, please do not jest with me. Are we here to settle treasures or cash? Spare me your pleasantries and be gone." Tarlag's expression turned grim as he coldly scoffed. "Do I appear to be someone who jokes?" "Humph." Joya huffed, crossing her arms, her bosom heaving more prominently, her eyes growing icy. "Are you merely here to stir trouble? You must have come to the wrong place." With a clap of her hands, dozens of henchmen quickly assembled from the shadows of the auction hall in under a minute. "Foolish boy, this place is recognized by the world government. It is not like those lawless, lowly markets you frequented before. Today, you will either pay up or leave your life here." After delivering her threat, Joya stepped back, allowing her henchmen to encircle Tarlag and his companion. Armed with weapons, they surrounded the duo with malice in their eyes, ready to pounce at Joya's command, prepared to reduce the troublemakers to pulp. "Major, is it time?" Leo asked, glancing at Tarlag as the barrel of the gun nearly entered his mouth. "If you can eliminate these people without a scratch, I will be at your service." "You are Joya, correct?" Tarlag responded unusually, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the armed men encircling them. an insatiable greed in his eyes. Has no one informed you that attacking a naval headquarters officer, regardless of the legitimacy of your venue, is redefined as an act of criminality? As Tarlag's words fell, with a rip, Leo, unable to withstand the pressure, tore apart his inferior suit, revealing his naval uniform beneath. Major, Leo looked bewilderedly at the grim-faced Tarlag. Scratching his head, why aren't you removing yours? Tarlag's right hand, poised over the buttons of his suit, froze as he stared at the shredded fabric. A pang of agony struck him. Why precious 1,000 berries? With a swift kick, he sent the ruined garment flying, his gaze dangerously scanning the now terrified onlookers. Foolish mortals. Tarlag's eyes shifted to Joya, whose complexion gradually paled, and he smirked devilishly. The game within the confines of the rules has only just begun. And little did I expect you, this simpleton, to shatter it in such a manner that I genuinely worry for that birdman's future. In the world of commerce, where deals often falter, one must still uphold the principles of righteousness. This world, so wondrous, yet she is consumed by fury. Such a disposition is neither good nor wise. For this auction house, any dealings with Tarlag are destined to culminate in a deadlock. He retrieved a small notebook from his bosom, chronicling every instance of injustice he had endured. The Tarlag's bid of 21 berries was misheard by the auction house personnel as a staggering 2 billion, but a cap of coercive trade was hastily placed upon him. Money exchanged for goods, yet during the transaction, they reneged on their word that a further cap of treachery and deceit was affixed in broad daylight. A force recognized by the government dared to deploy armed might, brazenly assaulting naval officers. This is a blatant disregard for the entire Navy. It is an affront to the celestial dragons, a flagrant provocation to the world government. The final cap of heinous malevolence and madness was firmly placed. Joya's countenance darkened significantly as she realized the grave error she had committed. What do you intend to do? Her voice quivered. A mere slip-up, and the organization was branded as illegal. If Joker were to learn of this, he would not spare her. Her future would be shrouded in darkness, utterly extinguished. Hand over that shark to me, and I will grant you a moment's respite to withdraw. Otherwise, the blade, Mirakumo, unsheathed an inch, an invisible aura of menace enveloping the gathering like a dense, ominous cloud. How dare you? Joya's expression darkened. The auction of this mermaid had indeed drawn Joker's attention, who had specifically instructed Disco to ensure the prompt transfer of the auction proceeds to him. Likely in urgent need of funds, with 2 paths ahead, both leading to doom, gazing intently at the Navy before her, she resolved that it was better to act than to hesitate. You lot, he stands alone, just a mere naval lieutenant. Whoever can slay him, I, Joya, promise a bounty of 100 million berries. For those reckless enough to gamble with their lives, the allure of money is unparalleled. If the price is high enough, they would not flinch even at the prospect of slaying their own kin. Tarlag sighed, shaking his head. While he relished wealth as much as anyone, one must live to spend it, casting a pitying glance at Joya. He had not yet possessed direct evidence to condemn this place, which was why he had refrained from immediate action. Now, however, the evidence was practically delivered to him on bended knee. To refuse, it would be quite impolite. Discreetly producing a din mushy, he dialed out. This particular phone was procured alongside the C-Pass from Sengoku's office. The moment he activated it, everything unfolding before him was instantly projected onto the largest screen in Marinford. Meanwhile, at Marineford Naval Headquarters, Sengoku's office, Baka! Sengoku kicked the paper-eating goat beside him, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at Zephyr, who had returned with the team. I knew something was amiss lately. Who allowed that scoundrel to set sail? Why is my din mushy in his possession? Zephyr, busy compiling data from this maritime training exercise, looked up incredulously. You are the only one with a C-Pass. Who else could it be? At this, Sengoku yanked open the drawer beside him, only to find it utterly empty, his expression darkening considerably. It was one thing for that fool to steal the pass. But to take his din mushy too? But you dare to steal 100 C-Passes? Who taught you this? Carp, enough. Zephyr, observing Sengoku's gradually reddening face, moved to the window, gazing at the massacre unfolding in the broadcast, and remarked with a hint of satisfaction, Such a place should not exist. It is better to eradicate it while we can. Zephyr furrowed his brow. Was Tarlag's murderous intent perhaps a tad excessive? It seemed time to consult Carp about forcibly reclaiming that sword. A series of simple strikes followed, then the flash of blades like dragons, against these nameless wretches, if not for their sheer numbers. Tarlag wouldn't even be compelled to draw his sword. With a fluid motion, the liquid-like substance flowed, the blade remaining untouched by blood as Tarlag performed an elegant flourish, sheathing Murakumo. This once opulent venue had now descended into a realm of bloodshed. The sun's dying rays filtered through the shattered windows, casting a crimson hue upon the fractured stone floor, illuminating the scattered limbs and congealed blood. Corpses lay strewn about, their gazes vacant, faces frozen in their final expressions of fear and anguish. Blood seemed to converge into rivulets, trickling through the cracks of the stone, painting the venue in a shocking crimson. Demon, the only survivor, Joya, with hollow eyes and a trembling voice, uttered in despair, "Joker will not spare you." Tarlag, with a single foot, kicked a long spear from the ground, impaling Joya's delicate form against a log behind her. "You talk too much," Tarlag scoffed derisively. "Do you think a mere jester from the seas can intimidate me?" Covering his face with one hand, Tarlag erupted into a sickly laugh. "What do you take the Navy for?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he sent another long knife flying with a kick, aimed at the corner where the din-din mushy continued its broadcast. The one Joya had previously dialed out in secret, in the North Sea, the kingdom of Clyrus, sitting amidst the ruins while clashing with other pirate crews. Doflamingo crushed the din-din mushy in his grasp. Fu-fu-fu. His veins bulged as he threw his head back in raucous laughter. I say, Doflamingo, who dares challenge your authority? Do they wish to oppose our family?" The disheveled, typical slovenly uncle, Toripole, with his sparse teeth, playfully wiped his large snot on Doflamingo's face, grinning. Too close. Though visibly disgusted, Doflamingo forced himself to endure. His expression darkened further. "I said you were too close. The Navy?" Shoving the snot-ridden figure away, Doflamingo's mouth curled into a wide grin beneath his sunglasses as he gazed toward the North Sea's largest branch, with a meaning that lingered heavily in the air. Fu-fu-fu, as the din-din mushy in the plaza of Marinford concluded with a definitive kacha, the expressions of Zephyr, who appeared distorted by the window, Sengoku, seated in outrage, and Kizu, who seemed utterly indifferent, contrasted starkly. In the plaza, Akainu's usually fearsome visage broke into a rare smile. "Truly, you are worthy of being my subordinate. I misjudged you. Tarlag, such a resolute character, one who eliminates evil with unwavering determination, is perfectly suited for their hawkish faction." Kazan was right. Bloodlines signify little. With this thought, Akainu laughed heartily, casting off his justice cloak and striding away. His subordinates were bravely battling. He could not remain idle, preparing to seek out some trouble, having heard the North Sea was rife with disturbances. Meanwhile, Tarlag, after a long absence, picked up a cigarette from the ground, placing it between his lips. Crack, crack. His trembling hand struggled multiple times before successfully igniting it. The backlash from the blade was increasingly severe, compelling even his resolute will to seek distraction in external substances. Cough, cough. Tarlag rarely smoked, leading to persistent fits of coughing. The red glint in his eyes flickered momentarily, a surge of murderous intent targeting the little shark. Shali, who had been quietly observing from her hiding spot in the water tank. "Speak up. What have you seen?" His icy words snapped Shali from her stupor, causing her to shudder as her small crystal ball slipped from her grasp. Wah! Regardless of her innate abilities or maturity, she remained merely a girl of little over 10 years. Confronted with scenes she was never meant to witness, she could only cry in fear. Unlike the hapless Ella, who vomited uncontrollably and fainted, she had fared quite well. Tarlag rubbed his rapidly throbbing temple. The sound of a little girl's tears was his greatest dread, reminding him of his sister Makino far away in the East Sea. "Mr. Rayleigh, hiding away is not your style. Due to the relentless nature of recent events, Talag's mastery of observation hockey has continuously progressed during his training." Rayleigh stealthily approached the auction house, less than 100 meters away. Talag successfully detected his presence. "Ha!" Rayleigh chuckled. holding a large bag that rustled with the entirety of the old woman's belongings. "Tarlag, might you grant this old man a favor? Charlie has rendered great service to our Roger pirates. Could you possibly hand her over to me?" As Rayleigh stepped forward, a glimmer of silver flickered in his eyes beneath his glasses, lost in a long-forgotten memory. Roger leaned down, laughing heartily as he inquired, "Hey, Charlie, when is the mermaid princess likely to be born?" Charlie replied, "In 10 years. Neptune remarked, "It seems it will be 10 years from now." Roger, "I never expected you to be interested in such matters." "I've truly misjudged you." Roger responded with boisterous laughter. "Rest assured, no matter when she is born, I shall not covet your daughter's wild hair." Neptune retorted, "It won't be wild." The captain mused, "Isn't it because of that prophecy that that person is waiting for you?" "My apologies, Mr. Rayleigh." Tarlag smiled but shook his head resolutely. Drawing his sword Murakumo half an inch from its sheath, his voice heavy with gravity, "Regardless of the Navy's position or my own, I regret that I cannot grant you this favor." At this juncture, Charlie could by no means appear at the auction in Sabaody Archipelago. Yet her presence signified that an unknown factor had influenced her vision of the distant future, and that mysterious element seemed to be none other than Tarlag, the soul who had traversed time 15 years prior. "Are you prepared to engage in battle with me?" Rayleigh smiled wryly, bending down to casually pick up a broken blade from the ground, pointing it toward Tarlag in the distance. "Then let us resolve this in the manner of the sea." When the time for combat arrived, even a retired old warrior was not beyond action. Such formidable pressure. Could this be the oppressive force of the elder generation? With a mere motion of his hand, Rayleigh conveyed an immense weight upon Tarlag, akin to a mountain. The spoils of battle belong solely to the victors. This has been a rule throughout history. Come, young man. If it were possible, Rayleigh would undoubtedly prefer not to direct his blade toward the hopes of the future. However, for certain unbreakable bonds of friendship, the deterrent of force is sometimes the most straightforward approach. Clang. This marked the third time Tarlag unsheathed the demon blade. Murakumo today, with his thoughts significantly influenced by it. The area around his scara was gradually enveloped by an eerie blood-red glowed. "I shall bestow upon you the courtesy of addressing you as sir. Yet if you do not deserve such respect, I shall send you to immortality." A sinister, bloodthirsty smile crept across Tarlag's lips as his gaze turned dangerously toward Rayleigh. He half-crouched, slowly sheathing Murakumo, preparing for a draw-and-strike maneuver. Point one sword style, ultimate technique. This strike commenced, gathering the force of 1,000 blades. In the blink of an eye, the wind was silent, the air still, light devoid of shadow, and the sword left no trace, surpassing the speed of light, yet revealing no form, with a weight of 1,000 pounds, yet as light as a breeze, sky of one line, drawing upon 70% of his own haki and expending nearly 90% of his stamina. Tarlag barely managed to unleash the draw-and-strike ultimate technique, sky of one line. His speed was so swift that time around him seemed to freeze at that moment. His figure had already appeared behind Rayleigh, with Murakumo returned to its sheath at his waist. Tarlag slowly turned, wearing the smile of the victor as he gazed down at the fallen Rayleigh, sprawled in a pool of blood. Rayleigh's vision spun in a 360-degree arc. His severed head retained a semblance of consciousness, observing his own bloodied form with a sense of lament. Is this the sensation of death? 3 minutes later, cough, cough, Tarlag's exposed chest bore a gruesome scar from the strike. Rayleigh, lying on the stone floor, Tarlag coughed up a few mouthfuls of congealed blood, casting his gaze toward the old man carrying Charlie, who was gradually receding, roaring, "You saw the future. Who emerged victorious?" The internal turmoil of having lost the contest left Tarlag's face streaked with tears. His first attempt at executing a technique that had only existed in concept was thwarted by Rayleigh, who had already perceived the future and sent the blade from Tarlag's hand flying with a broken sword. Tarlag raised his trembling right hand. The skin of his palm split open. Staring at it in a dazed, in a hoarse whisper, he murmured, "How humiliating! I am so weak that I cannot even hold a sword." 5 meters away from Tarlag, the demon blade Murakumo was embedded 12 inches into the ground, seemingly responding to him with a mournful blade's cry that lingered in the air, amidst the loud inquiries and the faint sounds of the blade. Rayleigh, cradling the unconscious and tearful Charlie, paused mid-stride. His eyes, magnified behind the lenses, appeared profound and distant. His lips pressed tightly together, the corners slightly downturned, revealing a hint of helplessness and reflection as he remarked, "Young man, your strike was remarkable, truly exceptional." Rayleigh did not disclose to Tarlag what he had glimpsed in the fleeting future through his observation hockey, for it no longer mattered, as it was he who remained standing. "Captain, you who consider yourself the world's greatest evader, it seems you have encountered a worthy opponent. Given that he is Carp's son, his extraordinary talent is only to be expected. Yet precisely because he is Carp's son, that strike lacked a certain element. After all, not everyone possesses the same qualities as the Buddha of Wano. His halted steps resumed forward. A subtle smile graced Rayleigh's lips as he vanished from the auction house. "I shall not lose again before I defeat you. I will not fall before anyone. Do you have any objections, Rayleigh?" Tarlag, having failed to receive the desired response from Rayleigh, let out a thunderous roar of disappointment and indignation, reverberating throughout the auction house with a mournful resonance that echoed into the infinite distance. Accompanied by this heart-wrenching cry, an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify, becoming exceedingly heavy. Yet the architect of this overwhelming aura remained oblivious to the force he inadvertently exuded, succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, having calmly exited the encirclement of the navy, slightly shifted his ears and turned to take one last glance at the auction house. With a contented smile, he remarked, "That man's son should indeed be so. How could I possibly have any objections? A person can only grow through adversity. Keep pushing forward, young one." Just then, within Rayleigh's observation hockey, an azure aura surged toward him at breakneck speed. With a resigned shake of his head, Rayleigh sighed. After those three monsters, Carp has produced yet another prodigy. "Captain, the era of great pirates you initiated with your life and fortune. Who knows how much longer it can endure?" In a few leaps, Rayleigh's figure vanished from Sabaody Archipelago before the azure aura could arrive. "Alas," Kazan lamented, his left hand hoisting the completely ice-encased Colt. "Am I too late once again?" With a casual toss, Kizaru discarded the Colt in his hand onto the ground, his heart still simmering with residual anger. With a swift kick, he shattered the ice sculpture formed by Colt into countless shards that scattered in all directions. The aura of little Tarlag was somewhat feeble, and the long-absent expression of rage, which had not graced Kizaru's languid face for years, was truly astonishing. He exhaled a breath of icy air, murmuring to himself, "Rayleigh, I hope your actions do not exceed limits, for what awaits you will be an unending pursuit." Days prior, when Tarlag had obtained the sailing permit from Tarlag and stealthily slipped away, Kizaru, who had just returned from a mission not far from headquarters, discovered his warship. Out of concern and with little else to occupy his time, he mounted his beloved bicycle and trailed him here. As Tarlag unleashed a bloody massacre on the local thugs, Kizaru, hidden in the shadows, felt a mix of relief and apprehension, fearing that Tarlag might lose himself in the chaos. When Tarlag donned women's attire to infiltrate, Kizaru could not help but laugh and snapped a photograph, sending it to Mr. Carp far away in the East Sea to share in his joy. However, upon Tarlag's arrival at Area 13, the bar of Shaki, Kizaru could no longer afford the luxury of mere observation. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's hockey, even from a distance, was striking. Concerned for Tarlag's safety, Kizaru involuntarily released his unique chill, extending it towards the tavern. This action successfully lured out a dangerous aura, and he anticipated a fierce confrontation. Yet, to his astonishment, the right hand of the king, the Grim Reaper Rayleigh, merely exchanged glances with him before vanishing into the vast crowd. When Kizaru finally located Tarlag again and sensed Rayleigh's presence, he was drawn to the sounds of a violent clash from another direction. There, hundreds of naval soldiers were assaulting a massive spider with an array of weapons. At that moment, dozens of Marines lay bleeding on the ground. Even languid justice had its limits. In such a dire situation, how could Kizaru choose to stand idly by? As one of the foremost slave owners in the Sabaody Archipelago, Colt could not possibly be unaware of the rising star of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kizaru. Upon spotting Kizaru, Colt unleashed a massive web, temporarily ensnaring the encroaching naval soldiers before turning to flee. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Colt's 8 legs could not outrun the fully unleashed kazoo. Though the chase consumed some time, the battle was nearly over the moment they came into contact. When Kizaru returned with Colt's eye sculpture, his observation hockey could only perceive Rayleigh's receding presence and a barely perceptible trace of Talat the port. The outlines of ships flickered in the night, their anchor cables swaying slightly, producing a dull, clanging sound. The sea shimmered under the faint moonlight, enhancing the serene atmosphere. "Ah la la," Kizaru remarked, removing the eye mask from his forehead and tousling his fluffy hair as he gazed at the wooden bed from which sounds emanated. Lazily yawning, "So you have finally awakened? If you hadn't tea, a marine named Ella was eager to try the freezing therapy to rouse you." Kizaru waved his elementalized right hand, suggesting the possibility of being encased in ice for a refreshing wake-up. Tarlag, just opening his eyes, suddenly felt invigorated, jolting upright. "That would be quite unnecessary," he exclaimed. "Ella, I consider you a brother, yet you treat me as a mere cousin. I offer you my heart, and you douse me with disdain. The iron fist of love may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Tarlag resolved to remember this incident. Scratching his head, Tarlag awkwardly inquired as he sat beside Kizaru, "Brother Kazan, how did you end up on this island?" Hours earlier, having exhausted his stamina and nearly depleted his hockey, Tarlag found himself incapacitated. With the knowledge that 500 of his subordinates awaited outside, sending these inexperienced Marines to confront a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million was a foregone disaster. With his legs numb and unable to stand, Tarlag struggled to crawl to the entrance using his only functional left arm. Before he could act, Kizaru, having dealt with Colt, appeared before him, with someone to back him up. Tarlag, who had held on through sheer will, finally succumbed, closing his eyes and losing consciousness until now. "When did you arrive?" Kizaru scratched his head, recalling the photograph he had stealthily taken and sent to Mr. Karp, and with a serious expression, he replied, "I forgot." Tarlag tilted his head in confusion. How could he forget? This languid brother even remembered years ago when he casually promised to find him a beautiful sister to date. How could he possibly forget such a trivial matter as when he arrived in the Sabeti archipelago? Tarlag knew this individual well. Whenever Kizaru feigned forgetfulness, it was a sign of something being concealed. A suspicious gaze lingered on Kizaru, who appeared somewhat guilty. What could be so significant as to warrant deception? Tarlag and Kizaru locked eyes, both lost in thought that a silence enveloped the cabin until it was abruptly shattered by a startled exclamation. "Oh no!" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Taлаг's forehead as his mouth twitched, and his stiff neck cracked ominously, his forced smile gradually turning perilous. "Ah la la." Kizaru swiftly evaded the incoming iron fist with ease. Chuckling, little Tarlag, "Did you not say as a child that joy shared is joy doubled? I merely took a photograph and sent it to Mr. Karp. There should be no issue, right?" As Tarlag prepared to strike again, his fist halted mere inches from Kizaru's face, his expression vacant. "I assumed, given your peculiar taste for mischief, that such a photo would be inevitable. Yet I never expected." Tarlag, in a daze, involuntarily stepped back, colliding with the wooden bed behind him. The sky seemed to be falling. Kala. His hand inadvertently brushed against the muramesa on the bed, awakening a murderous intent within him. That moment, it felt as though countless demons were urging him to confront that lowly man with a penchant for perverse humor. Hey, it was merely from Mr. Karp's eyes. There's no need to draw your sword." As Talag's aura grew increasingly dangerous, Kizaru instinctively retreated a step, elementalizing as he made for the exit. Ultimately, Tarlag chose against a mutual destruction. Collapsing onto the bed, a single tear rolling down his cheek. In that moment, Kizaru's actions had stripped Tarlag of what little dignity remained, trampling it underfoot. Kizaru knew that once he was aware, so too would Mr. Karp. And if Mr. Karp knew, then the entire village of Windmill would be informed. Once the village knew, how long could the world remain oblivious? As the saying goes, wealth and honor unreturned to one's hometown is akin to wearing silk in the dark. Tarlag would eventually rise again, but the thought of returning to Windmill Village left him trembling. Would the scandalous photograph that Kizaru had surreptitiously captured be plastered everywhere? Would his sister, Machino, magnify it dozens of times and display it in her tavern for all to see? As if he were a circus clown? Oh, I forgot to mention. Kizura leaned against the iron door of the cabin, peering out, tousling his fluffy black curls with a grin. Colt accidentally met his end in my hands. Which means your mission cannot be completed, that I hear you promise your subordinates 20 million berries. Bang! Having fallen to the ground, Tarlag chose to resort to self-hypnosis, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Alalala, Akiji, witnessing the scene, seized his concealment, approached, crouched down, and poked Talag's head. Lamenting, promises to subordinates cannot solve problems through evasion. With a cold demeanor yet a warm heart, Kazan retrieved a task report he had completed from his white suit pocket, placing it atop Talag's bare abdomen. Unconscious, Talag's right hand inadvertently twitched, and 2 fingers clutched tightly onto that slender lifeline, refusing to let go no matter what. Akiji departed, riding his beloved bicycle, vanishing into the night that had already enveloped the sea. Simultaneously, under the expense of 10,000 berries for shipping, the newsbird hastened several thousand nautical miles, tirelessly delivering its message. After changing 3 newsbirds en route, the sole existing photograph in the world was finally delivered to Windmill Village. Into the hands of Garp. Haha, Ace and Luffy are in your care. I have matters to attend to, Garp exclaimed, single-handedly grasping Luffy's calf and tossing the bewildered young boy onto the bed where Ace lay. Due to Garp's exuberant emotions, he lacked control over his strength, resulting in the 2 brothers colliding against one another and tumbling off the bed. Dayton, nearby, executed a timely slide, catching the unfortunate duo with her body. Garp, Dayton shouted, her heart racing. This marks the 7th time this month. Ace seemed unperturbed. Aren't you worried that little Luffy might injure his head? Ha ha! Garp, nonchalantly pinching a photograph, scrunched his nose in disdain as he retorted. That's my grandson. How could he possibly falter from such minor tribulations? Dayton had grown numb to this old man's antics. Minor tribulations? Were you referring to tossing the under 1-year-old Luffy into a river for a bath? Or hanging him on a clothesline to dry? Or perhaps tying Luffy and Ace to balloons to pluck stars from the sky? The resilience of life is indeed the foundation of all strength. Ha! But they are still too young, you fool. Dayton could no longer tolerate the old man, releasing Luffy and the shaken Ace before delivering a punch that sent Garp flying. This also caused the photograph in Garp's hand to fall, which Dayton picked up. This is the image depicted a striking young girl, holding a sun umbrella, clad in a red dress, with long pink hair and vividly painted red lips, striking a pose as if to kick away a wild dog. The gentle breeze was pleasant, the sunlight just right, and the waves lapped softly against the ship's hull. The warship had long departed from the Sabeti archipelago, heading towards the Navy headquarters. Had Tesla vanished? On the deck, Tarlag lay beneath the sun umbrella. Appearing thoroughly relaxed, he shot a glare at Era, who was massaging his feet, and scolded. Which acupoint are you pressing? The delightful sensation surged to his scalp, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Era, her face bruised, looked down at the acupoint chart beneath Tarlag's feet and mumbled through her swollen eyes, "It's his kidney here. Does it hurt?" With that, she clenched her fist and applied pressure with her knuckles. "Does it hurt?" Tarlag's voice trembled slightly, questioning, "How could it? Give it to me hard." Accompanied by waves of cramping pain in his lower abdomen, Tarlag's face flushed crimson, yet he remained silent. TNT rewarded himself recently. Why was he feeling so weak? 3 days remained until the Marine Festival in Marinford. Sengoku and Zifa stood before a wall-sized map, deep in contemplation, if inquiring yet affirming. Sengoku spoke. "Zifa, I wish to choose the windless zone as the location for this year's festival. What do you think?" Zifa sighed helplessly. As a righteous Marine, it was absurd to condone and even protect evil. Frowning deeply, he patted Sengoku's shoulder and remarked, "The windless zone is nearly devoid of human presence. Can you withstand the sounds there?" The windless zone was home to formidable sea creatures, its environment perilous and unstable, detrimental to human survival and development. That a glimmer of insight flashed in Sengoku's eyes. His expression serious as he replied, "Whether I can withstand it, we must test it." Sighing, he spoke with a slightly magnetic tone, "We've already toyed with life enough. Let us capture more sea kings to unleash their primal instincts. Zifa interjected. What if they are devoured? Sengoku cast a knowing glance at Zifa, suggesting, a natural disaster, a man-made calamity. Life and death are but a part of existence. If recalling something, Sengoku pointed to the map. Inquiring about the location of the Sabeti archipelago, have Tarlag and the others returned? Zifa shook his head. Not yet, but they will soon. Akiji returned this morning on his bicycle. Sengoku frowned, realizing the festival was approaching. And the fleet admiral had specifically requested Akainu, who was currently in the North Sea, engaged in who knows what. Akiji had firmly declined to participate in this operation much earlier. Was all the pressure to be placed upon that individual who was directly laying down the law? Sengoku shook his head vigorously, dispelling such alarming thoughts. He felt his vision was limited. He could think of 1,000 names of commanders who could lead the escort, yet none bore that despicable figure. Major General Janga, Sengoku called out, turning around. Soon his aide, Major General Janga, rushed in and saluted Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, rubbing his temples that throbbed from overthinking, and instructed, inform Tarlag not to return to headquarters. Let him proceed as a reconnaissance unit to clear obstacles in the windless zone. Yes. The Major General saluted again before departing on a warship somewhere in the vast sea. Era, pour me a glass of wine. Yes, Lieutenant. Era, peel the dragon fruit. Yes, Lieutenant. Era, do you know how to perform an oil-back massage? Yes, Lieutenant. Era, why does the dragon fruit have seeds? Huh. Lieutenant, bruised and battered, Era's gaze was vacant as she grasped the half-eaten dragon fruit. The taste beyond words. Kazan, the rear admiral, holds his subordinates dear, yet casts them into the abyss. Ruskana, an uninhabited island located in the northwest of the windless zone, is characterized by having 48 seasons, cycling through each one weekly, resulting in a total of 48 seasonal transitions within a year. It is said that long ago, a nation once thrived here, but fell in the competition for survival, now becoming a perilous domain inhabited solely by ferocious beasts. Tarlag, reclining beneath the sun umbrella on the deck, stuffed the now mushy dragon fruit, which Era had peeled, into the mouth of Leo, who lay beside him, observing the silhouette of the island gradually emerging in the distance. A smile crept onto his lips. You want me to scout? That's simply not going to happen. I shall never scout in this lifetime. After days of leading troops in a battle, can I find a place to enjoy myself? The island ahead, known as Ruskana, is precisely the vacation spot Tarlag had chosen, abundant in wild delicacies and with an exquisite environment. Beside him, the simple-minded Leo enjoyed the dragon fruit while simultaneously relishing Era's ice massage service. With silent words, he continued to regurgitate the phrases Tarlag had previously taught him to Era. There's an old Chinese saying, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the true heroes. Ha ha. Watching Era's exasperated expression, Leo burst into laughter, the higher-ups serving the lower ranks. Who understands this feeling? At that moment, Era held the ice pack, applying it to Leo's foul-smelling large foot, while several black lines crossed her forehead. Internally, she cursed, I have an early shift. As Leo threw his head back in laughter, he seized the ice cube that had turned a grim shade of gray and stuffed it into his mouth. In another direction of Ruskana Island, not far from the shore, a peculiar vessel lay anchored. This ship was adorned with two colossal serpentine heads, exuding both majesty and opulence. The hull was painted in a striking combination of crimson and ebony. With the words 9 serpents emblazoned across its grand sails, Boa Maria Glud. No ships on the port side, Boa Sandersonia. No ships on the starboard side, standing at the highest point of the lookout. Boa Hancock held a monocular to her eye and cheerfully declared, there are no ships ahead, visibility is excellent, and there are no anomalies. Ha! The three sisters, engaged in a role-playing game, exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At merely 12 years old, Hancock already exhibited signs of extraordinary beauty, her joyful demeanor particularly enchanting. Her flowing, raven-black hair danced in the wind, and her sun-kissed skin radiated health. Her large, bright eyes curved into crescent moons. Sparkling with joy, while her delicate pink lips parted to reveal pearly white teeth, two dimples appearing playfully, exuding innocence and charm. "Sister, it's my turn at the lookout tomorrow," Sonia exclaimed, shaking Hancock's arm affectionately, her voice laced with playful insistence. "Oh," Hancock replied, lightly tapping her sister's forehead in a gesture of indulgence. "It's not that I won't let you go. We agreed to take turns." "Yay," Sonia cheered, striking a victorious pose toward Maria Glud. The three sisters resumed their spirited pirate game, blissfully unaware of the ripples forming in the waters beneath their ship. The sun shone brightly as a humanoid figure, resembling a creature with fins, cast its silhouette through the water, reflecting upon the vessel's hull. Without a sound, and even before a scream could escape their lips, the three sisters were rendered unconscious by a sudden jet of water, ensnared by a massive fishing net, and dragged beneath the waves. On the now desolate deck, only a single, water-stained monocular remained, swaying unsteadily as if searching for its owner. "N01 is to leave the vicinity of the radish tree without my command, if you are devoured by beasts. I1T sift through dung heaps to find your remains." Beneath the towering radish tree, standing 30 meters tall, lay the sole area where the island's wild creatures dared not tread this moment. The area beneath the nearly 5-meter-wide tree was crowded with uniformed naval soldiers. The autumn breeze wafted through the dense jungle, bringing with it a refreshing chill. The soldiers ignited a bonfire, roasting succulent meats and sipping fine wines brought down from their warship, their shoulders brushing together as they hummed the well-known tune of Binksike, reveling in the merriment. Strange, what could possibly be causing these beasts to grow so powerful? Tarlag did not partake in their celebration. Instead, he leaned against a sturdy branch of the radish tree, employing his observation hockey to gauge the island's circumstances. The responses from his hockey revealed a presence so formidable, it compelled Tarlag to take it seriously. There were dozens of such auras. He couldn't fathom why. After his defeat at the hands of Rayleigh, he felt his overall strength had ascended several tiers. If his perception was correct, he had likely reached the level of a rear admiral. Even if he unleashed his full might, those at the pinnacle of power would have to regard him with caution. Yet despite this, there were still multiple auras on the island capable of easily overwhelming him. Whoosh! Who? Tarlag swiftly turned his head, narrowly evading an arrow imbued with hockey that had been shot from an unknown direction. Leaping into the air, he surveyed his surroundings, maximizing his observation hockey to scrutinize everything, intent on uncovering the identity of his assailant. "Big oaf, don't eat it." Ella retaliated with a kick that sent Leo flying, her deep-set eyes fixed on a figure emerging slowly from the jungle. Navy, a woman clad in a form-fitting top adorned with spider motifs, approached, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Her once calm demeanor, now twisted by rage, an invisible pressure radiated from her, sending chills down the spines of the naval officers before her. "Did you capture the Hancock sisters?" Shaki raised her gaze to Tarlag, who hovered above, her posture one of dominance, for it was evident he was the highest commander of this unit, in the wake of the sisters' disappearance. The panicked Nine Serpents pirates had hastily returned to Amazon Lily, seeking the assistance of their captain, Shaki. Shaki held a vivid impression of those three children, particularly the eldest, Boa Hancock, whose unparalleled talent had led Shaki, contemplating retirement, to consider her as the next captain of the Nine Serpents pirates. "That I shall say this only once. Return them unharmed, or—" Shaki's left foot shifted slightly, the ground beneath her erupting, fissures extending 10 meters in every direction. Who are you?" Tarlag wiped his eyes, staring at Shaki, whose hair stood on end, and hastily descended. "What a joke! Who would dare provoke a woman that even my father couldn't capture after years of pursuit?" "What are you staring at?" Tarlag landed a short distance in front of Shaki, barking at the naval soldiers gathering behind her. "Get to the other side of the tree, if I catch anyone eavesdropping." He pointed at Ella, whose face still bore the marks of battle, the implication clear. The soldiers scattered at once, for none wished to be the one relegated to cleaning the latrines. "Get lost. Don't block the way." Ella kicked aside several naval officers in her path, sprinting ahead as if a demon were on her heels as the crowd dispersed. Tarlag sighed in relief, the earlier hostility vanishing in an instant, replaced by an eager grin. His face was adorned with a sheepish smile. the corners of his mouth exaggeratedly raised, revealing a row of pristine teeth, his eyes squinting with feigned innocence as he leaned forward, his hands rubbing together nervously. Recalling Rayleigh's previous words, Tarlag swallowed hard and quietly inquired, "Are you Sister Shaki, Cap's son?" As he drew closer, the information broker Shaki instantly recognized him, her voice dripping with venom as she gritted her teeth. "You have 3 minutes to return Hancock and her sisters, and we'll consider the past forgotten. Otherwise, old grievances will resurface, and I intend to settle the score with your family." The memory of the dozens of bars destroyed by carp haunted Shaki, causing her to wince. Hancock, Tarlag tilted his head, aware that the future world's most beautiful woman was a household name. Yet, what did her disappearance have to do with him? They hadn't even stopped for a break on their journey from Sabeti Archipelago to here. Recalling the reconnaissance mission that had brought him here, Tarlag furrowed his brow, muttering Hancock was abducted by human traffickers and sold to the celestial dragons in the year 1505. The location of the fair was in the Calm Belt. Why the silence? Shaki, devoid of the anticipated animosity towards Carp, replied expressionlessly, "You have 1 minute left. The details regarding the celestial dragon's travel schedules were absolute secrets. Only high-ranking naval officers would possess that knowledge. And even among Tarlag's crew, only Ella and Leo had a fragment of information. Thus, it was no wonder Shaki had immediately suspected the Navy. Hey, Sister Shaki." Tarlag raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, speaking helplessly. "Even if the Navy is despicable, they wouldn't harm children, would they?" Shaki snorted derisively, muttering, "Recently, the kingdom of Krallas in the North Sea has been subjected to indiscriminate attacks by magma volcanoes. Damn it. Akainu, can't you refrain from slapping me in the face?" "That is of no consequence," exclaimed Tarlag, hastily shifting the topic with a conciliatory smile. "What truly matters is that this year's garden party is to be held near the doldrums. Those sycophants close to the celestial dragons have already begun to gather, drawn by the scent of opportunity." Upon hearing this, Xiaqi's expression darkened considerably. She was all too aware of the garden party, having personally participated in it once before. Was it not the very leak of its time and location that precipitated the cataclysmic battle in the Valley of Gods? With a glare directed at the unperturbed Tarlag, her frustration bubbled over as she scolded him. "You fool! Why would you tell me such things?" With that, she vanished into thin air, her form darting swiftly through the jungle. She sprinted through the dense foliage. Her eyes, deep and contemplative, sparkled with the light of intelligence. Now that she was privy to this information, Xiaqi resolved to seize the opportunity to take action. Stirring the waters would also facilitate her efforts to rescue the Hancock sisters. Tarlag gazed in the direction Xiaqi had departed, scratching his head in bewilderment and pondering. Did I inadvertently say something I shouldn't have? Oh well, let us pretend I said nothing. With a nonchalant shrug, he ambled to the other side of the tree to join his beloved subordinates. "Riley, let us have a gathering in Amazon Lily," Xiaqi commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. Addressing the transmuted phone bug, deep beneath Mariewa, at a depth of 10,000 meters, the Ryugu Palace was hosting a week-long banquet. This grand affair was organized by King Neptune of Fishman Island to honor Riley's visit and express gratitude for Riley's role in rescuing Shirahoshi. At that moment, inebriated beyond measure, Riley's eyes, clouded with intoxication, instantly cleared upon hearing the familiar voice emanating from the phone. "Buji, Tsiachi. What has occurred?" He waved away the wine goblet offered by a nearby mermaid. Having already indulged far too much, back on her pirate ship, Xiaqi stood on the deck, listening intently to the muffled words transmitted through the phone bug, gripping it tightly in her hand. Gazing at the rising waves, her expression remained impassive as she declared, "It must be tonight. And no matter the method, I want to see you on Women's Island." Or else, lighting a cigarette, she leaned against the ship's railing, casually adding, "Where you shall never return home again." The abrupt disconnection of the phone bug met Riley's ears with an air of ominous foreboding. The effects of intoxication dissipated in an instant as he waved to Maria Napoleon, who was captivating the audience with her singing, signaling her to pause. "Miss Napoleon, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your performance. Allow me to express my regrets," he said with genuine contrition. In her youth, Napoleon had already made a name for herself in the depths of the ocean. her enchanting voice adored by many merfolk. Not only was her singing mesmerizing, but her demeanor was as gentle as spring. Shaking her head with a warm smile, she replied, "Mr. Riley, it is an honor to perform for you. You are too kind." At that moment, King Neptune, equally inebriated and accompanied by Queen Odoheim, staggered over. "Why has the music stopped? Resume the performance. Continue the dance." The petite Odoheim, adorned in splendid attire with flowing golden hair, stood beside Neptune and withdrew a small wooden paddle, striking Neptune's fishtail with vigor. With a sheepish glance at Riley, she chuckled softly. "My apologies, Mr. Riley." Ha ha ha. Riley laughed heartily at the sight of Neptune's face shifting through shades of green, white, and finally red. "Odoheim, I know your constitution well. This is nothing to worry about. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window." Odoheim possessed remarkable mental fortitude and unwavering will, yet her physique was delicate. The wooden paddle she carried was a tool she often utilized while fulfilling her duties as a wife and mother, to prevent any unintended harm from physical contact. Casting a disapproving glance at the slumbering Neptune, Odoheim turned to Riley with concern. "Mr. Riley, what has transpired? Is there anything we can assist you with?" The lenses of Riley's glasses glimmered with a silvery sheen as he shook his head with a wry smile. "It has nothing of great significance, merely that my beloved seems intent on banishing me from our home." "Ruskina, you can do it, Lieutenant Era." "Indeed, Lieutenant Era, believe in yourself." Within a hastily constructed circular enclosure, the red-clad Era was being pursued by a robust bull, missing one of its tails. "Lieutenant, has he provoked you again?" Leo gawked at the sight of Era being relentlessly chased within the enclosure, swallowing hard in sympathy. Such was the magnitude of Talag's retribution. Tarlag, meanwhile, was busy applying seasoning to a bull's tail on the grill. Glancing up with a resigned shake of his head, "This has nothing to do with me." He insisted on trying my childhood training methods. Being kind-hearted, I reluctantly agreed that Leo's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. "What is that delightful scent?" His gaze shifted to the grill, fixated on the fragrant bull's tail. "You can cook too?" "Ridiculous," Tarlag declared, sprinkling a handful of fiery red chili powder over the dish, boasting, "There is nothing in this world that I cannot do." 3 question marks materialized in Tarlag's mind, only to be met with a scathing retort. "You have no image. Get lost." Leo's eyes remained glued to the grill, muttering dismissively, "What do you mean it won't fit in one pot?" Tarlag, exasperated, thought, "Isn't this the moment for applause?" Clearly, Era excels at this sycophantic behavior. Stealthily maneuvering behind Leo, he aimed a kick at the enclosure. As the saying goes, in the midst of battle, brothers stand together. The son of a tiger strikes like its father. Clapping his hands together, Tarlag sulked as he sat down, ready to savor the culinary delights he had prepared. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps the aroma wafting from Tarlag's barbecue was simply too enticing. From afar in the forest, a massive, fearsome red-furred ape, its nostrils twitching, took notice to roar. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the land, it startled an untold number of birds and beasts, as it forged a path through the mountains and crossed rivers. Viewed from above, this terrifying crimson ape king approached the central island with alarming speed, heading directly for the towering radish tree. Unbeknownst to Tarlag, ensconced in a safe zone and enjoying a rare respite, he had not activated his observation hockey to survey his surroundings. "That I adore barbecued bull's tail. If I don't indulge now, I may never have a chance again to in high spirits." Tarlag occasionally hummed a tune, leisurely savoring the succulent barbecued tail while watching the bullfighting contest unfolding in the enclosure. Roar. A thunderous roar resonated nearby, disrupting the jubilant cheers of the gathered Navy personnel, who turned their attention towards the source of the commotion in the forest. "What is going on?" Era panted, having kicked the motionless bull, perplexed. Leo, larger in stature and less adept at running, was already out of breath despite the brief chase. "Damn it!" Leo angrily kicked the bull several times, wiping the unknown liquid off his boots onto the bull's hide, scoffing, "It must be my charisma that scared the bull into submission. Believe me, there's no need for exaggeration." Era, wide-eyed with terror, seized Leo's arm and urged him to retreat. Shouting, "Lieutenant, save me!" Behind Leo, not far from the forest, A towering red ape king, taller than the trees, gazed intently in their direction. It was a creature possessing the strength of a vice admiral. Tarlag rose to his feet with a grave expression, facing the formidable red ape king that stood before them, one of the terrifying entities he had sensed earlier. Fortunately, there was still a chance to fight. Upon closer inspection, Tarlag realized that this colossal ape was not as formidable as he had initially believed. At the very least, it would not easily defeat him. His prior broad perception had been distorted by the plethora of menacing auras present on the island. "Can you handle it, Lieutenant?" Ayla, visibly anxious, stepped forward, her pupils narrowing as she gazed at the silent ape king in the distance. Tarlag glanced at the feckless individual beside him and said with a playful smirk, "You could also manage a fair fight." "What are you afraid of?" Really, Leo, standing on Tarag's other side, momentarily lit up with excitement. Tarlag did not respond to him. Instead, he took a deep breath, exerted force in his legs, and propelled himself towards the towering ape king with a burst of speed. Although the others, safely positioned in the secure zone, would not be subject to the ape king's assault, Tarag's character did not permit him to remain idle while a formidable enemy approached their doorstep. What a vigorous life force, Tarlag thought as he occasionally propelled himself upward, surveying the gigantic ape king below. The creature loomed like a mountain, each breath seeming to stir a tempest, its muscles bulging with astonishing power. "Roar!" The ape king, sensing the presence of a figure above, bellowed in fury, striking its chest with its massive fists to vent its displeasure. With a momentum that threatened destruction, it leapt from the ground, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Tarlag, who was suspended in mid-air. The ground shattered beneath the explosive force of the ape king, sending tremors felt even by the naval troops beneath the carrot tree. "Come at me." Tarag's lips curled into a grin upon witnessing the ape king initiate the assault. Raised by carp, he was most unafraid of direct confrontations. Dragon claw fist, with fists enveloped in a domineering aura. He assumed the stance of a dragon's claw and unleashed all his might in a downward strike. With a resounding bang, the collision of fists, differing in size by hundreds of times, created a thunderous reverberation that echoed through the air. In an instant, an invisible force erupted from the point of impact, generating a visible shockwave that surged outward like a tumultuous tide, scattering sand and debris and causing the towering trees in the vicinity to sway violently. As if uprooted. "Get down!" Tarlag gritted his teeth, new power surging within him as he aimed to send the leaping ape king crashing down. It was hard to fathom that the ape king, with no solid footing, could match Tarag's strength through sheer explosive force. Showcasing the terror of its might, Leo's hat was swept away by the gusting shockwave, and he swallowed hard, his gaze vacant as he muttered. "So what the lieutenant means is that if we go up for 3 minutes, the ape king will only be 7/10 full. Ayla, standing beside him, stared at him with her mouth agape before retorting. "You overthink it. It's 3 seconds for us, and the ape king digests for 7 minutes." In the midst of their banter, the clash of fists hinted at Tarag's impending retreat. "Damn it, I must resort to technique." Tarlag thought solemnly, cursing inwardly. In the contest of raw power, he was ultimately at a disadvantage. The distinction between humans and beasts lay in the fact that simple-minded beasts relied solely on brute strength to overcome formidable adversaries. In contrast, humans, when faced with insurmountable foes, would employ their wit to devise various combat techniques, achieving victory against the odds. Dragon's breath. With precision, Tarlag executed a powerful thrust at close range, unleashing immense, penetrating power. His fist struck the ape king's flesh like black iron spikes, wreaking havoc from within. As the ape king howled in agony, its fist, resembling a small mountain, exploded in mid-air, showering blood everywhere. "Roar!" The ape king, now missing a hand, lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Tarlag exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. The creature's strength was terrifying, and he had barely managed to withstand it. Yet the encounter was far from over. The ape king, having fallen from dozens of meters high into a forest, did not relent. The agony from its torn hand ignited a frenzy within it, prompting it to disregard the carrot tree at the island's center and target the naval troops below. "Damn it!" Tarag's forehead throbbed with veins as he cursed. unsheathing his sword, Murakumo, and darting after the Ape King. "Open fire," AI La commanded, her expression tense as she observed the rampaging Ape King, hoping to delay its advance. However, the hundreds of bullets fired from their guns merely tickled the Ape King, failing to halt its charge and even accelerating its speed. "Quick! Get out of the way!" Cries of distress echoed through the ranks as the Ape King hurled massive boulders and trees, crushing the naval soldiers in its wake. "Dare to touch them, and I'll take your life." Tarlag, wielding his cursed sword, arrived just in time to intercept the Ape King's furious charge, with a slash imbued with dominance. He successfully struck the charging Ape King's chest, halting its momentum. Seizing the moment while the Ape King exhibited a flicker of fear, Tarlag glanced back at his fallen soldiers, rage swelling in his heart. "Damn it, we lost so many lives capturing Colt. How could a beast wreak such havoc now?" An invisible pressure emanated from him, impacting everything around him indiscriminately. "Lieutenant," Leo murmured on the verge of fainting, "we are on the same side." With Leo's collapse, soldiers, whether previously injured or not, succumbed to unconsciousness, their eyes glazing over. "Lieutenant," AI La possessed a will of steel, having endured extreme training in the officers' academy, even in the face of unconsciousness. She stood resolute. She was the only man on the island not to succumb to Tarag's conqueror's hockey. Witnessing the chaos, AI La's expression turned vacant. The onslaught of the impending pressure caused her body to tremble, her lips parting as she murmured, "Lieutenant, do you wish to become a king?" Tarag's conqueror's hockey rapidly expanded from his center, silencing the once noisy jungle and stilling the fluttering leaves, causing birds to fall from the sky. The Ape King's violent actions abruptly ceased, its eyes wide with terror. The invisible force gripped its soul like a colossal hand, rendering it immobile. The Ape King's legs trembled as it struggled against the overwhelming pressure, yet found itself utterly powerless. The once invincible aura crumbled before the might of Tarag's hockey. With unwavering determination, Tarag advanced step by step, each stride radiating resolute authority. "Become a king," he scoffed derisively, muttering, "What does that even mean?" Turning to regard his fallen comrades, Tarag tightened his grip on his cursed sword, the pressure emanating from him intensifying. That it was merely a gorilla, yet had inflicted such grievous losses upon those he held dear. In this world of slaughter, where the strong outnumbered the weak, how could he hope to protect his cherished family with the power he currently possessed? A heart of a true warrior began to forge within Tarag's depths. He resolved to become the strongest, to be so formidable that no one would dare to claim the title of king. With each step he took, his aura grew ever more potent, until he approached the great Ape King. The aura had already reached its zenith. The great Ape King was utterly subdued by the overwhelming presence emanating from the shadow beneath him. Gradually lowering its head, the fierce glint in its eyes vanished, replaced by an abyss of fear and submission. Submission? Tarlag slowly lifted his head, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "No, you are unworthy." Armed hockey coiled around him, and the black blade Murakumo instantly shimmered with a cold light. Tarlag drew a deep breath, gripping the hilt tightly with one hand, all his strength converging into the blade. His muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, like a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with untold power. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his figure darting like lightning .1 sword style. Crescent moon. In his grasp, the black blade Murakumo seemed to come alive, gleaming with a chilling radiance as it sliced toward the great Ape King. Roar! Though the great Ape King was daunted by the conqueror's hockey, it did not relinquish its resistance in the face of this fatal strike, its fearful gaze fixed upon the diminutive figure leaping into the air. It swung its robust arms, attempting to thwart Tarag's assault. However, Tarag's black blade, like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly penetrated the great Ape King's defenses. With a resounding snap, a single strike severed the great Ape King's remaining arm. The momentum of the blade remained unyielding, and at the moment the black blade made contact with the great Ape King's body, a blood-red crescent moon slowly emerged. In an instant, the creature's vitality was thoroughly consumed by this heart-piercing demonic blade. With a thud, the great Ape King's corpse fell backward, akin to a collapsing mountain, stirring up clouds of dust and the incessant crack of breaking branches. Night had fully descended. Amazon Lily, a realm inhabited solely by women, held no illusions for those who dare to trespass. One must not cross the forbidden threshold if they wish to survive. Nestled within the encircling primitive forests, a deep cavern resembling a natural fortress had been carved into the mountains, where women established villages and formed a nation. Here, women were raised as warriors, robust and possessing an enchanting allure, with a nation valuing strength above all this moment, a certain coastal edge of the island. The once tranquil sea suddenly roiled violently, forming a massive whirlpool. Through the luminous moonlight, a colossal shadow could be discerned struggling fiercely beneath the surface. Splash! A massive wave cleaved from below the sea level, as if intending to split the ocean itself. With this tremendous wave, the waters regained their calm, yet the once deep blue had been stained crimson. Ha! Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Rayleigh emerged from the sea. Wielding an ordinary sword, he landed steadily on the shore. Wringing out his drenched shirt, casting a glance at the blood-red waters, and muttered, "I almost met my end." Indeed, swimming all the way from the Dragon King's palace has left my old bones somewhat weary. Do you agree? Rayleigh's glasses glimmered with a hint of silver as he turned to the slender figure not far behind him. Shaki, arms crossed, glanced at her wristwatch, her expression filled with dissatisfaction as she spoke. There are still 3 hours until dawn, and you've been banned from alcohol for 3 months. With that, Shaki disregarded Rayleigh's exasperated expression and strode toward her pirate ship. Ruskina. The first rays of morning sunlight quietly pierced through the gossamer morning mist. The cheerful songs of birds shattered the silence, as if heralding the arrival of a new day. Major. Era saluted with precision, her eyes brimming with admiration. How fortunate it was that her commander possessed the rare conqueror's haki. And as his aide, Era shared in this glory. Tarlag gently placed the last fallen Navy soldier into the makeshift grave before him. He saluted the gravestone inscribed with 42 names and slowly turned to inquire, "Where is the escort ship?" If Tarlag recalled correctly, the fleet escorting the celestial dragons was scheduled to depart from Marinford today, heading to meet the government as escort vessel. Era glanced down at the information in her hand, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Due to Admiral Akainu being in the North Sea and Admiral Akiji refusing to escort. Thus, Talag's gaze lifted, incredulously parting his lips. "You can't be telling me it's that slacker who's escorting." "Hey, he just accidentally leaked the news about the celestial dragons coming to the Calm Belt yesterday. Can that ambiguous fellow be trusted?" Era, perplexed, nodded. Was there any difference between Kizaru and the other 2 monsters? She could not comprehend why Major Tarlag appeared so burdened. Talag's lips curled into a smirk. So was indeed Pagliusolino leading the charge. "Sister, I hope the celestial dragon's payment is on point, or else." Meanwhile, far away in Mariawa, dressed in a yellow-striped suit, Pagliusolino stood nonchalantly aboard a warship. Muttering with a pout, "Why should I be the one to lead? How boring. System, give me a task that can make me stronger." Tarlag leaned against a radish tree, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The system fell silent, offering no response. Tarlag tightened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "Have I given you too much face? Host, you got it all figured out, both what you should and shouldn't know." The system seemed to glitch, sporadically producing a few words that IT now deeply regretted not binding itself to a useless individual initially. Instead, it had chosen this exceptionally talented person, rendering its presence seemingly inconsequential in the world of pirates. One is not free to choose. Why not open your beginner's gift pack and take a look? Are you out of your mind? I've long since left the beginner's village. Tarlag scoffed, but still willed his consciousness to open the long-awaited system space. Retrieving the gift pack while also checking his data panel. Name. monkeyd.Tarlag age. 15 fruit. None faction. Navy weapon. Demon blade. Murakumo armament haki. Hardening. Only increases defense. No distinct features. Coiling wraps haki around various parts of the body and weapon, enhancing attack power, making weapons more resilient and sharp. Fluid, not yet mastered. Internal destruction, not yet mastered. Observation haki, sensing aura, enhances personal perception, detecting the aura changes of surrounding beings. Reading their positions, quantity, and strength. Sensing attack, perceives the opponent's next move, allowing for preemptive reactions. Long-distance perception, not yet mastered. Future sight, not yet mastered. Conqueror's haki, conquers pressure by emitting pressure. Those significantly weaker will faint due to inability to bear it, allowing for rapid clearance of numerous lackeys in battle. Conqueror's clash, when two individuals with Conqueror's haki clash, their haki colliding will produce special effects, often accompanied by lightning phenomena. Aura contest, initially countering with Conqueror's haki. While opponents of equal level may not be directly affected, overwhelming them in aura may provide an advantage in subsequent combat. Observation kill, not yet mastered. Physical destruction, not yet mastered. Conqueror's coiling, not yet mastered. Learn skills. Navy 6 styles. Soru, a high-speed series of footfalls creating explosive counterforces for rapid movement. Navy 6 styles. Paper drawing relaxes all bodily strength, allowing one to control their body as lightly as paper through the airflow changes caused by the opponent's movements, evading incoming attacks with ease. Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk, using powerful leg strength to step on air, generating significant buoyancy, enabling one to walk in the air as if ascending stairs. Beginner's gift pack rewards. 100 million berries, 100 million. Leaning against the great tree, Tarlag leaped 3 meters into the air upon seeing the reward, his eyes bulging in disbelief at the lengthy figure that seemed to surpass his very life. How about this reward? Tarlag's gaze remained fixated on that string of numbers, his lips trembling as he dismissively waved his hand. It's just mediocre. Wealth is but an external matter. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in it. The surrounding air plummeted to freezing temperatures, and a chilling aura of menace enveloped the atmosphere. Following the farce, Tarlag made a sweeping gesture. Conjuring 50 million berries from the void and tossing them to Ella, he instructed him to distribute the funds according to their contributions to the comrades, deeming the excess wealth as compensation for the fallen naval soldiers. Major, have you resorted to selling yourself? Ella inquired skeptically, casting a glance towards the direction of Daughter Island after receiving a crate of berries. Given Tarlag's propensity for frugality, even to the extent of bringing merely 2 apples to visit a sick friend, Ella felt he had a profound understanding of his miserly nature. In the desolate island. The only rationale Ella could conceive for the Major's sudden wealth was that he had clandestinely slipped over to Daughter Island the previous night to engage in such dubious transactions. With piercing words, Ella earnestly declared, "Major, should such an incident occur again, please be sure to bring your subordinates. I can serve as your safeguard." He suddenly comprehended why Tarlag's expression had contorted so grotesquely during the previous foot massage. "Get lost," Tarlag retorted, delivering a forceful kick, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he muttered, "Daughter Island? I'm not done living yet." His expression turned grave as he gazed towards the distant Amazon lily, recalling the large sea king's carcass that had washed ashore, severed in 2, but the clean cuts on the massive beast suggested the handiwork of a formidable swordsman that a tempest was brewing. Tarlag stood atop a tree, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the island, teeming with ferocious beasts. Merely the night prior, dozens of concealed presences had manifested upon the island. It seemed likely that Shaki had leaked the information, attracting so many powerful individuals to lurk in this vicinity. Although these intruders into Ruskina had detected the presence of the Navy beneath the carrot tree, they refrained from causing disturbances or igniting conflicts. Instead, they each concealed themselves in corners of the island, silently biding their time. The scent of beasts had diminished significantly, giving way to an increase in human presences. Frowning deeply, Tarlag calmed himself, extending his observation haki to its maximum, meticulously discerning the situation on the island. Aside from a remarkably sharp aura on the western side and a fiery presence on the eastern side, there were few noteworthy individuals to be found. Just then, under Tarlag's command, Leo, leading a small team, returned from scouting the aforementioned locations. With a face more comical than sorrowful, he approached Tarlag, exclaiming, "Major!" Tarlag cast a surprised glance at Leo, who stood stripped and bearing a fresh wound across his chest. Inquiring, "What is this attire?" "A cosplay," Leo dove forward, kneeling before Tarlag, clutching his leg as he wailed, "You must stand up for me, Major!" "Get lost!" As Leo's snot and tears threatened to stain his trousers, Tarlag kicked him away. Rubbing his temples, he asked, "Did you see anyone? Who did this to you?" Leo scrambled to his feet, accepting a set of clothes from a nearby Marine, indignantly explaining, "I followed the Major's orders and led the team to the western coast. But before we could spot anyone, a flying slash came hurtling towards us. That I did it to protect my fellow comrades." He gestured towards the wound on his chest, detailing its origin. Tarlag nodded, inspecting Leo's injury closely. His expression turning serious. "It must have been a formidable opponent. The strike was merely a test, devoid of murderous intent. Otherwise, you'd be in grave danger." Tarlag regretted sending Leo as the negotiator, having assumed the western side would be safer than the eastern. He had not anticipated that they would encounter no one, yet nearly lose their lives. The absence of capable subordinates was a significant flaw for Tarlag. It appeared time to commence their training. "What transpired on the eastern side? How did you end up stripped?" Leo, shamefaced, covered himself, gritting his teeth in anger, replied, "It was an old man with white hair, and his subordinates referred to him as Captain John. Before I could utter a word, his men, like wolves spotting sheep, stripped us of our clothes and seized all our belongings." "John?" Tarag's expression shifted. Surely, it couldn't be the same individual he was thinking of. He quickly inquired, "How did you manage to return?" Leo sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "That old fellow John deemed us too poor, so he let us go." Tarag's lips twitched. It seemed that even poverty could serve as an advantage. He had learned something new. With a wave of his hand and a resigned smile, he said, "Well done. Go to Ella and collect 500,000 berries as a reward for this mission." "Dismissed." "Yes, Major." Leo, with his chest exposed, saluted eagerly and departed. He expressed his desire for more missions that involved being stripped for monetary gain. After Leo left, Tarlag once again employed his observation hockey, focusing on the fiery presence on the eastern side. Based on the information at hand, it was indeed likely to be one of the members from the Rock's pirates. Tarag's demeanor grew solemn. Such crucial intelligence warranted the use of that particular resource once more. "Moshi Moshi, Admiral Sengoku. This is the reconnaissance unit. I am the chief commander, Major Tarlag." At Marine headquarters, Marinford, Sengoku was engrossed in important documents when he received the dedicated phone snail. In a fluster, he carelessly tossed the vital paperwork aside, landing in front of his eagerly awaiting pet goat. Sengoku failed to notice the documents being consumed yet again. Instead, he quickly covered the phone snail's mouth, preventing any sound from escaping, glancing around cautiously. He then cupped the phone snail in his hands, retreating to a hidden chamber, his face contorting as he growled in frustration. "How many times must I repeat this? As a secret reconnaissance unit, your primary duty is to maintain confidentiality. You are forbidden from any contact with the outside world. The movements of the celestial dragons necessitated absolute secrecy, and Tarag's unit, being the vanguard, was strictly prohibited from any external communication unless under extraordinary circumstances. Should critical information inadvertently fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences would be dire. What should have been a grave mission had devolved into a farce under Tarag's oversight." This marked his fourth time dialing this emergency hotline, reserved for dire situations. Reflecting on the previous reports, Sengoku clutched his racing heart. He silently vowed that in future operations requiring utmost confidentiality, that family would never again appear on the assignment roster. 2 days prior, upon receiving his orders, Tarlag had immediately arrived in the comm belt. Due to the unrest within the monkey family, he felt compelled to utilize the hotline Sengoku had warned against using unless absolutely necessary. "Admiral Sengoku, we have entered the comm belt. The sun is shining, the breeze is pleasant, and there are no abnormalities." He was reprimanded. No expletive spared. A full hour of scolding ensued. Awakening from his stupor, Tarlag recognized Sengoku's point. As an exemplary naval officer, he could not afford to neglect his duties. Thus, after conducting a thorough patrol of the comm belt, he waited a full 5 hours before dialing the hotline again. "Admiral Sengoku, I led the team on a patrol of the comm belt. We have not spotted a single figure. You wouldn't believe it. A desolate place like this is quite suitable for those ruffians to frolic about." Once more, Sengoku unleashed his wrath, This time for 1 hour and 32 minutes and 37 seconds, Tarlag's resolve crumbled, teetering on the edge of despair. He had genuinely been working earnestly, since Warring States Sang has treated him in such a manner. He cannot be blamed for his lack of compassion as the great ape king approached the radish tree. The moment he came into view of the crowd, Tarlag, with a sickly smile, earnestly dialed the special phone bug once more. General Warring States, I have led my team to discover an uninhabited island. Here, one can experience the sensation of time stretching like years, and there are many amiable little creatures that are quite affectionate. Returning to the present, Warring States, already feeling exhausted and devoid of words to curse, let out a resigned sigh. Have I erred? He nearly gritted his teeth as he asked, Speak, what significant discovery have you made this time? Warring States rubbed his temples. He found this question perplexing. It was too difficult. After many years as a now admiral, he was once again confronted with the sense of helplessness he had felt years ago while undertaking the same mission with that rascal carp. Tarlag was momentarily taken aback, expecting to be met with a furious rebuke from the elder Warring States. Yet he was unprepared for such an abrupt conclusion, leaving him somewhat disoriented. With a sheepish laugh, he scratched his head and said, General Warring States, you mentioned that the first stop of the escort ship would be here. Might we alter the itinerary? Nonsense. At these words, Warring States, still simmering with anger, disregarded his location and bellowed. Do you think this is merely a child's game? Due to your earlier report, I relayed your extravagant description of the island to the world government. Have you ever seen a self-proclaimed deity who would detour due to potential dangers? Having expelled much of his displeasure, Warring States took several deep breaths and, rubbing his temples, hoarsely inquired, What did you discover? What could compel you to utter such words? Tarlag hesitated, responding evasively. Changing the shipping route is absolutely impossible. Warring States replied firmly, then donned a reassuring smile as he added, Rest assured, with Borisellino leading the escort, those little rascals you mentioned are hardly a concern. I have important matters to attend to, so I shall leave it at that. With a snap, Tarlag watched as the phone bug was unilaterally disconnected and the furrow in his brow relaxed. General Warring States, if you believe that the intelligence concerning Xiachi, alongside the enigmatic Rayleigh, Captain John, the solitary swordsman, and the other dozens of subtle threats, are merely little rascals, and that Borisellino can handle it, then I have no further comments. Tarlag casually tossed the special phone bug into the sea and, placing his hands behind his head, strolled leisurely back. For the sake of discretion, he had traversed the islands to contact Warring States at this deserted coastline, with a disdainful curl of his lip. Tarlag muttered in annoyance, Had I not inadvertently leaked the information to Xiachi, I would have directly recited the names to you in any case. The matter had already been reported, and whatever transpired afterward was of no concern to him. With the connections he had through Rayleigh and his father Carp, Tarlag was confident that Xiachi would never randomly accuse him of leaking the news about the celestial dragon's movements. What a stroke of luck it was to encounter a long-lost, formidable figure in such a place. A calm yet magnetic voice reverberated in Tarlag's ears, prompting him to relax. Instantly, his muscles tensed, and he scowled as he searched for the source of the voice. Who is speaking? Although his observation hockey sensed the presence nearby, Tarlag could not locate the individual, no matter how fervently he sought. Conjuring his conqueror's hockey, he unleashed it in a broad attack, attempting to flush out the figure hiding in the shadows. In response, he was met not with the previous magnetic voice, but with a green slash soaring from the very coastline he had just departed. What a fierce slash! The blade at his waist, Murikamo, was drawn in an instant, and Tarlag countered with a crimson strike, prepared to meet the challenge. The two slashes collided like meteors, and for a moment, the air seemed to tear apart, a powerful gust erupting outward, causing both combatants to change expression in surprise. They simultaneously uttered exclamations, their gazes crossing over the distance and igniting sparks in the air. Who are you? Tarlag arched an eyebrow, realizing why this aura felt so familiar. The figure before him was indeed the mysterious swordsman from the western coast. The man, striding toward him, sported short black hair and possessed a pair of hawk-like yellow eyes that occasionally revealed a glimmer of coldness. Dracul Mihawk, with his strikingly emblematic features, was instantly recognizable to Tarlag as the future world's greatest swordsman, known as Hawkeye. In his youth, He bore no beard, his visage appearing somewhat more youthful than it would 19 years hence. He donned a wine-red patterned shirt, a black trench coat, and white trousers, with black boots adorning his feet that a naval officer exuding such an air of authority is reminiscent of that individual. My hawk approached with steady strides. Unperturbed by Talag's conqueror's hockey, Tarlag recalled the latest bounty notices issued by the Navy headquarters, excitement coursing through him as he licked his lips, his greedy gaze raking over the slowly advancing figure. That night, warring states had presented these newly released bounty notices to him, extinguishing his fervor for promotion to admiral with a single sentence. You will become an admiral when you personally capture them and bring them to impel down. Those were warring states' exact words, and though Tarlag believed he was capable of ascending to admiral, he felt disheartened yet made a mental note of those names, among the bounty notices that the headquarters held in high regard. This man, known as Hawkeye, ranked second, with a bounty of 470 million berries, a walking testament to his accomplishments. The glaring bounty and Talag's inexplicable fondness for wealth made him unable to resist such temptation. Navy, what is your reason for seeking battle? The formidable conqueror's hockey surged forth, and even without officially engaging, my hawk acknowledged the man before him, observing the blade at Talag's waist out of respect for a strong opponent. My hawk, as the challenger, was the first to draw the yet-to-be-forged supreme blade knife from his back. Tarlag, momentarily fumbling in his pockets for the bounty notices, recalled a time he had forgotten to bring toilet paper to the restroom. Shaking his head in resignation, locking eyes with the man before him, who had drawn his sword, he earnestly declared, for power and wealth. My hawk remained silent for several seconds. Had it been any weaker individual, or someone unarmed, he might have cleaved through them without hesitation. However, seeing the sincere gaze and serious demeanor of this man, he did not perceive him as jesting. My hawk's slightly raised knight, his left hand gliding across the gray patterns on the blade. As if speaking to himself or offering an explanation, before this duel commences, my partner is still in need of a trial. Clang! The sound of my hawk's great sword slicing through the air resonated, producing a symphony of sword cries. Come forth, Navy! Our encounter today appears to be fate's design. To duel with a formidable opponent such as you is indeed an honor, but do not presume I will show any mercy. The knight in my hand shall sever all illusions and solidify my renown as the world's greatest swordsman. A surge of unprecedented fervor coursed through Tarlag, his heart racing at the resonant words that struck a chord deep within. His legs tensed, firmly planted on the ground, and the veins on his arms bulged as he trembled with excitement. Who understands, dear companions, it is not the battle that stirs my heart, but an indescribable, profound sensation that leaves even Tarlag unsure of the reason for his exhilaration. My hawk's hawk-like gaze pierced through the trembling figure before him, and he could not help but reflect, it is not merely you who trembles with anticipation for a duel with a strong adversary. Standing to the side, my hawk exerted all his effort to suppress the stirrings within, along with the occasional quiver of his left arm. Tarlag's incessantly trembling right hand only steadied upon resting on the hilt of Murakumo. Ever since awakening his conqueror's hockey, he had felt as if he had shed a great burden. Swish! As the demonic blade was drawn just an inch, Tarlag's gaze shifted towards the blood-red edge, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips as he privately mused. After much contemplation, it appears that my long-held conjecture was indeed correct. The combination of armament hockey and an unwavering will merely qualifies one to wield you. Yet it is insufficient to compel your submission. Only those rare individuals, imbued with the regal hockey of a true king, bearing the aura of sovereignty, can earn your recognition and the right to stand beside you in battle. With the conqueror's hockey reaching its zenith, Tarlag never concealed his strength, showcasing his masculine prowess before my hawk with unabashed fervor. Clang! The demonic blade, Murakumo, perhaps resonated with the impact of the conqueror's hockey. Or perhaps it possessed an ineffable spirit that joyfully responded from an unseen realm. Marine, what is your name? My hawk inquired with a serious demeanor, taken aback by the surge of conqueror's hockey that, in mere minutes, astonishingly matched the might of that man. Ha! Tarlag's broad grin revealed the letter D, as he surged forward with exuberance, exclaiming, I am Monkey D. Tarlag, the one who will claim your life. Clang, clang. The clash of the demonic blade and the supreme sword rang out with a crisp metallic sound. Visible shockwaves radiated outward, rustling the nearby trees. The two dark blades stood resolute against each other in midair. Compared to Talag's slightly flushed face, my hawk appeared more composed, offering an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon. I should have introduced myself before inquiring about the name of a formidable opponent. Clang. The initial exchange of probing strikes ended in a stalemate. After a long hiatus of battling strong adversaries, my hawk's heart swelled with unexpressed excitement. Adjusting his hat, he spoke in a voice rich with magnetism, feigning calmness. I am Dracul Myhawk, destined to ascend to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. The black blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as if to tear the very fabric of space. A dazzling green light erupted from the blade, manifesting as a colossal slash. The edges of this strike were razor-sharp, distorting the air in its wake with a hissing sound. Tarlag smirked, inwardly cursing. Damn it, so your grand move is merely a basic attack? Unfazed, Talag's eyes widened. Bursting forth with boundless fighting spirit, he gripped his demonic blade tightly. His muscles tensing as power surged into his arms like a roaring tide. A scarlet light instantly erupted from the blade, transforming into a fierce strike. This strike resembled a frenzied blood dragon, accompanied by scorching heat and a piercing howl, as if it aimed to incinerate the surrounding air. The edges of the crimson slash flickered with a blazing glow, causing the very space to tremble with scorching intensity. Producing a crackling sound, IT surged forward with unstoppable momentum, confronting Myhawk's green slash in a breathtaking standoff, .1 sword style. Blood demon, Tarlag silently contemplated. Losses in battle could be endured, but dignity must not be compromised. Moreover, a basic attack, even in defeat, would not be embarrassing, right? In this suffocatingly tense standoff, time seemed to freeze. Yet in an instant, the crimson strike surged forth with newfound vigor, like a colossal beast breaking free from its cage, unleashing even more astonishing power. The radiant light swelled, scorching the surrounding air into a distorted haze. The green slash, undeterred, intensified, as if fully committed to resisting the oncoming onslaught. Where the two strikes collided, energy erupted wildly, transforming into a ferocious shockwave that swept outward. The ground fractured under this force, debris flying, as nearby trees were cleaved in two, caught in midair before disintegrating into dust. However, in this fierce clash, an unusual energy wave suddenly surged from the crimson strike, piercing through the defenses of the green slash. With a resounding boom, the green light dimmed abruptly, overwhelmed by the crimson assault. The residual force continued racing away, leaving a profound chasm in its wake. That blade is peculiar, Myhawk noted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. He gripped his supreme knight firmly, facing the imminent crimson strike with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Tarlag, having unleashed the crimson assault, was visibly panting, indicating that this strike was far from a trivial basic attack. Murakumo seems to resonate with my haki, Tarlag murmured to himself, observing the slightly reddened blade in his hand. The Conqueror's haki possesses a sophisticated and potent technique known as Conqueror's entanglement that IT allows the wielder to fuse it with their own techniques, thereby unleashing greater power and effect. For reasons unknown, the demonic blade, Murakumo, seemed to possess a unique characteristic, actively aligning with and integrating Talag's Conqueror's haki. The result was evident, significantly amplifying the power of the Blood Demon strike, granting him a temporary advantage in his confrontation with Myhawk. Although the enhancement was modest, in a duel among such formidable beings, even a slight edge is a glimmer of victory. Tarlag focused solely on the immediate, believing he could expand this minor advantage in the ensuing contest to secure triumph. Yet he overlooked a more critical aspect. Murakumo was already aligning with and guiding him to employ his Conqueror's haki for entangling attacks. If he could calm his mind, he would soon master the advanced technique of haki entanglement due to his innate talent. Gazing at the figure engulfed by the crimson strike, Tarlag felt no relief. Whispering to himself, truly, that man is formidable. The pressure of a king has minimal influence over him. Unlike Zoro, who was resolutely determined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk regarded that title as his birthright. It was as if that throne was inherently designed for him, a notion he had never questioned. Years later, he would even nurture his own adversary, recognizing the value of having a worthy opponent. This illustrates the unparalleled confidence he possessed in achieving eventual victory, reaching heights invisible to the ordinary eye. What does it mean to be the world's greatest swordsman? Simply put, it means that no one can defeat me in my realm. A man with such conviction cannot possibly be swayed by mere conqueror's haki. With a cracking sound, the crimson strike shattered like fragile glass, cleaved apart by Mihawk's supreme blade knight, the fragmented energy scattered. Yet it could not approach him under Mihawk's overwhelming aura. Standing tall, Mihawk sheathed his sword, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring majesty. In Omor fighting, Tarlag raised an eyebrow, lifting his scabbard in bewilderment that a sword never hesitates. Mihawk's expression turned grave, his eyes blazing with suppressed anger as he regarded Tarlag. Are you mocking me with your flawed swordsmanship? Aside from its power, I acknowledge your strength, but your swordplay is insufficient for me to take you seriously. Mihawk tilted his head slightly, fingertips brushing against his iconic wide-brimmed hat. His hawk-like gaze pierced through to Tarlag. Should he fail to receive a satisfactory answer, the ensuing scene would be exceedingly brutal. Tarlag was momentarily taken aback by the question, gazing at the sword at his waist with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. But he understood the confusion in Hawkeye's eyes. Yet the disparity in swordsmanship could not simply be compensated for by talent alone. The IT demanded the honing of time, long hours of practice, to cultivate exceptional sword skills. Having barely grasped the sword for less than a month, Tarlag had already achieved the remarkable feat of being able to rival and even suppress Hawkeye, which was the utmost limit of his current capabilities. Hawkeye's assertion that his power was abundant yet his technique lacking was difficult for Tarlag to accept, as it indirectly acknowledged that Tarag's strength surpassed his own. A violent slash could obliterate everything, but it was riddled with flaws. With minimal effort, Hawkeye could effortlessly counter him. This was where Hawkeye failed to comprehend. Despite possessing formidable strength, he engaged in combat with clumsy swordsmanship, which to him felt like the gravest of humiliations. There was no possibility of explanation, even if Tarlag had 1,000 reasons to clarify. In a duel of swordmasters, did not the very act of explaining imply a form of concession? Tarag's right hand rested upon Murakumo, his body slightly bent forward, ready to execute a Iato strike. With a voice deepened by the buildup of energy, he proclaimed, "Recognize yourself. See through the world. Become stronger. It is thanks to an old man that I have gained enlightenment with this blade. That if you can endure this without dying, then consider it a victory." Accompanied by the frenzied surge of two-colored conqueror's haki, the surrounding air gradually solidified as if on the verge of exploding. Danger! As Tarag's aura shifted, the alarm bells rang within Mihawk's heart. He swiftly drew his supreme blade, knight, his expression grave as he silently gathered his strength. Impressive, such a life-threatening confrontation had not graced him in a long while. The observation haki would not lie, and his eyes certainly would not doubt if he made no moves to counter, he would perish. For the first time, Tarag attempted to imbue his blade, Murakumo, with Conqueror's haki, expending even more stamina than he had against Rayleigh. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared. This strike begins with the accumulated might of 1,000 blades. In the blink of an eye, the wind remains still, the breath is restrained. The light is concealed, the sword passes without a trace. One sword style. Ultimate technique. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tarag's figure vanished from sight. The air around him seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, forming visible ripples, surpassing the speed of light, yet leaving no trace, with the weight of 1,000 junks, yet agile as the wind. Mihawk's gaze sharpened, gripping the hilt of knight tightly, every muscle in his body taut. His nerves highly attuned, attempting to discern Tarag's figure and trajectory of attack. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only the impending cataclysmic strike sending shivers down spines. The shadows of swords glimmered like cold light. The accumulated might of 1,000 blades at the snap of a finger. The air stilled, breath held, light unseen, The sword passed without a trace, instilling dread in the enemy. The speed of light difficult to pursue. The weight of 1,000 junks yet graceful. The clash of blades determined life and death. The emergence of ultimate techniques hung the outcome in the balance, a line of heaven, in this suffocating moment of tension. Tarlag's figure appeared like a phantom. Murakumo, enveloped in conqueror's haki, descended upon Mihawk with earth-shattering force. The air was instantly torn asunder, emitting a sharp wail. Mihawk's eyes widened, his observation haki detecting a weak point. Unleashing all his strength to position Knight defensively before him to withstand the thunderous blow. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, light flaring as if the very heavens trembled. The powerful shockwave surged outward, whipping up dust and debris. Colossal stones being lifted only to crash down heavily, carving deep furrows into the ground. The immense force uprooted surrounding trees, shredding them to pieces, scattering them like confetti in the air. Amazon Lily. The heavens were about to change. Rayleigh stood with his hands clasped behind his back at a certain straight on Amazon Lily, his gaze fixed on the distant, torn clouds above Ruskina Island. Lost in thought, Shaki leaned against a large tree behind Rayleigh. A cigarette dangling from her lips. Prepare yourselves. They are coming. John will take the lead. We only need to rescue Hancock. Rayleigh slowly turned, casting a resigned glance at her, chuckling. To have an old man abandoned by the times lead the charge. You truly are something, Shaki. Should I take that to mean you think I am old? Shaki's smile was radiant, her demeanor gentle as she walked towards Rayleigh. Don't you dare. Rayleigh raised a hand to block her. About to offer an apology when Shaki's fist sent him crashing into the sea. Humph. Shaki took a drag from her cigarette, casting a disgruntled look at Rayleigh surfacing from the water, indignantly saying, I spent 30 billion berries on an outsider to prevent you from showing off in front of others, and you dare to sympathize with him. Ruskina. The battlefield lay in ruins. Smoke billowing as two figures were obscured by the swirling dust, their forms unseen. When the haze dissipated, Tarlag and Mihawk emerged once more under the sun's rays. Tarlag lay sprawled on the ground, Murakumo slipping from his grasp, gasping for breath. Yet a glimmer of victorious delight shone in his eyes. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he burst into laughter. Mihawk, how about we call it a draw? Opposite him, Mihawk knelt on one leg, the other bent, his body slightly leaning forward, supported by Knight. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his arm continuously oozing, staining his garments. Yet his gaze remained steadfast and piercing. A draw? Mihawk wiped the blood from his lips, his sharp gaze fixed on Tarlag, who lay on the ground, staring up at the sky. That word felt foreign, so unfamiliar that Mihawk scarcely recognized it. Even in duels with that person, there had always been clear victories and defeats. He could not accept this outcome. With a firm grip on Knight, he strained to rise, determined to complete this duel that had yet to yield a conclusive victor. As the future world's greatest swordsman, he sought absolute victory and proof of strength, that he believed that a true duel should delineate clear winners and losers, and a draw signified a failure to fully showcase his superiority. Stop. If you wish to wield a sword in the future, the corners of Tarag's mouth curled slightly. His line of heaven was originally aimed at Mihawk's neck. However, Mihawk seized upon a minor flaw, successfully deflecting that lethal strike off course. What was meant to be a forward thrust was deftly redirected by Mihawk's exceptional swordsmanship, transforming into a downward slash. Speed is power, when combined with greater force. That strike's might could not be countered by mere strength alone. Mihawk's lower limbs had already sustained damage from this clash, while it was not a significant issue to withdraw now. Should he disregard Tarag's warning and force himself to rise, he would utterly forfeit his qualification to wield a sword. Mihawk gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute yet tinged with stubbornness, and declared, losing the qualification to wield a sword? That is not a concern of mine. I end battle. One must give their all. As he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, Mihawk's eyes glinted fiercely, coldly stating, My name is Dracul Mihawk, and my sword shall never halt due to fear, even at a grave cost. With that, he prepared to rise once more, for he would not permit such a farce in a duel between swordsmen. And what of your pact with Shanks? Perhaps it was mutual admiration or an appreciation for a man of such spirit. Tarlag could not bear the thought of losing such a rival henceforth. His brow furrowed as he shouted, "My hawk, was your agreement with Shanks merely a casual remark? I once held expectations for a man like you. It seems I overestimated you." Upon hearing this, Myhawk's body trembled slightly, his gaze turning incredibly resolute as he replied loudly, "A man's promise endures until death. I will not allow any pact to falter." Upon the conclusion of their words, a profound silence enveloped the battlefield, now a disarrayed tableau of conflict, succumbing to an eerie stillness. The stifling atmosphere deterred many ferocious beasts on the island, compelling them to linger at a distance, silently observing with lingering trepidation. After a deep sigh, Myhawk, having regained his composure, felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet the bonds forged between men transcended even life and death. He spoke solemnly, "It is not my desire for this to end in a stalemate. But alas, it must be so today." "Waha!" Tarlag laughed heartily, his body exhausted yet unable to conceal his elation. "Huh?" Myhawk sank to the ground. His piercing gaze softened for the first time, joining in the laughter. Leaving all to ponder the source of their mirth, the escort ship was still 3 hours from reaching Ruskina. "How about joining the Navy?" Tarlag proposed, glancing at a small vessel resembling a dark specter. Addressing the man aboard, Myhawk crossed his arms, his injuries having been tended to by Tarlag's ship's doctor, now not of great concern. With his keen eagle-like eyes, he scrutinized the man on shore. Seeking assurance of his sincerity, to recruit a pirate is indeed a bold endeavor. Monkey D. Tarlag. The corners of Myhawk's mouth curled into a slight smile as he declared, "Once I forge my sword into a black blade, I shall return to this island steeped in regret. If you wish to enlist me, then defeat me." With that, he released the ropes of the sail, and a brisk wind swept in, propelling the small boat away into the distance. Tarlag rested his right hand lightly on the blade, Murikomo, shaking his head with a smile. "As you wished, in the outer seas of the doldrums, for majestic warships stood sentinel, encircling an opulent flagship. The sea wind howled, churning colossal waves that relentlessly battered the hulls of both the warships and the grand vessel. The 4 warships, with their rigid lines and sturdy frames, stood resolute against the tempest, their cannons poised menacingly as they formed a diamond formation, safeguarding the luxurious ship at its core. Mashamoshi Borisolino stood upon the deck of the opulent ship, incessantly calling into the specialized transponder snail on his wrist. "How peculiar," he pondered. "Why does the little monster not answer?" Behind him, the cabin reverberated with a cacophony of indescribable sounds, the anguished pleas for mercy, the whimpers of dying breaths, and the unrestrained malevolent laughter intertwining in a dissonant symphony. Many bodyguards clad in suits stood impassively on the deck, their expressions devoid of emotion as they gazed ahead, seemingly unfazed by the grim occurrences surrounding them. Their lifeless eyes reflected no flicker of emotion, as though the scene unfolding before them had replayed countless times in their minds. Behind Borisolino stood a throng of naval soldiers displaying a spectrum of emotions. Some bore expressions of numbness, their eyes vacant, clearly veterans who had participated in more than one carnival. They had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Their inner turmoil no longer easily stirred. It seemed as if their souls had been eroded by the repetition of these grim events. Others displayed anger, their eyes wide and teeth gritted, unmistakably fresh recruits witnessing their first carnival. Their sense of justice, untainted by the harshness of reality, found it intolerable to endure the injustices and absurdities they beheld, their inner flames of indignation burning fiercely. Still others wore expressions of panic, pallid faces trembling slightly. These were soldiers who had partaken in one carnival and, in a moment of impulsiveness, committed an egregious act, only to be severely reprimanded thereafter. The haunting memory of that impulsive choice cast a long shadow over their hearts, and whenever they found themselves in similar circumstances, fear clung to them like a shadow. Lest they repeat their past mistakes, "I can't hold back any longer." A first-class sailor clenched his fists, his eyes wide as he gazed toward the cabin behind him. "Stop." An old soldier seized the arm of the advancing first-class sailor, reprimanding him. "This is not your concern. Do not forget your identity and duty." The veteran removed the eye patch obscuring his left eye, gesturing toward the hollow socket. he spoke in a low tone. The cost of voicing dissent is steep. We must learn to remain silent. The naval soldier stood frozen, mouth agape, engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, save for a solitary unvoiced realization lingering in his heart. The cost is indeed significant. Yet someone must take action, mustn't they? Before the assembled navy, Borsalino's fingers shimmered with a yellow light before it vanished into silence. The sunlight's reflection rendered it impossible for anyone to discern his thoughts behind the lenses obscuring his eyes. Ruskin, pirate gathering on the eastern coastline. A diminutive, greed-driven pirate smirked as he addressed the white-haired captain at the center. Captain John, we've struck gold this time. Not only have we earned a bounty of 500 million berries for the intel, but we also have the chance to take down the celestial dragons. Beside him sat a small giant, wielding a 5-meter-long cleaver, who chimed in with a hearty laugh. My blade has long thirsted for action. I hear those self-proclaimed gods are swimming in wealth. Captain John, the spoils after the battle should go to whoever claims them first. Right? A rowdy group of pirates surrounded the white-haired captain, their expressions alight with excitement. John was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, the dominators of the seas 19 years ago. The Rocks Pirates were established on the pirate island, Hakinosu, a motley crew united by their insatiable greed for treasure. Notorious for their brutal betrayals even among allies aboard the same vessel 19 years prior, the Rocks Pirates sought to assault the celestial dragons and their slaves at God Valley. However, they were thwarted by the Roger Pirates, with Garp and Roger joining forces to defeat Rocks, leading to the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates and the erasure of God Valley from the map. When it comes to greed for treasure, John epitomizes this trait. His insatiable avarice drives him to unscrupulous acts. Deceit, betrayal, and murder are mere trifles to him. Indeed, a part of the conflict that sparked the grand battle was instigated by him. Motivated by the vast riches held by the celestial dragons, the mere mention of the spoils, John's already twisted visage contorted further, an involuntary grin revealing his yellowed teeth as he envisioned mountains of gold and jewels beckoning him. Of course, whoever claims it first, it belongs to them, John declared with feigned sincerity, casting a glance around, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he proclaimed, "You are my brothers. If I have a morsel to eat, there will certainly be enough for you all." In a hollowed-out mountain on an uninhabited island within the doldrums, treasures worth 25 billion berries echoed with laughter, as if they were saying, "Look, that old man is quite the actor." Ruskina, beneath the radish tree, Ella brought over a crate of foreign liquor. Placing it at Tarlag's feet, her expression tinged with concern. "Major, if you discard the transponder snail, how will Admiral Kizaru contact us?" Moreover, Ella surveyed the disheveled camp. Noting that most sailors were inebriated, sprawled in various states of drunken slumber, is it truly wise to indulge in revelry here, instead of purging the pirates on the island? With a soft pop, Tarlag's thumb exerted pressure, sending the cork from the bottle flying. His face slightly flushed from excessive drinking, his tongue numb and uncooperative, he retorted, "Why the fuss? We drink today, and let tomorrow worry about itself." As images of masked figures danced in his mind, Tarlag, looking displeased, draped his arm around Ella's shoulders, raising his bottle with a grin. "Come, let me pour you another." No, a minute later, Ella, allergic to alcohol, collapsed to the ground. A flurry of snowflakes landing on her cheek, melting into droplets that slid down her face. "Major, it turns out that pouring another and mixing are two different things." "Pa!" Tarlag spat dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the unconscious Ella. Muttering, "Was that so hard to get right? Just one bottle with me." Speaking in a drunken stupor, Tarlag once again uncorked a bottle of liquor, crouching before the unconscious Ella and pouring it into his gaping mouth. Hey, little Huang, when will we arrive? My slaves have all perished. I need to capture another batch." A chubby boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, donned in a bubble mask, looked up at Borsalino with a runny nose. In a voice far too innocent for his age, he inquired about the expressionless Borsalino at the front of the line. "Why aren't you answering me?" Charlitro, Saint raised the small pistol in his hand, fearlessly pointing it at the yellow-haired figure. Charlitro Saint was the product of close kinship, his mind somewhat dull from birth. He naively repeated his father's words. "Daddy said I can do anything I want." and no one can refuse my demands. Little Huang, are you refusing me now? Daddy said those who refuse us can be killed. And a glint flashed in Borisolino's eyes beneath his sunglasses, a chilling aura emanating from him. Why is it so cold? Charlitro Saint shivered, dropping the pistol to the ground, glancing up at the sun in confusion. How terrifying, he remarked, slowly turning away. Huang raised his hands above his head and casually smiled. I almost died. You know, achoo. Charlitro Saint sneezed, the thick mucus being caught by the mask on his face, trickling down his neck. Suddenly, a Navy officer, Royal Mosi Saint, emerged from the cabin, leading a small girl barely covered by tattered rags. We've been at sea long enough. Where are the powerful beasts you promised us? Royal Mosi Saint kicked the dim-eyed slave girl aside. The prospect of the formidable beast promised by the Navy was far more enticing than these fragile creatures. Imagining returning with a mighty pet to partake in the exclusive festivities reserved for their kind, Royal Mosi Saint's heart raced with excitement. The sense of superiority unique to their kind was beyond words. As beings of elevated stature, who wouldn't wish to be the singular, unparalleled existence? There were a total of 19 families among the celestial dragons, and to avoid unforeseen incidents or attacks from hostile forces, a rotation system allowed each family to venture out to sea only once every 19 years for the sake of curiosity. Lord Royal Mosi Saint, that island ahead is... Huang pointed towards the outline of Ruskina, which was becoming visible. What a headache! I can barely keep up the act. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the serene surface of the sea was shattered by the thunderous sound of cannon fire. In the distance, a dilapidated, yet ferocious-looking warship appeared like a phantom. Captain John and his crew. They wasted no time, launching the first attack with their cannons. The booming echo accompanied by billowing black smoke. Cannonballs whistled through the air, hurtling towards the fleet of celestial dragons. The shells exploded on the water's surface, creating colossal splashes and stirring up towering waves. Ha! Captain John stood at the bow of the warship, drawing his cutlass and pointing it boldly at the grand ship at the center of the escort fleet. Lads, the treasure is within reach. Steer the ship closer. Hooray! With a sense of urgency, the crew, undaunted, gazed greedily at the luxurious vessel, where the celestial dragons appeared like startled birds, eager to seize their heads and plunder their riches. The escorting warship began to sway violently under the unexpected assault. Royal Mosi Saint, initially brimming with arrogance, was suddenly consumed by fear, his cries mingling with his son's screams. Get out of my way! Just a mere son. Yet he dared to run ahead of me. Royal Mosi Saint kicked the obstructive Charlitro Saint aside, who was caught by the body of his bodyguard behind him. Humph! Royal Mosi Saint scoffed, casting a glance at the distant figure in yellow attire, and with a flick of his sleeve declared, You Navy must give the Charlemagne family an explanation regarding this matter. Daddy! Charlitro Saint, bewildered as to why his father struck him, let his tears flow for the first time in his sheltered life. Why did you hit me? Standing before the iron door of the cabin, Royal Mosi Saint's expression was stern as he disdainfully replied, There is no need to ponder the reason behind the pirates' attack on this ship. If the situation deteriorates significantly, you shall be the one to quell their wrath. With that, he made to shut the heavily fortified safety door, leaving Charlitro Saint outside. But I am also a celestial dragon. You told me no one can refuse me. I command you to let me in. The 7-year-old Charlitro Saint, terrified by the cannon fire and the violent rocking of the ship, lost his composure and shouted in fury. After raising you for so many years and spending so much money, I sent it for this moment. Royal Mosi Saint disregarded his son's cries and ordered the nearby slaves to shut the door. Grinning wickedly, though we are both celestial dragons, your life is a gift from me, as long as I am here. I can create countless you, and no longer was there any pretense of familial bonds being severed over trivial grievances. On the deck, Borisolino furrowed his brow, his form flickering into a streak of golden light, instantly appearing at the ship's bow, prepared to confront the impending battle. Tarlag, what on earth are you doing? Borisolino kicked a cannonball away, his expression darkening. As a member of the reconnaissance team, how could you overlook such a terrifying presence? Was it an accident or premeditated? Cannonballs continued to rain down, and under Huang's command, the naval soldiers began organizing a counterattack. Dense cannon fire erupted towards Captain John's pirate ship, illuminating the sea with flames and enveloping it in smoke. Not good. A naval soldier cried out, drawing everyone's attention. Trembling, he pointed at the empty crates. Despair evident in his voice. The cannonballs were taken by those detestable celestial dragons for fireworks just 2 days ago. Weasel stood atop a naval vessel, drawing his sword to deflect a cannonball. His face contorted with rage. Mind your words, without cannonballs. Use your guns to retaliate. It was clear that Captain John's pirate crew had come well prepared, with dozens of cannons set up on their massive ship, relentlessly bombarding the escort vessels. If this continued, my reputation would be at stake. I must at least sink your ship first. The cries of the wounded echoed incessantly. Borsalino, unable to contain his impatience any longer, transformed into beams of light, vanishing from the deck. When he reappeared, it was directly above Captain John's pirate crew, casually remarking, "Do be careful, everyone, for I am also present." Borsalino floated in midair, golden light radiating from him like a blazing sun. His face retained its nonchalant demeanor, yet his gaze was fierce and filled with murderous intent. With both hands raised, palms facing outward, light gathered in an instant. Countless luminous orbs formed at astonishing speed, densely clustered like brilliant stars. "Hachikigo!" Borsalino commanded with authority. In that moment, the innumerable light orbs cascaded like a torrential downpour, screaming down towards the pirate ship below. Wherever the light orbs passed, the air shimmered and crackled as it was seared. The crew aboard the pirate ship looked up in terror, their eyes filled with dread at the apocalyptic sight. Hey, the intel didn't mention we would encounter such a monster. Is this even a force that humans can resist? The little giant, wielding a long knife, and the somewhat sinister thin monkey incessantly uttered words detrimental to unity, that ha ha ha. John unsheathed the curved blade from his waist, instantly unleashing countless slashes to meet the challenge. Laughing heartily, "Be careful. If you get taken down, the treasure will be out of your reach." The thin monkey transformed into a wolf, occasionally delivering slashes with its 4 legs, and with a sly grin remarked, "Well then, the more that perish, the fewer to share the spoils." The system's update was complete. After several months of anticipation, regretting not having the granduncle install a self-destruct mechanism, I, Long A.O., am officially back in this system. The inebriated Tarlag tapped his ear, conjuring a small figure in his mind, and coldly sneered, "Are you thinking of dancing again?" Perhaps it was due to the dream within a dream, or perhaps the effects of counterfeit liquor. The small figure materialized by Tarlag completely disregarded the upgraded system and simply lay down in his mind, falling asleep. "Humph, mere mortals, to think you would dance for me right after my system upgrade. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall forgive your prior rudeness." With a casual flip, Tarlag turned over and continued to snore, murmuring softly, "Is it pleasant? Of course my voice post-upgrade is absolutely perfect. You, mere mortal, possess discerning taste." Was it never-ending? Tarlag's forehead pulsed with veins as he abruptly stood, emanating an aura of terrifying dominance that impacted everything around him, betraying his tumultuous feelings. How audacious! To speak to me, the young lord of this system, in such a manner. Let me show you the latest capability granted by the esteemed one. Celestial fire. Crack. A flicker of flame appeared before Tarlag, which he extinguished with a casual gesture, muttering darkly, "Apologies, I do not smoke." The hot pot suddenly lost power, just borrowing the celestial fire for a moment. Tarlag rubbed his temples and kicked the bloated Ella beside him, suffering from an alcohol allergy, disdainfully stating, "Bring me a bottle of medicine for alcohol allergies." "Sure thing." Bro Tarlag retrieved a vial from the system space, not bothering to check the dosage, and poured the entire contents into Ella's mouth after uncapping it. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Tarlag sighed, his thoughts drifting far away. In his previous life, he had been bedridden, paralyzed. In this new existence, he did not wish to succumb to a life of complacency too soon. Reflecting on the system's small figure in his mind, Tarlag bitterly inquired, "If I frequently utilize your abilities, how long until I can dominate this world?" 3 years. So you mean to say I could become the strongest in the world at 18? That I could live a life of leisure at 18? At 18, I could possess everything this world has to offer. The more Tarlag spoke, The more feeble he felt, his eyes gradually shimmering with silver light. Damn it! Why does it seem rather appealing? He quickly shook his head, nearly falling prey to his own persuasive reasoning. There are so many stories in this world. He yearned to immerse himself in the tales themselves, to feel and experience them, rather than viewing them from a divine perspective, appearing as a superior being amidst narratives of joy, tragedy, fervor, love, and promises. This was the reason Tarlag constantly restrained himself from overusing the system. He exists, he loves, and he desires to embrace this world in its entirety throughout his life. He's yet to fully savor the wonders of this world. How could he so easily resign himself to mediocrity? During his 15 years of growth, he once pondered on a certain night whether he would meet many like-minded friends. Would they traverse tumultuous seas together, sharing dreams around a campfire, boasting of their past glories and foolish deeds? Tarlag understood that the most precious things in this world were not the abilities granted by the system, but the genuine emotions shared between people, the moments he had personally experienced. If his abilities were to suddenly soar to unimaginable heights overnight, and he were to face events that his current strength could not resolve, the essence of those stories would undoubtedly change. Alas, he sighed, we are of the same root. Why rush to harm each other? With a resigned sigh, as if making a momentous decision, he resolutely stated, from now on, send me a task each month. I cannot let you struggle too much. Otherwise, you might find it difficult to make your way in the system's circles. Right? The system in his mind quietly wept in some corner. Oh heavens, how long have I awaited this phrase? Asking whether it could thrive within the system circles was irrelevant to it, as it had already been kicked out of the group chat. Shall I send it now? For the first time, taking on the true role of the system, it felt somewhat unaccustomed, the small figure shyly inquiring. Tarlag nodded, formally accepting the system's existence in his heart. After a flurry of sounds resembling gongs and drums, our emotional little system reactivated. System task release. In the windless zone, you have slain the celestial dragon, regardless of past lives or present. You, who would gnaw its skin and consume its flesh, have decided to no longer endure, and with your blade, Murakumo, shall cleave its head. Task rewards, fragment of conceptual space fruit 1, 2 in 1, 1 billion berries, and the title. Father's praise. Tarlag's expression darkened. He patiently listened to the system's formal task release, only to find it presented him with a hellishly difficult challenge right off the bat. You. Hold your tongue. Tarlag scrutinized the task reward again, his eyes gleaming with intensity, besides the 1 billion berries. Explain the other 2 items, seeing the host's gaze fixated on the final title. The little emotional system quietly recorded this detail in its chip and spoke, the conceptual space fruit, created by the esteemed one in conjunction with various divine thoughts, is an upper-tier fruit possessing all spatial abilities that it encompasses the capabilities of surgical fruit, door fruit, castle fruit, mirror fruit, swamp fruit, book fruit, silence fruit, and more, boasting absolute priority. In just a brief sentence, the system encapsulated the powers inherent to this unique conceptual devil fruit. Tarlag was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not regard this conceptual fruit fragment as significant. After all, it was merely a fragment. Moreover, his father had once informed him that while devil fruits were immensely powerful, even nearly insurmountable, they still possessed weaknesses. As long as one honed their hockey to its pinnacle, it could stand on equal footing with such powers. Not interested. Next. Once again, title. Father's praise. Within 1 year, regardless of the bearer's actions, they shall not provoke their father's ire. Accepted. Without a moment's hesitation, Tarlag waved his hand and immediately accepted the task. He fell into a daydream, his gaze unfocused, saliva slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. Deep within the layers of his heart, a grand scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety was unfolding. That was the weighty love Tarlag had accumulated for many years towards his father. Carp, the little emotional system, silently observed this spectacle, akin to watching a short film, displaying a humanized smile. Poor host, who told you that our father strikes you out of anger? That is in fact a profound love for his son. Shachi, time is of the essence. It is our turn now. John can barely hold on. In the windless zone, far from the escort ship, Rayleigh stood aboard the 9-snake pirate ship, sensing the situation there with his extraordinary observation hockey. The outlook was grim. The monstrous navy had grown even stronger. In a few years, even I, the old man, would find it challenging to contend with him. Shachi leaned against the ship's railing, a lady's cigarette dangling from her mouth as she slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Do not rush. News will come soon. Hancock and the others are currently detained on one of the naval ships, being watched over by Admiral Mongoose. We must first locate their position. Finding them would surely lead to their rescue. Shachi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Karp's son had not deceived her. Amaterasu, the once dilapidated ship of Captain John, was cleaved in two by a brilliant flash of light, sending the numerous pirates aboard plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Bursting with determination and cold ruthlessness, Borsalino gripped the Amatsukumi's sword, its blade shimmering with a fierce radiance, as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon his formidable adversary. Captain John, as the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Although John's condition had deteriorated with age, he was once a member of the formidable Rocks pirates, and his prowess was not to be underestimated. How terrifying it is that, despite his advanced years, he remains as formidable as a monster. In a flash, Borsalino lunged at John like a bolt of lightning, the Amatsukumi sword carving a dazzling arc through the air, striking fiercely towards John with a gusting force. Kuha! You little brat from the Navy, I am no easy prey. John swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a swing of his sword, exuding a terrifying presence of conqueror's haka. In that instant, the two engaged in a fierce and thrilling battle atop the severed remains of the pirate ship. Borsalino wielded the Amatsukumi sword with ferocity, each strike imbued with immense power and brilliance. John, drawing upon his agility and extensive combat experience, narrowly evaded Borsalino's relentless assaults time and again. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand, but the cold sweat on John's brow and his labored breaths revealed his waning strength. Just then, Tarlag, having transformed into a completely different persona through a disguise potion provided by the system, emerged slowly from beneath the unguarded luxury ship. You are bullying me. I am not. The potion requires emotional points. Then deduct them. Without emotional points, how could there be a task? Tarlag applied the disguise potion to his curved blade. Murakumo, resting it on his back, he casually stroked the remarkably smooth ship's hull, muttering, Then I suppose I shall defer payment for now. With his observation hockey tentatively released, Tarlag tightly closed his eyes, analyzing the current situation. One of the four guard ships had already sunk, while another's propulsion system was compromised, engulfed in raging flames. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with the Weasel leading the Navy soldiers aboard his ship to encircle the pirates who had been driven into the water by Borsalino. The remaining warships served as a rescue vessel, assisting the unfortunate Navy soldiers who had fallen overboard. This doesn't seem right. Tarlag furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, realizing that the aura present was clearly inconsistent. During his sensing in Ruskana, he had detected not only the aura of the John pirates, but also several other scattered, elusive presences. Before arriving here, he had thoroughly scanned the island once more. He could assert with certainty that aside from his own soldiers, all other auras had vanished. This is bad. His expression grew grave as he glanced into the distance at the yellow flash darting through the air. Tarlag's observation hockey had a broad range, allowing him to clearly perceive the battle unfolding over there. He pondered aloud. Is it due to John's conqueror's hockey that Borsalino's observation hockey has faltered? Or did he simply disregard the hidden auras lurking beneath the sea? Although the chaotic scene might assist Tarlag in completing his system tasks, as a Navy officer, he could not permit Borsalino to perish carelessly here, especially considering the potential threat posed by Shaki lurking in the shadows. Should she summon Rayleigh, the losses for the Navy would be unimaginable. Yet with his unfamiliar appearance, if he were to abruptly intervene in that battle, he might not only fail to save Borsalino, but also find himself in peril. Casting a deep glance at the battlefield afar, Tarlag withdrew his gaze, resting his arm upon the ship's hull, silently reassuring himself. Borsalino, may you seek your own fortune, that I trust your strength and speed. The one who could defeat you has yet to be born. His blind faith in the Logia fruit and the future of the Navy prompted Tarlag to decide to eliminate the remaining foes before restoring his original appearance and intervening in the fray. Once a member of the Rock's pirates, now Captain John, after unleashing his final radiant slash, transformed into a myriad of shimmering particles. Those dazzling lights flickered dreamily, only to coalesce again at an astonishing speed the next moment. In the blink of an eye, Borsalino had elementalized, hovering above the exhausted John, who was gasping for breath. His form flickered amidst the brilliance, exuding an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Borsalino's voice was flat and indifferent, yet it resonated with an overwhelming power that reverberated through the air. With a deafening bang, John was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the sea, leaving his fate uncertain. This is the moment, water heart, shoulder toss. Just as Borsalino believed he had successfully defeated John and relaxed his guard, dozens of shadowy figures launched a fierce, lethal assault from beneath the surface of the half-sunken ship. The surging waters erupted skyward, generating colossal waves that engulfed Borsalino with a force reminiscent of a tidal wave. Borsalino's reflexes were exceptional. He reacted instantaneously as the waves enveloped him. His entire body glowed with a brilliant light, attempting to escape the onslaught of the water with his light speed. However, the shadowy figures beneath had evidently made ample preparations. They had not only arranged stones on the seabed to amplify the waves, but had also collaboratively employed the shoulder toss technique to conjure a colossal wave reminiscent of the gods of water, leaving Borsalino with no avenue of escape. Faced with seawater imbued with the properties of sea prism stone, those with devil fruit abilities were forever at a disadvantage, powerless to overcome such a catastrophe. In this dire scenario, aside from Akiji's freezing abilities and Whitebeard shockwaves, there seemed to be no effective solution to this natural disaster. It appears I have underestimated the situation. With a crash, Borsalino's silhouette was swept away by the current. His body, now drenched in seawater, gradually lost consciousness. This sudden turn of events felt prolonged, yet it was only in the context of Borsalino's reflexes that one could perceive the unfolding events. To an outsider, the moment the current surged until Borsalino was struck seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye. Borsalino, meanwhile, the weasel, still locked in a fierce battle with the giant, witnessed this scene and, disregarding his current opponent, unhesitatingly leaped into the sea, desperately rushing to save Borsalino. As he plunged into the ocean, the weasel stirred slight waves, sinking rapidly while searching for the flash of yellow. "Borsalino, you must not come to harm. Otherwise, this would mark the greatest loss to the Navy in nearly a century. From ancient times to the present, there had never been a windless zone devoid of storms. Yet, when he first revealed his fangs, what was taken away was one of the Navy's future strongest forces. The waters gradually calmed, and the unguarded elite Navy forces were swiftly countered by the remnants of the John pirates, suffering severe losses in the process. Meanwhile, Tarlag had already boarded the well-protected luxury ship, gazing at the terrified and trembling Charlaloro Saint, who appeared to have soiled himself. A large question mark formed on Tarlag's forehead. Celestial Dragon. How tedious. Such a simple task had stirred my blood to a boil. Tarlag unsheathed his curved blade, Murakumo, and after careful contemplation, resolved to execute him with a decisive strike. You cannot kill me. Faced with the threat of death, individuals can unleash boundless potential. In a desperate roar, Charlaloro Saint trembled as he raised his pistol towards Tarlag. I'm a celestial dragon, a god high above. I have over 30 child brides, hundreds of slaves, and an abundance of wealth. All of this I can offer you. Please, do not kill me. What the hell? Tarlag's right hand, tightly gripping the curved dagger, bulged with veins as he unleashed a decisive slash, aimed directly at the head of Charlaloro Saint. As the severed head tumbled to the ground, Tarlag contemptuously remarked while picking his nose, "As if anyone here lacks money. Even if I kill you, I still have plenty." His greatest disdain was reserved for those who flaunted their wealth in front of him. With his demeanor, did he appear to be someone in need of funds? The system task was complete, and the rewards were ready to be distributed. Please check your collection. Once aboard the warship guarded by the squirrel, flames soared into the sky, and smoke enveloped the scene. with a cacophony of battle cries and cannon fire melded into a chaotic symphony. Rayleigh moved with the grace of a swallow, swiftly navigating the deck, deftly avoiding the rain of cannonballs and the tumultuous clashes of combatants. When he finally stood at the center of the warship, an invisible pressure instantly permeated the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Subsequently, Rayleigh inhaled deeply, unleashing a latent power that erupted like a volcanic explosion. A formidable conqueror's haki radiated from him, surging outward like a tumultuous wave. This intangible and colorless aura bore an irresistible weight of dominance. The Navy soldiers and pirates embroiled in battle felt an instant tremor resonating from the depths of their souls. Their movements halted abruptly, their gazes dulled. The once deafening battle cries vanished without a trace, leaving behind a profound silence. In that fleeting moment, all consciousness was consumed by Rayleigh's overwhelming conqueror's haki, plunging them into a brief stupor. On the deck, both Navy soldiers and pirates collapsed in disarray, akin to wheat stalks bowing before a tempest. The toll of this war had already been substantial. Hancock and her companions were still young and could not bear such a burden. "Mr. Rayleigh, are you lamenting again?" Emerged the figure of Shaki, a cigarette held between her lips, stepping out from behind an iron door of a cabin, her expression grave. Rayleigh turned in surprise, as if he sensed something in Shaki's countenance. "You didn't find them?" Shaki slowly shook her head, casting her gaze towards a luxurious ship in the distance, her voice heavy with reluctance. "The intelligence was erroneous. Hancock and the others have been transferred to the escort ship." The latest intelligence reported that the Navy headquarters, under the command of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, in collaboration with Admiral Zifa, had already departed from Marinford and was now entering the doldrums. "For now, we must abandon our pursuit." A beam of dawn pierced the sky, illuminating Rayleigh's face, as he wore a mysterious smile and suggested, "Perhaps there is still a chance for a turnaround." "What did you see?" Shaki suddenly turned her head, gazing at Rayleigh in astonishment, exclaiming that a subtle smile curved Rayleigh's lips as he gazed towards the escort ship, whispering, "A blood-red crescent moon point 10 minutes prior, aboard the luxurious vessel where Tarlag resided." The heavily fortified security door became a mere jest, as Tarlag's curved dagger, Murakumo, effortlessly pierced through it. After a swift rotation, an aperture large enough for a person to pass through appeared before to kill a celestial dragon would be deemed premeditated, and the world government would undoubtedly pursue the matter until the perpetrator was apprehended. However, if every celestial dragon perished and the ship sank into the sea, erasing all traces as though they had never existed, that would be termed a natural disaster. Tarlag's ears twitched. The presence of Kizuru had vanished, and he sensed it. Yet the unfolding events seemed to transpire in an instant, leaving him no time to react. At this juncture, he could do little more. Why not utilize this moment to eliminate future threats? The interior of the escort ship had been transformed into a cohesive expanse, with only one entrance before Tarlag. As he stepped into the cabin, he felt as though he had entered a lavish dream world. Every inch of the cabin exuded a dazzling brilliance. The golden inlaid corridor walls shimmered under the glow of candlelight. Rare gemstones adorned exquisite furnishings, twinkling like stars in the night sky. "Damn it!" Tarlag cursed inwardly upon witnessing the opulent decor. He then concealed himself and ventured deeper, seeking to assess the guard situation before formulating a plan. However, the grim scenes that unfolded before him ignited a fiery rage within. Outside, the smoke of war lingered as Navy soldiers shed blood on the battlefield, their lives extinguished by the merciless flames of conflict. Yet within the cabin, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded. The celestial dragons remained oblivious to the brutal carnage outside, reveling instead in their extravagant indulgences. With faces marked by debauchery, they drank and danced, surrendering to their excesses. Saint Rormosai lounged lazily on an opulent sofa, his arms draped around a pair of painted beauties, hoisting a jewel-encrusted goblet aloft, his raucous laughter echoing throughout the cabin. Another celestial dragon reclined in a chair, eyes half closed, deriving twisted pleasure from the agonizing performances of the slaves. A repugnant satisfaction etched upon his face, in stark contrast were the slaves, their expressions wrought with pain and numbness. They trembled, their eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. A frail slave girl knelt on the ground, mechanically massaging the legs of a celestial dragon, tears streaming down her dirt-streaked cheeks, yet she dared not utter a sound. Another slave boy, tasked with performing, was mercilessly whipped by the celestial dragon for his sluggish movements. He bit down hard on his lip, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he could only endure in silence. Resisting the urge to retaliate, Saint Romosai, I hear you've acquired 3 rather decent lowly peasants. Mosisi Saint approached with a lecherous grin, holding his goblet aloft as he inquired from a position of superiority. How about you let me have them, since my filthy ones can't even dance? Romosai Saint pinched the servant beside him and gestured for him to sit down, asserting his dominance as a noble celestial dragon. He had no habit of looking up to others, not even to fellow celestial dragons like Mosisi Saint. That one do. I intend to cultivate those lowly beings into high-class maids that you'd best not harbor any thoughts about them. Romosai Saint declared, his fragrant fingers wafting to his nose as he rejected the proposition. He had invested considerable resources, including precious devil fruits, to nurture the 3 newly acquired slaves. He awaited their return to Marinford, where he would brand them with the mark of the celestial dragons and keep them close for his own enjoyment. Make no mistake, Romosai Saint was genuinely intent on cultivating Hancock and her companions solely for his amusement, harboring no ulterior motives. They were, after all, noble celestial dragons who found even the thought of breathing the outside air repugnant. How could they degrade themselves by offering their essence to what they deemed garbage of the sea? The 2 women in his embrace had been raised in the Holy Land, specifically designated to fulfill the desires of the celestial dragons as pure maidens. As Tarlag infiltrated the core area, he discerned that the guard deployments were not ordinary. Flanking the passage to the celestial dragon's indulgent quarters, an armed guard stood every 5 steps, their expressions cold and vigilant, ever alert to their surroundings. Furthermore, patrol teams roamed the corners of the cabin, their movements synchronized and swift, ready to respond to any disturbance. However, despite their seemingly rigorous training and superior equipment, they were merely a ragtag group in Tarlag's eyes. He believed that nothing could withstand a single blow of Conqueror's hockey. If there was, then it would require 2. The only aspect he needed to be cautious of was the few figures clad in white suits, wearing masks and draped in black cloaks, standing beside the celestial dragons. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Tarlag suppressed his rising fury and stepped forth from the shadows. Who goes there? At the moment Tarlag ceased to conceal his presence, a CP0 member, who had been standing with arms crossed, immediately detected him. Due to the numerous individuals requiring protection, Captain Buzzka of CP0 did not rush to investigate. Instead, he activated the alarm. Little Ka, what is happening? As the alarm blared, Roramoxie Saint abruptly sprang from the embrace of the 2 women, trembling as he sought refuge behind Buzika. Beside him, Mosiri Saint mirrored his actions, pulling a CP0 member in front of him and shouting, "Quickly eliminate the enemy. Should we sustain even the slightest injury, you shall all pay with your lives." The alarm signified a formidable foe's intrusion, transforming the once opulent cabin into a cacophony of chaos, where roars and howls reverberated relentlessly. CP0 was regarded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, with one of their primary duties being the protection of these lofty beings, no matter the actions of the celestial dragons. CP0 would unconditionally shield them, to your command, esteemed celestial dragons. Buzika replied with a face full of reverence, before turning to his comrades and coldly declaring, "You must safeguard the 5 esteemed celestial dragons. I shall confront the enemy." Meanwhile, the manifested Tarlag found himself encircled by guards within the cabin, his expression impassive as he awaited their convergence. A.S. Buzika charged toward him. Tarlag coldly commanded, "There are too many rabble. Let us first eliminate a portion." The Conqueror's hockey erupted forth, an invisible pressure emanating from Tarlag, radiating outward and crafting a wave of intangible force. The guards who had closed in on him turned pale. Their eyes glazed over. Collapsing to the ground in an instant, Buzika's advance faltered abruptly. Shock etched across his face. He had not anticipated that this suddenly appearing adversary possessed such formidable Conqueror's hockey. indicating he was no ordinary foe. Yet, as the captain of CP0, he swiftly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and pressing onward. Humph, a fool who knows not his own demise. Tarlag's gaze hardened as he regarded the advancing Buzika. His right hand clenched into a fist raised high. Just as Buzika drew near, Tarlag unleashed a powerful punch, striking Buzika squarely on the head. Iron block. Buzika had intended to strike first, but the enemy's speed was overwhelming, forcing him into a defensive stance. The rapid blow landed with a resounding crack, fracturing Buzika's skull. With Tarlag's downward fist, Buzika's head was driven forcefully into the deck, leaving only a struggling torso exposed above the surface. "Is this all you are capable of?" Tarlag slowly rose, extracting his arm from the ground as he disdainfully scoffed. He had expected these CP0 members to be formidable, but was taken aback by their utter fragility. Even his beloved iron fist proved too much for them to withstand. "Quickly assist me. Slay him. Do not allow that despicable wretch to approach us." A celestial dragon, witnessing the scene, shouted in panic and fury. Several CP0 members exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before charging toward Tarlag. Right on time. Tarlag smirked, eager to conclude this swiftly and move on. His aura surged once more, the conqueror's haki sweeping forth again. The CP0 members rushing toward him suddenly felt their heads spin, their movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Tarlag drew the curved blade Murakumo from his waist, his figure slicing through the still advancing CP0 members. "Sorry," Tarlag slowly sheathed Murakumo, turning his back to the motionless CP0 members with a grin. "I have finished my work." With his words, several CP0 members fell to the ground, blood spraying forth as they breathed their last. Lifeless on the floor, Tarlag's gaze shifted toward the trembling celestial dragons hidden behind. They had long since been rendered speechless by fear, their former arrogance vanished. With a cold laugh, Tarlag addressed the quaking, celestial dragons. "Are you so-called gods afraid as well? What do you intend to do?" Rormoxy's saint grasped a maid to shield himself, looking at the blood-stained Tarlag and inquiring, "We are the exalted celestial dragons. We possess everything in this world. Return us to the Holy Land, and you shall." "Enough!" Tarlag's blade struck down, severing their incessant prattling. The air thickened with the scent of blood as the former slaves serving the celestial dragons stared in horror. Eyes wide, mouths covered, unable to fathom the grim spectacle before them. With a raised eyebrow, Tarlag waved his enchanted blade to capture their attention, proclaiming, "Listen closely. From this day forth, no one shall have the power to arbitrarily strip you of your freedom or trample upon your dignity. You are no longer mere puppets to be manipulated, but beings with your own will. You are liberated." Tears shimmered in the eyes of the slaves, many crying out in joy as they knelt before Tarlag. "O benefactor, had it not been for you, I know not how long I would have languished in darkness." An elder slave trembled, a once mighty steed of the celestial dragons. "You have granted me a new life. This immense debt of gratitude I shall never forget." A young slave exclaimed passionately, once a mere plaything for the celestial dragons, "We shall cherish this hard-won freedom and not betray your expectations." Another slave, a battered figure marred with scars, clenched his fist resolutely. "I want to follow you." A youthful yet defiant voice called out from the shadows. Tarlag turned in surprise, scratching his ear. Their gratitude was what he deserved. But it seemed something had intruded just now. This vessel bore small lifeboats. Whether they could escape depended solely on their fate. Tarlag gestured for them to flee and set out to find the source of that last youthful voice. Hancock had grown up in the Daughter's Kingdom, a realm that revered strength, leading her to believe that those with power were the most beautiful pirate nation. It further idolized violence and might, thus reinforcing her belief that the strongest were the most exquisite. Tarlag, descending like a radiant dawn to slay all celestial dragons, struck Hancock's heart with the force of a seismic shock. Her icy, enchanting eyes were filled with disbelief, her lips trembling as if she wished to speak. In the days since her abduction, all around her had instilled the notion that gods are absolute within her and her sisters. Due to her exceptional talent, Hancock's demeanor had always been somewhat haughty, driving her to resist her circumstances, never ceasing her rebellion. Yet the fierce struggle she endured often resulted in brutal beatings. Nevertheless, her pride remained unwavering. She never yielded easily in the face of adversity and injustice. She held her head high, courageously fighting back. Even when beaten, her stubbornness never wavered. However, that grotesque man in the mask, seeing her defiance, had turned his attention toward her sister. A transgression Hancock could not abide. For the first time, she had knelt before that repugnant man, submitting to the humiliating gift he bestowed upon her. From that moment forth, the pride ingrained in her being lay buried deep within her marrow. Her gaze gradually dulled, seemingly accepting the prevailing sentiment among slaves, that celestial dragons were untouchable, wielding absolute authority and an unchallengeable status. Acquiesce was only when Tarlag's figure, like a brilliant ray of hope, shattered the interminable darkness of the cabin, that a flicker of that smoldering flame within Hancock reignited with fervor. An iron gate forged from sea prism stone barred Tarlag's approach. Benefactor. Tears streamed down Hancock's cheeks as her feeble knees collapsed before Tarlag, her forehead striking the ground with reverence. She pressed her lips together, suppressing the tumult of emotions surging within her, trembling as she beseeched, Benefactor, I implore you, save my two sisters. Tears streamed down Hancock's cheeks, cascading from her scarred skin. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, yet her face bore no expression of pain. As long as you are willing to extend your hand to save my sisters, I, Boa Hancock, shall forever remember your immense kindness. She declared fervently that, if you desire, I will dedicate the rest of my life to following you. Her hoarse cries reverberated throughout the cabin, a testament to Hancock's genuine feelings. Tarlag glanced towards the corner where the frail Sandersonia and Marigold lay, barely clinging to life. The observation hockey enveloped the two girls, revealing their feeble auras. They were indeed in dire need of rescue. This was the reason Hancock had capitulated to the celestial dragons. Her sisters might face mortal peril without immediate aid. Tarlag observed the small girl who had not raised her head, offering no response, but instead resolved to fulfill Hancock's plea through action. That he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, Murakumo, and with a slight lift of his thumb, the crimson blade shimmered ominously before being drawn. One sword style, shining moon. With nearly all his strength, Tarlag swung towards the barrier before him. Yet the crimson crescent did not manifest. Accompanied by a resounding crack, the sea prism stone cell door remained unscathed. A flock of crows flew overhead, and the earlier tension dissipated instantly. Tarag's lips curled in embarrassment as he nearly gouged the deck with his toes, muttering, "Damn it, I know sea prism stone is tough, but this is absurdly hard." At that moment, Hancock raised her head, her large eyes blinking, devoid of mockery. Instead, her expression was tinged with despondency as she murmured, "They say this cage is made from the hardest stone in the world. Not even a benefactor can open it." Tarlag did not hear Hancock's whisper and, seeing no way to breach the prison, chose not to waste further energy, but turned to leave. Hancock's fleeting hope plunged into an abyss of despair upon witnessing his departure. She collapsed to the ground, staring vacantly at the receding figure. She made no attempt to stop Tarlag or call out again for help. Unsteadily rising from the ground, her battered body staggered towards her equally injured sisters. Despite her innate pride and inner strength, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, 2 years younger than Marcy. Confronted with an alien environment and the cruel, ugly men, even Hancock was gripped by fear. Yet, as an elder sister, she could not afford to show a trace of cowardice to protect her younger siblings. Even in the absence of any glimmer of hope for escape, she resolved to be a source of warmth and support amidst the endless darkness. She endeavored to straighten her back, using her still youthful form to create a small sanctuary for her sisters. Perhaps due to fever or the sheer agony they endured, Sandersonia and Marigold trembled continuously. Hancock's slightly shaking hands clasped tightly around her sisters, as if transmitting a silent strength. "Do not fear. Your sister is here." Leaning against her two sisters, Hancock slowly closed her eyes, the last vestige of hope extinguished. She was utterly exhausted. Click! The sound of a lock being opened pierced the air. The weary Hancock gradually opened her blurry eyes, only to behold a familiar yet strange handsome face. "Benefactor," Tarlag said, tossing the key aside and stepping forward. He gently tapped her forehead and smiled. "Hey, since I've drawn my sword, if I can't save you, wouldn't that mean I've failed again?" Recalling his defeat at the hands of Rayleigh in the Sabaody archipelago. Tarlag silently seethed. "Rayleigh, just you wait. Even if I can't break through the sea prism stone, I will not lose." Hancock's large eyes regained their luster as she covered her forehead, her heart swelling with unexpressed gratitude. Having been rescued, Hancock felt as though she were dreaming, blinking in disbelief as tears began to well up in her eyes. However, Tarlag did not receive the gratitude and adoration he anticipated. Instead, he was met with the sound he dreaded most. Wah! The grievances Hancock had suppressed erupted in an instant, her cries echoing through the air. Tarag's temples throbbed as his ingrained reaction compelled him to retreat hurriedly, colliding heavily with the sea prism stone bars behind him. He patted his chest, realizing that the cries of young girls were remarkably similar. Hancock's sorrowful wails reminded him of the time he had upset Marcy. It took considerable effort for him to earn her forgiveness, and it was then he first understood the power of a woman's tears. Ahem. Tarlag surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no one had noticed his embarrassing predicament. His once glorious image had already been tarnished in the Sabaody archipelago. He would not allow it to happen a second time. "Benefactor?" Hancock's cries halted abruptly as she timidly lifted her head, gazing at the panting Tarlag and asking, "Are you all right?" A chill swept through the cramped cell as Tarlag, relinquishing thoughts of violence, turned with a strained smile, pointing to the corner where the two sisters remained huddled. "You are free now. Shall I escort you out?" Upon hearing this, Hancock's joy vanished, replaced by worry etched across her brow. She no longer had the strength to ensure a safe escape for her sisters, and thus had to continue to rely on her benefactor's kindness. "Your grace is beyond repayment." Tarlag interrupted Hancock. Having entered the cabin nearly 10 minutes prior, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste it. "I am willing to hear your words when time permits. But for now, we must retreat." In a windless stretch of ocean, less than 50 nautical miles from the escort ship, a fleet of over 20 warships churned the calm waters on the largest vessel. Sengoku stood at the bow. Anxiety etched on his face as he gazed out at the boundless sea. Sigh. The old man lamented his grave mistake, speaking as if to himself or perhaps to the shadow beside him. Zeph, for the first time without his sunglasses, shook his head with a chuckle. "You can't bear all the blame. After all, that rascal Tarlag didn't." "No." Sengoku spun around, the glint of silver flashing across his glasses as he looked regretfully at Zeph. "It was I who severed communication with him." He had already reported the perilous situation. "However, due to unforeseen circumstances, I failed to heed his advice, and thus events have escalated." Zeph placed a reassuring hand on Sengoku's shoulder, attempting to alleviate his brother's worries. Natural disasters and man-made calamities occur. The cycle of life and death is simply part of existence. The two exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding palpable. In a blind spot unseen by Sengoku. Zeph held a miniature transponder snail, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. "Tarlag, is this truly your choice? If all of this is indeed your doing, I hope you erase every trace before we arrive. Otherwise," Zeph turned to the burdened Sengoku, silently admonishing, "otherwise we old fools will be the ones to suffer." Ruskina. "Hey Ella, where have you been?" Leo drunkenly peeked from behind a stout tree, mocking, "What's wrong with you? Can't you spare a moment to chat with us? Even without drinking. I've been searching for you for ages. What are you doing here?" Ella, startled, hurriedly brushed the dust off her clothes, sheepishly scratching her head and chuckling. "Just taking a little break. Lazy people have a lot of excuses. You haven't had a drop to drink, so what are you taking a break for?" Leo wrapped his arm around Ella's shoulders, laughing heartily as he inquired, "Do you know where the Major has gone? Did he mention anything to you?" "No. How would I dare to question what he is up to?" Ella shivered, haunted by memories since the incident involving the Insert One. The mere mention of the Major cast a shadow over her. Leo, his face slightly flushed, guided Ella back, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness appearing in his blurred gaze before it returned to its usual haze. "The escort ship has come under attack." Shaki, setting down the phone bug, glanced anxiously at Riley and said, "They will arrive shortly. We must withdraw. We cannot allow anyone to discover our presence here." Turning her gaze towards the nearby rescue ship, she pondered the ominous meaning behind the blood-red crescent moon. Riley took a sip from his gourd of fine wine, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he mused, "Though breaths may deceive, the future will not." Tarlag could never have anticipated that. Due to his unorthodox means of acquiring the disguising agent from the system, he would be misled by the shoddy concoction carelessly dispensed by the system, merely capable of temporarily masking one's aura and altering one's appearance. Yet utterly incapable of deceiving the future. Eyes may be treacherous, but the future is steadfast. In Riley's foresight, Tarag's figure was crystal clear. That blood-red crescent moon would send the opulent escort ship plummeting to the depths of the sea, as if it had never existed. Benefactor Hancock's cheeks flushed slightly as she clung to Tarag's back, calling out, "Huh." Tarlag, with one arm cradling Sandersonia and the other holding Marigold, swiftly made his way to the ship's exterior. Hancock pressed her face against his warm back and smiled gently. "It's nothing." She was merely seeking reassurance that this was not a dream. Though only 3 short days had passed, it felt as though she had traversed an entire century. Clouded by confusion and unable to discern the past or glimpse the future. "Are you idly wasting time?" Tarlag kicked aside the unconscious guard obstructing his path, reprimanding, "If there's nothing to say, keep quiet. You're disrupting my rhythm." Hancock silently gritted her teeth. While her benefactor was indeed kind, his words left much to be desired. "Host, I offer a course in romance theory and practice, requiring just 2 tasks. What do you think? Are you also idly wasting time?" As the exit loomed ahead, a dark line crossed Tarag's forehead, and he inwardly cursed. Strange occurrences abound yearly, but this year is particularly rife. Why must a perfectly good system engage in such petty schemes? "I have no time for this." Upon stepping through the absurd safety gate, the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness, illuminating Hancock's face and dispelling the gloom within her heart. The moment Tarlag emerged, his gaze fell upon the distant military ship, pondering, has Riley truly arrived? Benefactor. Hancock timidly peered out, her curious eyes scanning his features as if to etch them into her memory. "Aren't you coming down?" Tarlag withdrew his gaze and unceremoniously tossed Hancock down. He then approached a lifeboat, placing her 2 sisters aboard. With an expressionless countenance, he looked at Hancock and asked, "What is it? Do you want me to invite you up?" "Oh." Hancock obediently nodded, timidly leaping into the lifeboat. Tarag swiftly retrieved a nearby rope, and under Hancock's astonished gaze, he bound them to the vessel with terrifying speed. Clapping his hands, a slight smile graced Tarag's lips as he cheerfully remarked, "Hold on tight. It won't be fun if you fall." With his hands positioned beneath the boat, and amidst Hancock's startled cries, he lifted it effortlessly. Aiming towards Riley's location, he gathered strength in his arms and shouted, "Here we go!" Swish! The yacht, with the 3 sisters bound aboard, transformed into a mere black, soaring towards Riley's military ship, where Riley effortlessly caught them. Ignoring the situation on that side, Tarlag leapt into the air, stepping lightly on the moonlit path as he ascended into the sky. With an impassive gaze, he focused on the rescue ship, slowly drawing the Muramesa from his waist point one sword style. Radiance of the waning moon. In an instant, the Muramesa swung forth, unleashing a dazzling stream of crimson blade energy that howled forth. This blade energy carried the force to obliterate the heavens and earth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble with a piercing shriek, as though it could not bear the weight and was on the verge of shattering. Radiance of the waning moon. Accompanied by Tarag's furious roar, the slicing blade light transformed into a massive crescent moon in the air, its brilliance blinding yet imbued with an endless chill. The crescent, with an unstoppable momentum, cleaved downward, slicing the escort ship in twain, revealing a smooth cut. But that was not the end. The crescent did not simply vanish, but instead radiated an even more resplendent glow. With a thunderous boom, the point of impact manifested as a shadow of a blood-red crescent moon. This shadow, reminiscent of a messenger from hell, exuded a chilling aura as the severed escort ship was instantly reduced to powder by this blood moon. Thud! A heavy object splashed into the water. The sound of the sea prison's confinement sinking to IT was the sole evidence that the escort ship had once lingered in these waters. The Navy had encountered an unknown forces attack, leaving all personnel unconscious. Vice Admiral Kazaru plunged into the depths, his fate uncertain, while the Celestial Dragon's escort ship remained unaccounted for in the air. Tarlag stepped lightly on the moonlit path, gazing at the retreating lifeboat in the distance. His focus lingering on the silver-haired Riley, a faint smile tugged at his lips as he recalled the note he had secretly placed on Hancock, mused inwardly. As a reconnaissance unit, I clashed with the Dark King Riley and was gravely injured. Unable to provide support, Tarag's figure flickered and vanished, transforming into a mere black in the blink of an eye. Ruska, having regained his appearance, Tarag lay bloodied upon the shore, gravely injured and slipping into unconsciousness. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he finally stirred, his body wrapped in bandages. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was an array of neatly arranged medical instruments, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. His nose twitched slightly as the faint aroma of herbs mingled with the scent of disinfectant filled the air. Hiss! Tarag sat up, inhaling sharply, cursing inwardly. Damn it, my first attempt at self-harm lacked experience. I nearly died. Awake. The dim light of the cabin illuminated the face of Zifa, who emerged from the shadows. His gaze was icy as he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. The silence of the cabin shattered with his voice, startling Tarag into trembling slightly. However, he quickly composed himself. Upon recognizing Zifa's face in the shadow, a surge of joy filled his heart, prompting him to leap from bed. But just a few steps away, he was halted by Zifa's outstretched hand, preventing him from advancing further. Zifa's voice carried a chilling undertone as he stated, "The one performing your surgery is our Navy's top physician. He mentioned that the wounds on your body bear a 96 similarity to those inflicted by your Muramesa strikes." "Uncle Zifa, what are you talking about?" Tarag stood rooted in place, scratching his head awkwardly as he replied, "I don't quite understand, don't understand." Zifa interlocked his fingers before him, his piercing gaze fixated on Tarag, whose cold sweat began to bead. "Then let me pose another question. Where were you, and what were you doing when the escort ship was attacked?" Tarag had anticipated he would be interrogated, though he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. How long had he been asleep? He was already well versed in the expected content of the interrogation, and without hesitation, he responded succinctly. "En route to provide support, I was intercepted by the Dark King Riley, suffered severe injuries, and lost consciousness." A fleeting glimmer passed through Zifa's eyes as he coldly demanded, "Who can vouch for that?" "No one witnessed it." Tarag's voice was resolute as he replied. Zephyr slowly rose to his feet, approaching Tarag and looking down at him from his elevated position. Tarag forced himself to maintain composure as he met his uncle's gaze, his eyes unwavering. Zephyr furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh before slowly speaking. "There is a Marine who was swept away by the sea, having evaded the domineering presence of an unknown power. He claimed to have seen a crescent moon of deep crimson." His voice trailed off, and Zephyr remained silent, observing Tarag intently, eager to hear his explanation. Upon hearing this, Tarag's heart, situated in his left chest, momentarily froze for several seconds, his expression darkening to an inky black. Nearly biting his silver teeth, he muttered under his breath, "Won't and die. Era." It was only someone who could withstand his uncle's conqueror's hockey and had ever witnessed that crimson crescent moon. It could only be Era. A bead of cold sweat began to form on Tarag's forehead. The harsh reality lay before him, yet he still could not believe that Era would betray him. After all, no matter how Tarag analyzed it, Era was not the type to act as a spy. No, he wasn't even qualified to be an undercover agent. Zephyr seemed to perceive Tarag's increasingly twisted thoughts and, wishing to prevent further spiraling, explained, "Do you recall the moment you came to me requesting Era?" Tarag shook his head, his eyes regaining clarity as he looked up and nodded at Zephyr. "How could I forget? I nearly knelt before you in your office." "Ha!" Zephyr laughed heartily, patting Tarag on the shoulder before continuing, "Era is different from you all. He lacks the extensive training you possess, which is why I was reluctant to release him. However, he was resolute in his stance, coupled with your uncle Sengoku's persuasion, which led me to hand him over to you." Zephyr pulled out a cigar and tossed one to Tarag, lighting one for himself first. taking a deep drag before smirking wickedly. But as a student who has not completed his studies, how could I possibly feel at ease as his teacher? This upcoming garden party will serve as his final trial task to report everything he has seen and heard to me. Struck as if by lightning, Tarlag stood frozen in place, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn it, I'm caught in the crossfire." He looked up at his meticulous uncle, his voice trembling as he asked, "What did that fool say?" "Era, that loudmouth, wouldn't he have reported everything? Both what should and shouldn't he be said, all at once, would he? If that were the case, Tarlag would skin him alive, and his name would be written backward." At this point, Zephyr's expression darkened considerably as he walked to the table behind him, picked up a report, and tossed it to Tarlag. Tarlag hurriedly caught it, and, after examining its contents, he was struck dumb by what was written. "Report, teacher. I just gave the lieutenant a full-body massage. I'm exhausted." "Done. Report, teacher. I'm currently deasting a dragon fruit. It's even more exhausting. Done. Report, teacher. I witnessed history. I witnessed the rise of the king. That crescent moon of crimson that slayed the great ape king was simply magnificent." "Report, teacher. I was inserted by the lieutenant. Upon waking, I sought revenge, but couldn't find him, feeling quite dejected." Tarag's mouth twitched a few times as he raised his head seriously, glaring at Zephyr and growling. "Yes, your student. It has nothing to do with me. You taught him." He was quick to distance himself from Era, as if ashamed to be associated with a fool that Zephyr's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension as he thought of Era as an uneducable masterpiece. Yet, Era possessed a resolve of iron that others lacked. But to label him a genius, those two characters in 7 strokes had nothing to do with him. The uncle and nephew, teacher and student, exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "A talent! Too, I once asked you what your belief was, and you told me it was to protect." Zephyr's voice grew somber as he gazed down at the insects crawling across the deck. Lost in thought this day, he still did not comprehend what Tarlag meant by protection. His previous assumptions were wrong. Tarlag had, at the tender age of 15, possessed the determination to reign supreme in a certain field, even awakening his conqueror's haki. His capacity had far surpassed the narrow vision that Zephyr could see. The singular ray of dawn. Gradually lifting his head, Zephyr delivered a powerful punch to Tarag's abdomen, questioning in frustration. Protecting peace, protecting will, protecting justice, protecting the Navy, protecting principles, even protecting the world. Zephyr scoffed, his eyes wide with rage as he roared, "No, I've seen none of this." Though I have only instructed Tarlag for a few months, Zephyr harbored a unique sentiment towards him from the very beginning. The stalwart man shed tears of embarrassment, solely due to his failure to properly teach his student. Tarlag staggered and fell to the ground from Zephyr's blow, but quickly sprang back to his feet, silently accepting the elder's reprimand. Seeing this, Zephyr struck Tarlag once more, sending him flying, furiously shouting, "Killing those scoundrels, for now, makes you a man of flesh and blood, but merely to conceal the truth, abandoning your comrades in their time of need, even harming your own body, is something I absolutely will not tolerate. This would strip you of your qualification to protect everything." Zephyr panted heavily, gazing at Tarlag, who had once again staggered back to his position, blood flowing from his wounds. His tightly clenched fists finally relaxed, and he sat weakly in a chair, looking up at the flickering lights above him, slowly speaking. "Fortunately, you have managed to erase the traces quite cleanly. The remaining cleanup tasks have already been taken care of by your uncle." Tarlag, who had been silent with his head bowed, finally showed a change in expression as he raised his gaze to Zephyr, who, like his father, also enjoyed using his fists. "So, does this mean I'm in the clear?" Bam! Tarag's body was suddenly embedded into the ship's wall behind him, blood seeping through the bandages on his chest. "What are you thinking?" Exclamation point. Zephyr's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted in anger. The sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads could strike down at any moment. It is not as simple as you think. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he recalled the flimsy excuses concocted by Sengoku and Admiral Kong, the corners of his mouth twitching subtly. Donning his navy jacket, Zephyr halted at the door of the cabin. "In just a few hours, we will reach Navy headquarters. Prepare your resignation letter in advance." Bang! The cabin door was violently kicked open by the still fuming Zephyr, and his silhouette vanished into the night. "System, have I messed up?" Tarlag, silently licking his wounds, posed a soul-searching question. You shouldn't think that way. At least you've earned 1 billion. Oh, right, it's a guaranteed profit. Accepting the system's counsel with a clear conscience, Tarlag dragged his weary body back to the sickbed and performed a 1-second act of falling asleep. Holy Mary Joa, Pangu City. Jagarsha Satan, clad in a black suit, with a head of white curly hair and a fluffy white beard, leaned on a cane, sitting in the center of the sofa, speaking steadily. 6 celestial dragons have perished. Marcus Mats, also in a black suit, with long, straight white hair and an extensive beard, stood beside Satan. His tall figure was noticeably above the other 4, calmly stating, "Let us not rush to conclusions. The escort ship has vanished. Yet there may still be survivors." Topman Vacheli, dressed in a deep black suit, bald with 2 bushy mustaches, sat opposite Satan and decisively declared, "The Navy must bear the full responsibility for this blunder and face severe punishment." Shepherd Saint, clad in a black suit devoid of a bow tie, donned golden hair and a beard with a scar adorning his chest. His countenance bore a somber hue, for among the vanished celestial dragons, one belonged to his lineage. He spoke with a chilling demeanor. To merely dispatch 2 vice-admirals for escort is a grave affront to our kind. Izamelin, his saint, robed in white, bald and bespectacled, cradled in his arms the first-generation blade Oni Chaku, one of the supreme great swords. Sitting beside Vacheli's saint, he solemnly rendered the final decree. Then, apart from Karp's progeny and the missing yellow monkey, let us eradicate the rest. The remaining 4 nodded in agreement. Offering no dissent to Nejeru Saint's proposal, it is only fitting. Karp's reputation within the Navy is formidable, and it would be wise to refrain from provoking him for the time being. The natural type fruit of the yellow monkey would serve as a valuable asset in the future. We shall endeavor to meet their conditions as best as we can. Sora is on the verge of ascending to the position of supreme commander of the entire army. We must preserve his dignity, and the useless weasel should remain untouched. The others simultaneously nodded, affirming each other's suggestions. The 5 individuals, each wielding the core power of the world government, swiftly reached a consensus to impose punishment. The meeting continued, with Satan's Saint being the first to speak. What are your thoughts on the reports regarding the conflict between Steelbone Sora and Buddha Sengoku? Saint Mars took up the conversation. Summarizing, the suspects behind the recent attack on the Celestial Dragons include Charlotte Lin, Kaido, Edward Newgate, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Captain John, and Fishman Island. Vacheli Saint, with an impassive expression, remarked, "They are all rather troublesome individuals." St. Peter, the only one among the 5 to suffer losses, grimaced, "Most of them are remnants of rocks, yet it is time to settle some scores." Saint gradually rose, drawing his cherished blade from its sheath. Issuing the final command, "The dignity of the Celestial Dragons cannot be challenged. Dispatch all CP0 agents, employing every means possible to annihilate all aforementioned forces, excluding Fishman Island." The other 4 nodded in agreement. And the meeting proceeded without any dispute, nearly unanimous in its decision. For reasons unknown, the 5 most powerful individuals in the world simultaneously excluded Fishman Island, which had already been confirmed to be involved in the raid. Was it due to geographical considerations, the inability to withstand public scrutiny, or perhaps a fear of some unknown weapon? All these remain shrouded in mystery. Those who have read thus far, please leave a review for this book to attract more friends to read it. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. I cannot leave the Navy. Bang! You must depart. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the desk before him, shattering it, his sharp gaze fixed upon the figure of Tarlag standing before him. People will die. Tarlag swallowed hard, recalling the iron fist of his enraged father, a chill running down his spine. That has nothing to do with me. Do you have any idea how many naval soldiers will lose their lives because of your foolish actions? Tarlag shrugged, muttering under his breath, "I'm not unaware of my uncle bribing the officials of Judicial Island. Judicial Island is a location established by the world government, home to a nominal court. Its primary function is to conduct so-called trials for those brought there. The punitive orders issued by the 5 elders to the Navy are to be executed through Judicial Island." Great Buddha shockwave. A beam of golden light enveloped Tarlag in an instant, while Sengoku glowered at him. His expression dark as he demanded, Who divulged this confidential information to you? Is it something one can casually speak of? To save those soldiers, the Navy's budget has already been reduced by half this month. If this information becomes common knowledge, it won't just be this batch of soldiers who suffer. Cough, cough. Tarlag squeezed himself out from the wall, coughing and cursing under his breath. Damn it. This is the second beating I've received. What a miserable fate. As the golden light was about to descend again, Tarlag hesitated not for an instant, immediately selling out the informant that it was Aunt Crane. The incoming golden light abruptly ceased, ruffling Tarlag's hair. Sengoku's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, a bitter smile crossing his face as he thought, "Little Crane, we merely wish for this child to grow through remorse." How could you? Grinding his teeth, Sengoku resolved to lay all cards on the table. You must submit your resignation. This matter is non-negotiable. Since you are well aware of the situation, you shall bear half the burden of the local specialties sent out. It's not much, Sengoku raised a finger, smirking as he added. Only 10 billion berries. Sengoku silently praised his own cleverness. Having decided to allow this lad to form a special unit, it was only right to provide him with some tasks. Engaging in monetary pursuits on the high seas would be a commendable assignment, beneficial for both parties. Whoosh, a chill of foreboding surged forth, plunging the atmosphere in the office to an icy low. The presence of Conqueror's hockey vaguely signaled its release as Tarlag, his face contorted, raised his head and growled in a low voice. Cutting off someone's means of income is akin to killing their parents. Forgive me, Uncle Sengoku. Tarlag clenched his fists tightly. The 10 billion berries he had only just acquired still fresh in his mind. He could not simply relinquish them so easily. Bang! A terrifying pressure erupted from Sengoku. Instantly pinning the would-be mover in place, Sengoku's fist cracked ominously as he approached Tarlag with a smile. Just as everyone knew of Carp's fondness for Senbei, so too had Tarlag's temperament been understood since joining the Navy. Sengoku recognized this lad's near-maniacal obsession with wealth, and thus chose to strike directly at the core of his weaknesses. Kid, I shall not employ my devil fruit abilities after a single incense sticks passage. If you still stand, you need not part with this money. Bridge bean sack. Tarlag's brazen demeanor evaporated as Sengoku's entire arm became enveloped in Conqueror's hockey, vanishing in an instant. Should that punch land upon him, it would be far more than mere bruises. Sengoku's hockey danced around him like electric serpents, intertwining and exuding a chilling aura. With a cruel smile, Sengoku bellowed, "Watch closely. Learn well. I'm allowing you to experience how to wield Conqueror's hockey." Having found justification for his impending actions, Sengoku no longer hesitated, swinging his fist with ferocity. The Black Conqueror's hockey coiled around Sengoku's right arm like a raging python, flickering with dark red lightning. Crackling as if to unleash boundless power. Gulp, Tarlag swallowed hard, his gaze vacant, that fist drew perilously close. He felt as though he were staring into the eyes of his great-grandmother. Boom! The Marine headquarters trembled violently under the impact. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across the walls, large chunks of masonry collapsing and stirring a cloud of dust. Tarlag's body was hurled like a cannonball by the force of that punch, tracing an arc through the air. Wherever he passed, railings, sculptures, and flags were obliterated by the sheer force, reducing everything to ruins. His form crashed through the outer wall of the Marine headquarters, soaring towards the distant training ground, leaving a massive, gaping hole in his wake. Debris and splinters cascaded from the breach as if a cataclysmic rain had descended. The entire scene lay in utter disarray, as though it had endured the ravages of war. What had transpired? The figure of Major General Cheongjia, having just entered through the door after the tremor, found himself momentarily speechless at the sight of the enormous hole that had appeared in the wall ahead. Sengoku slowly exhaled a breath, feeling a significant release of the pent-up frustration he had endured while playing the role of a subordinate to the five elders during this time, all thanks to this powerful punch. Picking his nose casually, Sengoku turned to Major General Cheongjia with an air of indifference and solemnly declared, "All repair expenses shall be deducted from Carp's salary for the coming years." "Is that so?" Cheongjia replied, his expression one of confusion. Yet he nodded in agreement. "Mr. Sengoku, are you truly planning to have Tarlag establish the sword unit? After all, He is Mr. Carp's, and dismiss him from military service without prior notice seems. Sengoku interrupted Major General Cheongjia, removing his glasses to clean them while explaining, "This matter does not concern you. I have made up my mind." He then instructed, "Go now and summon the maintenance department. I do not wish to conduct business while being buffeted by the sea breeze." Major General Cheongjia hesitated, then remarked, "Even when reprimanding one's nephew, one shouldn't employ such force within headquarters. Right, Mr. Sengoku, you should also assist in the repairs." A dark line crossed Sengoku's forehead as he smirked wryly. "Let this be a lesson for the future." Ha! After Cheongjia departed, Sengoku approached the damaged opening and gazed into the distance at a figure limping away from the training ground. Murmuring softly, "Since we have already taken action there, the Navy is no longer suited for you. .1 must pay for their own mistakes. From this moment forth, the vast sea and sky await your gallop." The soon-to-be-established sword unit would consist entirely of Marines who had submitted their resignation reports and returned their naval identification numbers. They would enjoy the freedom of movement, no longer bound by military duties, and would not be obliged to obey the Navy's commands. They could engage in conflicts with any faction without requiring approval from superiors, possessing a relatively independent decision-making authority, should they provoke trouble or cause adverse outcomes. The Navy would promptly disassociate itself, bearing no responsibility for their actions. Tarlag, this is the path I and your Uncle Zifa have chosen anew for you. I trust you will find it to your liking. How peculiar! In the shadowy depths of an underwater cavern, a feeble voice echoed through the swaying seaweed and the vibrant corals at the cave's entrance. One could see a figure ensnared in iron chains. Clad in a yellow suit, languishing on the ground, "I can't believe I've been captured. How terrifying." Borisolino drawled languidly, "Be quiet." Aladdin prodded the yellow ape, bound by numerous sea prism stones, with his trident, his expression devoid of emotion. "We are in negotiations with the world government. Once they agree to release our captain, you shall be freed as well." "Oh dear, oh dear," Borisolino lamented nonchalantly from his position on the ground. "This is quite the predicament. Marinford it has been half a month since that fateful punch shattered the headquarters building. Neither bitter nor weary, serving in the military is dull. Without struggle, life is but a waste." At this moment, Tarlag had already submitted his resignation and was now training Ella and Leo. As a commander of the sword unit, these two were the members Tarlag had selected to accompany him. Tarlag approached Ella and Leo, who were slowly dragging the warship forward, their bodies drenched in sweat, and spoke words of encouragement. "Endure just a moment longer, and you may surpass countless adversaries. If you can bear it, then bear it. If not, endure with all your might. With a decisive throw, let the clouds part and the fog dissipate, and rise anew without regret." "Ah!" Leo and Ella shouted in unison. To enhance their strength and keep pace with Tarlag, they discarded all reservations, relentlessly pushing the limits of their physical potential, striving to reach what their captain referred to as a limit-breaking breakthrough. A smile crept across Tarlag's lips. He did not deny the significance of talent, yet he recognized that diligence could also serve as a formidable remedy. "Kid," a deep voice interrupted Tarlag's thoughts, accompanied by heavy, resolute footsteps. Akainu's figure emerged before Tarlag. Despite having lost his left arm, the imposing stature of the red dog remained upright as a pine, exuding an even greater sense of pressure. Tarlag furrowed his brow. He was about to depart the headquarters with Ella and Leo, and he could not fathom why this former superior sought him out at such a moment. Taking a half-step back, Tarlag's aura gradually intensified as he coldly inquired, "What brings you here, Vice Admiral Akainu?" Although their relationship had eased considerably, Tarlag still felt the need to remain vigilant in the presence of this if sensing the wariness in Tarlag's eyes. Akainu halted, his voice low and authoritative as he stated, "I have come here on official business." "Official business?" Tarlag tilted his head, perplexed. He was no longer accountable to anyone, so why would the Navy's official matters concern him? Since he was not here to stir trouble, Tarlag relaxed his demeanor somewhat and smiled faintly. "I trust you are aware that I am now with the sword unit. Vice Admiral Akainu, I am only responsible for myself now. The Navy's official matters? I'm afraid that no longer falls within my purview. Justice cannot be desecrated." Akainu interrupted Tarlag coldly. seemingly ignoring his words. Any attempt to challenge the Navy's authority will lead to a dead end. Slowly raising his head, Akainu spoke with undeniable authority. The Foreign Affairs Department is negotiating with several pests beneath the sea to secure the release of Borsalino, that fool, reaching an agreement with pirates. Or worse, humiliating compromises. The Navy's dignity has already been compromised, and I will not allow such a thing to transpire. A fleeting glimmer of realization crossed Talag's eyes. So Borsalino had been captured by the fishmen. It made sense now. The so-called gods of the sea could not have formed without a disturbance. To retrieve Borsalino. Was it to be through Fisher Tiger? Talag shook his head, his thoughts swirling. Since Charlie had appeared at Sabeti Archipelago, the timeline had been thrown into disarray, and he himself could not predict how events would unfold in the future. What would you have me do? Talag inquired, realizing that Fishman Island was Charlie's homeland, and he could not simply stand idly by. After all, the future does not lie. Charlie's seemingly unwarranted appearance at Sabeti Archipelago must indicate she had witnessed something of great significance. Akainu leaned closer, whispering a few words into Talag's ear, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What the hell?" Talag exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he gestured incredulously in the air. "Isn't this too inhumane?" Akainu snorted dismissively. "Those so-called morals and ethics do not apply to me. I believe solely in absolute power and ruthless retribution. The Navy's dignity cannot be compromised. If necessary, you may employ special measures." Akainu pointed meaningfully upward before abruptly turning to leave, his empty sleeves waving behind him. "Wait," Talag called out, extending a finger slowly, his expression one of greed. "I haven't agreed yet. I want 100 million berries or a devil fruit." Upon joining the sword unit, he had indeed gained freedom, but that freedom meant letting them fend for themselves. Having never received a salary before, Talag had entirely lost all benefits from the Navy. If he did not find ways to earn some extra money now, he might struggle to afford food in the future. "I will give you 300 million berries plus a Zoan-type devil fruit." Akainu turned casually, extending 4 fingers, casting a disdainful glance at Talag. He then turned to leave, for his time was far too valuable to waste in such matters. If one were to consider who in the Navy was the wealthiest, it would not be the likes of Admiral Sengoku or Zifa. Even Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong would not come close. The wealthiest would undoubtedly be Akainu, who was perpetually on the move, either annihilating pirates or pursuing them. Slap. Talag smacked himself in regret, cursing, "Damn it. I should have asked for 10 billion instead." On a deserted island in the North Sea, Fufu, with his entire body ensconced in bandages and extensive burns marring his form, Doflamingo covered his throbbing forehead, veins bulging grotesquely, and let out a maniacal laugh. After years of toil, in the wake of a great fire, nothing remains. He, with his teeth completely gone, the beggar-like figure of Toribol approached once more, sniffling loudly and grinned foolishly. I say, Doff. It's only natural that we couldn't defeat that fellow. After all, he is a man nominated for admiral." No sooner had Torbal's words left his mouth than the earth began to tremble, and a colossal, grotesque figure slowly rose, piercingly shrill voice echoing. "At the very least, we have successfully survived, Doff. We have never lacked the courage to start anew." The stark contrast between the giant's formidable physique and his effeminate voice silenced any potential mockery. Doflamingo produced a nautical chart, pointing to a specific location with unabashed mirth. "Fufu, Navy, are you ready to receive my gift?" Tarlag smirked, gesturing toward a dilapidated 5-meter sailboat on the shore, incredulously inquiring, "Are you certain this is our vessel?" Not only was the sail riddled with a gaping hole, but one of the 2 oars was also broken. Nevertheless, Era held a mop, intending to fashion a usable oar from its handle, with a face full of despair. He looked up and managed a strained smile. "Originally, we had a start-up fund, but..." Talag's eyes sparkled. He was particularly attentive to anything concerning berries. In an instant, he seized Era by the neck, his tone dark and foreboding. "But what? Does anyone dare to embezzle my money?" Era struggled free from Talag's grip, thumping his chest as he murmured, "It's just that someone talked too much and provoked Mr. Sengoku." Our startup fund worth 300 million berries has been unilaterally withheld. Supposedly for some local specialties? Crack. The sound of petrification echoed. This is not right. Is it? Leo glanced at the captain, gradually turning to stone, scratching his head innocently as he chuckled. But we submitted 10 billion berries last night. Logically, we shouldn't owe them anything, right? Bang! Era tapped on Tarlag's rigid body, letting out a long sigh, and mournfully roared, "They claim that 10 billion is the principal, while our startup fund is merely the interest." So, Era helplessly threw up his hands, signaling Leo to lend a hand in transporting the petrified captain onto the boat, eager to escape this realm of troubles. Leo spat on his hand, wiped it clean, and hoisted Tarlag's shoulders, expressing with heartfelt gravity, "So now, we are like motherless children, left to fend for ourselves. Everything depends on us." Era cast a sympathetic glance at Tarlag, who was momentarily closed off from self-awareness, and added fuel to the fire with a wicked grin. "Moreover, I overheard Major Conga mentioning that the renovation costs of the headquarters also need to be borne by our captain. Something like 25 billion berries? Stop talking! The captain's losing it!" Leo shouted in panic. A gust of sea wind swept by, tearing away the tattered sail, and suddenly Tarlag sprang up, standing upright, with an expressionless gaze fixed on the distant headquarters. He emanated a terrifying aura. Just as Era and Leo thought their captain was about to cause trouble again, Tarlag, feigning bravado, uttered the most cowardly words with clenched teeth. "I will return, sooner or later." Plop! Era and Leo, both astonished, fell to the ground simultaneously, their mismatched feet twitching rhythmically in the air. After the farce, everything returned to normal. Despite life's hardships and bitterness, one must press onward, after all, perhaps to salvage his dignity. Tarlag willingly took on the task of crafting oars. After 2 hours, during which he turned down Era's offer for assistance a dozen times, Tarlag successfully broke the only mop. Ahem, Tarlag rubbed his nose, standing up nonchalantly, and tossed the broken wood into the sea with a flourish. Turning to the dazed duo, he earnestly proclaimed, "Whether or not we have oars is inconsequential. Riding the waves and going with the flow is the true spirit of a man of the sea." "Ha ha!" On the dilapidated sailboat, Tarlag's awkward laughter rang out, prompting Era and Leo to exchange knowing glances and nod in silent agreement. "Look, Admiral Sengoku is here to collect debts," the naive Leo exclaimed, pointing in shock at Tarlag's back as if a great terror lurked there. Upon hearing the words debt collection, Tarlag instinctively reacted, turning around. Just then, Era leaped onto him from behind, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "Then please, Captain, demonstrate going with the flow for me." Splash! The simultaneous sound of 2 bodies hitting the water echoed. "Oh dear!" Tarlag, standing at the bow of the boat, slowly lowered his kicked leg, shocked as he exclaimed, "How did you 2 end up in the ocean? Damn it!" Era struggled desperately in the water, bubbles escaping his mouth as he muttered incoherently. Just as his head broke the surface, Tarlag kicked him back down. Leo, seemingly aware of what was to come, floated calmly on the water's surface, showing no signs of struggle. Tarlag smiled faintly, feigning a choked voice as he said, "You chose to push your limits, didn't you?"